After 7 days of constipation, Lin Ran finally found redemption in the bathroom. 20 minutes later, he pulled up his pants feeling refreshed and incredibly relieved. He skillfully mounted his beloved electric scooter and prepared to head to his pet shop as usual, life seemingly returning to its peaceful routine. However, the sky suddenly changed, the world spun, and amid the trembling of space and time, Lin Ran felt dizzy and fainted on the spot. When he regained consciousness, everything was blurry before his eyes, and massive amounts of information flooded his mind. Exotic beasts, Lin Ran, beast tamers. The chaotic information seemed ready to tear his brain apart. Lin Ran gritted his teeth and collapsed to the ground in agony until, after a long while, his mind finally calmed down. Strange memories surfaced, and he suddenly realized had he actually traveled through dimensions? The fact that even taking a dump could trigger dimensional travel left Lin Ran both crying and laughing. He rushed out the door and found that while the street layout was familiar, everything had been magnified with towering buildings, and passers-by were accompanied by all sorts of bizarre exotic beasts. A parallel world? Lin Ran looked around in amazement. Only when he saw familiar shops did he breathe a sigh of relief. He hurriedly pulled up the rolling shutter door, but was completely stunned. All the pet food and supplies had vanished. Even his husky that he'd raised for years was gone, and the entire shop looked like it had been ransacked. Just as he was about to lose it, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep. Suitable host detected. Soul test beginning. Fusion complete. Preparing to activate. The arrival of the system left Lin Ran momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. A system indeed, the essential companion for dimensional travel, always fashionably late, but never absent. Lin Ran quickly inquired about the system's function, only to hear its cold response. I am the super exotic beast cultivation system, with the goal of cultivating the strongest exotic beasts. Lin Ran felt hopeful, but the system mercilessly crushed his spirits. Detection shows host has no stellar spiritual power, cannot become a beast tamer, completely useless. Preparing to activate Plan B. Useless? Lin Ran was furious and about to curse when the mechanical voice rang out again. Plan B activated. Please bind a shop within 24 hours. Lin Ran quickly agreed and chose his own shop. Upon successful binding, the space instantly transformed, generating cultivation rooms, incubation pools, and sales counters. The system immediately issued the first mission. Within 2 days, select any exotic beast, increase its strength threefold, and successfully sell it, or face direct elimination of the host along with all related memories erased, as if he had never existed. Lin Ran was dumbfounded, and before he could even curse, the system activated punishment mode, delivering 5 energy slaps across his face that left him wincing in pain. Lin Ran had no choice but to suppress his anger and reluctantly accept the mission. The system presented 2 exotic beasts to choose from. One was a wind-type orange shadow cat, with orange, yellow, black, and white markings, ordinary attributes, an entry-level choice for novice beast tamers with a growth limit of only 3rd tier. The other was a fire-type blazing sun sparrow, with red and white feathers, small and delicate, also capped at 3rd tier. Lin Ran complained helplessly that this wasn't exactly an overpowered start, but ultimately chose the orange shadow cat, which closely resembled Earth's orange cats. After making his selection, the system opened an interdimensional rift, tearing open purple space, and Lin Ran and the orange shadow cat were instantly sucked in. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a world of wind forests, seas, and mountains, with towering ancient trees, overgrown weeds, and wind spirals raging across the sky. The system indicated that the host had received 2 days of absolute defensive protection, but since he had no stellar spiritual power and couldn't contract with exotic beasts, he was granted a temporary contract scroll. Following instructions, Lin Ran bit his finger and drew a 6-pointed star formation according to the scroll's pattern, placing the excitedly circling orange shadow cat within the formation. The 6-pointed star blazed with light. A glowing orb appeared in Lin Ran's mind, and the orange shadow cat's sensations synchronized with his as the beast affectionately circled around him, sniffing curiously. At that moment, several incredibly powerful wind blades shot out from the swirling vortex in the sky. Run! Lin Ran froze for a moment, then shouted in panic. The violent wind blades closed in instantly, and he thought he was surely doomed. Wait, am I dead? Before the thought could fully form, a translucent barrier appeared without warning to protect him, and the shrieking wind blades shattered upon contact. Outside the barrier, the orange shadow cat suffered a terrible fate. The sharp air blades sliced through it like dozens of wild knives, tearing it into a bloody mess. Its agonizing screams echoed in Lin Ran's mind. Witnessing this scene, his face turned ashen, his heart filled with both pain and rage. Beast deceased. Revive on the spot. The system's cold prompt sounded. Revive on the spot. Lin Ran snapped back to his senses and quickly nodded. During the cultivation period, beasts can be revived unlimited times. When the host faces the most critical danger, absolute defense will trigger, providing immunity to all damage. Remember, only in the most critical moments. The system added indifferently. As soon as the words ended, the orange shadow cat's mangled remains dissolved into countless points of light, reassembling into its complete form at Lin Rand's feet. The little creature looked around in confusion, clearly not understanding why it had come back from the dead. However, the next second, the sky vortex unleashed another barrage of dense wind blades, and the orange shadow cat was once again sliced to pieces. Revive on the spot. Lin Rand shouted the command again. When the orange shadow cat appeared for the third time, it trembled all over, clinging desperately to Lin Rand's leg, not daring to even twitch its tail. System, this place is too dangerous. Can I change locations? Yes. During missions, the host may switch regions at any time. Good. Switch regions. After a dizzying spin, they landed in another lush forest. There was no wind vortex overhead, but the surroundings still showed the unfamiliar scenery of the wind forest sea mountain realm. Lin Rand steadied his trembling legs and stepped forward, with the orange shadow cat following closely behind, warily surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, the grass rustled violently, and a bright green spider burst out. White silk threads as thick as fingernails instantly wrapped around the orange shadow cat, cocooning it and dragging it toward the grass. Lin Rand's heart lurched, and turning his head, he saw the spider covered in sharp spikes all over its body, with a gaping maw split across its abdomen, dripping with sickly green venom devouring the bloody remains of the orange shadow cat. What the hell is that thing? Fury and heartache surged together as Lin Rand's eyes reddened. Detecting host's lack of beast identification ability. System grants beast appraisal device. The emotionless prompt sounded again. A data panel materialized in Lin Rand's mind. Use beast appraisal device. Use it. Instantly, information flooded his consciousness. Mature form, green demon spider. Attributes, wind, poison. Level, 3rd tier lower grade. Skills, web entanglement, poison needle, paralyzing powder. Aptitude, F. Rating, 31 points. Revive on the spot. Lin Rand commanded. The half-eaten orange shadow cat in the green demon spider's mouth dissolved into points of light, reforming into a perfect little cat that landed at Lin Rand's feet. The green demon spider stood there stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend why its food had come back to life. Lin Rand then immediately used the beast appraisal device on the orange shadow cat. Growth stage orange shadow cat attributes. Wind element. 1st tier lower rank skills savage charge and meow claw strike. Aptitude. Freighting, 12 points. Damn, this is such trash. What's the point of playing? Lin Rand stared at the skeletal orange shadow cat before him, his mind in chaos. Wait, I've got it. His eyes suddenly lit up as he immediately used the beast contract in his mind to issue a command. Attack the green demon spider. The newly revived orange shadow cat still carried traces of its previous terror, but upon hearing its master's command, it could only instinctively charge forward. Savage charge. Boom. The orange shadow cat instantly accelerated, slamming hard into the green demon spider. The giant spider was merely forced back a few steps, completely unharmed, while the orange shadow cat was pierced all over by the venomous spikes on its shell, creating bloody holes as its crimson blood instantly turned purple. It was poisoned. The next second, the green demon spider swung its front limbs and cruelly tore it to shreds. Revive on the spot. Lin Rand didn't hesitate for a moment. Since it could revive infinitely, he'd slowly wear down this green demon spider even if it took forever. The orange shadow cat was pulled back to the world of the living again, still looking completely bewildered, only to face its master's eerie smile and the same command. With despair written all over its face, yet unable to disobey, it had no choice but to charge again. This time, the green demon spider was enraged. The giant mouth dripping with venom on its rear suddenly shot out a purple poisonous needle, piercing the charging orange shadow cat. The cat died instantly. Revive on the spot. Keep attacking. The orange shadow cat was forcibly pulled back again, continuing its assault without a moment's rest. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. By the 9th attempt, the orange shadow cat suddenly began glowing with a faint green light. Its speed surged dramatically as it pounced lightning fast toward the green demon spider's face. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive meow claw strikes carved bloody gashes across the green demon spider's face, green blood splattering everywhere. Lin Rand was stunned. A mere 1st-tier growth stage actually injured a 3rd-tier mature stage. Absolutely ridiculous. That green light was most likely a sign of a new skill. The enraged green demon spider roared and tore the orange shadow cat to pieces once more. Revive on the spot. The orange shadow cat seemed to gradually adapt to death and return. Upon revival, it immediately charged, its green aura growing ever brighter. Its claws suddenly elongated, transforming into sharp dagger-like blades. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the green demon spider, targeting the venom-dripping giant mouth and slashing wildly. cutting that mouth into bloody chunks with poison flowing everywhere. Roar! The green demon spider in agony whipped its tail, sending the orange shadow cat flying hard, while simultaneously spraying a pale, yellow poisonous mist. Upon inhaling it, the orange shadow cat immediately went limp and powerless, then was torn apart again. Revive on the spot. This time, the orange shadow cat barely waited for Lin Ran to speak before charging on its own. The green light intensified, and its claws detached midair with a click, becoming 8 daggers that whistled through the air. Holy crap, it even learned ranged attacks? Lin Ran exclaimed. 8 claw blades precisely pierced the green demon spider's 8 legs, completely immobilizing its movements. The orange shadow cat immediately followed with a savage charge, ramming the giant spider so hard it toppled backward with its belly armor cracking. Although the venomous spikes pierced its fur again, this time there were no signs of poisoning it, seemed to have developed immunity. Severely wounded, the green demon spider became even more frenzied, violently shaking its 8 legs to shatter the embedded claw blades, then spitting out dense spider silk. After defeating the green demon spider, Lin Ran breathed a deep sigh of relief and turned his gaze to the orange shadow cat lying exhausted nearby. Forcing a first-tier beast to fight a third-tier green demon spider was an incredibly demanding task. Without the orange shadow cat's infinite revival ability, it never would have lasted this long. Even so, the repeated battles had left the little creature covered in blood, its breathing shallow and rapid. However, the results were equally remarkable. During the final few revivals, Lin Ran clearly noticed the orange shadow cat's attack speed had dramatically increased, and its strikes had become more vicious. That feint had even fooled the green demon spider, landing another claw strike on its wounded abdomen. The entire grueling battle of repeated deaths and revivals seemed lengthy, but actually lasted less than half an hour. Yet the orange shadow cat's strength had visibly skyrocketed. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Ran raised the beast appraisal device again. Mature orange shadow cat. Attribute: Wind element. Level: First tier upper class. Skills: Savage charge, Meow claw strike, Wind spirit arts, Flying claw shot. Aptitude: Crank. Score: 22. Haha, tripling its strength wasn't so hard after all. Directly promoted to first tier upper class, and even improved its aptitude excellent. Lin Ran patted the device and cheerfully reached to pet the orange shadow cat's fluffy head. Let's go, little orange. Time to continue our journey. Too tired, can't move. An annoyed thought burst into Lin Ran's mind through their temporary beast contract. The orange shadow cat sprawled with all 4 limbs spread out, lying flat like a dish rag. Lin Ran paused, then suddenly grinned with a sinister smile. Oh, really tired? Let me help you with a massage. The orange shadow cat nodded contentedly at first, but when it caught sight of that smile, its fur immediately stood on end. What was this perverted human planning now? Don't be nervous. I'm really just giving you a massage. Lin Ran's voice was gentle as he slowly approached. When his steps reached the green demon spider's corpse, he suddenly reached out, pulled out a poison stinger, and rushed toward the orange shadow cat. Meow. The orange shadow cat had just raised its head when a sharp pain suddenly struck, and its world turned dark again. Cause of death, stabbed to death by Lin Ran. The next second, it revived on the spot. Lin Ran tossed the poison stinger aside and gently stroked the cat's smooth fur with a cheerful smile. Feel better now? Aren't I wonderful? He had long discovered that in this dimension, the orange shadow cat returned to peak condition with every revival, instantly resetting all injuries and stamina. Though the method sounded cruel, it was undoubtedly the fastest way to recover. Meow. The orange shadow cat's fur bristled as it growled low after reviving, its claws scratching frantically at the ground, its anger nearly overflowing. Don't be mad. It's all for your own good. Lin Ran crouched down to comfort it. The orange shadow cat reluctantly accepted. If not bound by the temporary contract, it would have long since clawed this good master to death. Just then, Lin Ran's right hand suddenly went numb. Looking down, he saw his entire palm rapidly turning purple, sensation quickly fading as the green demon spider's venom spread up through his blood vessels. When he had pulled out the stinger earlier, residual poison had seeped into his wound. So incredibly toxic. Lin Ran felt sweetness in his throat, leaned against a tree trunk to vomit, and his vision began spinning wildly. System, save me quickly, I'm dying. Lin Ran began to panic. The host's reckless behavior does not qualify as a critical moment, so absolute defense will not activate, the system said coldly. What the hell, you? Before he could finish his words, Lin Ran's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the spot, his breathing instantly stopping. His eyes remained wide open, dying with unresolved grievances. The orange shadow cat was stunned for a few seconds, then became ecstatic, its tiny paws clapping frantically, as if showing off. See? Karma's a bitch. Serves you right. Am I dead? Lin Ran's gaze was briefly vacant, but the next second, he opened his eyes again in the same forest. The orange shadow cat was still crouched nearby, snickering. I can resurrect too? Huh. He jumped around excitedly. I told you, all magical beasts can resurrect freely, the system said flatly. I'm a magical beast too? Holy shit. Lin Ran cursed at the system, only to receive 5 solid slaps in return. Is this funny? Now get moving, he said menacingly, beckoning to the orange shadow cat. The cat's smile instantly froze. With a long sigh, it obediently led the way. Over the next 2 days, Lin Ran subjected the orange shadow cat to brutal combat, training charging at every magical beast they encountered. The orange shadow cat died hundreds of times, while Lin Ran, despite having absolute defense, still died over 10 times due to his reckless behavior. Come on, let's check your stats again. He pulled out the pet scanner and aimed it at the orange shadow cat. Mature orange shadow cat. Attribute, wind. Level, 3rd tier lower. Skills, savage charge, meow claw strike, wind spirit arts, flying claw shot, tiger's roar, chain wind arrows, wind demon cloak. Aptitude, D. Rating, 45. Haha. Success. Are you happy, little orange? Lin Ran hugged it and petted its fur repeatedly, while the orange shadow cat looked utterly dead inside. Beep dormitory mission completed. Reward, 20 points. Shop function unlocked. Beginning return. Return successful. Erasing partial memories of magical beast. After a dizzying spin, the pair returned to the shop. Confirming their surroundings were safe, the orange shadow cat let out a heavy breath, lay down, and fell asleep, completely unaware that its memories had been partially erased. Shop? Where is it? Lin Ran looked around. Silently think shop, and it will appear in your mind, the system instructed. He laughed awkwardly and followed the instructions. A product list appeared. 1. Magical Beast Encyclopedia 20 points. 2. Low-grade Beast Binding Lock 50 points. 3. Star Spirit Divine Liquid 100 points. 4. Berserk 500 points. 5. Low-grade Spirit Gathering Pill 1000 points. These prices, it's not just those 20 points I earned, is it? Correct, the system replied. Damn, you only gave me 20 points? You're so stingy. Points can be accumulated gradually. What should I buy with 20 points? Based on the host's needs, I recommend purchasing the Magical Beast Encyclopedia. What's that? Is it useful? It provides comprehensive information about all magical beasts, including their skills and habits. Sounds pretty awesome. Lin Ran gritted his teeth and spent all his points on the Magical Beast Encyclopedia. The next instant, a massive flood of information poured into his mind, and he felt his knowledge expanding dramatically. Then he used the pet scanner on the sleeping orange shadow cat once again. When Lin Ran saw the orange shadow cat's information again, everything suddenly clicked. Wow, Wind Spirit Arts and Wind Demon Cloak are actually high-tier wind magic skills. This stupid cat can actually learn them. He widened his eyes, sliding his fingertip across the light screen bit by bit. And chain wind arrows, that's a skill only flying magical beasts can master. Talk about being pushed to extremes. He burst into laughter, then remembered the system's earlier reminder and quickly quieted down. By the way, you want me to sell this magical beast? Do you set the price? All merchandise prices in this store are set by this system. The host has no authority to change them. All proceeds are exchanged at a rate of 1,000 blue star coins per point. The system's mechanical and cold voice echoed in his mind again. 1,000 to 1? That's highway robbery. Fine, let me just ask one thing, can I become a beast tamer? Lin Ran's expression grew serious. After accumulating 100 points, the host may exchange for Star Spirit Divine Liquid. Purifying the body and obtaining Star Spirit power will officially make you a beast tamer. 100 points means 100,000 blue star coins. Lin Ran gritted his teeth hard. So how much can this premium orange shadow cat sell for? Tell me quickly. Appraising magical beast. Appraisal complete. Selling price, 30,000. Lin Ran was stunned. The Beast Encyclopedia says ordinary orange cat beasts cost 20,000, and mine has high-tier wind skills only 30,000. This system maintains fair prices for all. The system replied righteously. Fine, 30,000 it is. I'll listen to you. Lin Ran threw up his hands with a look of utter resignation. Suddenly inspiration struck. He'd spent 2 full days in the wind forest sea mountains. Hadn't time passed in the real world? Time in the breeding interface differs from reality. 1 day equals 2 hours. The system immediately addressed his anxiety. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the wall clock just past 1 in the afternoon. He reopened the rolling door, preparing to officially sell the orange shadow cat. Foot traffic on the street was picking up. Passers-by cast curious glances at the newly opened shop, but seeing nothing inside, they turned and left. There's nothing here, so people won't even come in. Lin Ran rubbed his hands together. This won't work, I need to think of something. He suddenly grabbed the orange shadow cat and rushed outside, raising his voice to maximum volume. This shop's latest bred invincible orange shadow cat, anyone interested? The neighboring beast shop owner leaned against his doorframe, rolling his eyes. TCH, calling a low-grade novice beast invincible? Idiot. Lin Ran pretended not to hear and shouted again. Absolutely invincible orange shadow cat. Don't believe it? All challengers welcome. The owner snorted with laughter. Hey kid, if you really need money, just sell it to me, I'll give you 10,000. 10,000? You trying to scam a ghost? Lin Ran hugged the orange shadow cat tighter and stood in the middle of the road. I'm telling you all, this orange shadow cat is invincible below 4th tier. Wanna try? Come on, even 4th tier is fine. He dragged over a low stool and stood on it, continuing to shout. Did you get your head caught in a door? Huh? The neighboring owner's mocking laughter mixed with applause. Lin Ran was infuriated by the ridicule. What are you babbling about? If you've got the guts, come out and fight, moron. What did you say? From the neighboring shop, a shirtless middle-aged man pushed through the door, his flabby flesh jiggling. Looks like I need to teach you some manners on behalf of your parents today. He patted his spatial storage badge. I've got a 5th-tier bloodline flame shadow demon lizard here currently in growth stage with 3rd-tier strength. I won't bully you if you can win. I'll buy your orange shadow cat for 30,000. If you lose, get on your knees and apologize. With that, he tore open a dark portal, and a massive lizard covered in pitch-black scales that gleamed coldly crashed to the ground. Sell to you? In your dreams, watch me destroy you. Lin Ran responded with disdain. A crowd had already gathered around them. Hey, come and see Orange Shadow Cat versus Flame Shadow Demon Lizard. A blue-robed youth held up an amplification rune and shouted at the top of his lungs. Passers-by immediately flocked over from all directions, and even street vendors craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the excitement. Not far away, a middle-aged man in gray robes crossed his arms with a smirk, casually sitting down on a stone block and crossing his legs. If I were you, I'd be regretting this enough to want to crawl into a hole. You're about to embarrass yourself in front of everyone, haha. Lin Ran paid him no mind and gently placed the orange shadow cat from his arms onto the ground. Little Orange, this kind of trash should be dealt with in minutes. As his words fell, he mentally issued the command for full combat. The orange shadow cat's pupils suddenly contracted, its orange and white fur bristling instantly as battle intent radiated from it like a tangible force. Across from it, the flame shadow demon lizard had been lazily swishing its thick tail in the sun. Seeing that its opponent was just a small cat, it first froze in confusion, then dismissively flicked its tail and turned to leave. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. Haha, look, my flame shadow demon lizard can't even be bothered to fight. Before his laughter had faded, the orange shadow cat suddenly erupted with a powerful energy wave. Dark green energy enveloped its entire body like armor. It sprang forward explosively, cold light flashing as 8 dagger-like claw strikes whistled through the air. The flame shadow demon lizard couldn't react in time. The sharp claws pierced through its scales in rapid succession, blood spraying as the demon lizard threw back its head and let out a deafening roar of rage. Holy crap, is that wind demon armor? Someone in the crowd gasped. That's a high-tier wind element skill. How could an orange shadow cat possibly know that? The middle-aged man had been about to light a cigarette, but it fell from his lips with a plop. His eyes widened as he shouted, "You little brat, you're cheating. Orange shadow cats don't know skills like that." Lin Ran shrugged. Whether I'm cheating or not, everyone can see for themselves. Believe it or don't. Damn it. I'll teach you a lesson today. The middle-aged man roared, his hands forming seals at lightning speed. Strength enhancement, speed enhancement, and defense enhancement auras all lit up simultaneously. He was actually a 3-star beast tamer. Empowered by the enhancements, the flame shadow demon lizard's eyes turned blood red. It forcibly shattered the claw fragments embedded in its body and opened its mouth to condense a pitch-black beam, shooting it straight at the orange shadow cat. The orange shadow cat flashed to the side, effortlessly dodging. The black beam grazed its tail tip and flew directly toward the crowd of onlookers. The blue-robed youth's face changed dramatically as he quickly summoned a rock-patterned dragon turtle, which blocked the impact with a thunderous crash. Hey, old man, watch where you're shooting. Exactly. If you can't handle it, just give up. The crowd erupted in boos and jeers, creating a cacophony of noise. Taking advantage of the chaos, the orange shadow cat shifted its stance and suddenly vanished like a streak of green lightning. The next second, a flash exploded behind the flame shadow demon lizard as a deep tiger's roar thundered from its throat. The close-range sonic impact pierced straight into eardrums. The flame shadow demon lizard shuddered all over, its knees buckled, and it collapsed on the spot with severe internal bleeding, completely losing its ability to fight. Did I hear that right? Was that a tiger's roar? A yellow-robed woman asked uncertainly. Definitely a tiger's roar. Are you sure that's really an orange shadow cat and not a tiger-type beast cub? Discussions erupted all around. And that green flash wind spirit technique. Another high-level wind element skill. It's definitely an orange shadow cat. Holy shit, what a rare specimen. A man shouted loudly. And it looks like it's still just in its growth stage. This is absolutely premium quality. His booming call ignited the atmosphere like a spark, and the crowd immediately erupted with excitement, cheers and whistles rising one after another. The middle-aged shop owner next door stood frozen like a statue. His flame shadow lizard had just been defeated in a single blow by this orange shadow cat, and he couldn't believe his prized battle pet had lost so thoroughly. I want it. Get lost. I was here first. Stop arguing, everyone. I'll pay 50,000. This orange shadow cat is mine. The bidding voices kept escalating. Humph, such a powerful orange shadow cat, still only in its growth stage, worth just 50,000. A man in a green robe snorted coldly. I'll pay 70,000. I'll pay 80,000. Amid the commotion, the middle-aged man who had snapped back to reality rushed over, hastily putting his flame shadow lizard back into his spirit beast pouch. With a face full of apologetic smiles, he said to Lin Ran, "Ha, young man, that was all a misunderstanding earlier. I lost. According to our bet, I'll take this orange shadow cat. I'll pay 100,000. Lin Ran remained expressionless. Did I say I was betting with you? Idiot. He raised his voice to announce to everyone. Listen up, this orange shadow cat is only 30,000. The high price of 100,000 instantly dropped to 30,000. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then surged forward the next second. Lin Ran's heart was bleeding, but his tone remained firm. There are so many of you, and I only have one cat. How about rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins takes it. A group of adults gathered around the small stall, raising their fists in competition. The scene was both ridiculous and lively. Lin Ran took advantage of the gap to unlock a temporary contract for the orange shadow cat according to the system's instructions. After a brief but intense battle, the winner was a little girl with twin pigtails. She was so excited her face turned bright red, nodding enthusiastically. All right, this orange shadow cat is yours now. Take good care of it. Lin Ran handed the cat over. Pay up 30,000. Okay. The little girl almost instantly opened her payment app, and after completing the transfer, she bounced away holding the orange shadow cat. The cat seemed to have regained its freedom, wagging its tail happily. The crowd was still unsatisfied. Boss, do you have any more? Yeah, you must have even more amazing ones in your shop, right? The system's existence absolutely could not be revealed, so Lin Ran made up an excuse on the spot. This was bred by accident. I don't have any more in stock. Come back another day. With that, he got up to pack his stall equipment, preparing to return to Ran Ran's pet house. The onlookers dispersed with sighs of disappointment, though some still turned back to stare at that rather odd shop name. The middle-aged man next door, seeing no more opportunities, could only snort coldly and return to his shop with a gloomy expression. Congratulations to the host for completing Plan B mission. Reward, 50 points, plus unlocking 3 basic breeding platforms. The system notification echoed in his mind. Lin Ran returned to the breeding room and saw 3 blue crystal pillars that had silently appeared by the wall. He curled his lip. Only 50 points? How stingy. What are those 3 pillars? Basic breeding platforms, capable of breeding beasts below 4th tier. Costs 10 points per day, randomly learns 1 skill, or advances 1 tier. This costs money too? Are you sure you're a system and not a black market merchant? Lin Ran rolled his eyes in exasperation. This system is absolutely fair. Now providing 3 basic breeding platforms free of charge, capable of serving 3 beasts simultaneously. According to market price, you can charge customers 50,000 blue star coins per day. The system responded coldly, completely ignoring Lin Ran's expression. 50,000 a day? Are you kidding me? You want me to rob people, or what? Are you sure about this pricing? My shop won't get smashed up, will it? Lin Ran nearly jumped out of his chair. The Beast Encyclopedia clearly stated that the industry typically charged monthly rates, generally no more than 20,000, and even high-end shops only charged 50,000 per month. Yet the system casually mentioned 50,000 per day. This system's invincible cultivation device is incomparable to those ordinary shops outside. The system replied arrogantly. So you guarantee that in one day, a beast can randomly comprehend a skill or directly advance a tier? You're not bluffing. Lin Ran remained skeptical. Genuine quality guaranteed. The system responded with a calm tone that carried unquestionable certainty. The tempting promise lay before him, but would customers believe it? Lin Ran checked his backend. Points still stuck at 60, with a considerable gap from the 100 needed to unlock the next function. Thinking of the 30,000 blue star coins in his account, he was about to ask about the exchange method. By the way, how do I convert these 30,000? Before he could finish, his balance instantly zeroed out, and his points jumped to 80. Still need 20 more points. He sat back in his chair, dazed, racking his brains for ways to attract customers. The bell chimed crisply as the shop door opened. A girl with golden twintails peeked in, her white dress making her look like a lily freshly picked in midsummer. Excuse me, was that orange shadow cat cultivated by your shop? The girl asked timidly. Yes, that's our shop. Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he immediately approached her. Miss, what can I help you with? Can you handle beast cultivation? The girl asked with hopeful eyes. Just when he was worried about customers, a fortune god walked through his door. Lin Ran quickly replied. Of course, though we currently only accept beasts below 4th tier. That's perfect. I have a snow maiden beast with 6th tier bloodline, but it's still in juvenile form, only 1st tier. As she spoke, the girl raised her hand and opened a pale blue light portal. A snowball-like creature rolled out, initially taking a defensive stance before relaxing under its owner's comfort. Boss, this is it. No problem. Our shop offers high efficiency and guaranteed quality cultivation for just 50,000. Lin Ran held up 5 fingers. 50,000. The girl froze. That price could buy a 4th tier bloodline adult beast. But remembering the orange shadow cat's incredible performance, she wavered. All right, how long until I can pick it up? She was still tempted. One day? Absolutely amazing efficiency. Lin Ran grinned confidently. One day, the girl stepped back, frowning. Are you sure? You're not a scammer, are you? Creating some monster to attract customers, then swindling money. Lin Ran's heart tightened. Any normal person would be suspicious. He urgently called out in his mind. System, what do I do when customers doubt us? Given that a customer is questioning this shop, this basic cultivation upgrade to advanced cultivation is free of charge. The system's electronic voice echoed through the room. Lin Ran muttered to himself. But what about the fee? Shouldn't it increase a bit? The price remains the same at 50,000. This service supports cultivation first, payment later. The system promptly added. Realizing he could cultivate first and pay later, inspiration struck him. He turned to the girl in front of him with a confident smile. Beautiful miss. To prove our shop's credibility, you can leave your beast with us first and pay tomorrow if you're satisfied. The girl held her snow maiden beast, hesitating for a moment. It's just one night anyway. If the results aren't good, I won't pay. What's the worst that could happen? He runs away. All right then, I'll leave it with you. I'll come back tomorrow to pick it up. She gently handed over the snow maiden beast, her eyes filled with reluctance. Lin Ran carefully took the creature in his hands. The little one struggled restlessly in his arms until the girl petted it a few times. Then it calmed down and looked at Lin Ran with innocent eyes. Before leaving, the girl deliberately looked up at the sign, Ran Ran's Pet House. The peculiar name stuck in her memory. The owner of the neighboring beast shop took in everything. A newly opened shop dares to steal my business? He squinted, calculating coldly in his mind. Making me lose face? Just wait until I crush you. Lin Ran pushed open the door to the cultivation room, where one of the 3 blue crystal pillars had already turned deep purple. He immediately placed the snow maiden beast on the advanced cultivation platform and scanned it with the pet identification device. Juvenile snow maiden beast. Attributes: Ice type, Ghost type. Level: 1st tier upper class. Skills: Absolute Zero Punch, Freezing Breath. Aptitude: D. Score: 22. Incredible. It's so much stronger than the orange shadow cat. Lin Ran muttered enviously. Purple energy flowed from the cultivation platform into the snow maiden beast's body, and the little creature soon fell into a contented sleep. All set. He stretched lazily in his chair and casually asked, what are those empty shelves supposed to hold? Beast food, beast materials, and such. The host needs to enter dimensional planes to collect them personally, the system replied. What? You should have told me earlier. I wasted all that time in the Wind Forest Sea Mountain. Lin Ran slapped his leg in frustration. Are there restrictions on entering planes? I want to go in again right now. Wind Forest Sea Mountain is a superdimensional plane. The host's current points are insufficient to access it. Points again? What about ordinary planes? The system prompted. Silently recite interdimensional rift to browse the dimensional window. Lin Ran took a deep breath and followed the instruction. A list appeared in his mind. The first 5 superdimensional planes each required 500 points per entry, instantly crushing his spirit. This was highway robbery. He continued scrolling down and discovered that ordinary planes only cost 10 points, immediately lifting his spirits. So there are cheaper options after all. Ordinary planes are fragments of superdimensional planes. Each superdimensional plane has 180 fragments. Though cheap, they're extremely risky. They might be completely empty or terrifying beast lairs, the system added. Hearing the word fragments, Lin Ran deflated again. Of course there's no free lunch. Thinking about how he'd spent the morning just being curious and petting cats, he grew increasingly frustrated, as if he'd missed out on a fortune. You've ruined me. I demand compensation. You never asked, the system replied flatly. Lin Ran almost cursed, but remembered those 5 slaps and quickly stopped himself. Hee hee, I'm just 20 points short. How about giving me a 20 discount on the Star Spirit Divine Liquid? No. The system gave only 2 words. He sighed deeply and slumped in his chair. The wall clock showed past 6, and he realized he hadn't eaten all day. Forget it. I'm going home for dinner. Lin Ran gathered his things, locked up, and rode away on his beloved little electric scooter. The middle-aged man from the neighboring beast shop had been lurking in the shadows. After Lin Ran disappeared into the distance, he pulled out a bottle of pale yellow liquid from his coat, slowly poured it at the entrance of Ran Ran's pet house, and sneered. Let's see if you don't go under this time. Fighting with me? Dream on. The middle-aged man wore a mocking expression. Lin Ran rode his bike and quickly arrived home. But would this home still be the same one he knew from before? He couldn't help but feel uncertain after all. He had traveled through time and space to get here. I'm home, he called out loudly the moment he pushed open the door. Ranner is back. Come wash your hands and eat, came a gentle but somewhat weak female voice from inside. Under the dim yellow light of the hallway, a middle-aged woman in a yellow shirt walked out slowly. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with exhaustion, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Lin Ran froze in place. This face was identical to his mother's from his previous life on Earth, except it lacked color and showed signs of weariness. After a brief moment of shock, memories from deep within his mind quickly surfaced. His parents had once been well-known beast tamers. During an expedition, a team member's beast suddenly went berserk and began a savage rampage. That accident claimed his father's life and left his mother severely injured, destroying all her cultivation. Afterward, the responsible team member, backed by powerful connections, only paid a token amount of blue star coins, and the tragic case was hastily closed. You must be hungry. I made your favorite braised pork elbow today. The woman Wang Qian forced a smile. Only then did Lin Ran snap back to reality, his heart warming. She was his only family in this world. Clenching his teeth silently, he vowed to himself that he would become a top-tier beast tamer and heal his mother's injuries. It's delicious. He took a deep breath of the savory aroma and began eating heartily. Wang Qian gently touched her forehead and said with concern, "Oh, you must be exhausted. It's such a pity you don't have star spirit power and can only be a breeder. Mom, do you think someone could awaken star spirit power later in life?" Lin Ran wiped his mouth, his tone calm but tinged with hope. It's possible, but extremely rare, almost impossible. Don't think too much about it. Being a breeder is also quite good. Wang Qian comforted him gently. I was just asking casually. Mom, you should go rest first. I'll clean up the dishes, Lin Ran said with a smile as he stood up. Wang Qian looked at her son once more before slowly returning to her room. Soon, the table was clean again, and Lin Ran returned to his room. Strangely, despite not eating all day, he didn't feel hungry at all. Instead, he felt mentally exhausted. It was only a little past 8, but he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, near Ranran Pet House, a large crowd had already gathered at the store entrance, surrounding a middle-aged man from the neighboring shop as he spoke. Everyone, listen to me. The man spread his hands with a confident tone. Based on my years of breeding experience, this shop definitely used some special method yesterday to breed that abnormally powerful orange shadow cat. Orange shadow cats are normally just low-level beasts for beginners. How could it be so powerful? So I investigated all night and discovered a suspicious drug. Come on, uncle, you're not just being a sore loser and spreading rumors, are you? A man in green clothes in the crowd snorted disdainfully. The uncle's mouth twitched, but he quickly regained his composure. You might not believe me, but you've surely heard of catalyst pills. After beasts consume them, their power surges to incredible levels in a short time, but they become irritable, and the damage to their bodies is severe. They usually don't last more than 3 months. The middle-aged man continued, speaking with conviction. Upon hearing about the catalyst pills, everyone's faces changed dramatically as they recalled the orange shadow cat's strange behavior from the day before, and the crowd fell silent. The air grew tense like a tightly drawn bowstring, with all eyes turning toward those who had spoken first. I knew it. There's no way he could be some amazing beast trainer. He was using forbidden drugs all along. How cruel. One person shouted angrily, his voice filled with hatred. Exactly. To think he'd harm innocent beasts just for a bit of fame, it's despicable. Another joined in the condemnation. Several instigators hidden in the crowd quietly fanned the flames, occasionally exchanging meaningful glances with the middle-aged man standing at the edge of the group. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves, the middle-aged man said coldly, pointing at the ground near the shop entrance. This puddle of pale yellow liquid is the excrement caused by catalyst pill side effects. The liquid was exactly what he had secretly poured there the night before, and now it served as ironclad evidence. More and more curious onlookers gathered around, and upon seeing the puddle, they became red-faced with anger. Everyone knew that beasts given catalyst pills would rapidly deteriorate and die horrible deaths, instantly triggering an outpouring of sympathy. This heartless merchant is despicable. We must take him to the Beast Regulation Bureau today, a woman in blue clothing declared loudly. That's right. We thought a master trainer had come to our city, but he's just a fraud. Disgusting, another person cursed. Amid the chaotic shouting, the middle-aged man chuckled quietly to himself. Try to compete with me? Let's see how you get out of this mess. Meanwhile, Lin Ran remained completely unaware of the situation, feeling absolutely wonderful. Just a few more points, and he could exchange them for beast trainer certification, which made his blood boil with excitement. In the morning sunlight, he called out to his mother. Mom, I'm heading to the shop. Then he hopped on his beloved electric scooter and rode toward his store, humming a tune along the way. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Seeing the dense crowd of people gathered in front of his shop, he was initially startled, then assumed business was booming and felt secretly delighted. Wow, so many customers this early? Yesterday's reputation really paid off. He parked his electric scooter properly and pulled out the key to lock it. Everyone look, that heartless merchant is here, grab him. The middle-aged man shouted from deep within the crowd. Like a wave, the angry mob surged toward Lin Ran. Huh? Something's not right. Lin Ran's face changed as he saw everyone approaching step by step, instantly surrounding him completely. You heartless merchant. Using catalyst pills just for a bit of fame. You tortured such a cute orange shadow cat until it became viciously inhuman. Accusations flew from all directions. The middle-aged man stood to the side, his mouth curved in a satisfied smirk. Lin Ran was stunned. Catalyst pills? What are those? His mind frantically searched for relevant information, but came up empty. I think you've all misunderstood. I don't have any such forbidden drug. Someone must be framing me. He explained while noticing the middle-aged man snickering behind the crowd, suddenly understanding the situation. Misunderstood? Then what's this? The middle-aged man immediately put on a stern face, pointing at the yellow liquid by the entrance. The crowd erupted in outrage. Lin Ran quickly walked to the entrance and stared at the stain on the ground, his chest tightening. Damn it. I really have been framed. He glared fiercely at the man, his knuckles turning white as he clenched his fists. Still trying to make excuses? Come on. You're coming with us to the Beast Regulation Bureau. Two burly men grabbed his arms like iron clamps. If he couldn't prove his innocence, both his future and his freedom would be destroyed. In that split second, inspiration struck, and he shouted loudly. I absolutely did not use catalyst pills. I've also trained a snow maiden beast. If you don't believe me, come into the shop and see for yourselves. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, then quickly shouted. No way. He's trying to escape. Take him away immediately. Lin Ran sneered. Sir, given this situation, where exactly could I run to? Unless you're feeling guilty. Oomph. Make him bring out the snow maiden beast, a man in green clothing suggested from the crowd. Let's see what other tricks he can pull. The two men holding Lin Ran exchanged glances, their eyes unconsciously turning toward the middle-aged man. The latter gritted his teeth, full of confidence. He had spied from next door all night, and Lin Ran had never actually worked on training any snow maiden beast, so he said grimly. Me, feeling guilty? Ridiculous. Let him prove his innocence. Soon the two men released their grip, and Lin Ran immediately opened the door and went inside. System, the snow maiden beast should be able to develop properly, right? Otherwise, I'm doomed. Lin Ran shouted in his mind while immediately rushing into the breeding room. Don't worry, the advanced breeding platform can help a beast master at least 3 skills within a day, or directly break through to the growth stage, the system said confidently. Lin Ran immediately picked up the sleeping snow maiden beast and discovered it had changed dramatically. Purple hair had grown on its previously bald head, and its 4 short limbs were curled up tightly together. The snow maiden beast woke up instantly after leaving the comfortable breeding platform, clearly annoyed. Wow, it's changed so much. Could it have evolved to the growth stage? Lin Ran was excited and immediately used the beast appraisal device. Growth stage snow maiden beast. Attributes: ice type, ghost type. Level: 3rd tier upper. Skills: absolute zero punch, frost breath, dream magic sound, absolute ice domain, ice blessing. Aptitude: C. Rating: 48. This. You said it would only master 3 skills or evolve to growth stage, but how did both happen? Lin Ran was both excited and astonished. Only a very few beasts experience this phenomenon. It's a special case, the system explained. Haha, now let's see what they can do to me. Lin Ran immediately rushed out, holding the snow maiden beast. Look everyone, this is another beast I've bred. If you don't believe me, come and examine it. Lin Ran shouted, holding up the snow maiden beast. The middle-aged man was shocked. Wasn't this the juvenile snow maiden beast he saw yesterday? How did it suddenly evolve to growth stage? Everyone crowded around, staring at the snow maiden beast intently. The snow maiden beast was already annoyed, and now being stared at constantly made it even more irritated. What were these creepy humans looking at? It doesn't look like it's taken any catalyst pills. And this snow maiden beast is of excellent quality. It's only at growth stage, but the purple hair on its head is already so lush. People whispered among themselves, studying the snow maiden beast. What does this prove? Anyone can just bring a random beast and claim they bred it. Who would believe that? The middle-aged man shouted, seeing things weren't going his way. Just then, a blonde girl with twin tails in the crowd called out. I can testify. She had actually just been passing by and heard about this incident, feeling quite panicked since her snow maiden beast was still being fostered and bred at this shop. But when Lin Ran brought out the snow maiden beast, she was stunned. At first, she thought it wasn't her beast, but through the mental connection of their beast contract, she immediately became excited. In just one short day, her snow maiden beast had evolved to this extent. It was truly miraculous. This snow maiden beast is mine. I left it here for breeding. In just one day, it evolved from juvenile to growth stage. It's absolutely amazing. The blonde girl immediately commanded her snow maiden beast, which flew toward her. What? One day? Juvenile to growth stage? Are you sure you're not working together? The crowd didn't believe it, since such a powerful beast breeder couldn't possibly exist in this small city. I'm a student at Xuanzhong Beast Academy. I swear on the academy's reputation that I'm absolutely not lying. The girl pulled out her school badge and shouted. The middle-aged man panicked. The situation was being exposed, and this girl was actually from Xuanzhong Beast Academy, which he had never expected. Xuanzhong Beast Academy was the most powerful academy in Xuanzhong City and the cradle of master-level beast tamers. Moreover, being located in the inner city of Xuanzhong, this was a place where only the wealthy and noble or master-level beast tamers of 6 stars and above could afford to live. People like them, residing in the outer city, were practically considered country bumpkins. Lin Ran took a deep breath, lowered his gaze, and pointed sharply at the middle-aged man. Is framing people fun for you? You moron. As his words fell, the crowd around them was stunned by the academy emblem of Xuanzhong, mystical beast academy that flashed on his chest. It was a symbol of status, and swearing by the academy's name could only mean that this young man was truly a breeding master. The middle-aged man cursed inwardly. What a perfect plan. How could it have gone wrong? Since they'd already torn off the mask, might as well go all the way, just eliminate this kid directly. His right hand moved to his waist, drawing a gleaming dagger as stellar power instantly flowed into it. While everyone's attention was still on Lin Ran, he shot forward like a released bowstring. Watch out, the blonde girl cried out. Only then did everyone react, but the dagger was already less than a centimeter from Lin Ran's chest. Bang! Metal fragments exploded as the dagger disintegrated midair, and a crushing energy that made hearts skip beats rebounded, sending the man crashing to the ground like a broken sack, covered in blood. Damn, he actually tried to ambush me. How despicable. Lin Ran had acted passively, silently questioning in his mind. Was that you who intervened just now? As long as you're in this shop, even a 9th-tier beast tamer couldn't harm a hair on your head. I've already destroyed his cultivation. The system's voice was calm, yet revealed unquestionable power. Lin Ran was secretly alarmed, once again experiencing the system's unfathomable strength, silently resolving never to provoke it lightly in the future. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. No one had seen how Lin Ran had acted, only feeling the aura emanating from his body like mountains pressing down. 6 stars? 7 stars? Speculative voices rose one after another. So powerful. Not only a true breeding master, but also a master-level beast tamer. What an expert. It was all that villain slander, despicable. He deserved it. Master, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Someone in the crowd called out for mercy. The blonde girl was also stunned. This outer city youth, around her own age, actually possessed such profound cultivation. Apologies rang out continuously, and several people wanted to ask Lin Ran to help breed their mystical beasts, but Lin Ran waved them off. No time. At this moment, he only cared about points. Almost enough now. Better to become a beast tamer first. Meanwhile, the bloodied man was quietly carried away by others, destination unknown. Lin Ran gestured for the onlookers to disperse, and after a moment, only the blonde girl remained. Are you really a master-level beast tamer? She hesitantly asked. Lin Ran smiled slightly without answering, but secretly felt pleased. So this is how good it feels to be respected. Thanks for earlier, by the way. What's your name? He suddenly asked in return. Oh, you're welcome. I'm Feng Ruodong, the girl replied, her pretty face slightly flushed. Good, I'll remember you. But please pay your bill first. Lin Ran pulled out his phone, indicating payment, eager to rush toward beast tamer qualification. Feng Ruodong scanned the code without hesitation to pay 50,000, no longer harboring any doubt about this shop. Ding. 50 points acquired, current total, 130 points. The system's voice echoed in Lin Ran's mind. Here it comes, here it comes. Lin Ran was thrilled, practically bouncing with excitement. Feng Ruodong hadn't left yet, and was staring at him intently, her expression dazed. She was stunned. How could this man, who seemed about her age, possess such terrifying cultivation and master such advanced breeding techniques? Truly, there were always greater masters beyond oneself, and higher heavens above. Lin Ran finally noticed her gaze and muttered to himself. What the hell? Why is she staring at me like that? Is she lusting after my body? How shameless. A strange surge of confidence suddenly welled up in his heart. Feng Ruodong snapped back to reality and caught sight of that sleazy smile on Lin Ran's face. Her pretty face instantly flushed red as she hastily said goodbye and hurried away. Finally, she's gone. Now I can get down to business. Lin Ran excitedly rushed to the shop entrance and pulled down the metal shutter with a loud clang. He called up the system store in his mind and spent 100 points without hesitation to exchange for the stellar spirit elixir. With a flash of gentle light, a crystal-clear bottle appeared in his palm. How do I drink this? Lin Ran asked, looking up. Just drink it directly. Be careful not to choke, the system replied flatly. Lin Ran shrugged, stopped overthinking, tilted his head back, pressed the bottle to his lips, and gulped down the entire liquid. The cool liquid slid down his throat and instantly turned scorching hot, rushing straight to his dantian. Ah! He couldn't help but groan. His skin turned from white to red, his body surface burning so hot it seemed ready to emit steam. The surging energy in his dantian rushed through his meridians, crashing violently against his acupoints. Each breakthrough made him grit his teeth in pain, sweat pouring down like rain. Soon, all 720 acupoints throughout his body were opened one by one. Light blue energy interconnected within his body like a starry river in the night sky. The pain suddenly vanished, replaced by surging power. His body felt light as a feather, strength filled every fiber, and his senses became so sharp he could clearly hear birds chirping outside the window. Is this the power of a beast tamer? So strong. Lin Ran clenched his fist, thinking to himself, if I were back in my old world, I could definitely take on 10 guys at once. Congratulations to the host for becoming a beast tamer and receiving a beginner's gift package. The incubation pool has also been unlocked. The system notification chimed. Immediately after, the small pool behind Lin Ran suddenly burst with golden light, so dazzling it made him squint, before quickly dimming. Where is it? Give me the beginner's gift package now. He looked around excitedly. The host has received one opportunity to enter a super dimension, plus one free use of the incubation pool. Lin Ran's eyes were full of anticipation. From the literal meaning, he could deduce that the incubation pool would bring him his first magical beast. But thinking that he might get another creature like that orange shadow cat made his heart sink. The system timely displayed a pop-up. The current incubation pool is at level 1 and can only incubate magical beasts with bloodlines below 6th tier. 6th tier probability 5, 5th tier 10, 4th tier 20, below 4th tier 65. Lin Ran frowned. A lottery? Only 5 for 6th tier? That's way too low. Can it be upgraded? The host can upgrade it independently. Upgrading to level 2 requires 1,000 points. Level 3 requires 10,000 points. Level 4 and above are not yet available. The host can silently chant incubation pool to bring up the interface and check it personally. As soon as the words finished, Lin Ran immediately chanted silently in his mind. The panel appeared, and he stared intently at the rows of data, examining them carefully. A level 2 incubation pool could breed exotic beasts with 9th tier bloodlines at its peak, though the chances were incredibly slim at just 0.1. A level 3 pool's success rate skyrocketed to 10, with even a 0.01 possibility of nurturing legendary divine tier exotic beasts. Lin Ran felt his scalp tingle as he read this across the entire continent. 9th tier was already the pinnacle, and those so-called divine tier beasts were beast kings that dominated entire regions, virtually impossible for humans to tame. Even more outrageous were the level 4 and 5 pools that followed, capable of creating super divine tier exotic beasts. But when his eyes swept to the required points, he was instantly stunned. How many zeros was that? With his current savings, he shouldn't even dream about it. However, even a level 1 incubation pool had heaven-defying effects. On Blue Ocean Star, a 6th tier bloodline exotic beast started at 200,000 star coins, equivalent to 200 points. At this thought, Lin Ran felt both excited and anxious. Taking a deep breath to calm himself could plan for the future later. But right now the most important thing was to see what his first exotic beast would be. He pressed his palms together, muttering under his breath, Jade Emperor bless me, Queen Mother of the West bless me, Jesus bless me, ancestors bless me. After praying to every deity he could think of, he closed his eyes and shouted, activate the incubation pool. The previously dim pool suddenly burst with golden light, pulsing like a heartbeat. A dark shadow solidified within the golden radiance, and with a muffled thump, a four-legged creature stumbled out. Lin Ran's eyes white and gray fur covered its body, while its face and belly were snow white, with two sapphire-like eyes blinking curiously. This is a freaking husky. His voice cracked. The more he looked, the more it resembled the one he'd raised back on Earth. Lin Ran rushed forward and parted the tuft of gray fur on its forehead, and sure enough a light red star-shaped birthmark was clearly visible. Holy crap, it really is you or Bao. He scooped up the dog and rubbed it vigorously. The husky seemed to recognize its former master too, frantically licking his palms while barking woof, woof, woof nonstop. However, the next second, Lin Ran pushed it away and shouted, "Oh, you're my first exotic beast? I want to trade." "Not possible," the system responded coldly. Looking at this silly dog, he felt almost desperate, but curiosity drove him to pull out his pet identification device. Text appeared on the light screen. Juvenile, Star Wolfhound. Attribute, Wind Element. Level, First Tier Midgrade. Skills, Vicious Dog Assault, Sharp Howl. Aptitude, F rating, 15. Lin Ran wanted to cry. Originally he'd hoped to start with a 6th tier bloodline, but ended up with only 4th tier, and the bottom of 4th tier at that. Couldn't you have picked a more powerful bloodline when you reincarnated? You're such a disappointment, Bao. He nearly burst into tears on the spot. But then again, this was his most beloved pet, and emotion immediately took over. System, how do I form a contract with him? Soothe the exotic beast's emotions, gather Star's spiritual power in both hands to cover its head, and the contract will be complete. The system replied with its usual coldness. Lin Ran immediately followed the instructions. The Star Wolfhound showed no wariness toward him, and the contract was completed instantly. The next moment, a dim starry sky appeared in his mind, with one particular star in the center lighting up. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mystical beast, unlocked interdimensional storage space, and received a skill book as a reward. The system announced. Lin Ran was still mentally connecting with his newly contracted Star Wolf when suddenly his right index finger grew warm, and a deep blue ring with intricate patterns carved on its surface materialized. He jumped up excitedly and shouted, "What skill book? Where is it?" "It's in the storage space. The host only needs to sense the star ring to enter." The system replied briefly. Lin Ran immediately closed his eyes and directed his mental energy toward the ring. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into a small space no larger than 5 square meters. The surroundings were pitch black like the deep sea, with only a brilliant blue book radiating starlight floating quietly in the center of the floor. Divine Mind Technique. He was stunned for half a second, then shouted with wild joy. It's actually the Divine Mind Technique, the long-lost beast tamer skill. The value of this secret art went beyond money. It allowed beast tamers to manifest their star's spiritual power early, controlling physical objects like telekinesis. Even more incredible was that once mastered, it could break through the limitation of summoning beasts only one tier higher, allowing tamers with sufficient star spiritual power to forcibly summon beasts 4 or 5 tiers above their own level. Thinking of this, Lin Ran exclaimed, "Wow, this is so powerful. What a bargain." Even his disdain for the Star Wolf instantly faded. Sensing its master's excitement, the Star Wolf raised its head, wagged its tail, and barked happily. Lin Ran suddenly remembered he still had some points left and opened the system shop. The interface that appeared had completely changed. Supreme Spirit Beast Contract 100 points. Low-grade Beast Binding Lock 50 points. Mid-grade Beast Binding Lock 500 points. Berserk Potion 500 points. Low-grade Spirit Gathering Pill 1000 points. Is there no more Star Spirit Divine Liquid? I was planning to get rich selling that. So much for that dream. Lin Ran muttered disappointedly. If he could mass-produce that stuff, countless people without Star spiritual power would flock to buy it. But alas, his dream was shattered. Seeing nothing worth exchanging for now, he sat back down and opened the Mystical Beast Encyclopedia to practice spatial summoning. Gathering Star spiritual power in his right hand, he slashed forward whoosh. A light portal half a person's height appeared. The Star Wolf wagged its tail and jumped through. With another thought from Lin Ran, the portal reopened and the Star Wolf obediently ran out. After multiple repetitions, he had mastered the rhythm of this back and forth perfectly. Afterward, he closed his eyes in contemplation, repeatedly studying the cultivation method for Divine Mind Technique, the perfect fusion of mental power and Star spiritual power. But at every crucial moment, he always fell just short of success. Sigh. Lin Ran let out a soft sigh. Forget it for now. I should head to the super dimension. I need to gather more mystical beast ingredients and materials to earn points. System, which dimension is suitable for my Star Wolf? Matching dimensions. Selected dimension, Wind Forest Sea Mountain. The system's electronic voice remained as flat as usual. Lin Ran was surprised. Wind Forest Sea Mountain again? What a coincidence, but at least I know my way around. What's the time limit? 5 days. This is the maximum duration a super dimension can remain open. Alright, let's go. Lin Ran was thrilled 5 whole days. Not only could he significantly boost the Star Wolf's strength, but he could also gather exotic beast food and other resources. Just thinking about it made him giddy with excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, a crack resembling a purple vertical pupil suddenly tore open in midair, and dark, twisted forces dragged his entire body forward. Dizziness overwhelmed him as the world spun upside down, wind howling in his ears. Once again, he experienced that eerie weightlessness of having his soul pulled from his body. After just a few breaths, the sensation of his feet touching solid ground yanked him back to reality. The system's mechanical yet clear voice immediately followed. Host has successfully arrived at the Wind Forest Sea Mountain dimension. Time limit, 5 days. During this period, the host receives System Protection Absolute Defense. Lin Ran surveyed his surroundings. Dense dark green forests, cool mist, and the unfamiliar scent of vegetation. He remembered spending 2 full days traversing this dimension last time, thinking he had explored every area. Yet here was another completely unfamiliar landscape. This place was even more vast than he had imagined. With practiced ease, like drawing back a curtain, he raised his hand and swept it to the right. A ghostly white portal materialized, and the Star Wolf came bounding out excitedly, its gray-blue fur bristling with movement as it barked enthusiastically at him. Through their mental bond, Lin Ran sensed its jubilant emotions. The wind elements in this area were astonishingly dense, practically a paradise for wind-type beasts. However, a loho suddenly penetrated his eardrums from all directions, making his scalp tingle. The star wolf instantly raised its tail and cowered trembling beside Lin Ran's feet. Lin Ran gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze rapidly scanning the forest, ready for battle at any moment. The next second, a bull-thick gray-brown branch shot through the air, so fast it left only a blur. Thud! The branch pierced straight through the star wolf's abdomen, blood spurting up only to be absorbed midair. The branch maintained its momentum, as if intent on skewering Lin Ran as well. Fortunately, the pale golden barrier granted by the system appeared, and the branch crumbled to dust upon contact. The star wolf's corpse hit the ground with a thud, limbs convulsing a few times before quickly withering like dried wood, its eyes clouding and bulging. Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine. How terrifying. He immediately called out the system skill. Revive in place. Pale green light enveloped the corpse, and the star wolf suddenly flipped over and stood up, though its entire body continued trembling, clearly still haunted by the shadow of death. Lin Ran suppressed his palpitations and searched for the attacker. Finally, in the shadows about 10 meters away, a grotesque withered tree came into view. Its twisted trunk resembled shriveled human limbs, with an ancient, fierce face full of cracks embedded in the center. Around its roots was a circle of scorched black earth where nothing could grow. He immediately pulled out his beast identification device, and a blue light swept across. Mature demon tree spirit. Attributes: wind type, demon type. Level: 4th tier upper. Skills: life drain, demon descent, wind-breaking tree spear, 10,000 wood spikes. Aptitude: E. Overall rating: 41-inch. 4th tier. Lin Ran gasped. But just then, he noticed a sinister red glow behind the demon tree spirit, a finger's-sized, blood-red, translucent gem. System: what is that? He asked in a lowered voice. Demon blood essence. A crystal that demon-type beasts have a chance to condense when near death. Demon-type beasts below 6th tier can directly advance 1 tier after absorption. Market value approximately 200,000 blue star coins. 200,000. Lin Ran's eyes lit up. He didn't have any demon-type beasts, but selling it would still net him a fortune. Moreover, this demon tree spirit clearly had a declining aura and was at death's door. There couldn't be a better opportunity. Charge. Air bow, bite it to death. Lin Ran roared. The star wolf was still terrified but obeyed the command nonetheless. It whimpered twice, a pale red star flickering above its head as it suddenly burst forward, vicious dog assault. Boom. The star wolf slammed hard into the demon tree spirit's tangled roots, its fangs tearing at the bark as wood chips flew everywhere. The demon tree spirit let out a hoarse roar, and putrid black gas spewed from the cracks in its trunk. The star wolf's pupils instantly lost focus, its limbs freezing rigidly in Placia classic demon descent, capable of dragging targets into a mental abyss. Air bow. Lin Ran immediately issued a retreat command through their contract, but it was already too late. Lin Ran quickly transmitted the order through the beast contract, but it was too late. The star wolf had already fallen deep into the trap and was simultaneously pierced by a branch that drained its life force. Instant revival. The star wolf hound appeared once again. The demon tree spirit's ancient bark-like face twisted slightly, as if puzzled. Why couldn't this wolfhound be killed? Bow. Use piercing howl. Lin Ran issued the command through their beast contract. At this moment, the beast tamer served as the creature's brain, needing to provide the most precise battle strategy. This plane had become the perfect battlefield for honing his commanding abilities. Receiving the order, the star wolfhound's star marking on its head instantly turned blood red, and an ear-piercing howl exploded from its throat. The demon tree spirit, still dazed, failed to defend in time. Its soul felt as if pierced by a blade, causing the entire massive tree to shake violently. Piercing howl succeeded. Excellent. Attack its roots with everything you've got. Lin Ran had long identified this ancient tree spirit's weakness. Its roots were the most fragile, yet because it couldn't move, they were heavily defended. Now that its defenses were broken, this was the perfect opportunity. The star wolfhound lunged at the tree roots, ramming them repeatedly. Its canine fighting instincts overcame fear, and despite its head becoming bloodied from the impacts, it showed no signs of retreat. Lin Ran, following behind, was stunned. This husky that usually trembled with fear was now fierce beyond belief. Good. Keep up the momentum. Finish it. Before he could complete his sentence, the piercing howl suppression ended. The demon tree spirit retaliated in fury, its scythe-like branches instantly slicing the star wolf hound to pieces. Revive Aldiathrevel. Again the cycle repeated, just like the orange shadow cat's earlier tragedy. After falling for the 17th time, the star wolf hound was suddenly enveloped in dark green light. The next second, a wind attribute energy wave shot from its mouth, piercing through the tree spirit's chest. In an instant, the demon tree spirit's remaining life force vanished. Lin Ran clenched his fist in excitement. It's Wind Demon Cloak and Wind Demon Roar. Learning two high-tier wind techniques at once, this big dog was simply heaven-defying. He rushed to the tree spirit's corpse and bent down to collect the demon blood crystal, but saw the star wolf hound suddenly dart forward. Crunch. It swallowed the blood crystal in one bite. Its gem-like blue eyes instantly turned blood red as the wolf hound howled toward the sky. What are you doing? That was worth 200,000. Spit it out right now. Lin Ran collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth in despair. Soon, he noticed changes in the star wolf hound's appearance and quickly pulled out his beast identification device. The screen displayed Juvenile Dark Star Wolf Hound. Attributes: Wind, Demon. Level: Second Tier Upper Class. Skills: Vicious Dog Assault, Piercing Howl, Wind Demon Cloak, Wind Demon Roar, Demon Descent. Aptitude: C rating, 30. Dark Star Wolf Hound. Lin Ran was stunned. The newly added Demon attribute was clearly listed obviously. The blood crystal had triggered a mutation. Beasts could mutate under extreme conditions, but the outcome was highly unstable, either becoming incredibly powerful or completely ruined. The Beast Encyclopedia even recorded a dragon-type beast that devolved into a snake due to malignant mutation. Yet this star wolfhound before him had clearly evolved in a stronger direction. Just as a juvenile, it already possessed second-tier upper-class combat power. This was simply heaven-defying. Lin Ran carefully examined the dark star wolf and noticed that not only had its eyes turned red, but its gray fur now had several streaks of blood red mixed in, and the pale red star on its head had turned completely crimson. Your looks just went up a whole level. Bao, you've become so handsome. Amazing, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The dark star wolf proudly lifted its chin, wagging its tail like a windmill. Hey, don't get cocky just because I complimented you. Get back to hunting monsters. You cost me 200,000, so you better earn it back fast. Lin Ran shouted. Woof! The dark star wolf let out a defiant growl, but still darted into the dense forest to continue hunting. Lin Ran stayed in this dimension for 5 consecutive days and accidentally discovered an extremely convenient method. Whenever he felt hungry or exhausted, he would simply kill himself and then revive with full health and maximum stats. Using this absurd mechanism, he swept almost every rare item and glowing crystal he could see into his storage space. Even when he ventured into the palaces of divine-level beasts, he could only cover his head and run for his life. Meanwhile, at Xuanzhong Beast Academy, the annual assessment tournament was in full swing. Feng Ruodong had originally planned to arrive at school early in the morning, but was delayed because her snow maiden beast was still at Lin Ran's shop. The academy covered a vast area, with a plaza comparable to an airport in the center, though it was now completely empty. All students were at the tournament venue. She jogged across the empty plaza, and the massive arena several hundred meters away was already buzzing with activity. Her match was originally scheduled for the afternoon, but she had received notice before leaving that due to schedule changes, her time had been moved up, making her heart race with nervousness. Good, it's not my turn yet. Feng Ruodong breathed a sigh of relief and sat down among her classmates. Where have you been? You disappeared all morning. I looked everywhere for you. Her friend Zhang Tiantian whispered. I want to pick up my snow maiden beast. You wouldn't believe it, there's an incredibly amazing breeding shop in the outer city. Feng Ruodong kept her voice low but couldn't hide her excitement. A shop in a place like the outer city? How amazing could it be compared to our inner city? Zhang Tiantian curled her lips dismissively. Feng Ruodong didn't bother explaining and glanced at the big screen because the previous contestant had suddenly fallen ill. She was about to be called up early. As the whistle blew and the previous match ended, she quickly stood up. Ruodong, good luck. Zhang Tiantian and several female classmates waved in encouragement. Feng Ruodong nodded and hurried onto the arena. Her opponent also stepped up, about 5 feet 7 inches tall, with short black hair and gold-rimmed glasses that reflected the lights, his sharp gaze radiating confidence. You're from class 3, right? Don't worry, I'm always gentle with girls, Li Zhe said with a smile, seeming confident of victory. Alright, the match is best of 3 rounds, with only 1 beast allowed per round. Harming the beast's lives is forbidden, and deliberately injuring people is even more prohibited, or you'll face expulsion. The match begins. The referee announced coldly from the sidelines. Li Zhe appeared completely relaxed as he casually swept his right hand, creating a portal of light from which emerged a tiger wreathed entirely in flames. It's a flame spirit tiger, a magical beast with 6th-tier bloodline, the announcer's voice boomed. Though currently only in its growth stage at approximately 4th-tier lower rank, this demonstrates that student Li Zhe is at least a 3-star beast tamer truly promising for his age. The audience erupted in excited chatter. Common knowledge told everyone that ordinary beast tamers could only reliably control magical beasts 1 tier above their own level. Anything higher risked losing control. Yet Li Zhe made it look effortless, earning the awe and respect of many fellow students. On the other side, Feng Ruodong's expression darkened slightly. Faced with such a formidable opponent, should she deploy her snow maiden beast or reveal an even stronger trump card? After a brief moment of contemplation, the referee's taunt student, "Are you too scared to summon anything?" snapped her back to reality. She decided to test Li Zhe's cultivation methods, as the overwhelming presence of that orange shadow cat still lingered vividly in her memory. Feng Ruodong similarly swept her right hand, opening a portal that radiated cold light, from which a purple-haired sprite gracefully flew out. "Wow, it's reached growth stage already," Zhang Tiantian exclaimed in surprise. "Just a few days ago I saw a juvenile snow maiden beast." Li Zhe raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging the creature's exceptional potential, but quickly assessed. Third-tier strength, nothing to worry about. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Flame Spirit Tiger, attack." Roar. The tiger's roar shook the arena, a genuine tiger's roar skill carrying fierce intimidation that swept across the venue. Many students in the audience felt dizzy and their ears rang, while Feng Ruodong's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. This power far exceeded the orange shadow cat's roar. Just as she was about to direct her snow maiden beast, she watched the little sprite gently flap its delicate wings and soar into the air, parting its lips to release a melodious song. Slumber's enchantment. A high-tier ghost-type skill, the announcer exclaimed excitedly. It can significantly weaken an opponent's combat effectiveness. Sound waves rippled toward the flame's spirit tiger, and its flames visibly dimmed as its battle power was cut in half. When did it learn that? Feng Ruotong stood stunned. Li Zhe's expression also grew serious. Not only had his tiger's roar failed to intimidate the opponent, but his own side had lost half its combat power. "Damn it! Take it down," Li Zhe commanded through their mental link. The flame spirit tiger shook its head violently, eyes blazing with fury as it reignited with scorching flames. It raised its head in an angry roar and spat out a spinning vortex of fire, with rolling waves of heat instantly engulfing the arena. Li Zhe smiled confidently. "High-tier fire attack, let's see how you handle this." The temperature soared, and even the audience could feel the air becoming scorching hot. As the wall of fire bore down on her, despair flashed in Feng Ruodong's eyes. However, in the next second, the snow maiden beast erupted with bone-chilling cold, instantly expanding a domain of extreme frost that both protected her master and dramatically increased her own speed. She condensed frigid air in her right hand, forming a transparent blade, then darted toward the flame spirit tiger in a blur of motion. So fast, everyone watched as a pale blue orb of light shot forward. Boom! The orb collided with the flame vortex, instantly scattering the blazing fire. The flame tiger was encased in frost, frozen into an ice sculpture, and immediately losing its combat ability. First round, Snow Maiden Beast wins. The audience fell into stunned silence, followed by thunderous applause. Someone shouted excitedly, "Ice Domain combined with Absolute Zero Punch. Perfect command from the Beast Tamer." The result of a third-tier battle pet defeating a fourth-tier magical beast left the announcer in awe. "Beautifully done, Feng Ruodong." At the other end of the arena, Li Zhe stared in disbelief at his frozen flame spirit beast, the light in his eyes gradually fading. In contrast, Feng Ruodong was equally stunned. She had barely given any additional commands, yet she won. She suddenly realized that the snow maiden beast before her was no longer something she could easily understand. But Li Zhe didn't concede defeat, quickly adjusting his strategy. It must be elemental advantage. He immediately summoned his second battle pet, an Earth-type giant rock serpent. "Oomph, just elemental suppression. Let's see how you handle my fourth-tier mature giant rock serpent." As a light portal appeared, a serpent dozens of meters long emerged with its head held high, its thick rocky armor gleaming heavily under the lights. The announcer called out loudly, "Li Zhe's second magical beast enters the stage. Judging by its length and armor density, it's been excellently trained." Feng Ruodong took a deep breath, determined to see the Snow Maiden Beast's true limits. Snow Maiden Beast, Frost Breath. The Snow Maiden Beast spun in the air and breathed out a pale blue mist that instantly enveloped the giant rock serpent. However, the ice mist shattered against the rocky armor upon contact, proving almost ineffective against Earth-type creatures. Li Zhe was prepared, unleashing 3 consecutive Beast Tamer skills: Speed Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, and Defense Enhancement. Crimson runes merged into the giant rock serpent's body, making it appear even more massive as its tail whipped like a blade. Not to be outdone, Feng Ruodong, also a 3-star Beast Tamer, applied 3 enhancements to her Snow Maiden Beast. Her purple hair grew slightly longer, her eyes turned pale purple, and her ethereal song rang out once more. Li Zhe sneered, "Don't think you can use the same trick twice." Giant Rock Serpent, Rock Crush. The giant rock serpent slammed its tail into the ground, eyes glowing red as 2 massive boulders materialized from thin air, crushing toward the Snow Maiden Beast. As the rocks closed in, it seemed she would be pulverized in the next second. "You've lost. I don't want to harm your Snow Maiden Beast." Li Zhe sighed in relief, thinking victory was assured. But Feng Ruodong bit her lip, her mind racing for a solution. At that moment, pale blue patterns suddenly appeared on the Snow Maiden Beast's surface, and a complete ice crystal encased her entirely. As light burst forth, the small figure within the ice underwent a dramatic transformation. Her original sprite-like form grew taller into that of a young girl, her expression cold and ethereal. The audience erupted in gasps. That's Ice Blessing, the legendary ice-type divine technique of ultimate enhancement. The announcer's voice was hoarse with excitement. Feng Ruodong watched her snow maiden beast with both joy and nervousness. She suddenly realized that the outer city might be hiding an immeasurable breeding master. If the academy got involved, the consequences would be unpredictable. The ice crystal cracked. The snow maiden beast pushed with both arms, forcibly shattering the two massive boulders, then transformed into a streak of cold light, instantly teleporting above the giant rock serpent's head. Facing the stone skull several times larger than herself, she raised her fist and gently brought it down. Crack! Fissures spread rapidly from the point of impact. The giant rock serpent's eyes lost focus as it crashed to the ground. Life and death hung by a thread. Clearly Feng Ruodong had ordered restraint at the last moment, or her opponent would have been completely destroyed. The entire venue erupted. Li Zhe actually lost 2 rounds in a row, and he had no chance to fight back. Completely annihilated. I lost so completely. Li Zhe stood frozen in place, watching his 2 fourth-tier beasts get instantly defeated in a single exchange. The shock nearly shattered his confidence entirely. Congratulations to Feng Ruodong for winning this match. The host raised Feng Ruodong's hand high as the arena erupted in cheers. I won. Feng Ruodong stared at Li Zhe's dejected figure, her emotions still in turmoil. Throughout the entire battle, she had barely done anything. It was all her snow maiden beast's instinctive reactions. Especially that incredible final skill. In just one day, her snow maiden beast had not only evolved, but also mastered 3 techniques she'd never even heard of. My God, what kind of terrifying breeding shop was that? Thunderous applause and cheers swept through the venue. In the VIP section, a bald, burly man clicked his tongue in amazement. 2 high-tier skills plus 1 legendary skill. Principal Yi Kuei, you've been keeping secrets. Only then did Yi Kuei snap back to reality, equally stunned. There was actually such an inconspicuous student in the academy? Once the competition ended, he'd definitely need to have a serious talk with her homeroom teacher. Haha, naturally. Our academy has always been full of hidden talents, he replied with a diplomatic smile to the burly man. I want this student's file. She joins my Xuanzhong treasure hunting team straight after graduation, the man declared without ceremony. Such promising talent obviously belongs in the military. A treasure hunting team isn't worthy, a woman in a red beret and dark green military uniform interjected coldly. In this world, the military held the greatest power, but the government-formed treasure hunting teams had risen rapidly in recent years with staggering wealth, seemingly poised to overshadow the military. The 2 factions were like oil and water, leaving Yi Kuei to smile diplomatically at both sides. Feng Ruodong descended from the arena amid tsunami-like cheers. Along the way, many male students cast intense yet reserved glances her way, making her somewhat uncomfortable. Impressive. You quietly developed such an amazing snow maiden beast. Looks like you'll land somewhere good after graduation. I'm so envious. Her classmates' gazes mixed admiration with subtle jealousy. After all, this was their final grade assessment before graduation, directly affecting their futures. Feng Ruodong's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment, knowing she had contributed almost nothing to this victory. As soon as she sat down, Zhang Tiantian grabbed her hand and whispered urgently. Tell me, what happened to your snow maiden beast? I told you there's this incredibly powerful new breeding shop in the outer city. That's where my snow maiden beast was trained. Feng Ruodong whispered back. That's impossible. You have to take me there tomorrow. Zhang Tiantian was clearly skeptical but couldn't contain her excitement. Before they knew it, evening had fallen. In the outer city, on a secluded commercial street. Inside, Ranran's pet house. Lin Ran had just returned from another dimension and was enthusiastically cataloging his spoils. The dazzling array of treasures before him included some he recognized and many more he couldn't identify. 3 items in particular had been stolen from a divine beast's palace at great personal cost. Upload all items to inventory. The system's cold prompt echoed in his mind. First tell me what these 3 are, Lin Ran asked. The 9 Heavens Wind Demon Pill, priced at 500,000, has a chance to instantly elevate a 7th-tier wind-type beast with wind bloodline to the 8th tier upon consumption, while randomly granting a powerful wind-based skill. The Single Mark Earth Emperor Pill, priced at 300,000, allows juvenile Earth-type beasts to directly advance to their mature form after consumption. The Supreme Clarity Pill, priced at 100,000, is used to enhance beast aptitude. The system's cold voice echoed through the seemingly harmless little shop. I'm rich. Holy crap. Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he nearly jumped behind the counter. But just as his excitement reached his throat, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait, no? These are so expensive that most people can't afford them. He took deep breaths to slow his racing heart, then retrieved the refined jade boxes provided by the system. carefully packaging all 3 pills and placing them prominently in the center of the shelves as the store's treasures. Please appraise these as well. He dumped all his remaining loot onto the counter. System appraisal in progress. 1. 10 types of beast ingredients, priced between 350 to 750 points each. 2. 7 types of beast materials, priced between 1,200 to 1,600 points each. 3. The rest are junk and can be discarded directly. Only 17 items. How disappointing, and I went through all that trouble collecting them one by one. Lin Ran complained outwardly, but inside he was bubbling with joy, especially considering those 3 pills were worth a fortune. However, his smile lasted only a few seconds before he suddenly realized that these ingredients and materials were priced well above market average. If he actually tried to sell them, not only would there be few buyers, but people might suspect it was a shady operation. Even so, he carefully boxed each item, keeping only the specialized food for the Dark Star Wolf, and placed everything else on the shelves, waiting for the right customers to appear. After finishing the arrangements, he raised his hand and summoned the Dark Star Wolf again. White light rose as the massive wolf stepped out of the dimensional portal. In just a few days, it had completed its mutation and advanced to mature form, its body noticeably larger than before. Its fangs gleamed snow white, and its tail tip showed an ominous blood-red color, making it appear even more menacing. However, having advanced to lower 4th tier, it now exceeded Lin Rant's current mental control range. The moment it appeared, it began growling continuously, its aura becoming increasingly chaotic. Warning: Beast has lost control and is unleashing purification power. Red text flashed frantically before Lin Rant's eyes. It was so obedient in the dimension, why is it going berserk the moment it comes out? Lin Ran broke out in a cold sweat. The dimension itself contains purification power that can suppress advancement backlash in beasts and protect the host's safety, the system replied calmly. Lin Ran fell silently was merely a novice beast tamer who hadn't even stabilized at 1 star, yet he was already rushing to obtain high-tier combat power. He had indeed been too hasty. He raised the beast identification device, and a light screen appeared. Mature Dark Star Wolf. Attributes: Wind type, Demon type. Level: lower 4th tier. Skills: Vicious Dog Assault, Shriek, Wind Demon Cloak, Wind Demon Howl, Demon Descent, Hell's Roar, Phantom Clone. Aptitude: C. Potential Index: 45. The basic breeding platform can only accommodate up to 4th tier. Lin Ran sighed. I need to earn points quickly. He spent 10 points to activate the breeding platform, forcibly dragging the still growling wolf inside, and gently patted its rough head in comfort. Good boy, once I learn the divine sense technique, I'll be able to fully control you, big dog. With all procedures set up, Lin Ran let out a long breath, grabbed his keys, turned off the lights, locked the door, and finally hopped on his electric scooter, speeding all the way home. Mom, I'm home. Lin Ran called out loudly as he parked his creaky little electric scooter, pulled off his helmet, and stepped into the courtyard. You're back a bit late today. Looks like business was good at the shop. Wang Qian came out carrying freshly heated dishes, the rising steam carrying the aroma of food straight to his nose. Yeah, not bad. Lin Ran rubbed his aching shoulders, wearing a smile meant to reassure his mother. Just as the dishes hit the table, he suddenly looked up. Mom, do you think I could suddenly have an awakening and become a beast tamer? Wang Qian's hand trembled slightly, her spoon clinking against the bowl's edge. She knew why her son was so obsessed with this idea. His congenital defect meant he could never awaken, something the hospital had confirmed repeatedly. She took a breath, her voice filled with helplessness. Renner, the doctors were very clear. With your physical condition, there's really no hope. By the end, her eyes were red with tears. Lin Ran had only meant to test the waters casually, but he hadn't expected such a strong reaction from his mother. The word system nearly slipped from his throat, and he immediately tensed up. The system's existence could never be known by anyone. To avoid letting the atmosphere grow more depressing, he buried his head in his rice, swallowing the topic along with his food. After dinner, he quickly took a hot shower and returned to his room. The bedroom wasn't large, with Beast Tamer Alliance posters on the walls, star beast silhouettes swaying in the dim yellow light. He sat cross-legged in the center of his bed, took a deep breath, held it, and began practicing the divine mind technique. The book said that when mental power was severely depleted and one was extremely weak, the chances of fusing with star spirit power were actually highest. Lin Ran was perfectly exhausted at the moment, so he gritted his teeth and began circulating the technique. Light blue star spirit power and golden mental power swirled outside his body like 2 stubborn streams of water that refused to merge. Once, twice, 3 times. He persevered through gritted teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. You can choose to perform the fusion in your dantian. First, use star spirit power to create a small vortex, then draw the mental power into it. A mechanical, flat voice echoed in his mindit was the system. Lin Ran was startled, then his eyes lit up. Of course, vortex absorption. Such a simple approach, and he hadn't thought of it. Who asked for your help? I would have figured it out myself soon enough, busybody. Though his words were stubborn, he was already quickly following the advice. The system didn't respond again, seemingly too lazy to bother with him. Lin Ran gathered the star spirit power from outside his body, channeling energy from acupoints throughout his body, directing it all toward his dantian. Within moments, a pale blue vortex formed, spinning with an almost inaudible hum. Mental power was drawn along his meridians, flowing steadily into the vortex. As the fusion progressed, the vortex's color deepened, finally transforming into brilliant blue gold that surged toward his limbs and throughout his body. The star spirit power in each acupoint was also dyed the same blue gold, though in lighter shades. After a full 2 hours, he opened his eyes, his pupils seeming to still hold traces of swirling light. On his status panel, his beast tamer level had jumped to 3rd tier. Lin Ran's heart pounded. Just starting out, and already 3rd tier? If I master this divine mind technique completely, wouldn't I go straight to 9th tier? Excitement nearly overwhelmed his fatigue as he threw a punch at the air. Now, he could finally summon the Dark Star Wolfhound at will. However, with his mental power completely drained, drowsiness crashed over him like a tide. He couldn't even be bothered to take off his shoes before collapsing into sleep. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps onto the wall as Lin Ran sat up abruptly. After that night's rest, he felt particularly refreshed and energetic. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ran hurried off to his shop. He jogged the whole way, his mind completely focused on the Dark Star Wolfhound in the breeding chamber, eager to see if there had been any changes after a night of cultivation. As soon as he opened the shop door, he immediately lifted the transparent cover of the breeding chamber. The faint white glow around the Dark Star Wolfhound had already faded. That was the enhancement he had actively controlled last night, which he had now instructed the system to cancel. Lin Ran bent down, gently patted the hound's back, and then pulled out his pet identification device. Adolescent Dark Star Wolfhound. Attributes: Wind Element, Demon Element. Level: 4th tier lower grade. Skills: Vicious Hound Assault, Piercing Howl, Wind Demon Cloak, Wind Demon Roar, Demon Descent, Hellish Roar, Phantom Clone, Demon Imprisonment. Aptitude: C rating 50. As the data appeared on his retina, Lin Ran's eyes lit up. It actually mastered a high-level demon skill, Demon Imprisonment. Wow, well done, buddy. He satisfyingly rubbed the wolfhound's head. After the excitement subsided, reality quickly set in. Lin Ran looked up and asked the system, by the way, how many points does it cost to upgrade the breeding chambers? 1,000 points can upgrade all 3 existing chambers to intermediate breeding chambers simultaneously. For additional breeding chambers, it's 1,000 points per unit. Advanced breeding chambers cannot currently be upgraded or purchased. The host must expand the shop space first. The cold system panel displayed the notification. 1,000 points equals 1 million in cash. Lin Ran frowned, thinking about the meager amount of money in his pocket, and sighed. The shop is too small, and life is so hard. Buddy, I'm sorry, you'll have to make do with the basic chamber for now. I promise I'll work hard to earn money and help you soar. After saying this, he stored the Dark Star Wolfhound in the beast space. After handling everything, he moved a chair to sit by the shop entrance and wait. Although his last demonstration with the Snow Maiden beast had attracted plenty of attention, this street was quite remote with sparse foot traffic. The beast shop across the street had also closed down after that incident, with the owner nowhere to be found. After half an hour with no customers, Lin Ran simply went back to the counter, opened his computer, and started watching movies to pass the time. Around 11:30, a young man wearing headphones and a tracksuit walked in, sweating profusely and bringing a wave of body odor with each step. The young man removed his headphones and said, "Boss, do you have any food for fighting-type beasts? Give me a bag." Lin Ran immediately stood up and searched through the shelves, finally pulling out a few golden leaves from a box. 3-leaf power grass. Long-term use can enhance the strength of fighting-type beasts, and it's quite filling too. 500 yuan. All right, where do I pay? The young man was adjusting his headphones and didn't hear clearly. When he heard the price, he suddenly looked up. How much did you just say? 500 yuan. That's the system pricing. There's nothing I can do about it. Lin Ran shrugged. These few leaves cost 500? Are these made of gold? The young man exclaimed, his gaze sweeping across the shelves. Every item was priced at least 300 yuan, with some costing thousands or even tens of thousands, especially the 3 golden boxes in the center, which had 5-digit price tags. The young man's expression changed instantly. He threw down a ripoff and stormed out, cursing all the way. Lin Ran shrugged, closed the dialogue box, and continued watching his movie. By noon, since he hadn't visited any other dimensions today, he quickly became hungry. He opened a drawer, took out a pack of Master Wong beef noodles, poured in hot water, covered it, and gradually the aroma began to waft up. He sat back at the computer with his instant noodles. So delicious, truly a heavenly taste. Lin Ran watched his movie while eating his instant noodles, completely content. Roadong, are you sure this is the place? It's so remote. Zhang Tiantian said, linking arms with Feng Ruodong. Dust swirled at the end of the narrow alley, and a weathered sign creaked in the wind. Yes, when I passed by last time, I saw an incredibly powerful orange shadow cat right at this shop's entrance. Feng Ruodong recalled the swift orange figure with a smile playing at her lips. So you just left your snow maiden beast here for training? That's so reckless. What if the shop owner fed it some forbidden drugs? Zhang Tiantian lowered her voice, still looking worried. I was concerned at first too, but you've seen the snow maiden beast condition. Its power surged dramatically in just one day. No forbidden drug could achieve that. There must be an expert in this shop, Feng Ruodong said, pointing toward the faded sign at the end of the street that read, Ranran's Pet House. The two walked in arm. The space behind the door was cramped and could be taken in at a glance. Several messy shelves lined with ridiculously expensive pet supplies, yet the corner lacked even the most basic training facilities. Lin Ran was leaning behind the cash register, eating instant noodles with a disposable fork. Seeing customers, he immediately set down the paper bowl, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and flashed an enthusiastic smile. Well, if it isn't the Snow Maiden Beast's owner. What can I get for you today? My shop has everything you need. Before Feng Ruodong could speak, Zhang Tiantian stepped forward with a challenge. Boss, did you really train this Snow Maiden Beast yourself? I don't see any training facilities. She looked around, thinking to herself. The shop is pitifully small, lacking even proper drying space. Yet the items on the shelves are frighteningly expensive. Even high-end shops in the inner city wouldn't dare price things like this. What gives him the right? Lin Ran frowned slightly. Yes, it's our shop's work. But the specific methods are trade secrets, please understand. He could never reveal even a word about the system's existence. Refusing to explain clearly using shady methods. Zhang Tiantian raised her voice, her tone aggressive. Feng Ruodong quickly tugged at her sleeve, whispering, the boss isn't that kind of person. I trust him. She then gave Lin Ran an apologetic smile. Sorry, my friend has a quick temper. We just want to understand the situation. Lin Ran had already guessed their purpose. The Snow Maiden Beast's remarkable results from the advanced training platform had probably brought both owners here to confirm. If you don't trust us, my shop won't force you. Please feel free to leave, he said, sitting back down and returning to his noodles. After a few seconds of silence, Feng Ruodong looked awkwardly at Zhang Tiantian and whispered reproachfully. Look, you've made the boss angry. She then bowed to Lin Ran. Boss, I'm truly sorry. Actually, I came today hoping you could help train my beast again. Lin Ran's eyes lit up with business walking through the door. How could he focus on noodles? Certainly. Same price, 50,000 per day for training, he said readily. 50,000 a day? Zhang Tiantian's voice shot up. Your merchandise is already overpriced, and training costs this much too? Isn't this highway robbery? Ruodong, your Snow Maiden Beast was already exceptionally gifted, he just got lucky. Let's go. She grabbed Feng Ruodong and headed for the door. But Feng Ruodong didn't budge, her gaze determined. I know my Snow Maiden Beast's foundation better than anyone. It could never have undergone such a transformation overnight. Since this place brought about the change, I'm willing to trust and try again. With that, she transferred 50,000 to Lin Ran, plus an additional 5,000 as a thank you fee. Are you crazy? Over 50,000 yuan. That's enough for a month at a premium breeding facility in the inner city. Zhang Tiantian quickly grabbed Feng Ruodong's hand to stop her, but it was too late. The payment notification echoed through the shop, and Lin Ran's smile stretched almost to his ears. Feng Ruodong had just transferred over 50,000 yuan in one go. Excellent, excellent. You've made the right choice in trusting your Snow Maiden Beast to our shop. You absolutely won't be disappointed. He rubbed his hands together, his voice brimming with confidence. Boss, can you achieve the same results as last time? Feng Ruodong lowered her voice, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The effects might not be as good as last time, but it'll definitely learn a new skill or advance by one tier. Lin Ran explained honestly. Last time I used an advanced breeding platform, but this time it's just a basic one. See? He can't even guarantee it. What a scam. Zhang Tiantian was nearly exploding with frustration, stomping his feet. But Feng Ruodong only hesitated briefly before nodding. The Snow Maiden Beast had brought her too many surprises, and she didn't want to miss this opportunity. By the way, do you have any food for Snow Maiden Beasts? I'd like to buy some. Of course. Just a moment. Lin Ran turned and rushed to the shelves, rummaging for a while before emerging with a plant bearing ice blue stems and leaves. Frost Heart Flower, 700 yuan per bloom. After consumption, it can significantly enhance an ice-type beast's frost power, and there's even a chance it might learn new skills. 3 snow white flowers crown the plant's tip. Just these 3 flowers for 700 yuan? My goodness. Zhang Tiantian's worldview shattered on the spot. Actually, it's 700 yuan per flower, and they're not sold separately, all 3 together for 2100 yuan. Lin Ran winked at him. 2100 yuan. Even Feng Ruodong gasped at the price. I just wanted to buy some food. How is this so expensive too? Even though my family's well off, we can't afford to spend like this. Boss, Are you certain these 3 flowers can really enhance frost power and potentially unlock skills? She asked tentatively. Absolutely guaranteed. If there's no effect, feel free to come back for a full refund. Lin Ran thumped his chest resoundingly. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Ruotong gritted her teeth and transferred the 2100 yuan. She then swept her right hand, and amid a swirl of frost, the snow maiden beast materialized on the ground. The little creature first instinctively assumed a battle stance, but upon seeing Lin Ran, it immediately relaxed, its obsidian-like eyes filled with blistoid. This place was paradise. Feng Ruotong's heart stirred. It was so attached to this place, she'd definitely made the right choice. Zhang Tiantian, however, stared at both of them like he'd seen ghosts, especially Lin Ran. Let's go? We still have a competition this afternoon. He really didn't want to stay any longer and practically dragged Feng Ruotong out of the shop. The door chime rang once, and their figures disappeared around the corner. Lin Ran shook his phone, the screen showing an incoming payment of 57,100 yuan. He counted it twice with great satisfaction. Converting to points, 52 points total. The remainder will not be converted, the system's mechanical voice announced. Huh? Wait, what about the other 5,000 yuan? Lin Ran was puzzled. Customer appreciation fees cannot be converted. Keep it for your personal expenses, the system replied coldly. That's allowed? This is definitely a tycoon system, and a particularly stingy one at that. Lin Ran muttered, pocketing the money. He tidied up the counter, then picked up the snow maiden beast and headed to the breeding room. In the blue light suffused chamber, the snow maiden beast needed no guidance sight, jumped directly into a blue breeding platform, stretched out its limbs, and lay down comfortably. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Lin Ran chuckled, spending 10 points to activate the breeding platform. The counter panel lit up, and he glanced at its 6 Stitwo points remaining. Still too few. I have to pinch pennies every day. When will I ever strike it rich? And now I can't even access the super dimensions. For a moment, Lin Ran had no idea how to make more money. At that moment, Lin Ran suddenly thought of a solution: the incubation pool. He immediately pulled up the incubation pool interface, only to discover it was no longer free. Each use of the level 1 pool now cost 20 points. Gritting his teeth, he confirmed and paid in one swift motion, silently encouraging himself. It's a gamble. If I hatch a good beast, I'll sell it. After completing the operation, he still felt uneasy and began muttering prayers to various deities, then dropped to his knees before the incubation pool in the most devout posture possible. Several passers-by at the entrance curiously turned back, seeing him kneeling and chanting at the water pool, all wearing expressions that screamed, "What a nutcase." Feeling embarrassed under their stares, Lin Ran quickly ran over to pull down the rolling shutter, blocking their view before returning to sit properly by the pool's edge. The dim pool water suddenly erupted with golden light, and a powerful surge of astral energy swirled up from the center. The commotion was far greater than when the husky had hatched, making Lin Ran's heart pound. This better produce something good to justify those 20 points. After a few moments, the golden light faded, and a palm-sized tiger cub shot to the pool's edge. Its body was striped in blue and gold, with fur as smooth as metallic silk. Instead of the common king character on its forehead, there was a clear thunder marking, already displaying fierce dominance. Lin Ran froze for a second, then couldn't help but shout with joy. My luck's exploded. He quickly pulled out his beast scanner. Juvenile Thunder Tiger, attribute, lightning, level, first tier superior, skills, thunder roar, lightning claw strike, aptitude, drank, growth value, 17. Seeing the words 6th tier bloodline, he nearly jumped up. I'm rich. Not daring to delay, he immediately formed a beast contract with the Thunder Tiger. In the depths of his mental sea, another star point lit up on that dim starry diagram. The consecutive good fortune made him itch for more. Why not try for another dimensional fragment? Might be even more profitable. With this thought, he opened the interdimensional rift list, browsing through each entry before stopping at fragment 128 under Thunder Abyss Superdimension. Taking a deep breath, he clicked confirm. The system prompted, enter Thunder Abyss fragment 128. How long? He asked. Dimensional fragments last a maximum of 3 days. Host may bring 3 beasts. Lin Ran glanced back at the Snow Maiden beast, thinking of bringing it along for training, but having just spent 10 points on its cultivation, the risk was too great, so he reluctantly gave up. He summoned the Dark Star Wolf, which stood alongside the Thunder Tiger, then confirmed entry. Connecting to dimension. Connection successful. Opening dimension. The next instant, a pitch-black vertical eye tore open in the air, swallowing him and his 2 beasts. Successfully arrived at fragment 128, 3-day limit, system protection, absolute defense. This dimension was Lin Ran's first visit, completely different from the Wind Sea Mountain Forest. The sky was perpetually gray and oppressive, with lightning serpents dancing wildly through the gloomy clouds and low thunder rumbling continuously. Beneath his feet lay nothing but cracked rock and scattered beast bonisa, desolate wasteland. Random dimensions. Could have nothing at all, or could be a terrifying beast's lair. Lin Ran recalled the system's warning, feeling anxious. If he truly returned empty-handed, wouldn't all his recent good luck be wasted? Steeling himself, he called to the Thunder Tiger and Dark Star Wolf to search around the rocky slopes. Jagged stones and dust swirled in the wind, occasionally revealing charred bones lying silently scattered. After walking for half the day with no discoveries, Lin Ran's frown deepened. Don't tell me there's nothing here. Did hatching the Thunder Tiger use up all my luck? Lin Ran muttered under his breath. But the thunder overhead grew deafening, and the Darkstar Wolfhound and Stormclaw Tiger bristled, sensing something terrifying was about to appear. Lin Ran stiffened as the ground ahead suddenly split into a yawning chasm, and a man stepped out of the darkness. His hair was white as snow, his skin bloodless and corpse-pale, his whole presence as lifeless as a cadaver. Someone else made it here? Lin Ran squinted at the newcomer, but before he could get a good look, the man took a step that seemed to fold space, appearing right in front of him. They were nearly nose to nose, yet Lin Ran realized the man had no breath, no aura, nothing. He tried to retreat, only to find his limbs leaden and locked in place, while the Darkstar Wolfhound and Stormclaw Tiger collapsed on the spot. Ghost! Lin Ran cried. The next instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel slammed down from the sky, and if the system hadn't triggered absolute defense, he would have been reduced to ash. The white-haired man blinked in surprise, then flicked his right hand, wrapping Lin Ran in a churning thundercloud. Darkness swallowed his vision, and he blacked out. Am I dead? Didn't I have absolute defense? Lin Ran jolted awake to find himself in a shadowy palace. The air seethed with violent energy, unmistakably the lair of a god-beastier entity. Great. So this plane really is a nest, he thought, wincing at the 10 points head just wasted. The eerie man reappeared, and a fiercer bolt speared down at Lin Ran, only to shatter harmlessly against absolute defense. On the throne, a half-human, half-dragon beast slowly opened its eyes, its pressure dwarfing the god-beast level. Dozens of black lightning lances crashed down. Absolute defense held, but the palace floor was erased into nothingness. The Darkstar Wolfhound and Stormclaw Tiger were obliterated, leaving only their contract sigils to mark they had ever been. Why do you drag me here? I'm invincible, you know? With the lightning failing, Lin Ran's confidence surged. He raised his pet appraiser, but after a long flicker of light, it returned nothing. Unaccessible? How strong does a beast have to be for even this thing to fail? Shock warred with excitement. The white-haired man rose and murmured to the half-dragon king in midair. Before he finished, more black lightning poured down, still useless against absolute defense. Hey, what's the plan here? You can't break it, give it up. If we're done, I'm leaving. Lin Ran waved, only to find every stone door sealed. He tried recalling fallen contract beasts, but each manifestation was erased the instant it appeared, chillingly strange. Absolute defense. The half-dragon on the throne spoke in a low rumble. The mere sound felt like spikes stabbing through Lin Ran's soul. He writhed on the floor, drenched in sweat, his heart hammering as if it would burst the next second. With a dull crack, his breastbone split, his eyes went glassy, and he died in agony on the spot. Revive on the spot. Chum the system. Lin Ran resurrected in a cold sweat. That voice is insane, the half-dragon stood and asked, icy and flat. What are you? The voice slammed into his soul again, and Lin Ran exploded into a red mist. Revive on the spot. Lin Ran snapped. Are you done yet? That really hurts. Thanks to the system, he still didn't back down. Answer me, the half-dragon said, colder still. The rumble hit with another soul-shaking blast, and Lin Ran popped before he could react. System, maybe try protecting me? It hurts, okay. Lin Ran protested on respawn. The system replied evenly, cannot defend against soul attacks. No way, I'm going up there and punching it in the face. He roared, lunging forward only to be shredded again. Bang. Flesh and blood burst. Revive on the spot. Exploded again. Revived again. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Lin Ran relied on his immortal and indestructible talent to forcefully charge to the throne on the high platform, locking eyes with the half-dragon clad in dragon scales. Absolute protection, combined with time reversal? The half-dragon's mind raced like lightning, and for the first time, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Are you stunned? Take this punch from your grandfather. Lin Ran's right fist erupted with astral power as he swung it fiercely at the half-dragon's head. The next second, without even touching the edge of his opponent's robes, Lin Ran was shattered into fragments by a terrifying soul impact. Instant revival on the spot. His flesh and blood instantly reformed. Lin Ran gritted his teeth, fury boiling in his chest. This guy had killed him so many times without even giving him a chance to fight back. Absolutely pathetic. His gaze swept to the side of the throne, where he was firmly captivated by a purple gold orb. Such a huge purple gold sphere? I've struck it rich. If I can't beat that dragon brat, at least taking this ball won't be a loss. System, can I transfer regions here? Lin Ran immediately called out in his mind. Yes, but this is a planar fragment. It requires 10 points, equivalent to a direct planar jump. The system's mechanical voice responded. Deal. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to grab the orb for teleportation. Bang. The moment his hand touched the sphere, the mysterious man behind him silently struck, and another soul impact blasted Lin Ran into a bloody mist. Instant revival on the spot. Sneak attacking me? You despicable, wretched scoundrel. Lin Ran cursed continuously, but his steps didn't stop as he continued charging toward the purple gold orb. Bang. His body shattered again. Instant revival on the spot. I refuse to believe I can't take it. He didn't even bother looking back. The 5th time, the 6th time. Bang. Revival. Bang. Revival. When the 7th explosion rang out, the half-dragon suddenly snapped to awareness and raised his hand to stop the mysterious man. Confusion flashed in Lin Ran's eyes, followed by wild joy in his heart. The opportunity had come. This time, he successfully embraced the purple gold orb, his physical body completely unharmed. The star ring flashed with light, and the sphere was already sent into his storage space. Want to know who I am? I'm your grandfather. Farewell. He laughed heartily. Bang. As his words fell, he was again blasted by the soul impact until not even blood remained, leaving the scene completely clean. The half-dragon and the mysterious man quietly observed the empty space after the explosion. Their expressions varied. At this moment, Lin Ran did not revive on the spot just moments ago. He had spent 10 points to switch to the next planar fragment. Master, should we just let him take that thing away? The mysterious man knelt on one knee before the throne. In this world, those who can simultaneously master absolute protection and time reversal aside from that person from years past, there is absolutely no one else. The half-dragon's voice was majestic. But that thing is too important. I sensed a familiar aura on that human. Don't worry, it originally belonged to him anyway. Listen, if he breaks in again in the future, protect him well. With those words, the half-dragon closed his eyes and fell back into slumber. The mysterious man bowed respectfully. Then his figure vanished into the darkness. Transfer regions. Lin Ran departed from planar fragment 128 and plummeted into planar fragment 141. Instant revival on the spot. Dark Star Wolf. Thunder Tiger. He immediately revived his 2 magical beasts. The moment the 2 beasts appeared, they tightly hugged Lin Ran's thighs. Clearly terrified by what had just transpired, it was an absolute fear stemming from both power and bloodline. What a rush. Even though I got beaten up pretty badly, it was totally worth it. I managed to snag a treasure. Lin Ran dusted himself off, still shaken but grinning with excitement. He silently prayed. I hope this dimension doesn't have any more freakishly powerful beasts. Looking around, he saw rolling hills covered in lush vegetation, with only a few small beasts darting through the grass, much safer than the barren wasteland he'd just left. He continued forward with his Dark Star Wolf and Thunder Tiger in tow. Both beasts were still on edge from their recent brutal battle, ears perking up at the slightest rustle in the grass. The next second, a massive black shadow burst through the undergrowth. A 100-meter-long black thunder bear reared up with a deafening roar, lightning crackling along its fangs as its savage aura washed over them. All right, training time. Charge. Lin Ran's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he raised his beast appraisal device for a quick scan. 5th tier upper class, Fighting Thunder dual-type Black Thunder Bear. Though startled, both beasts immediately assumed battle stances the moment the command was given. The Dark Star Wolf's eyes glowed crimson as the star marking on its forehead and tail tip pulsed with blood-red light. It opened its maw and unleashed a pitch-black beam. Hell's roar. The beam lashed out like a black whip toward the bear's head, but the Black Thunder Bear casually swatted it away with a paw the size of a fan, shattering the dark energy into fragments. Meanwhile, the Thunder Tiger, no bigger than a house cat, had already pounced at the bear's leg, its fangs striking sparks but barely scratching the surface like an ant trying to gnaw through stone. This bear's combat power is ridiculous, Lin Ran frowned. Its dual mastery of fighting and thunder techniques made every move devastatingly heavy. With a casual swipe, it sent the Dark Star Wolf flying and reduced the Thunder Tiger to a bloody mist. But he didn't panic. Infinite revival anyway, I'll wear it down through sheer persistence. Air bow? Use Phantom Clone. The Dark Star Wolf sprinted low to the ground, its form blurring as if bending space-time itself. In an instant, it split into 5 copies that surrounded the Black Thunder Bear in a coordinated assault. Excellent. Thunder Tiger, use Thunder Roar. Lin Ran commanded in a deep voice. The suppression of 6th tier bloodline manifested without hesitation. The Thunder Tiger raised its head and roared, thunder and lightning exploding outward in a devastating wave. Electric currents wrapped in sonic force slammed into the Black Thunder Bear, causing the massive creature to clutch its head and stagger backward. All 5 Dark Star Wolf clones opened their mouths simultaneously. Wind, demon howl. Gales merged with sound waves, tearing a several-meter gash across the bear's belly. Enraged by the severe wounds, the Black Thunder Bear leaped high and crashed down with its full weight. Boom! The ground cracked and shock waves rolled outward, instantly shattering all the wolf's clones and pulverizing both beasts into bloody mist, leaving the battlefield eerily empty. Powerful ground impact, but you won't escape death today. Revive in place. Lin Ran shouted. Light flashed as the Dark Star Wolf and Thunder Tiger returned at full health. As if operating on pure instinct, they charged the giant bear again without waiting for orders. Again and again death, revival, battle. Time stretched endlessly through the interplay of blood and lightning. Finally, the Black Thunder Bear's stamina gave out, and it collapsed like a falling mountain. With a thunderous crash, a blue gemstone emerged from its chest cavity and hovered in midair. What's that? Lin Ran reached out to catch it. A thunder core, the system replied coolly. This Black Thunder Bear failed to break through to the 6th tier, leaving behind its lifetime cultivation condensed into this form. Worth 300,000 credits supreme tonic for Thunder-type beasts. The Thunder Core radiated cool electrical energy. The Thunder Tiger was already drooling audibly, but knew its place, only daring to stare longingly. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment, remembering his plans to sell the Thunder Tiger. His expression wavered with internal conflict before he finally relaxed. Whatever. I just got that purple gold orb, which must be incredibly valuable, so I might as well do this little guy a favor. You want it, don't you? Lin Ran looked at the Thunder Tiger with a mischievous grin. The Thunder Tiger nodded frantically, its round tiger head bobbing like a rattle drum. The young cub looked more like an oversized kitten at this moment, adorably soft and exceptionally eager. It climbed up Lin Ran's arm to his shoulder, its rough tongue licking his cheek repeatedly. All right, it's yours. Lin Ran shivered from the licking and tossed over the lightning orb crackling with electric arcs. Nearby, the Dark Star Wolf was busy tearing apart the Black Thunder Bear's carcass, the sound of flesh being ripped echoing with wet snaps. It glanced at Lin Ran's gesture and barked twice, clearly jealous. What are you looking at? Just eat your food. Lin Ran rolled his eyes and stepped aside to focus on observing the Thunder Tiger's transformation. The lightning orb dissolved instantly upon contact. The Thunder Tiger roared skyward, the sound making the air hum and vibrate. Countless purple-blue electric lights gathered, forming a churning sea of thunder that completely engulfed the young tiger. Within the dazzling arcs of light, bones cracked and muscles expanded. The scene was as spectacular as a mobile thunder forge. When the lightning finally dissipated, a massive tiger dozens of meters tall emerged from the thunder sea. Its blue-gold fur stood on end with electricity dancing along each strand. The golden character for thunder blazed brilliantly on its forehead, radiating fierce intimidation. Lin Ran gasped and quickly pulled out his beast identification device. Mature form Thunder Tiger. Attribute, Lightning. Level, 3rd tier superior. Skills, Thunder Roar, Lightning Claw Strike, Thunderbolt Barrage, Thunder Armor, Lightning Flash. Aptitude, C. Rating, 42. Holy crap. Straight to 3rd tier superior and jumped to mature form. Lin Ran exclaimed while teasing the Dark Star Wolf. Air bow, look at that, it's way more handsome than you now. The Dark Star Wolf kept its head down, crunching away, only giving a perfunctory bark or two before continuing its assault on the bear meat. The newly advanced Thunder Tiger also pounced over to join in, and together they gnawed until bones flew everywhere, quickly reducing the carcass to a mountain-sized skeleton. The trio then rampaged through the dimensional fragment, never backing down unless they encountered absolutely unbeatable beasts. Whenever Lin Ran got tired or sleepy, he would immediately commit suicide, had completely gotten used to that pain. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The two beasts had died countless times, tasting everything from elephant meat to 100-meter python flesh, with bones piled up like small mountains. Yet their strength skyrocketed. The Dark Star Wolf reached the peak of 4th tier superior, while the Thunder Tiger also stood at 4th tier superior, showing signs of breaking through to 5th tier at any moment. A world of difference from 3 days ago. Ran's pet house. The rolling door was tightly shut, and the shop was dark and empty. A vertical eye opened out of nowhere, and Lin Ran emerged with his two beasts. It's so late already, it's completely dark, he muttered, then looked around. Huh? Where's my Thunder Tiger? Due to insufficient shop space to accommodate original size, protective barrier activated, compressed to 1/5 scale. The system prompted. Sure enough, the majestic Thunder Tiger had shrunk back to cat size, looking up at its master with a bewildered expression while the Dark Star Wolf snickered quietly nearby. Haha, the shop's a bit small, sorry about that. Lin Ran patted the tiger's head diplomatically. Just then, his right-hand star ring lit up, and he pulled out the purple gold orb from his storage space. System. Quick, help me identify this thing. What is it? Lin Ran shouted excitedly. The Dark Star Wolf and Thunder Tiger immediately felt that same terrifying fear wash over them again upon seeing this object. Their fur stood on end, and they were so frightened that they dropped to their knees. Lin Ran stood frozen in place. Holy crap, that dramatic? The system remained silent for a long moment before speaking in a deep voice. This is the golden egg of the ancient purple gold dragon god. A dragon god's egg? No way, I've struck it rich. Lin Ran's eyes lit up with dollar signs as he couldn't help but dance around excitedly. The system's voice carried rare emotion. The purple gold dragon god is the ancestor of all dragon-type beasts on the continent, with bloodline superiority over all other creatures. Lin Ran suddenly understood why the dark star wolf and thunder tiger looked like they'd seen ghosts, but he was still puzzled. Ancient dragon gods were history, so how could there still be an egg? Was that half-dragon person from earlier actually the dragon god? No, that couldn't be right, it was clearly just a half-dragon. His thoughts churning, he suddenly blurted out. How much is it worth? It's beyond monetary value, but if forced to estimate, at least $1 billion. The system was straightforward. $1 billion. That was equivalent to 1,000,000 points. Lin Ran was completely stunned. Just as he was basking in joy, purple light exploded from the dragon god's golden egg, instantly bathing the entire shop in a deep purple sea. The dark star wolf and thunder tiger, still kneeling on the ground, convulsed in pain as their fur stood completely on end. What's happening? Lin Ran quickly backed away. In the next moment, both beasts began transforming at a visible rate. The dark star wolf's black and red fur shifted to pure purple gold, with only traces of red remaining at the tail tip. The blood-red star on its head transformed into a purple-gold crescent moon, its eyes now one red and one purple, while its body size exploded dozens of times larger. If the system hadn't quickly activated a protective barrier to compress its size, this giant hound would have burst through the shop ceiling. The thunder tiger's blue-gold fur rippled into black gold, the thunder character on its forehead glowing with deep black light as dark lightning coiled around its body, radiating the presence of a true king. Holy shit, they mutated again. Lin Ran gasped, witnessing the entire process with his heart pounding wildly. As their fear subsided, both beasts prostrated themselves around the golden egg, their terror transformed into reverence. He immediately threw out his beast identification device. Mature form, Shadow Phantom Moonhound. Attributes, Wind, Demon. Level, 4th tier upper class. Skills, Demon Hound Assault, Shriek, Wind Demon Cloak, Wind Demon Roar, Demon Descent, Hell's Roar, Phantom Clone, Demon Imprisonment, Purgatory Ghost Kill. Aptitude, D. Rating, 60. Mature form, World-Destroying Thunder Tiger. Attributes, Lightning. Level, 4th tier upper class. Skills, Thunderous Tiger Roar, Storm Claw Strike, Thunder and Lightning, Thunder Armor, Lightning Flash, Absolute Shadow Thunder Prison. Aptitude, D. Rating, 58. In just an instant, both beasts had simultaneously entered the 9th tier bloodline realm. Even more incredible was that his own Husky, Shadow Phantom Moonhound had remarkably ascended to the pinnacle of canine beast bloodlines, with real potential to challenge God-tier status in the future. While the world-destroying Thunder Tiger wasn't quite at the absolute peak of tiger species, it was solidly in the top 3, with unquestionable power. Lin Ran grinned from ear to ear, rubbing the dog's head with his left hand and the tiger's with his right. Well, why bother selling anything else? I'll just rely on you two from now on. He lifted the golden egg again and excitedly asked the system. So this dragon god golden egg can emit purple light to transform beasts. That was the dragon god's blessing. The system replied seriously. The chosen beasts will become dragon god guardians, limited to 2 only. Can't I just bring any random beast here to bathe in the purple light? Lin Ran asked hopefully. Don't even think about it. Besides these 2, there won't be any others. The system ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. Lin Ran pouted, slightly disappointed, but thinking of the golden egg in his hands, he immediately perked up. Since it's an egg, it can definitely be hatched, right? Just place the dragon god golden egg in the incubation pool. Though the exact timing is hard to say, given how much time has passed. After hearing this, he hugged the heavy golden egg and rushed into the breeding room, carefully placing it in the incubation pool. The dim water instantly transformed into a swirling purple vortex, tightly embracing the eggshell. On the breeding platform, the snow maiden beast was curled up sleeping peacefully when a strand of purple light quietly entered its brow just as Lin Ran happened to witness it. That snow maiden beast was also bathed in the purple light just now. Could it have mutated too? Lin Ran asked. Mutation is possible, but the extent won't be significant. It only caught a bit of scattered light. The system replied unhurriedly. Lin Ran stared at the snow maiden beast for a long while, increasingly convinced that this creature had heaven-defying luck. Last time it got a free upgrade to advanced cultivation, and this time it caught the dragon god's blessing again, all for just 50,000. He was taking a massive loss. Tomorrow I'll definitely fleece her good. If that doesn't work, I'll make her advertise for me properly at the academy. With fame comes business. Then I'll get rich, reach the pinnacle of life, and marry a wealthy beauty. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, nearly drooling. The Shadow Phantom Moonhound and world-destroying Thunder Tiger beside him shot him disdainful glances. What are you looking at? Once I make money, I'll treat you both to the finest food and drink, Lin Ran promised, patting his chest. Looking up at the clock on the wall, it was already past 7 in the evening. He used his remaining 20 points to activate the other two basic cultivation platforms, pushing the two beasts inside. His point balance instantly hit 0. Life is so hard. Lin Ran sighed, looking at his empty account. After locking the shop door, he rode his electric scooter home, humming a tune all the way. After dinner, he sat cross-legged on his bed to practice the divine consciousness technique. The small whirlpool of stellar spiritual power in his dantian slowly rotated, absorbing mental energy and circulating through his body's acupoints, much more smoothly than on the first day. As his cultivation deepened, the stellar spiritual power within his body surged dramatically, actually drawing in stellar spiritual dust from the air. Light blue particles flowed in through the window cracks, clustering around him. In another room, his mother Wang Qian suddenly awakened. Though she had lost all her cultivation, having once been a high-level beast tamer, she immediately detected this powerful fluctuation. Has a master come to our home? Wang Qian rose in confusion to investigate, but seeing no one outside the window, she lay back down. Lin Ran finished his practice and saw the room filled with pale blue fluorescence. I can actually attract this stuff, he exclaimed in delight. The night passed silently and quickly. The next morning, Lin Ran arrived at his shop early as usual. After a simple cleanup, he settled into meditation. Before long, a clear female voice called out, "Boss, we're here to pick up our beast." He opened his eyes to see the two girls from last night. Feng Ruodong stood at the entrance, her face full of anticipation, wondering what changes her beast might have undergone. Just a moment, let me get it. Lin Ran stood and entered the cultivation room, picking up the snow maiden beast and gently patting it. Time to wake up. Upon leaving the cultivation platform, the snow maiden beast's eyes snapped open, glaring at Lin Ran with puffed cheeks, clearly annoyed at being woken up. The next second, Feng Ruotong sensed her companion's location through their contract, her eyes lighting up. That's my snow maiden beast. It's in the room back there. Feng Ruotong grabbed Zhang Tianshan's hand, shouting in excitement. In the cultivation room, Lin Ran's jaw dropped wide enough to swallow, and Eggy had expected the snow maiden beast to mutate from the dragon god's blessing, but not to this extent. The creature that once only reached his forearm had grown to the size of a young girl, with sleek purple hair flowing to her ankles and gemstone-like violet eyes that darted about. Most striking of all was a new violet snowflake mark at the center of her brow. That mark was almost certainly tied to last night's flash of purple light. After a brief pause, Lin Ran lifted the pet appraisal device. Growth form Frost Snow Maiden Beast. Type Ice Ghost. Rank Tier 4 Upper. Skills 0 Degree Fist, Frost Breath, Dreamsong Lull, Absolute Glacial Domain, Blessing of Ice, Soul Tremor. Aptitude D. Score 55. Damn, she evolved straight into an 8th bloodline. Lin Ran was thrilled and heartsick at once. Had only charged 50,000 for her and had practically taken a loss. System, didn't you say it would only be a slight mutation? This one was always a Frost Snow Maiden Beast. Her innate power was suppressed at birth. The dragon god's blessing merely awakened that bloodline. The system replied unhurriedly. It clicked for Lin Ran. If he walked out with her like this, he'd scare people senseless. He needed a cover story. Outside, Zhang Tiantian was losing patience. Hey, boss, what's taking so long in there? All right, coming. Lin Ran drew a deep breath, steadied himself, and stepped out with a smile. Feng Ruotong's face shone with anticipation, her gaze glued to the doorway. The moment she saw the beast in Lin Ran's arms, she froze. Wasn't this the form the Snow Maiden Beast only took after using Blessing of Ice? If not for the contract link in her mind, she might have thought the creature had been switched. Zhang Tiantian was also stunned, mouth agape. What are you two spacing out for? Lin Ran prompted. They snapped back to their senses. Boss, how did the Snow Maiden Beast turn into this? Feng Ruodong asked, barely containing her excitement. Lin Ran had his explanation ready. Smiling, he said, I discovered a special potential in evolutionary path, so I carried out targeted cultivation. She's evolved now and is called the Frost Snow Maiden Beast. Frost Snow Maiden Beast. Did I hear that right? Color rushed to Feng Ruotong's cheeks. Zhang Tiantian went rigid. An 8th tier bloodline among Snow Maiden Beasts, she was a queen, with a real shot at pushing into 9th tier. And this seemingly ordinary man had actually pulled it off. It's real. If you don't believe me, have a teacher at the academy appraise her, Lin Ran said with full confidence, setting the Frost Snow Maiden Beast on the floor. With a flick of Feng Ruotong's wrist, the Frost Snow Maiden Beast floated over, smiling softly, and nestled into her arms. The violet snowflake mark on her brow was clear as day, dispelling the last of Feng Ruotong's doubts. Tiantian, see? I told you this shop was the real deal. Even a Snow Maiden Beast can evolve here. Feng Ruotong stroked her pet, eyes crescented with delight. Zhang Tiantian couldn't form a sentence and just nodded furiously. The disdain had felt for the shop melted into awe, and even the prices on the shelves didn't look so steep anymore. Zhang Tiantian stared at Lin Ran for a long while, then whispered softly into Feng Ruotong's ear, This is absolutely incredible. How could such a shop be located in such an inconspicuous place in the outer city? Exactly. Should we inform the academy? Feng Ruodong replied quietly. I think we should. Let's go back and report to our homeroom teacher first. Zhang Tiantian made up her mind. The two exchanged glances, bowed deeply to Lin Ran, and turned to leave. Just then, Lin Ran's lazy voice drifted over. Leaving just like that? No gesture of appreciation. He smiled like warm spring sunshine, looking completely harmless, yet somehow making their skin crawl. Under his gaze, both felt a chill run down their spines, their feet frozen in place. This man before them was unfathomably deep. They dared not move a single step. Haha, I mean no harm. Lin Ran waved his hand. I just want you to help advertise for me at the academy and bring in more business. Advertise? The two were stunned. Such advanced cultivation techniques, yet lacking business? Boss, would a master like you really be short of money? Zhang Tiantian's attitude completely changed, no longer daring to act tough, like yesterday. Really am. Lin Ran pointed to the desolate street outside. In this remote place, who would come to visit? He shrugged and sighed. Seeing his serious expression, the two finally believed Idavan worldly masters had practical concerns. How about this? The Academy's annual grade assessment is coming up. Feng Ruodong patted the ice snow maiden beast in her hands. With this ice snow maiden beast, my grades will definitely be excellent. When I'm on the award platform in front of all the teachers and students, I'll help promote your business. How does that sound? Great. Fantastic. Lin Rant's eyes crinkled with joy, grinning from ear to ear. A scene with all teachers and students. What a goldmine of potential customers. Feng Ruodong looked down at her ice snow maiden beast, quietly encouraging herself. Could I attend the academy competition? Lin Ran suddenly asked. Feng Ruodong was taken aback. Wanted to promote personally? If I can make it to the semifinals, I'll be able to invite family and friends to attend. Then you could come in. She explained somewhat awkwardly. Lin Rant's face darkened slightly. Having to wait for the semifinals? The academy's rules were too strict. Although reaching the semifinals shouldn't be a problem with the ice snow maiden beast, what if something went wrong? After pondering for a moment, he decided to offer some guidance. Then I'll await your good news. But let me remind you, the ice snow maiden beast is incredibly powerful. You must trust it completely and carefully understand its abilities. It will bring you surprises. He smiled meaningfully, but didn't directly mention the incredible soul-type skills, fearing she might find it hard to believe at first. The two bowed respectfully again before leaving. Watching their figures disappear at the alley entrance, Lin Ran closed the shop door, stretched his arms, and sat down at the computer to begin designing flyers, advertisements with bold fonts dancing across the screen. So laggy, what a piece of junk computer. He endured the system's sluggishness, nearly breaking down, but finally managed to complete the layout. Next, he printed out the files in one go, a thick stack covering the entire desk, several hundred copies. Good thing I have paper, or I'd have to spend more money. Lin Ran let out a long breath, leaning back in his chair and stretching lazily. His points were now completely depleted, while the Shadow Phantom Moon Dog and world-destroying Thunder Tiger in the cultivation chamber slept peacefully. This is the last chance. I absolutely have to find a way to make some money. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the shop's glass door. Lin Ran had just finished lunch and was sitting cross-legged behind the counter, quietly practicing his divine sense technique. The shop was so silent that only the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Suddenly, the door chime rang. Boss, can you treat loss of appetite here? Lin Ran opened his eyes to see a little boy in a yellow sweater standing at the entrance. Jiang. The child was plump and held a pink little pig in his arms. The pig's eyes were vacant and its spirit listless, with a curly tail that looked like a pink mosquito coil. If not for the sapphire embedded in the center of its forehead, anyone would mistake it for an ordinary domestic pig. Boss, do you have any appetite-stimulating pig feed? My treasure-marked pig hasn't eaten anything for 3 days. Jiang Lin's voice was full of anxiety. I do have appetite-enhancing exotic beast feed. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. He wondered to himself. These types of exotic beasts usually have excellent appetites, so why would it refuse to eat for 3 whole days? Did it accidentally ingest something? Jiang Lin shook his head repeatedly. Its last normal meal was dinner 3 days ago, and it hasn't touched anything since. I've been to several exotic beast hospitals, but none could find the problem. I heard your shop has a good reputation, so I rushed over. Lin Ran nodded and bent down to examine the treasure-marked pig closely, then turned to retrieve a dark green bottle from the top shelf. This should get it eating again. Jiang Lin took the bottle and couldn't help but frown. What kind of exotic beast food is this? I've never seen it before. Lin Ran paused, thinking he couldn't very well say he had harvested it from the Wind Forest Sea Mountain dimension, so he replied vaguely, let it try some first. If it doesn't work, you won't pay a cent. He had quietly consulted the system and confirmed that the pig was simply tired of its luxurious diet. While it would recover naturally after a few days of hunger, this bottle of condensed water fruit would provide immediate results. Though Jiang Lin was a beast tamer and quite familiar with feed, he still couldn't identify it. He could only remain skeptical, though this was a legitimate exotic beast shop after all. He unscrewed the cap and poured out a blue, glistening, juicy fruit. The moment the fruit landed in his palm, the treasure-marked pig suddenly grunted twice and bit onto his pant leg, its eyes fixed intently on the fruit. Huh. Jiang Lin was stunned for half a second, then became delighted as he brought the fruit to the pig's mouth. The next moment, the treasure-marked pig devoured it ravenously, swallowing it in just a few bites. Its eyes immediately narrowed into crescents as it lay contentedly on the floor, purring with satisfaction. It works so well. Jiang Lin excitedly slapped his thigh. Boss, how much does this cost? Give me 5 bottles first. Lin Ran looked at the pig's blissful expression and silently complained to himself. This is condensed water fruit, dropped by 1,000 condensation tree spirits, and it has tremendous appeal to water-type exotic beasts. Unfortunately, this is the only bottle left in the shop. This is the last bottle in the store. There are 10 fruits total, 800 yuan each. Do you want them all? 800 per bottle? A bit pricey, but still acceptable. Jiang Lin muttered, then suddenly froze. 800 yuan each fruit? Lin Ran nodded. Exactly. Jiang Lin remained skeptical, staring at Lin Ran with a somewhat bewildered expression. But when he looked down at the treasure-marked pig in his arms, which was clearly chewing and swallowing, it obviously wasn't a scam. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the wooden shelves behind Lin Ran. Neatly arranged bottles and jars hung with glaring price tags, easily reaching thousands or tens of thousands, with 3 items even marked at ridiculously astronomical prices. At this thought, his doubts instantly weakened considerably. You're selling things so expensively, what's so magical about this fruit? Jiang Lin forced himself to stay calm and asked. Lin Ran hadn't expected the customer not to be scared off by the prices, so he hurriedly explained, what I sell here isn't ordinary exotic beast feed. Take this condensed water fruit. For instance, a long-term consumption can enhance the attack power of water-type exotic beasts. The other foods in the cabinet behind me work the same way, more or less all capable of strengthening exotic beast abilities. Absolutely worth every penny. It can actually improve their strength? Jiang Lin's eyes lit up, and he simply pointed to the jade bottle on the top shelf labeled 9 Heavens Wind Demon Pill 500,000, asking, what about that 500,000 yuan one? What happens if they eat it? If a 7th-tier bloodline wind-type exotic beast consumes it, there's a chance it could directly break through to the 8th tier, and it might randomly comprehend a powerful wind-type skill. Lin Ran showed a confident smile. It can even upgrade bloodlines? My goodness. Jiang Lin gasped. Bloodlines were almost locked in stone when exotic beasts were born, yet this thing could forcibly raise it by 1 tier? Such treasures might not even be available in the inner city. He muttered to himself. Could such a small shop really have something like this? Though doubtful, having witnessed the treasure-marked pig's transformation, he decided to test the waters with the condensed water fruit first. I'll take all 10 of these. Jiang Lin pulled out his terminal and added what sounded like a warning. If you're scamming me, you're dead. Lin Ran was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, finally made a sale. Heaven rewards the diligent. That's 8,000 yuan total. Welcome back anytime. With the transaction complete, Lin Ran beamed like a flower. Though the amount wasn't huge for him, this was his very first sale since opening. How long will this last? Jiang Lin asked again. 1 per meal, should last about 3 days. Lin Ran replied with a gentle explanation. Hearing 800 yuan per meal, Jiang Lin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Though his family was well off, they weren't this extravagant. Finally, he could only mutter, fine, and turn to leave, looking up at the somewhat peculiar shop sign above the door, Ran Ran's pet house. After seeing off the customer, Lin Ran immediately converted the payment into system points. Adding the 2 points left from last time, he had exactly 10 points. I'm really broke, he smiled bitterly, rubbing his temples. Outside Xuanzhong City, in an old residential complex, Jiang Lin carried the treasure-marked pig upstairs, humming cheerfully in high spirits. Sis, I'm home. He kicked off his shoes at the entrance and plopped onto the sofa. A graceful woman in white emerged from the living room. What's up? You seem so happy today. My little pig finally started eating. How could I not be happy? Jiang Lin gently poked the treasure-marked pig's soft ears, looking completely satisfied. I told you, just let it go hungry for a few days. The woman in white smiled, pulling out a corn cob from the fruit basket and waving it in front of the pig's nose. But the treasure-marked pig didn't even glance at it, remaining motionless in Jiang Lin's arms. Huh? Didn't you say it started eating? Why won't it even touch its favorite corn? She frowned. Jiang Lin smugly raised his eyebrows. Hee hee, this pig's gotten fancy. No, it only eats ridiculously expensive food. With that, he pulled out a blue bottle from his pocket and extracted a condensed water fruit. The treasure-marked pig immediately widened its eyes, drooling as it stared intently at the condensed water fruit. Look at that. See how greedy it is. Jiang Lin stroked the pig's ornately patterned head and couldn't help but laugh. What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before. The white-robed woman frowned as she asked. Despite her considerable cultivation and broad knowledge, This blue fruit was completely unfamiliar to her. I bought it from a small alley up ahead, quite a remote place. Jiang Lin recalled the shop. If someone hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have bothered going there. The owner said this thing is called condensed water fruit and can enhance water-type spirit beasts' attack power. 800 yuan each, so I gritted my teeth and bought 10. Condensed water fruit? 800 each? How can you randomly feed something of unknown origin to a spirit beast? The white-robed woman's expression darkened. Setting aside the price, if something went wrong, it would be disastrous. Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I saw it eat with such relish. Before this, it wouldn't eat anything at all. Listen to me, the white-robed woman said seriously. Some unscrupulous shops add hallucinogens to feed, specifically to entice spirit beasts. Once addicted, they can't stop, and eventually something terrible happens. Look at your pig's current state. It's exactly like what I've heard about. These words made Jiang Lin's heart skip a beat. He remembered similar news stories on TV. If it really was hallucinogens, and something happened to his 7th-tier bloodline treasure mark pig, the loss would be financially ruining. The white-robed woman pressed further. Tell me the shop's name and address quickly. I must go see for myself. Ranran's pet house, at the very end of the street ahead. But be careful, I heard the owner is quite powerful. Jiang Lin put away the remaining condensed water fruits, finally showing worry on his face. Don't worry, I'll bring friends along. The white-robed woman immediately pulled out her phone, made a call, then closed the door and left. Meanwhile, at Ranran's pet house, Lin Ran was staring blankly at his 2 spirit beasts. As expected, the basic cultivation platform works best on 4th tier and below, he muttered to himself. His 2 spirit beasts were already upper 4th tier, just 1 step away from 5th tier, but he only had 10 points left. If the next dimensional fragment didn't bring good luck, wouldn't he lose everything? At this thought, he smiled bitterly and leaned back in his chair, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, urgent footsteps came from outside, and with a bang, the shop door was violently pushed open as 2 figures rushed in. Lin Ran startled and quickly stood up, putting on a professional smile. What can I do for you two? Black shop. The white-robed woman stepped forward, her voice ice cold. Explain these so-called condensed water fruits. Clearly, did you add hallucinogens or not? This woman was Jiang Lin's sister, Jiang Yushi, followed by a burly man named Li Feng, who clearly possessed deep cultivation. Hallucinogens? What's that? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Do we know each other? He groaned inwardly. Last time he was falsely accused by that idiot next door of using catalytic pills, and now someone was bringing up hallucinogens. This business was getting too difficult. Humph, stop being stubborn or you'll regret it. Li Feng glared at Lin Ran with a menacing expression. Exactly. Jiang Yushi stood nearby, her tone icy cold, clearly backing Li Feng. Lin Ran raised both hands, trying to stay calm. You've both misunderstood. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the condensed water fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, he urgently called out to the system in his mind. What should I do when people question me again? The system's voice thundered down instantly. Temporary mission acquired. Defend this shop's reputation. Absolutely no slander allowed. Completion reward. 300 points. The cold mechanical voice carried a hint of anger. A temporary mission? And it gives 300 points. Lin Ran's heart pounded. 300 points converted to blue star currency was a full 300,000. He almost couldn't suppress a grin. Bang. The table shook as Li Feng slammed his palm down, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Still laughing? Looking for death. Lin Ran snapped back to attention, speaking rapidly. Do you have any evidence? You're drawing conclusions based on a single fruit you've never heard of? Humph. Jiang Yushi put her hands on her hips, her tone sharp. A tiny fruit that instantly restored appetite to a beast that had lost interest in food, making it eat non-stop, and completely mesmerizing a 7th-tier bloodline treasure pattern pidgeot. That's suspicious enough? Ignorant. Lin Ran's tone remained calm. The condensed water fruit comes from the 1,000 condensation tree spirit. If you don't believe me, look it up yourself. 1,000 condensation tree spirit. Jiang Yushi laughed coldly. That's a beast that went extinct 1,000 years ago. Don't mistake ignorance for confidence. 1,000 years ago. Lin Ran's heart jolted. Could the wind forest sea mountain he had entered actually be from 1,000 years ago? He fell into brief contemplation. Seeing this, Jiang Yushi shouted. Boy, it doesn't feel good to have your lies exposed, does it? Li Feng's eyes swept over the display cases filled with ingredients he'd never heard of, each ridiculously priced, with 3 items in the center priced astronomically high. He clenched his fists, rage shooting to the top of his head. It really is a scam shop. Look at all that junk, and those outrageous prices. With his roar, a powerful aura dispersed the stifling air. Lin Ran's heart sank. A 5-star beast tamer. That was top-tier combat power in this outer city. Li Feng approached menacingly. Scared now? If you don't want to die, confess honestly. Lin Ran looked up, his expression calm. Scared? I have nothing to hide, so go ahead and try. With the system backing him, he couldn't be bothered with these trash. Jiang Yushi was secretly shocked. He remained completely unaffected by a 5-star beast tamer's pressure. Perhaps her brother's judgment was right. This shop owner might truly be a hidden master. She waved her arm, and a portal of light tore open in the air. A massive butterfly with a deep blue body glided out, its crystal-like compound eyes fixed on Lin Ran. No matter how skilled you are, selling prohibited materials is illegal. Come with me to the Beast Regulation Bureau, she commanded coldly. Lin Ran quietly raised his beast identification device, and attributes appeared on the screen. Ice Thornbone Butterfly, 7th tier bloodline, currently 6th tier upper peak, suppressed by Beast Tamer. He sighed and rushed out of the shop. Trying to run? Li Feng roared, pointing his right hand at the ground. A summoning circle blazed to life, and a 6th tier upper-level 2-headed hellhound leaped out with a howl, charging madly toward Lin Ran. Both are 5-star beast tamers, and today I've really hit rock bottom. Air Bao, come protect your master. Lin Ran stood at the entrance of his pet shop and waved his hand. An oval portal gleaming with cold white light burst open with a thunderous roar. From the blinding radiance emerged a fierce and intimidating aura that made one's scalp tingle. A flowing shadow phantom moonhound, over 10 meters tall, stepped through the portal with steady strides. Its silver-white fur reflected an icy brilliance under the sunlight as it raised its head and howled, the sound waves rolling like thunder across the entire street. My God, what kind of terrifying beast is that? Such a horrifying aura. Could it be some big shot from the inner city visiting our outer district? The onlookers scattered in panic but couldn't bear to go far, craning their necks to get a better look. The previously roaring 2-headed hellhound instantly wilted. Despite possessing 6th tier upper-level strength, it trembled before the flowing shadow phantom moonhound. This was absolute bloodline suppression. If not for the opponent's aura indicating it was still immature, the hellhound would have already prostrated itself on the ground, unable to even lift its head. This aura belongs to a 9th tier bloodline canine beast. How is this possible? Li Feng's pupils contracted sharply. He considered himself a top expert in the outer city, so how could this young man possess a 9th tier bloodline pet? Jiang Yushi was completely dumbfounded. Only now did she understand why Lin Ran had rushed outside earlier. If such a massive creature had been summoned inside the shop, the entire place would have been demolished instantly. Who exactly are you? Jiang Yushi's voice trembled. Although the flowing shadow phantom moonhound that Lin Ran summoned only had 4th tier upper-level combat power, its bloodline was genuinely 9th tier. Just moments ago, they had suspected there were problems with the beast food Lin Ran was selling, but now how could they dare think such thoughts? A young man with a 9th tier beast must have an unimaginably powerful force backing him. As for rare items like condensed water fruit and 1000 condensation tree spirit, someone with this kind of background could easily produce several without batting an eye. Lin Ran himself was slightly surprised. Hadn't expected this husky to directly intimidate his opponents into submission. It seemed that in this world, 9th tier bloodline was indeed a universal pass. Had he known this earlier, he would have let it appear first and saved himself all that earlier chatter. He dusted off his sleeves and spoke calmly. I'm just an ordinary pet shop owner. I believe our misunderstanding should be resolved now, shouldn't it? Jiang Yushi's face alternated between red and pale as she said quietly. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to offend you, boss. It's just that this concerns my younger brother, and I was anxious for a moment. Li Feng nodded repeatedly, not daring to say another word. Hee. Then please feel free to leave. I won't see you out. Lin Ran's expression darkened slightly. Hearing the dismissal, Li Feng immediately pulled Jiang Yushi away. Wait. Jiang Yushi turned back and asked softly. May I ask for your name, boss? Lin Ran. The young man gave his name, his tone still indifferent. Jiang Yushi sighed inwardly, bowed deeply with Li Feng, and quickly departed. Throughout their journey away from the pet shop, Jiang Yushi remained dejected. Listen, don't drag me into this kind of mess again. We nearly provoked a major figure. Li Feng shook his head helplessly. Jiang Yushi smiled bitterly, her mind repeatedly wondering, when did a Lin family powerhouse emerge in Xuanzhong City? Or was this an outside force? Both had originally been members of treasure hunting teams in the outer city, working for the government and always despising black market merchants. This time they had made a complete blunder and thoroughly embarrassed themselves. Back in the shop, Lin Ran composed himself, his heart filled with wild joy. This should count as completing the mission, right? Quick, give me those 300 points. Ding. Host's temporary mission completed. Reward, 300 points. As the system notification sounded, Lin Ran was so excited he nearly jumped up. This was much easier than doing business. Combined with his previous 10 points, he now had 310 points in total. Completing tasks clearly brings in points much faster than running a business. Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he said, System, are there any other tasks available? Tasks are issued based on the host's current situation. There are none available at the moment. The cold, brief electronic voice echoed in his mind. Lin Ran shook his head in disappointment, then summoned the virtual store interface in his consciousness. The list quickly unfolded before him. 1. Supreme Beast Contract, 100 points. 2. Basic Beast Restraint Lock, 50 points. 3. Intermediate Beast Restraint Lock, 500 points. 4. Berserk Potion, 500 points. 5. Basic Spirit Gathering Pill, 1000 points. With only 310 points available, he had to spend wisely. Lin Ran studied each item's description and raised an eyebrow. The Basic Beast Restraint Lock can capture beasts below 5th rank. Not bad. I'll take one. The screen flashed, purchase complete, and then he noticed the Supreme Beast contract, with no description whatsoever. Confusion immediately arose. Huh, why is there no introduction? That is an ancient contract technique specially prepared for the host, the system explained. It bypasses the limitation of must summon from beast space, and greatly enhances beast loyalty to the beast tamer. Even if the beast's level exceeds the host's control range, it won't go berserk. Lin Ran was stunned. So you're saying I can summon it remotely, even while it's still in the breeding chamber? And it definitely won't lose control. Correct. With that confirmation, he purchased it without hesitation. The next second, a brilliant golden light burst from his forehead. The previously dim starry sky in his mind was covered in golden radiance, and 2 star points began shining gold. As the light settled into his consciousness, the mental pressure that had been building for days from his 2 growing beasts instantly vanished, leaving him feeling as light as if he'd shed 1,000 pounds. Taking advantage of this refreshed state, he sat cross-legged and continued practicing the divine mind technique. With the pressure released, his efficiency visibly soared. The blue-gold light points in his acupoints became increasingly clear, and scattered stellar power from the air flowed toward his entire body like transparent crystal armor. Time passed quietly as daylight faded to darkness outside. Suddenly, Lin Ran roared softly as tremendous mental power surged outward, directly dispersing the stellar energy gathered around him. He opened his eyes, unable to hide his joy. 4-star Beast Tamer. He lightly punched his palm, clearly feeling enhanced strength and perception. With a casual gesture, he pulled a box of beast food from the shelf through the air into his hand. Light blue energy danced across his knuckles as his eyes brightened. So this is the materialization of stellar power? At this thought, he couldn't help but fantasize. If I pretended to be a master-level beast tamer, people might actually believe it, haha. Closing the interface, Lin Ran locked up the shop, hopped on his electric scooter, and rode home humming, being invincible is so lonely, while revving the throttle. The next morning, Virum, the roar of a car engine shattered the quiet as a black sedan pulled up smoothly in front of the shop. 2 figures stepped out and stood side by side. Li Feng looked around, still somewhat anxious. Yushi, do you think he'll agree to our request? Jiang Yushi smiled faintly, gazing toward the shop in trance. Hard to say, but I think he'll be interested. Just then, Lin Ran had finished locking his front door and was walking energetically toward the shop. Moments later, he spotted the 2 people at his entrance and his expression immediately darkened. Well, if it isn't you 2 from yesterday. What's this? Here to cause more trouble today? Boss, we're sorry. We came specifically to apologize today. Jiang Yushi spoke respectfully. Lin Ran's eyes flashed briefly, pretending not to hear as he casually pulled down the rolling shutter with a clatter and turned to walk inside. Jiang Yushi and Li Feng exchanged glances before immediately following him in. The interior was dimly lit with neatly arranged shelves still covered in a thin layer of dust that hadn't been cleaned yet. Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively and said, "Cut the crap and get to the point." His tone remained cold, clearly showing little fondness for these 2. Boss, we're truly sorry about yesterday. Jiang Yushi lowered her head and bowed apologetically once more. Last night, when Jiang Lin saw the treasure-marked pig grunting from hunger, he steeled himself and fed it another condensed water fruit. Unexpectedly, after eating it, the pig broke through to the first tier directly. Faint blue water ripples appeared on its tender pink skin, and its aura surged dramatically. Having been half skeptical yesterday, now witnessing the effects firsthand, they were completely convinced of the power behind Lin Ran and even felt a sense of reverence. Lin Ran held his broom and couldn't be bothered to respond, sweeping the floor on his own. Seeing this, Li Feng rushed over in a few quick steps and snatched the broom away, saying, "Boss, let me do it." He then buried himself in cleaning. The corner of Lin Ran's mouth curved up slightly before quickly returning to his aloof demeanor. "Boss, to show our sincerity, please accept this small token of our appreciation." Jiang Yushi placed a stack of 300,000 in cash on the counter. Damn, free money? Lin Ran was secretly delighted. But since gifted Blue Star currency couldn't be converted to points, he maintained his indifferent expression. "No need. I don't accept unearned rewards. You're giving me 300,000, so if there's anything you need from my store, just ask." By taking a roundabout approach, he could convert it to points. Lin Ran secretly thought himself quite clever. Jiang Yushi was stunned, having originally thought the boss only cared about money, but apparently that wasn't entirely true. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Then, boss, do you have anything that could enhance an ice thornbone butterfly's abilities?" Lin Ran's eyes lit up. Yes, wait a moment. He turned and went behind the counter, retrieving a blue brocade box. When the lid opened, 3 lustrous white pills lay quietly inside, their surfaces shimmering with flowing light, their aura restrained yet powerful. Supreme Clarity pills, 100,000 each, 3 for exactly 300,000. From their appearance, the Supreme Clarity pills looked no different from ordinary pills, but the powerful fluctuations they emanated made even Li Feng, who was sweeping, freeze in place. Boss, what do these pills do? Jiang Yushi couldn't help but ask. Made from white melody spirit phoenix eggshells, specifically for enhancing beast aptitude, Lin Ran replied matter-of-factly. White melody spirit phoenix, a legendary divine class beast. Jiang Yushi's mind reeled. He was casually selling pills made from such materials? Enhance aptitude? Boss, you didn't quote the wrong price, did you? Li Feng was so excited he nearly dropped his broom. In this world, beast aptitude was everything. Any pill that could enhance aptitude started at 300,000 and was usually priceless. Boss, what level of beasts can these Supreme Clarity pills enhance? Jiang Yushi pressed further. Anything below divine class beasts. Take all 3, and I guarantee a qualitative transformation. Lin Ran shrugged, his tone casual. The two stared at each other with mouths agape. Below divine class meant even 9th-tier beasts could use them. Such priceless treasures, yet he only wanted 100,000 each. If they hadn't already lost all doubt in Lin Ran, they would have suspected these were fakes. Jiang Yushi snapped back to her senses and immediately handed over the 300,000 to Lin Ran, excitedly taking the 3 Shanqing pills. All right, pleasure doing business with you. Welcome back anytime. Only then did Lin Ran curve his lips into a smile, his white teeth gleaming under the lights. Li Feng rushed over to Jiang Yushi's side and whispered excitedly. I get a share of those 3 pills too, huh? Cut it out. We still have business to attend to. Jiang Yushi gestured for him to tone down his excitement. Seeing the two huddled together whispering, Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Is there anything else you need? If not, please feel free to leave. Jiang Yushi tucked the pills into her robes, her eyes burning with intensity as she stared at Lin Ran. Boss, I wonder if you'd be interested in treasure hunting? Treasure hunting? Lin Ran was taken aback. Over the past period, he had thoroughly understood the situation on Blue Ocean Star. 1. There were 56 habitable regions for humans. 2. These regions would randomly spawn space-time rifts resembling dimensional gates, from which massive numbers of wild beasts would pour out to attack humans. 3. The government deployed military forces to suppress them, but the rifts appeared at completely random locations and times, forcing every city to maintain standing armies. 4. Driven by curiosity, military units repeatedly ventured deep into the rifts searching for treasures, but often only 1 or 2 out of 10 squads would return laden with goods while the rest perished. 5. To reduce military casualties, the government began funding and recruiting powerful adventurers to form treasure hunting teams. This department was extremely dangerous but wielded enormous wealth and law enforcement powers equivalent to the military. 6. For ordinary people, military service had high barriers to entry, while treasure hunting teams only required strength and a clean criminal record, making it the fastest path for civilians to gain status and wealth. Li Feng eagerly added, That's right, boss. With your abilities, running a small shop is such a waste. Why not join a treasure hunting team? Name your price for compensation. I guarantee you could earn 100 times more money. What's the point of earning more money if I can't convert it to points? Lin Ran rolled his eyes internally while maintaining a calm exterior. Sorry, not interested. Both were stunned. Rumors said Lin Ran loved money above all else, yet he refused so decisively. Jiang Yushi steadied herself and continued persuading. Mount Shenghuang has been showing frequent anomalies lately. There's an 80% chance a space-time rift will appear soon. Are you really not interested at all, boss? Not interested means not interested. Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively, clearly showing them the door. Internally he thought, how pleasant it is to sit in the shop counting money every day. Why would I risk my life right after transmigrating? Not a chance. Jiang Yushi gritted her teeth and threw out another incentive. If we find good items during this treasure hunt, we can let you have first pick, boss. Didn't you hear me? Not interested. Lin Ran raised his voice directly. Jiang Yushi looked at Li Feng with a bitter expression, shrugging and sighing, clearly out of options. Ding. Side quest activated. Participate fully in this space-time rift treasure hunt. Completion reward, 2,000 points. If you run away halfway through, 2,000 points will be deducted. The system's emotionless mechanical voice suddenly exploded in Lin Ran's mind without warning. Lin Ran shuddered and nearly crushed the teacup in his hands. Another mission? And it was because of these two people in front of him? This karmic bond was way too deep. Thinking about how he nearly lost his life in the secret realm last time, his heart pounded with anxiety. This is so dangerous. I don't want to die. The system responded coldly. How can you become the strongest beast tamer if you fear danger? Please complete the mission as soon as possible. These words left Lin Ran speechless, yet they were annoyingly reasonable. After struggling with himself for a long time, he finally looked up at Jiang Yushi and Li Feng sitting across from him, clenched his fist, and asked, "Wait, did you just say that if we find powerful treasures, I can choose first?" Jiang Yushi's eyes instantly lit up, her previous dejection vanishing as she leaned forward with surprise and nodded repeatedly. "Yes. As long as you're willing to join our treasure hunting expedition, everything is negotiable." Lin Rant's expression darkened. "Give me a definitive answer." "Absolutely. You get first pick, but only one item," Jiang Yushi promised solemnly. "We need to eat too." "Fine." Lin Ran gritted his teeth and finally nodded. The two hadn't expected him to agree so readily and were so thrilled they almost high-fived. Being able to recruit this mysterious big shot would make this treasure hunt a guaranteed success. What exactly happened at Mount Shenghuang? Lin Ran pressed for details. Jiang Yushi organized her thoughts and quickly explained. 3 days ago, the magical beasts on Mount Shenghuang started going berserk and all gathering in the same location, as if waiting for something. We suspect a space-time rift is about to open, and it's massive, otherwise it wouldn't attract so many beasts. The last time something similar happened was 3 years ago, when a treasure hunting team encountered a 9th-tier beast right after entering, resulting in heavy casualties. 9th tier. Lin Rant's brow furrowed deeply as he cursed internally. This was literally gambling with their lives. He silently called out to the system, "Don't fail me at the crucial moment." But the system remained as silent as if it had never existed. "How many people are in your team? What are their abilities?" He took a deep breath. 5 people total, Jiang Yushi replied. "The captain is 7-star, the vice captain is 6-star, and the other 3 are all 5-star. We're all part of the Outer City General Treasure Hunting Team, which is considered upper middle tier in the Outer City." "You call that upper middle tier?" Lin Ran rubbed his forehead. 7-star was considered the leader, and they wanted to charge into a space-time rift with this lineup? If a 9th-tier beast really appeared, they wouldn't have enough lives to sacrifice. His silence made Jiang Yushi and Li Feng uncomfortable. Assembling a 7-star team was already the ceiling for the Outer City, and there wasn't much they could do about it. "Don't worry, boss, we're mainly responsible for the perimeter. The core areas will be handled by elite teams from the inner city," Jiang Yushi hastily added. But Lin Ran wasn't reassured. If the perimeter fell, it would still mean death. He mentally prepared for the worst-case scenario. If they really encountered something too tough, running would be the priority. No matter how many points got deducted, life was most important. The system seemed to sense his thoughts and rippled slightly, but still remained silent. "When exactly will the rift open?" Lin Ran asked again. "According to our observations, as early as tonight," Jiang Yushi spoke rapidly. "That's why we're so urgent about inviting you." "Tonight?" Lin Ran frowned, his heart tightening as he looked at the sky outside the window. "Then I need to prepare immediately." He stood up after speaking. "I'll go organize my equipment right now. Make yourselves comfortable. Then we won't disturb you further, boss. We'll come pick you up at 8 tonight." Jiang Yushi and Li Feng cupped their fists toward Lin Ran and left. After the two left, Lin Ran glanced at the time. Roughly 10 hours remained. He needed to start training immediately. He pulled down the rolling shutter door and focused his mind. The semi-transparent interface of the interdimensional rift appeared in his vision. 10 points were instantly deducted, and he was transported into a new planar fragment number 77. 3-day time limit, system protection, absolute defense. Good luck. This place was teeming with exotic beasts, perfect for grinding experience. Lin Ran immediately summoned the Shadow Moon Hound and the world-destroying Thunder Tiger. 2 beast shadows roared as they landed, their fighting spirits soaring. For the next 3 days, he barely rested, moving from place to place while commanding his 2 beasts to fight and devour crystal cores, recording their growth data with a single goal: pushing them to the 5th tier. Days and nights in the fragment world flew by amid fierce battles and roars. At the end of the 3rd day, a brilliant white light enveloped Lin Ran, hurling him back to his shop along with his 2 beasts and a backpack full of exotic beast ingredients and materials. The moment he landed, he could feel the surging 5th-tier spiritual energy within both the Shadow Moon Hound and the world-destroying Thunder Tiger. Planar fragment number 77 was absolutely amazing. "I'll definitely come back next time," he said with lingering excitement. Reminder to host: planar selection is random. Number 77 does not guarantee number 77 next time. The mechanical voice echoed faintly in his mind. Lin Ran shrugged and sighed helplessly, then began organizing his spoils of war. System identification results scrolled across his vision as he categorized the ingredients and materials onto the shelves. By the time he finished, dusk was approaching and the electronic clock showed 6 p.m. He jumped on his electric scooter and raced home. "Mom, I'm back," he called out breathlessly as he pushed through the door. "Why are you in such a rush?" Wang Qian poked her head out. "Just got an order that requires door-to-door service. Time's tight." Lin Ran made up an excuse on the spode, didn't want his mother worrying about the beast taming and interdimensional affairs for now. "That's wonderful. Go wash your hands. I'll heat up the dishes for you." Wang Qian smiled with relief, her pale complexion gaining a hint of color. After washing his hands, Lin Ran sat obediently at the dining table, though he wrestled internally with whether to tell his mother about becoming a beast tamer. Finally, he clenched his fists secretly. If he could return safely from this trip, he would confess everything. Several hot dishes were served, and he finished them in just a few bites before taking a hot shower. Mom, I'm heading out now. It's quite far, so I might be back very late. Don't wait up for me. All right, be careful on the road. At 8 p.m., he was back at his shop entrance. At the same moment, a black armored vehicle silently stopped in front of the rolling shutter door. 5 people sat inside. The man in the passenger seat wore black sunglasses and had a cigarette dangling from his lips as he spoke casually. Is that guy really that formidable? Li Feng in the back seat shook his head helplessly. Brother Wang, that was a ninth-tier canine beast. My twin-headed hellhound was so scared it immediately cowered. The muscular man in a tank top beside him chimed in. Regardless of how strong he is personally, just having a ninth-tier beast proves he must have a powerful family backing him. Let's hope this encounter brings us some surprises. Yeah, big brother. Maybe he's from some inner-city family out for training. Better cozy up to him while we can. The green-clothed young man in the driver's seat chuckled. Cold wind swirled smoke around the passenger seat as Wang Tao flicked his cigarette ash and looked up at the sky. Humph, I hope he's not just for show. Jiang Yuxie didn't respond, only gazed quietly through the rear window, waiting for Lin Ran. He's here. Her eyes lit up. Everyone looked in the direction she indicated, and at the end of the street, a yellow electric scooter came buzzing toward them. You sure he's from an inner-city family? Riding such a shabby electric bike? Wang Tao's hand trembled, and his cigarette but dropped. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Lin Ran spotted a black armored vehicle parked in front of the shop from a distance. Star patterns gleamed dimly on its body, and powerful astral energy rippled faintly around it. He immediately knew this must be Jiang Yuxie's teammates. We just arrived ourselves. Jiang Yuxie smiled in response. She jumped down from the vehicle and made introductions one by one. Boss Lin, this green-clothed young man driving, is he Zimming, a 5-star beast tamer. In the passenger seat is our Vice Captain Wang Tao, a 6-star beast tamer. The burly man in the back is our Captain Han Qingyong, a 7-star beast tamer. Before she finished speaking, a powerful wave of astral energy suddenly swept toward Lin Ran. His divine sense technique activated instantly, forcefully blocking it back. Huh. Wang Tao made a sound of surprise, not expecting this young man to withstand his probing. Pleasure to meet you. Lin Ran cupped his fists politely but distantly, his gaze briefly clashing with Wang Tao's. Jiang Yuxie quickly smoothed things over. All right, the rift is about to open. Let's get going. She opened the car door, gesturing for Lin Ran to get in. Boss Lin, sit next to me. Li Feng actively patted the seat beside him. Lin Ran nodded and sat down steadily. Let's go. At Han Qingyong's command, the armored vehicle roared to life and headed straight for Sacred Emperor Mountain in the northern part of Xuanzhong City. After driving for a while, Wang Tao leaned forward with a smile. Hee, I heard Boss Lin has a 9th-tier exotic beast. What type might that be? Shadow Phantom Moonhound. Lin Ran answered flatly. The air fell silent instantly. Zimming's hands trembled on the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to sway slightly. The other veteran beast tamers exchanged glances that was the king of canine exotic beasts. Haha, brotherly truly is a young talent. With such an exotic beast, becoming a 9-star beast tamer is just around the corner. Han Qingyong laughed heartily. Wang Tao remained silent, only lowering his head to light another cigarette. Damn, no wonder my twin-headed hellhound acted like a mouse seeing a cat last time. Li Feng shrugged with a bitter smile. Lin Ran merely smiled slightly, his gaze turning to the rapidly retreating mountains and rivers outside the window. Han Qingyong suddenly asked, Where do you live, Brother Lin? Are you a student at Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy? Lin Ran's brow furrowed slightly. He was only here to complete his mission and didn't want to be interrogated. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I could never get into Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy. Han Qingyong's mouth twitched slightly. Someone who owned a 9th-tier beast king was an ordinary citizen and couldn't get into Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy? Who would believe that? He shook his head helplessly and laughed. Haha, alright then. How much do you know about spatial rifts, Brother Lin? Quite a bit. Lin Ran had already mentally reviewed all the relevant information from the compendium of exotic beasts in his mind. That saves us time then. Han Qingyong turned sideways and lowered his voice. According to our estimates, this spatial rift is Class B. Lin Ran simply nodded slightly. His expression, wasn't surprised. This world classified spatial rifts into 5 levels. A, B, C, D, and E, each corresponding to different danger coefficients. Class D and E rifts were usually small in scale, with almost no large-scale beast outbreaks, making them perfect for rookie treasure hunters' relatively safe training opportunities. As for classes A, B, and C, they were literal death traps, swarming exotic beasts, chaotic magnetic fields, withering vegetation, rampaging creatures, and other environmental anomalies followed in their wake. One wrong move meant certain death. Since it's confirmed to be Class B, has the rift already opened? Lin Ran pressed. That's right. Han Qingyong's expression grew grave. Headquarters just sent word that the military is engaged in fierce combat with the emerging beasts, so we need to pick up the pace. Lin Ran nodded and closed his eyes to meditate, adjusting his mental state. The armored vehicle sounded its red alert as it rushed onto the city highway. Warning lights flashing, it hit green lights all the way, speeding through toll stations without slowing down. The convenience of power was on full display. When necessary, they could drive against traffic or run red lights. Lin Ran casually scrolled through the news a few years ago. A treasure hunting team had run a red light during a mission and killed a student. In the end, they only paid compensation, and the perpetrator was detained for a few days before the matter was quietly dropped. Under such privilege, even a life for a life had become an empty phrase. This had led to increasingly bitter conflicts between the military and treasure hunting teams in recent years, leaving the government caught in the middle, struggling to maintain balance. After half an hour of high-speed travel, Lin Ran looked through the armored glass and saw camouflaged vehicles one after another, all heading toward the same destination, Mount Shenghuang. The foot of Mount Shenghuang was lit up like daylight. To prevent the exotic beasts from spilling out, a new high wall had been erected around the mountain's perimeter, standing 100 to 200 meters tall. The cold, hard metal gleamed menacingly under the searchlights. The scale of these defensive fortifications left Lin Ran secretly amazed. Inspection. A military officer in dark green uniform strode over quickly. Han Qingyong led the team forward and pulled out a red badge embedded with 6 stars. The officer immediately straightened and saluted, waving them through. Lin Ran thought to himself. On the surface they showed mutual respect, but in reality the two sides were already at each other's throats, yet they still maintained these courtesies quite thoroughly. Crossing the high wall, the pungent smell of blood hit them heated. Exotic beast corpses lay scattered across the ground. Mixed with human remains, a horrifying sight. The group advanced along the rugged mountain path for several dozen meters before finally spotting the dark purple rift halfway up the mountainside. The battle had ceased for now, and the spatial beasts that had emerged were completely cleared out. Around the area sat scattered groups of military officers and treasure hunters who had just returned from the bloody battle, their breathing heavy. Many battle-weary military officers and treasure hunters sat cross-legged around the area. Each of them possessed incredibly powerful auras, and Lin Ran could even sense the presence of several 8-star beast tamers among them. As he followed the crowd toward the fissure, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The space-time rift before his eyes was identical to the otherworldly fissures in the system. The violent energy leaking from its depths was all too familiar to him. It was the battlefield where he had fought countless bloody battles through endless days and nights. While he was still in shock, a white-robed, short-haired man approached quickly with a cheerful tone. "Brother Han has finally arrived. I've been waiting for quite some time. My apologies for keeping Brother Su waiting." Han Qingyong replied with a cupped fist salute. Su Hong looked Lin Ran up and down and asked with a laugh, "Haha, no worries at all. Is this young man the one you went through so much trouble to bring here?" Lin Ran was still immersed in his shock when Jiang Yushi's reminder suddenly reached his ears. "Boss Lin, this is another external ally we've invited, Savinster beast tamer Su Hong." Only then did he snap back to reality, maintaining his composure as he gave Su Hong a slight nod. Su Hong frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "This kid certainly has quite an attitude. Brother Lin, we need to go register up ahead. Since you've never joined a treasure hunting team before, you'll need a simple examination." Han Qingyong led him through a corridor to a spacious, yet seemingly empty hall. Very few people were present here. Most who could stand in this place had already completed their verification. In the center of the hall stood a tall, silver-gray device. Han Qingyong pointed to the platform at its base. "Brother Lin, just step onto this platform and let the system scan your iris. All your information will then be sealed and registered." Lin Ran stepped onto the platform. Han Qingyong pressed the activation button beside him, and a mechanical arm immediately extended, sweeping a brilliant blue beam across his eyes to instantly capture his iris data. The next second, text rapidly appeared on the large screen. Lin Ran. Gender male. Age 18. Address Unit 1005, Building 13, Sunshine Community. Educational history: Wenba Kindergarten, Lily Elementary School, Longqing Middle School, Xingyu Vocational College. Family members: Father Lin Su, Mother Wang Qian. No criminal record, clean background, approved for membership. In just a few moments, his entire personal history was laid bare. Lin Ran felt a chill in his heart. Just scanning an iris could uncover all his private information, even down to his kindergarten. Truly terrifying. Han Qingyong beside him was even more shocked. Lin Ran was only 18 years old. No wonder his earlier claims weren't exaggerated. His background was as ordinary as could be. "That's it. I'm now part of the treasure hunting team." Lin Ran jumped down from the device and looked up inquiringly. "It's just temporary membership," Han Qingyong explained. "To become an official member, you need to interview at headquarters. But even temporary members have considerable privileges aside from not receiving a salary or exclusive armored vehicle. You get all the other benefits. What else? Lin Ran pressed. Remember how we promised you first pick of a treasure? Here's the rule. All treasures brought out from the fissures must be registered and belong to the government. However, whoever brings them out receives a substantial monetary reward and corresponding glory points. The treasures don't belong to individuals, but to the government? Lin Ran was stunned, thinking to himself. Looks glamorous on the surface, but we're still just employees. Glory points? What are those? He continued asking. Glory points are crucial. They affect promotions and salary increases, and can be exchanged for any items, Han Qingyong patiently explained. If you fancy a particular treasure and don't want to surrender it, you can exchange for it directly if you have enough glory points. You can also select from the government warehouse, or even exchange for real estate outside. All can be obtained with glory points. He added, the same applies to the military. They earn glory points by killing invaders or completing government missions, and the system is interconnected with ours. With that, Han Qingyong handed him a small blue terminal. This is a glory point recorder that will track your earned glory points in real time. Lin Ran suddenly understood. Glory points were actually the government's means of balancing both sides, preventing treasure hunters from keeping fines for themselves while giving blood-soaked military officers greater motivation. Truly ingenious. After listening to Han Qingyong's introduction, the two left the hall. Assemble. Han Qingyong stood at the entrance, his voice booming like a bell. Soon, all team members came running from all directions and formed ranks before him. Han Qingyong leaned forward and spoke in a low voice that, though quiet, reached everyone's ears clearly. As his words ended, several pairs of probing yet guarded gazes fell upon Lin Ran in unison. Feeling his scalp tingle under their stares, Lin Ran swallowed and asked dryly, "Are we departing now?" "Yes," Han Qingyong replied simply. Before his words had fully faded, he, Wang Tao, and Li Feng simultaneously raised their right hands, and three light portals suddenly burst open. Bang! 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 Three dark green swift shadow lizards stepped out through the scattered light. Each possessed only fourth-tier bloodline, yet they were naturally blessed with long limbs and well-defined muscles, perfectly adapted to various terrains. These were the most commonly used mounts by treasure hunters, capable of covering 1,000 miles in a single day with ease. The three men mounted their backs with swift, decisive movements. He Ziming and Jiang Yushi quickly followed suit, landing behind Wang Tao and Han Qingyong respectively. Nearby, Su Heng smiled faintly and traced his finger through the air. A burst of crimson and white light exploded, and a redanned white-winged horse charged out of the light portal, its mane like fire and wingspan reaching 3 zhang. Brother Su, what impressive resources you have, managing to obtain such a rare beast as a dragon horse. Han Qingyong couldn't help but praise upon seeing it. A fortunate acquisition. Su Heng sat calmly on the dragon horse's back, his expression serene and untroubled. The dragon horse beast possessed 8th-tier bloodline, and was said to originate from a cross between dragons and horses. It not only wielded the explosive attack power of the dragon clan, but also possessed wind-like speed. Lin Ran stared at those pure white wings, secretly amazed. Come, brother Lin, sit behind me. Li Feng patted the space behind him. Lin Ran no longer hesitated, touched his toes to the ground, and settled steadily into position. The unfamiliar presence made the swift shadow lizard restless, its tail swishing and front claws scratching the ground. Li Feng lowered his head to stroke the lizard's head, transmitting his thoughts through their beast contract, and the swift shadow lizard soon calmed down. Once everyone was in position, the 3 swift shadow lizards shot into the purple rift ahead like arrows from a bow, with the dragon horse beast following close behind. Upon entering the rift, space instantly twisted, and Lin Ran felt as though his soul had left his body, an experience remarkably similar to entering the system realm. This is Thunder Abyss. Looking around, he saw a dark world with rolling black clouds, where massive purple lightning occasionally tore through the sky. He was shocked. Could the system realm actually exist in reality? If that were true, what was the secret behind his infinite resurrection? These chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. What's wrong, brother Lin? Did you notice something unusual? Li Feng detected the strange expression on Lin Ran's face. It's nothing. Lin Ran shook his head, suppressing his doubts. 7 people and 4 beasts raced through the dark passage. Lightning frequently swept across their armor and the beast's scales, creating blinding white flashes. We'll only explore the outer areas and go too deep. Han Qingyong's voice rolled through the wind. Moments later, their speed decreased, and everyone jumped down from the swift shadow lizards' backs, landing on the charred rocky ground. The air reeked of sulfur, and distant thunder explosions rumbled faintly. Stay ready for battle. Wang Tao, Li Feng, release your main beasts with me. Han Qingyong shouted. Boom. A light portal opened behind him, and a massive bear emerged completely black and clad in golden armor, its 10 hang tall frame imposing. 8th tier intermediate level, a dark gold demon bear with dual fighting and demon attributes. Its pair of blood-red eyes swept the surroundings menacingly as a murderous aura spread in all directions. Wang Tao followed closely behind, sweeping his right hand as a massive crimson python, dozens of meters long, burst forth through the air. Though the sacred flame dragon python possessed 8th tier bloodline, Wang Tao's cultivation limited it to upper 7th tier strength. Everyone had already witnessed Li Feng's beast before. He raised his hand to summon his upper 6th tier, two-headed hellhound. This hound harbored 7th tier bloodline within its body. If it could mutate into a three-headed form, it would rival the Shadow Moon Phantom Hound. Captain Han's subordinates were indeed all experts. The hoofbeats of the dragon horse beast rang out as Su Hong looked down from his elevated position and smiled. Brother Lin, why haven't you summoned your beast yet? I've long heard you control 9th tier bloodline. Might we have a look? Lin Ran smiled slightly as a light portal opened, and the silver-gray Shadow Moon Phantom Hound stepped forth, moon patterns flowing across its fur. Greed flashed in Su Heng's eyes, though he shook his head with feigned regret. Pity its strength is only 5th tier. No matter, Han Qingyong commanded decisively. The pressure from 9th tier bloodline alone will suffice. Yu Shi, Ziming, release your reconnaissance beasts. He Ziming thrust his right arm forward as the lion-head demon eagle soared skyward, its upper 6th tier aura sweeping in all directions. Jiang Yushi flicked her fingers, sending ice thornbone butterflies fluttering alongside, scattering fine blue powder that revealed anything it touched. Target, the cave ahead. The experienced Han Qingyong's instincts told him treasures lay within, and the team immediately set forth. Upon reaching the riverside, he Ziming suddenly cried out. Unknown beast detected ahead. Through his mental connection with the lion-head demon eagle, he sensed a strong warning. Can you identify it? Han Qingyong asked. He Ziming closed his eyes to sense. It looks like a 6th tier thunder-devouring wolf, but the aura feels wrong. Su Hong waved his hand dismissively. Just a thunder-devouring wolf, what's to fear? But this aura is too strange, he Ziming frowned. We have strength in number slits, charge straight through. Su Hong urged his dragon horse beast forward. Lin Ran blocked his path, secretly asking the Shadow Moon Phantom Hound, Air Bow, can you tell what it is? The hound shook its head. Lin Ran grew increasingly uneasy. Thunder-devouring wolves feed on lightning. Why would one be drinking at an ordinary river? Su Hong snorted coldly. If you're scared, stay behind. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Han Qingyong leaped onto the dark gold demon bear's shoulder, pulled out his star spirit mirror, and pressed it to his eye as he slowly approached the riverbank. After a long moment, he sighed in relief and handed the mirror to Su Hong. I see nothing unusual. After Su Hong confirmed once more, he said coldly, it's just a thunder-devouring wolf. He returned the mirror to Han Qingyong, fixing Lin Ran with an unfriendly stare. After all this delay, if someone beats us to the treasures in that cave, you'll answer for it. Han Qingyong sensed the tension in the air and quickly said, it's fine, it's fine. Let's deal with that thunder-devouring wolf first. Humph. Su Hong snorted coldly and waved his hand. His 8th tier superior dragon horse beast soared into the sky, sweeping across the river surface with its golden mane billowing in the air. He thought to himself, a mere 6th tier minion, it'll be crushed in one strike. Lin Ran said nothing, just watched silently with eyes cold as ice, an inexplicable chill emanating from within him. Jiang Yushi, standing nearby, couldn't help but shrink her shoulders in her memory. Lin Ran was always gentle and even playful, but at this moment those eyes seemed to be staring at a corpse, more terrifying than when their captain lost his temper. By the river, the thunder-devouring wolf sensed the dragon horse beast's imposing presence from above and suddenly raised its head. The moment it exposed its throat, Han Qingyong cried out, oh no. He hurriedly put on his spirit mirror, and the scene reflected in the lens made his scalp tingly a gaping. Bullseye's bloody wound had torn open at the wolf's neck, and swarms of black insects were pouring out violently. In the blink of an eye, the thunder-devouring wolf's body visibly withered, leaving only a wolf pelt behind. Brother Su, stop. The situation has changed. There are unknown creatures. Han Qingyong shouted desperately. Just some minor demon insects. Watch my dragon horse beasts, divine destruction light, clear them all out. Su Hong was slightly startled but remained confident. He believed the dragon horse beast's light attributed divine destruction light would completely counter these dark creatures and destroy them instantly. High in the sky, the dragon horse beast raised its head and neighed, condensing a focused beam of golden light that came crashing down. Lin Ran's expression darkened, his heart suddenly sinking. Those insects were carrion devourers. He had encountered them in the planar fragments of Thunder Abyss, individually only 5th tier in combat power, but once they swarmed, even 8th tier beasts would perish in their sea of bodies. Even more terrifying was their high intelligence and talent for disguise, actually hiding inside the thunder-devouring wolf to strike at the opportune moment. If you don't want your dragon horse beast to die, make it retreat now. Lin Ran suddenly roared. Su Hong was momentarily stunned, not expecting to be angrily rebuked by Lin Ran in public, his face instantly turning ashen. They're just a bunch of insects. What are you yelling about? Fool. Those are swarms of carrion devourers, though you think your dragon horse beast has lived too long. Lin Ran showed no courtesy, his voice like cold steel. Su Hong, born of a prestigious family, felt murderous intent surge instantly when had he ever suffered such humiliation? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want to die? Han Qingyong saw the two at daggers drawn and hurried forward to mediate. Just then, a piercing dragon's roar came from ahead. Everyone whipped around. They saw countless carrion devourers stacked into a thick black wall, forcibly blocking the divine destruction light. Su Heng's confidence had been based on light attributes countering dark energy, but now the black wall remained unmoved, instead churning out even denser demonic fog that completely engulfed the dragon horse beast. The pitch-black fog waves frantically poured into the dragon horse beast's body, accompanied by an even more agonizing dragon's roar than before, as its golden scales rapidly dimmed. Idiot! Lin Ran gritted his teeth fiercely. Get out of here immediately. Those are the legendary carrion devourers. A single one isn't much of a threat only around 4th or 5th tier, but once they swarm, it becomes a catastrophic disaster. Even an 8th tier beast would be devoured in an instant. This low roar echoed through the empty valley, carrying bone-chilling coldness. Carrion devourers? Never heard of them. Han Qingyong exchanged glances with his team members, their faces full of surprise. They had been navigating these spatial rifts for years, yet had never encountered such creatures. Su Hong stared intently at the distant battle circle, his expression instantly darkening. His dragon horse was surrounded by a swarm of black gold insects, but was still holding on. Hearing Lin Ran urging them to retreat, he suddenly exploded in rage. Bullshit. My dragon horse is just surrounded, it's still fine. Brother Lin, the number of carrion devourers doesn't seem that overwhelming. How about we join forces? Maybe we can rescue the dragon horse. Han Qingyong spoke helplessly. After all, Su Hong was the reinforcement he had invited, and abandoning him outright would be inexcusable. If it were really just this handful of insects before us, a rescue might still be possible. But don't you see that large black gold insect on the Thunderwolf's back? If I'm not mistaken, that's a carrion devourer king, at least 8th tier. Lin Ran pointed toward the center of the battlefield, his face ashen. An 8th tier carrion devourer king? Everyone felt a chill down their spines. They were facing a swarm of 4th and 5th tier insects, plus a king that was at least 8th tier. Forget the dragon horse. Even a 9th tier beast would barely escape half-crippled. Lin Ran's voice turned ice cold. Do you think the dragon horse still has a chance? In the system realm, Lin Ran would have already fled to another zone, but this time he was being held back. Thinking that even 9th tier beasts could only submit, everyone's hair stood on end. Involuntarily looking toward the insect on the Thunder Wolf's back, it was obviously much larger, emanating an aura no less intimidating than a dark gold demon bear. Leave immediately. Now. Han Qingyong finally gave the decisive order. But Su Heng panicked. The contract light between him and his dragon horse was rapidly dimming, a sign of impending death. He desperately grabbed onto everyone. You can't leave, my dragon horse is still in there. Han Qingyong's eyes wandered, completely losing face, yet he was helpless. You brat. I don't care who's backing you. If my dragon horse dies, you're going down with it. Su Heng's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he glared viciously at Lin Ran. Lin Ran couldn't be bothered with the threat. Seeing that delaying any longer would turn them all into insect food, he directly activated his divine sense technique. Blue gold energy exploded from his body's surface, whipping up sand and wind as he coldly shouted. If you don't want to die, leave now. I'll kill you. Su Hong drew his dagger and lunged at Lin Ran. Just as the dagger was less than a foot from Lin Ran's chest, the carrion devourer king on the gold-eating beast's back moved. Boom. A black arrow shot through the air, instantly piercing the dragon horse's forehead. Those giant beast eyes immediately dimmed, and the massive body crashed heavily to the ground. In the next moment, countless carrion devourers surged into the wound like a black tide. Within mere breaths, the dragon horse was gnawed into an empty shell, withered exactly like the Thunder Wolf. No. Su Hong let out a heart-wrenching scream as the contract in his mind shattered at the same instant. The despair and terror transmitted by the dragon horse before its death made his knees buckle, and he collapsed on the spot. Still not leaving. Seeing the dragon horse's tragic end, Lin Ran felt a chill down his spine. Without further hesitation, he mounted his shadow phantom moon hound and bolted. Han Qingyong and the others were also completely terrified, instinctively jumping onto their respective beasts and following Lin Ran as they charged into the distance. Only then did Su Hong come to his senses, trembling as he stood up, summoning a golden-maned lion from his light gate and following after them. Brother He, Miss Jiang, please check the surrounding area again. Lin Ran called out to the two behind him as he ran. His zimming steps faltered. How dare a mere newcomer give orders? He was about to protest when he saw Jiang Yusin raise her hand, sending her ice thornbone butterfly soaring to scout the vicinity. Brother Lin, where are we heading? He zimming couldn't help but ask. Just follow me. There's definitely treasure here. Lin Ran replied with absolute confidence. His voice barely containing his excitement recognized this terrain as the very place he had reached after escaping that terrifying divine beast palace last time. Zimming frowned slightly. The captain hadn't even spoken, so what gave this rookie the right to claim there was treasure? Han Qingyong spoke in a low voice. Zimming, listen to Brother Lin for now. He's so certain must have discovered something. Understood. With the captain's permission, Zimming said no more and immediately waved his hand to send his lion-head demon eagle into the sky to clear the path for the team. Behind them, Su Hong rode his lion with a ghastly pale face. To escape, he had just sacrificed his most beloved high-grade exotic beast. That dragon horse beast was practically his lifeblood, now reduced to a departed soul. Su Hong stared venomously at Lin Ran's retreating figure, his fists clenched white with rage. Lin Ran keenly sensed that murderous intent and glanced back coldly. This guy really was like a persistent ghost. We're here. Lin Ran raised his hand, pointing ahead. Captain Han, what do you think of that cave? The cave entrance was deep and mysterious, with golden light flickering intermittently, accompanied by impressive spiritual energy fluctuations, as if announcing the powerful treasures hidden within. Well done, Brother Lin. Han Qingyong smiled, anticipation flashing in his eyes. Having just brushed with death, if we can obtain treasure as well, it wouldn't be a loss. To be safe, let's send an exotic beast in first to scout, Lin Ran suggested. Remembering their recent peril, Han Qingyong hesitated if another monster emerged. Wouldn't they be repeating their mistakes? As he pondered, Su Hong interjected sarcastically. Since you're so capable, why don't you go in yourself? If I go, I go? Just wait and see. Lin Ran replied without backing down. He knew full well, if this truly was that dimensional fragment, he had already thoroughly explored the cave's layout. This was merely a test of everyone's reactions. Seeing his confidence, Han Qingyong didn't try to stop him. I hope that stupid dog dies the moment he enters, to accompany my dragon horse beast in death. Su Heng's face twisted with malice as he cursed silently. Lin Ran leaped onto his flowing shadow phantom moon hound with fluid grace, charging toward the cave entrance like the wind. Brother Lin is going in too? Weren't we just sending the exotic beast? Han Qingyong was still worried. It's fine, this guy of mine is a bit dim, so I'll accompany him, Lin Ran replied casually. Before he finished speaking, the flowing shadow phantom moon hound roared indignantly several times, causing rocks to scatter. Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly, except for Su Hong, who secretly rejoiced. Excellent. Perish together. The moment he stepped into the cave entrance, familiar sense hit him indeed, exactly the same as last time. The flowing shadow phantom moonhound followed closely behind. The cave was absurdly spacious, allowing even this giant hound over 10 meters long to move through easily. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, breathing in the aroma of flesh and blood in the air, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hee. Last time he had gathered many precious exotic beast ingredients here, he wondered if any remained now. Lin Ran was thrilled. He had rushed in first specifically to grab as many treasures as possible before anyone else could compete for them. Although they had agreed he could take one item first, more was always better first come, first served. Using the memories in his mind, he felt his way along the dark, damp rock walls and squeezed through a narrow crevice between two massive boulders. Purple light flickered faintly within the gap, where a cluster of newly bloomed purple flowers swayed gently. They've grown back so quickly, he whispered in amazement. It was a purple thunder flower worth a full 2,000 yuan each on the market, specifically used to enhance the attack power of lightning-type spirit beasts. The last time he had discovered this plant, that greedy world-destroying thunder tiger had devoured it in one gulp, nearly making him explode with rage on the spot. Little tiger, I didn't summon you this time, so don't you dare compete with me. He chuckled to himself as starlight appeared at his fingertips. With practiced ease, he uprooted all 7 purple thunder flowers, which disappeared into his star ring in the blink of an eye. He then continued searching along the cave walls, collecting one spiritual plant after another, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. Outside the cave, Jiang Yushi paced back and forth, finally unable to contain her worry. Brother Han, Lin Ran has been inside for so long. Nothing's happened to him, has it? Yeah, there's been no sound at all. Li Feng agreed, equally anxious. Han Qingyong's expression darkened. Spirit beasts could be replaced if they died, but if something happened to a person, that would be real trouble, especially since Lin Ran was a young man with powerful connections. They had to ensure his safety. He immediately waved his hand. Everyone follow me inside. Stay together. The team members moved forward in a group, their headlamps illuminating the dim passageway that branched off like a maze. Su Hong dragged behind at the rear. His steps listless, hadn't wanted to enter at all, but with everyone watching, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow. Brother Su, I'll definitely find a way to compensate you for the dragon horse beast's loss. Please forgive me. Han Qingyong said apologetically, clasping his hands together. Compensation? Give me a break, Su Hung replied coldly. That dragon horse beast had cost an astronomical sum and required using his father's connections in the inner city. Now it was gone just like that. The thought made him want to strangle Lin Ran on the spot. Deep in the cave, Lin Ran suddenly sneezed, wondering who was cursing him behind his back. Seeing that he had gathered enough, he turned and headed back toward the entrance. Found him. Lin Ran is here. The lion-head demon eagle was first to catch the familiar scent, and he zimming shouted through the echo-filled stone corridors. Lin Ran emerged panting heavily, immediately spotting the group. Why did you all come in? Didn't we agree I'd scout ahead first? Li Feng shrugged. Scout? You disappeared the moment you went in like you'd lost contact. How could we keep waiting? Seeing Lin Ran safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there really wasn't any danger in this cave. Su Hong watched Lin Ran appear, disappointment and fury intertwining in his eyes, which seemed sharp enough to cut. Brother Lin, did you discover anything? Han Qingyong asked. The cave is quite large. I only did a rough sweep of a few areas, but I didn't encounter any immediate danger, Lin Ran replied with a smile. Han Qingyong turned and waved to the group. Excellent. Everyone keep your eyes peeled and search on your own. Don't miss any valuable treasures. The treasure hunters immediately pulled various precision instruments from their backpacks. Light beams swept across the rock walls while scanners emitted soft beeping sounds, their movements as practiced as archaeologists exploring an ancient tomb. Lin Ran stood to the side, watching in amazement. So this was what a professional treasure hunting team looked like in action. If he hadn't gotten there first to collect the most crucial items, he probably would have had to hand them all over. Can your device detect everything? Lin Ran asked curiously. This instrument can detect anything with astral energy fluctuations, Han Qingyong replied, patting the detector hanging on his chest. His voice echoed clearly against the damp cave walls. Lin Ran nodded and continued following the team deeper into the cave. Water droplets from stalactites above struck the rocks, their rhythmic dripping mixing with the sound of footsteps. Watch out. There's a beast ahead. He Zimming suddenly called out in a low voice. Lin Ran immediately reached out his hand, and Han Qingyong, understanding the gesture, passed over the astral mirror. The moment the lens covered his eyes, the dim cave passage was outlined with layers of energy patterns in pale green. Lin Ran scanned the distance. Fifth Year Spirit Valley Bat. He immediately signaled for the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound to engage. Brother Lin, be careful. Han Qingyong held his breath, afraid of another mishap. The Shadow Phantom Moon Hound charged forward, its limbs striking sparks against the rock surface, then raised its head and roared. Wind Demon Howl. A dark green light wave shot out thunderously. In an instant, the Spirit Valley Bat's chest was pierced through. Before it could even cry out, it transformed into a mass of dark energy and fell to the ground, dissipating. Han Qingyong exhaled deeply. Fortunately, it was resolved smoothly, and this Shadow Phantom Moon Hound's strength exceeded imagination. A one-hit kill against an opponent of the same tier. Su Hong remained silent nearby, but his gaze was fixed intently on the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound, unmistakable greed flashing in his eyes. As the black mist scattered, the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound opened its mouth, drawing in all the dark energy like a whirlpool. Demonic beasts would directly transform into dark energy upon death, and being of the same demonic lineage, it would never waste such nourishing sustenance. Lin Ran, still wearing the astral mirror, looked around and confirmed there were no new energy fluctuations before saying, all clear, let's continue forward. He returned to the center of the group while the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound took the lead, its ninth-tier aura spreading out and causing the low-tier beasts lurking in the shadows to retreat. Before they knew it, they had reached the deepest part of the cave. Scattered beast bones littered the ground at their feet, emanating bone-chilling cold. Suddenly, eerie spiritual energy fluctuations appeared in the air. Those scattered bones seemed pulled by invisible strings, clattering together to form shapes as skeletal monsters lunged at the group. It's bone beasts. Everyone be careful. Han Qingyong recognized them immediately and warned in a deep voice. He is an experienced treasure hunter. He was all too familiar with these fourth-tier bone beasts. They're all fourth-tier. I'll handle this. Li Feng patted the back of his two-headed hellhound. The two-headed hellhound leaped up suddenly, both heads opening their mouths simultaneously as black flames surged forth, transforming into two fire dragons that swept across the area. The bone beasts were completely melted in the blazing black flames, turning into dark energy that was absorbed by the hound in great gulps. Li Feng, you're quick. Big brother didn't even have a chance to act before you snatched them all. He Zimming said half-jokingly, half-teasingly. Haha, couldn't help myself for a moment. Big brother, next time I'll definitely let you go first. Li Feng laughed while patting Han Qingyong's shoulder. Haha, no problem. Han Qingyong responded heartily and took the lead forward again. About an hour later, using the detector to guide their search, the group had gathered quite a collection of beast materials and rare components. Just as they were walking and taking inventory, the passage ahead came to an abrupt end with a tall stone door blocking their path, its surface covered in intricate carvings. At that moment, the instrument suddenly began shrieking in alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Something's happening. Big brother, there must be treasure behind this stone door, Zimming said excitedly. This thing is massive, it won't be easy to force our way through. Let's see if there are any mechanisms first, Wang Tao said. Standing before the stone gate, Lin Ran's heart pounded. The last time he came here alone, he had attacked with 2 beasts for hours, but the gate hadn't budged an inch, forcing him to return empty-handed. Now with sufficient manpower, he glimpsed a ray of hope. The group spread out, carefully searching the rock walls, ground, and seams around the stone gate, but unfortunately found not even a trace of suspicious mechanism patterns. They could only shake their heads helplessly. Are we left with brute force then? Wang Tao smiled bitterly. Let me try. Everyone stepped back, Han Qingyong said, patting the cold stone gate and calling out loudly. He spread his 5 fingers as his beast tamer badge glowed with ethereal light. As a 7-star beast tamer, he could simultaneously stack 5 enhancement buffs: speed, strength, defense, skills, and aura. 5 beams of light precisely struck the dark gold demon bear. Roar! The dark gold demon bear howled skyward, its body suddenly expanding several times over, its bare arms bulging with mountain-like muscles. Blood-red eyes fixed on the stone gate as black malevolent energy surged along its arms, and ghostly wails could faintly be heard in the air. Dark demon fist. Both fists shot out like 2 massive missiles. Thunderous roars accompanied by fierce winds instantly engulfed the cavern in sand and dust, turning everyone's vision a murky yellow. Did it work? With such tremendous power, it should have. Someone whispered breathlessly. As the dust gradually settled, the stone gate that had been struck by flying debris was reduced to powder. But the dark gold demon bear's fists were mangled and bloody, its form rapidly shrinking back to normal size. Heavy panting echoing through the cave, clearly its strength was completely drained. No way, the dark gold demon bear got injured? Wang Tao exclaimed. Having worked with Han Qingyong for 10 years, he knew well the terrifying power of this demon bear, never expecting a mere stone gate could inflict damage on it. The stone gate has restrictions. Han Qingyong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If the demon bear hadn't activated evil spirit possession in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. It turned out that just as the dark demon fist was about to penetrate the stone gate, a terrifying energy burst forth from within. The dark gold demon bear used evil spirit possession to transform into a demonic form, barely managing to neutralize that energy. Lin Ran saw the entire process clearly through his star spirit mirror, even preparing to intervene, but was stunned by the demon bear's evil spirit possession. That was a legendary level demonic skill, summoning the power of undead demons to briefly transform into an incorporeal demonic form, immune to all physical damage. The cost was equally enormous, draining all the beast's strength after one strike. Without Han Qingyong's prior skill enhancement blessing, this move couldn't have been executed at all. Xuanzhong Beast Academy. Those 5 enhancement buffs. I'll have to learn them all eventually, Lin Ran silently vowed. Let's go. Let's see what's inside, Han Qingyong said, recalling the weakened dark gold demon bear and summoning again within the light gate. Emerald light flickered as an 8th-tier lower-rank giant pincer mantis, combining both fighting and insect types, stepped forth, its arm sides gleaming with cold light. Su Hong, who had remained silent, slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the giant pincer mantis as subtle ripples stirred in his heart. This guy was actually hiding another 8th-tier beast. He had underestimated him. Ugh, what a disgusting place, Li Feng said, pinching his nose. Suddenly, the treasure hunter's device began flashing rapidly, its piercing alarm echoing through the cramped space. Boss, look! There's a treasure chest ahead, Zimming shouted excitedly. Let's go! Han Qingyong charged forward first, his footsteps echoing urgently on the stone slabs. The others followed closely behind, stepping through the stone gate into the dim hall beyond. The floor was littered with dismembered remains of various beasts, their dark brown fluids long dried into stains, filling the air with a putrid stench. Su Hong also ran forward while pinching his nose, initially wanting to turn back, but the moment he saw the treasure chest, he instantly forgot his disgust. Who could resist such treasure right before their eyes? At the rear of the group, Lin Ran lagged half a step behind while adjusting the angle of his star spirit mirror, carefully scanning their surroundings. The mirror's surface reflected cold white light, but revealed no anomalies. Han Qingyong had mentioned earlier that a powerful energy blast had shot out when they broke through the stone gate. Yet now the hall was eerily quiet like the stillness before a storm. Having survived life and death trials in system dimensions, Lin Ran knew this kind of too quiet often meant greater danger. Yet the treasure chest so close at hand was truly tempting after all. This was his first time entering the unknown space beyond the stone gate. As everyone approached the chest, a cold, sinister wind suddenly swept in from the side. Crack! The chest lid sprang open before everyone's eyes, and a bone-white, razor-sharp claw emerged first. Then, a humanoid skeleton over 20 meters tall burst from the chest, clad in gray armor, its hollow eye sockets glowing with cold, ghostly light. Is that a Corpse King beast? Han Qingyong's pupils contracted sharply, his voice filled with horror. The Corpse King beast raised its right hand, wielding a massive dark sword several meters long that seemed forged from condensed night itself. A blood-red gem embedded in the hilt gleamed with an ominous light. It stood like a war god of the wasteland, looking down upon them all. Good God, how can we be so unlucky? First the carrion swarm, now a Corpse King beast pops out. Someone cursed under their breath. However, Lin Rant's eyes lit up as he stared intently at the sword's hilt. That blood-red gem was demon blood essence, and its quality far exceeded the one he had seen before. At the same time, his shadow moon hound transmitted intense desire through their contract, urging its master to claim the gem. Lin Rant's heart burned with excitement as he quickly soothed his contracted beast, then hurried to Han Qingyong's side and whispered, "An 8th tier upper-level Corpse King beast, plus that sword, its combat power probably approaches 9th tier." Han Qingyong's face turned ashen. His dark gold demon bear was severely injured and couldn't fight again. He took a deep breath and spoke to his team members in a low voice. "Bring out all your combat-ready beasts. We're taking it down." As his words fell, he immediately summoned his giant pincer mantis, sending it charging toward the Corpse King beast. The two beasts were vastly different in size, though both were 8th tier. Insect-type beasts were naturally smaller and disadvantaged in close combat. However, the giant pincer mantis was incredibly fast and could at least hold the enemy off. Hearing the command, everyone nodded firmly and summoned their beasts in unison. Wang Tao's 7th tier flame spirit monkey, He Ziming's 6th tier earth shadow giant turtle, Li Feng's 6th tier flame spirit tiger, and Jiang Yushi's 6th tier phantom soul demon rabbit. In an instant, dozens of spirit beasts appeared in the cave, forming what looked like a small army as they all charged forward to surround the Corpse King beast. The Corpse King beast was wreathed in an aura of decay, wielding a dark gold longsword that shot out chilling sword beams. Amid the flashing blades and shadows, a flame spirit monkey was knocked back and rock fragments scattered everywhere, yet the beast remained unmoved. Despite being surrounded by the pack, they couldn't break through its defenses and were instead forced to retreat step by step under the pressure of its sword energy, demonstrating the Corpse King beast's terrifying combat experience and strength. Lin Ran stood in the shadows by the cave wall, quietly forming summoning seals with his fingertips while suppressing his thoughts. The world-destroying Thunder Tiger must not be exposed unless absolutely necessary. His gaze remained calm, yet he stayed alert to his surroundings. At this moment, while everyone was busy summoning their spirit beasts, only Su Heng stood with his arms crossed, staring at Lin Ran with sarcastic malice. "What's wrong? Out of spirit beasts? Scared? Or do you think one immature 9th tier beast makes you invincible? Fool." The moment his mocking words fell, Lin Rant's gaze turned razor sharp. The shadow phantom moonhound sensed its master's emotions and let out a low, menacing growl from its throat. 9th tier pressure spread like a tangible force. The air seemed to drop several degrees, and Su Heng's legs went weak as he collapsed to his knees with a thud, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Han Qingyong and the others froze in shock at this scene. Su Heng was the most stunned in that instant. He truly felt death circling overhead, and his prestigious status as a 7-star beast tamer crumbled before his terror. You dare threaten me?" Su Heng snapped back to his senses, his eyes bloodshot as he roared and pointed at Lin Ran. "You little bastard, I'll kill you." He unleashed his full spiritual power and frantically commanded the 7th tier superior golden light lion behind him to attack. "Humph, just a 7th tier superior golden light lion. Second treasure, destroy it." Lin Ran sneered. Before his words finished, the giant pincer mantis shot through the air, its blade-like arms crossed and gleaming coldly as it blocked the golden light lion's path. Han Qingyong reacted swiftly, flashing forward to press his hand on Su Heng's shoulder. "Brother Su, let's talk this through. The situation is critical. We can't fight among ourselves." He simultaneously released his powerful spiritual energy, creating invisible pressure alongside the giant pincer mantis that forcibly suppressed Su Heng's spiritual power. In his rage, Su Heng was shocked again. Despite being fellow 7-star cultivators, he was completely suppressed by Han Qingyong alone. For the first time, he truly felt the gap between them. On the other side, Li Feng and Jiang Yushi's faces darkened. Lin Ran was the powerful ally they had invited. If things fell apart here, their entire plan would collapse. The two hurriedly positioned themselves in front of Lin Ran. Li Feng pleaded repeatedly, "Brother Lin, Boss Lin, don't be angry. Our goal is the treasure." Jiang Yushi even grabbed Lin Ran's arm, coaxing him with a gentle voice. Lin Ran's eyes were ice cold. "His mouth is too foul. Even my spirit beast couldn't stand it. He brought this on himself." He secretly weighed his options. If Su Heng truly dared to attack during the chaos, he wouldn't mind eliminating Su Heng along with the Corpse King beast, completely removing this future threat. Through the life and death trials in the system's dimensional planes, he had long developed a decisive and ruthless character. Seeing Lin Ran's chilling tone, cold sweat broke out on everyone's backs. Indeed, Su Hong had mocked him first, but to release a spirit beast to intimidate someone over mere words showed incredible audacity. Others secretly speculated. Although Lin Ran's background seemed unfathomably deep, Su Hong was also from an inner-city noble family. Wasn't Lin Ran afraid of making a mortal enemy? True, Su Hong had mocked him first, but to unleash a spirit beast attack over such words was incredibly bold. Even if his background might be powerful, Su Hong was also from an inner-city noble family. Wasn't he afraid of creating lasting enmity? You little bastard. Su Hong's face flushed crimson with rage, his chest heaving as he drew a gleaming dagger and lunged straight at Lin Ran. But before the cold blade could fully clear its sheath, Han Qingyong clamped down on his shoulder, his arm locking around Su Hong like an iron vice. Brother Su, let's finish this treasure hunt first, Han Qingyong urged frantically. Young people are hot-blooded. I'll apologize on his behalf. Whatever the cost of the dragon horse beast, I'll compensate you with spirit coins. Compensate? With what? Su Hong roared, his eyes bloodshot, the dagger trembling between his fingers. Today I'll make this brat wish he were dead. Heh. Lin Ran sneered coldly, his expression indifferent. You little punk. Su Hong glared at him through gritted teeth, but remained immobilized under Han Qingyong's restraint. Deep down, he knew these were all Han Qingyong's people. If things escalated here, that corpse king beast ahead could wipe them all out with a single swipe of its claw. Fine. I'm keeping score of this debt, and I'll settle it with you when we get back. He snarled unwillingly, his grip on the blade gradually loosening as his golden light lion also retreated from its defensive stance. Han Qingyong exhaled deeply and turned to Lin Ran. Brother Lin, don't be impulsive. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Meeting his gaze, Lin Ran replied coolly. I don't provoke others unless they provoke me first. Let's deal with that corpse king beast. Seeing Su Heng's dark expression, Han Qingyong could only smile bitterly. Young people. Before he could finish his thought, the corpse king beast suddenly threw back its head and roared skyward, black mist exploding outward. A sword chi as thick as a roof beam flashed instantly through the air, sending the surrounding spirit beasts flying backward as blood sprayed everywhere. The few spirit beasts that had been pulled away during the earlier conflict were already at their limit, and the remaining ones had no power to resist. Within moments, all were severely wounded. Flame spirit monkey. Wang Tao screamed, rushing forward like a madman. That sword strike had cleaved the flame spirit monkey in half at the waist. The pride of a 7th-tier superior beast was instantly reduced to bloody remains, its entrails spilling across the ground. No, as the last thread of their spirit beast contract shattered in his mind, the flame spirit monkey's desperate dying emotions crashed into Wang Tao's heart. Tears streamed down his face. This was his companion of several years, closer than a blood brother, now dead before his eyes. Wang Tao collapsed to his knees, pounding the ground with his fists until blood splattered. You monster! I'll kill you, he roared. His sacred flame dragon python, driven to frenzy by its master's grief, continued to bite at the corpse king beast despite its wounds, the stubborn pride of dragon bloodline, keeping it from retreating a single step. Don't be reckless, Wang Tao. Han Qingyong rushed over to restrain him while other team members gathered around, desperately trying to calm him down. Lin Ran watched from the side. Secretly moved, this bond between comrades burned fiercer than any other emotion. Suddenly, the earth shook violently. The ground tore open in a jagged fissure as bone-white skeletal hands clawed their way up from the depths. Countless skeleton beasts emerged with a thunderous roar, instantly surrounding the group. Their plan to overwhelm the corpse king beast with numbers crumbled in an instant. It's an evil spirit summoning. Prepare to break through. Han Qingyong shouted, his face extremely grim. Just as everyone prepared to break through, all the skeletal beasts suddenly turned around and surrounded the corpse king beast instead. Everyone froze in their tracks, and the scene fell into dead silence. Boss, what's happening? Li Feng asked instinctively, his face full of shock. Han Qingyong was equally bewildered and instinctively looked toward Lin Ran. At that moment, he noticed the crescent mark on the flowing shadow phantom moon hound's forehead glowing with an eerie purple light, its eyes blood red as it locked onto the corpse king beast. Did you do this? Han Qingyong shouted in disbelief. Only a legendary demon-type skill could reverse control evil spirit summons, demon imprisonment, and the only one present capable of using this technique was Lin Ran's flowing shadow phantom moonhound. This skill could forcibly control lower bloodline demon-type beasts, making it the perfect counter to evil spirit summoning. Captain Han, you all look tired. Let me put on a show. Lin Ran's tone was calm to the point of coldness. The corpse king beast was stunned at first, then glared furiously at the flowing shadow phantom moonhound. However, the reverse-controlled skeletal beasts turned on their master like rabid dogs, all pouncing toward the corpse king beast. The flowing shadow phantom moonhound let out a deafening howl, and charged into the battle like dark green lightning. Boss. Even though the flowing shadow phantom moonhound has 9th tier bloodline, it's still not fully mature. A 5th tier fighting an 8th tier, that's way too big a gap. He zimming gripped his weapon tightly, his brow furrowed. Boom. The corpse king beast furiously slashed with its blade, instantly shattering a large group of skeletal beasts into fragments. But the remaining skeletons continued surging forward like a tide, biting and pummeling without retreat. Any other 8th tier beast would have been torn apart by now. The betrayal of its subordinates sent the corpse king beast into a rage. It wielded its right-hand black sword, unleashing rolling dark energy with each wild slash. The flowing shadow phantom moonhound opened its mouth wide, devouring every bit of the dispersed dark energy and licking its lips with satisfaction. Very good, don't waste anything. Lin Ran stood with arms crossed, his gaze calm. Everyone exchanged glances. Holy crap, it's actually absorbing energy right now? Talk about staying cool under pressure. Roar. The dark green figure teleported behind the corpse king beast, its sharp claws striking in rapid succession, while its fangs savagely gnawed at the bone frame. Thin bones shattered instantly. Thick bones were forcibly torn away. Airbow, how did the corpse king beast's bones taste? Lin Ran casually teased. Canine beasts naturally countered skeletal creatures. Dogs chewing bones was only natural. The excruciating pain made the corpse king beast howl toward the sky, shooting sharp bone spikes from its body that knocked the flowing shadow phantom moonhound back. However, as soon as its attention shifted, the frontal skeletal legion surged forward like a tide, again wave after wave being destroyed only to be replaced by more, giving no breathing room. The flowing shadow phantom moonhound landed gracefully, spotting an opening. The crescent on its forehead blazed with purple light as dark energy gathered in its mouth. Hell's roar. A black dragon-like energy wave struck the corpse king beast's right arm, instantly blasting the tree trunk-thick bone arm into fragments as the black sword crashed to the ground. Incredible. Han Qingyong and the others stared in amazement, unable to believe what they were seeing. Su Heng was equally stunned. Lin Ran had single-handedly severely wounded the corpse king beast. He suddenly felt uncertain if they really fought. Could he win? To possess such power at such a young age, which Lin family powerhouse was backing him. There didn't seem to be such a family in the inner city. Could he be from elsewhere? Han Qingyong finally snapped back to reality, seeing the flowing shadow phantom moonhound and skeletal beasts cooperating flawlessly, while the corpse king beast had lost most of its fighting power. This was the perfect moment to finish it off. Brother Lin has already severely wounded the corpse king beast. Let's quickly provide support and join forces to slay it. Han Qingyong turned and shouted to his team members. Only then did everyone realize that treasure hunting teams could also earn glory points by killing rift beasts. If this corpse king beast before them was eliminated, they would surely make a fortune. Not to mention its entire body was worth money, especially that massive head, which was always priceless and hard to find. Seeing the excitement in everyone's eyes, Lin Ran's lips curved slightly. These guys want to share my glory points? However, he didn't stop them. Except for Su Heng, he didn't mind the others, especially Han Qingyong, who was a partner worth befriending. Everyone worked together and finish it off in one go. Lin Ran responded loudly. Right. 7 or 8 beast tamers shouted in unison as their respective beasts pounced forward, their claws tearing through the dust. Han Qingyong turned back and shouted to Su Heng. Brother Su, join in too. Free glory points are not to be wasted. Su Heng's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. He then opened a light portal in front of him, and a bird with golden wings soared out in 8th tier, mid-level holy light golden rock. Its dazzling feathers proclaimed its nobility, while also revealing Su Heng's preference for golden and shiny beasts. Lin Ran was quite surprised to see this. This bloodline could originally reach the 9th tier, but now it's stuck at the 8th tier. It must have mutated in a bad direction. What a pity. Han Qingyong's lips curved slightly upward. He had long known Su Heng had this trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically invited him to join. Enhancement. Everyone except Lin Ran simultaneously activated their beast tamer skills. Colorful buffs fell like flowing light rain, covering their respective contracted beasts. Speed, strength, defense, skills, and all 5 enhancements stacked together, making the air emit muffled sounds from the pressure. Lin Ran was stunned and laughed awkwardly. I don't know how. Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. They had known during registration that Lin Ran hadn't attended a beast academy, so it was understandable that he couldn't cast buffs. The beast pack suddenly closed in on the corpse king beast, about to surround it, when suddenly an enraged roar exploded. The corpse king beast's entire body convulsed as dark energy surged like thick fog. Boom. Countless bone spikes shot out like missiles, instantly shredding all the surrounding skeleton beasts. The shadow phantom moonhound's form became a blur, dodging and weaving through the bone ring. Earth shadow giant turtle. He zimming cried out in alarm, urgently commanding his turtle to raise its head and spray earth. In an instant, several thick earthen walls rose from the ground, 4 or 5 layers interlocking to protect Lin Ran and his group in the center. Earth-type giant turtles had always prided themselves on defense, and this earth flowstone wall technique was executed impenetrably. After several breaths, the violent commotion gradually subsided. Lin Ran immediately put on his star spirit mirror and looked through the remaining dust and fog. The Corpse King beast's originally 20+ meter body had suddenly shrunk by half, with broken bones and debris scattered at its feet. The skeleton beasts had been completely cleared out, and massive amounts of dark energy swirled and circled in midair. It was the Corpse King beast's demonic corpse explosion. It's in a weakened state now, attack. Lin Ran shouted. We can't let the Corpse King beast absorb the dark energy from those skeletal beasts, or once it recovers, even this earthen wall won't be able to stop it. The Shadow Phantom Moon Hound's forepaws generated wind as it swept across the charred ground, the air twisting as if torn apart. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, with countless duplicates clustering around its body. As a thunderous howl erupted toward the sky, like thunder rolling through a valley, the Corpse King beast was stunned on the spot. This move was far more powerful than when it was still a star wolf hound. The overwhelming pressure of a 9th-tier beast was so intense that even a true tiger's roar or dragon's cry would pale in comparison. Han Xingyong and the others followed closely. The holy light golden rock and lionhead demon eagle crossed paths in midair, flames carving crimson trails. The giant pincer mantis struck with swift, continuous slashes using its agile form. The dozen soft-meters-long sacred flame dragon python coiled around its target like a steel whip. Other beasts also unleashed their natural abilities, creating an endless symphony of attacks. Just as the Corpse King beast was being driven into a corner, the fallen sword suddenly hummed, its blade shattering and transforming into a blood-red gem. The gem hovered above the Corpse King beast's head, swallowing the surrounding dark energy like a vortex. Visible black patterns rapidly spread across its body surface. In an instant, the massive form recovered to over 20 meters, and even its severed arm regrew. Roar! A pitch-black shockwave exploded outward, forcing all the beasts to retreat several steps. The Corpse King beast positioned its arms in an eerie gesture, dark mist churning from its chest and quickly condensing into a bottomless black hole. Oh no! Death annihilation, retreat quickly! Han Qingyong's face turned deathly pale. That was an extremely powerful demon-type skill. Usually only 9th-tier beasts could perform it. The Corpse King beast was clearly only 8th tier, yet it could still execute this move. Could that gem be the cause? The next second, the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound seemed to tear through space itself, vanishing abruptly and reappearing above the Corpse King beast's head, swallowing the blood-colored gem in one gulp. Holy crap, that actually worked? Everyone was stunned. However, Lin Ran secretly rejoiced. It had long coveted the demon blood essence on that sword, and now it had delivered itself right to them, perfectly benefiting the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound. Having lost the demon blood essence, the Corpse King beast's aura immediately weakened. The black hole in its chest dissipated with a thunderous crash, and its skeletal frame swayed precariously as if it might collapse at any moment. It glared viciously at the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound, but lacked the strength to charge. Meanwhile, the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound's power surged dramatically, its body expanding once more with fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth, its realm climbing from 5th-tier upper level to 6th-tier upper level, a full major advancement. How could Lin Ran miss such an opportunity? The crescent moon symbol atop the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound's head flickered with purple light. Purgatory, ghost kill. With a thunderous roar, the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound transformed into 7 blood-red shadows, each wielding a judgment scythe as they lunged toward the Corpse King beast. This was its most powerful demon-type skill, with additional restraint against same-type beasts, especially effective against the currently weakened Corpse King beast. The giant beast saw the 7 overlapping images and trembled, fear filling its hollow eye sockets. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The scythe struck 7 times in succession, showing no mercy. The Corpse King beast instantly shattered into billowing black mist, leaving only a crystal skull that rolled to the ground. Looking at the crystal skull that had fallen to the ground, everyone was utterly shocked. Brother Lin, you killed it. Han Qingyong's voice echoed through the narrow cave, filled with barely contained excitement. I suppose so. Lin Ran withdrew his gaze and focused on the spreading black mist. Through his beast contract, he could clearly sense the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound crouching in the darkness, greedily devouring the dark energy that carried a corrosive aura. The black mist was quickly absorbed completely, and their vision became clear again. Several headlamps shone toward the ground as everyone gathered in a circle, their eyes fixed on the crystal skull emanating a cold light. Is this the Corpse King's skull? Li Feng crouched down, his voice filled with awe. That's right. Han Qingyong's eyes were practically glowing. It contains extremely powerful mental energy and is the most crucial material for the stellar helmet. Legend says that once a beast tamer wears the completed helmet, their astral power will greatly increase, directly entering the manifestation stage. We've struck it rich. This thing is worth at least 3 million honor points. Li Feng couldn't help but clench his fist. However, since Lin Ran had delivered the final blow, and they had previously agreed to let him choose first, Li Feng and Han Qingyong almost simultaneously turned around and looked at Lin Ran with expectant eyes. Lin Ran was slightly stunned. So besides his own divine consciousness technique, this so-called stellar helmet could also allow astral power to manifest. No wonder everyone was as eager as cats eyeing mice. But for him, this was just a material worth 3 million honor points. He no longer lacked such effects. After pondering for a moment, he said, I have no use for this thing. Captain Han, you can distribute it among yourselves. Han Qingyong was stunned and repeatedly confirmed. Brother Lin, are you sure? This is a rare treasure. Lin Ran just smiled and shook his head, turning to walk deeper into the cave. There were definitely better treasures in this fissure, and he didn't want to waste his only priority right on something useless. Though 3 million honor points was indeed a pity. Everyone was first speechless, then burst into cheers. He really is a young master from a wealthy family so different. After a quick discussion, the crystal skull ultimately went to Su Hong. Han Qingyong breathed a sigh of relief. Now they wouldn't have to worry about compensating for the dragon horse beast. Su Hong was also grinning from ear to ear, though Lin Ran had made him quite frustrated earlier. Holding this treasure instantly brightened his mood. Su Hong stored the skull in a special safety box, and the treasure hunting team's detector fell silent, proving there were no other reactions in the cave. Captain Han, how long can this space-time fissure usually last? Lin Ran walked back and asked casually. Last for days? As long as the fissure itself doesn't collapse, it can exist long-term. Han Qingyong explained. Lin Ran was slightly stunned. It could exist permanently. This was far superior to the temporary plane fragments opened by the system. Although unlimited resurrection wasn't possible here, the walls, fortresses, and heavy troop deployments under Mount Shengwang were obviously meant for long-term garrison duty. Can I come back in again later? He asked next. Well, temporary team members can't enter alone. They need to be accompanied by a treasure hunting team. Han Qingyong answered honestly. Li Feng blinked and smiled as he approached. Oh, Brother Lin is so interested in treasure hunting? Why don't you join us? Li Feng said happily. Lin Ran frowned slightly. Not expecting things to be so complicated, they actually had to become an official treasure hunting team. Did he really need to join? Let me think about it some more, haha. He waved his hand with a laugh. For him, the current mission was just something he was doing on the side. His real focus was still on going back to run his shop and earn points. Once his name was officially registered on the treasure hunting team's roster, he might die in some rift without even knowing it. Hearing this, the others could only smile bitterly as the entire team continued to cautiously advance toward the outer perimeter of the space-time rift. Along the way, they constantly passed other teams. Some returned with full loads, grinning from ear to ear, while others were covered in blood, missing arms or legs, retreating in a stumbling manner. The stark contrast made Lin Ran secretly gasp. High income indeed meant high risk. At dusk, everyone sat on the ground, leaning against an ancient tree thick enough to require several people to embrace it, gnawing on dry rations. Boss, this trip's harvest is pretty good. He Zimming counted their spoils while proudly shaking his storage bag. After all, it's a Blevel space-time rift, haha. Han Qingyong took big bites of his flatbread while chiming in. Li Feng nudged Lin Ran with his elbow, teasing. Brother Lino, wait. Boss Lin, shop owners really do have a keen eye. You spotted something wrong with that remote little cave at first glance. Just earlier, it was Lin Ran who had noticed something unusual about the cave entrance, allowing everyone to find a pile of mystic water crystal stones inside, excellent materials for crafting water-type beast armor that would dramatically boost a water-type beast's combat power once forged. Li Feng reminded him with a smile. But Brother Lin, you still haven't used your pick one item first opportunity. Don't say later that we cheated you. Haha, I have high standards. None of these catch my eye. Lin Ran took a sip of water, speaking casually. Everyone shook their heads in amazement. In fact, if Lin Ran hadn't been to this place before, who would have thought that cave contained treasure? Mystic water crystal stones had long been displayed on the shelves in his shop, but the price tag of 20,000 per piece scared away all potential buyers. He had originally thought the system's pricing was too high, but now after asking around, he learned that 20,000 wasn't expensive at all. Even scraps cost more than that. Thinking about how he'd been losing money all along, Lin Ran groaned in anguish. Huh? What's wrong, Brother Lin? Han Qingyong looked up with concern. Nothing, just thinking about something. Lin Ran smiled awkwardly. On the other side, Su Hong had become much more restrained since witnessing Lin Ran's strength, and was now fondling that crystal skull with obvious affection. Suddenly, urgent cries for help from a man and woman came from deep within the distant forest. Something's happening. He Zimming immediately shouted. Lin Ran quickly put on his star spirit mirror and looked ahead through the lens. A man and woman were supporting each other, with two wounded beasts desperately protecting their masters, while behind them, a massive blood-red single eye was rapidly approaching. That's a demon-eye beast? His pupils contracted sharply. Demon-eye beast. Everyone prepare for battle. Han Qingyong immediately gave the order. Everyone's hair stood on end as they dropped their dry rations and summoned their beasts in unison. The demon-eye beast was nearly 10 meters long, with no extra organs on its body except for one massive bloodshot eye, utterly grotesque. A mature 8th tier demon-eye beast. Lin Ran added. The team members' faces turned to Shinthi had barely escaped from the Corpse King beast's lair earlier, only to encounter this thing in the outer perimeter. Was this really the rift's outer area? Fortunately, after their rest, all their beasts except those already dead had recovered their fighting strength. Lin Ran's flowing shadow phantom moonhound was the first to charge out, its form creating afterimages as it instantly engaged the demon-eye beast. The other beasts followed closely behind with coordinated teamwork. The man and woman stumbled closer, their voices trembling. Save us. Han Qingyong stepped forward to support them both, saying, "You two look quite familiar. To be honest, we're from the Sacred Radiance treasure hunting team. I'm Oh Chun, and this is my companion Chen Shui." Oh Chun said breathlessly. Sacred Radiance treasure hunting team? You're from the inner city. Han Qingyong raised an eyebrow. A single 8th tier beast reduced you to this state. In his understanding, only inner city teams had the privilege of naming themselves, and their members were all elite. The two battle companions before him, covered in wounds, were clearly 8th tier as well, yet they had still been forced into retreat by the demon-eye beast, which puzzled him greatly. Seeing everyone's confusion, Ochin hesitated for a moment before explaining in a low voice. It's not an ordinary 8th tier. I believe it's already at the peak of upper 8th tier. Moreover, that demon-eye beast has undergone mutation. There's a faint purple ring around its pupils. The moment he mentioned the purple ring, everyone's hearts trembled in unison. Peak upper 8th tier, and evolving toward 9th tier. This was practically a monster with 1 foot already in the 9th tier. So, only you two survived from your team? Han Qingyong asked after regaining his composure. Oh Chun smiled bitterly. We were originally the 5-person perimeter guard. The main force went deep into the space rift. We thought it would be an easy assignment, but suddenly we were attacked by a swarm of strange insects. The team was scattered, leading to our current predicament. Strange insects. Han Qingyong's heart tightened. Carrion beetle swarms. Before he finished speaking, Su Hong clenched his fists, his expression darkening. It was precisely these creatures that had cost him his most beloved battle beast. You encountered them too? Ochin asked in surprise. Yes, with heavy losses. Han Qingyong nodded grimly. That swarm isn't something we can easily eliminate. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed in the distance. The demon-eye beast was sent flying by a claw strike from the shadow phantom moonhound, crashing through dozens of ancient trees before coming to a stop, with splintered wood flying and dust swirling wildly. Attracted by the commotion, Ochin looked up and exclaimed, "That's a 9th tier beast, the shadow phantom moonhound. Someone from the outer city actually managed to tame it." Han Qingyong was also secretly amazed. If Lin Ran's battle companion's previous victory over the Corpse King was due to consuming the blood orb, this time it was genuinely overpowering the demon-eye beast through sheer force. Ahem, he's external support we hired. Han Qingyong explained briefly. Oh Chun pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath. One of my team members has a 6-tailed spirit fox that got separated during the insect swarm attack. Could you help us find it? At these words, everyone's expressions became awkward. The high and mighty inner city treasure hunting team they had rescued was now asking the outer city team to continue running errands for them? Lin Ran chuckled twice, feeling disdainful. So much for their reputation. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Ochin quickly added, after finding the spirit fox, Sacred Radiance will fully compensate for all battle companions and equipment you've lost during this rift expedition, plus additional generous rewards. I swear by my brother Ohao's name that this is absolutely true. Ohao. Han Qingyong was about to refuse when he heard the name and was greatly shocked. You're Ohao's brother? The teammates beside him, along with Su Hong, were stunned. They knew that name all too well. Ohao, the one who hit 8-star beast tamer at 25. Su Hong blurted. Lin Ran scratched his head, completely baffled. Ohao, who's that? Is he a big deal? That's right. Ochin stepped forward, seizing the moment, his tone sincere. I hope you'll give this some serious thought. At that moment, Han Qingyong was focused on the battle. The demon-eye beast was covered in wounds, blood seeping between its black scales, while their own beasts, led by the Shadow Stream Moonhound, grew fiercer with every clash. He knew defeating the demon-eye beast was only a matter of time, but killing a ghost-type beast was another story. Those things were born with absurd survivability. He gathered the others around Lin Ran and lowered his voice. Well, are we helping or not? Why should we help? And who exactly is this Ohao? Lin Ran frowned. Li Feng nearly jumped. Come on, you don't know Ohao? And you call yourself a Xuanzhong City local? He's the hottest young talent in years, hit 8-star beast tamer at 25. Total monster. That impressive? Lin Ran's eyes lit up. So he's loaded too, right? Of course. The O clan's filthy rich, Jiang Yushi said with a smile. If Boss Lin steps in, he can charge a fortune. At the word money, Lin Ran perked up instantly. Say no more, count me in. Everyone fell silent. As expected, with Lin Ran, money talked first. Ahem. Brother O, will help, Han Qingyong declared, thumping his chest. Covering all treasure hunt expenses and compensating for fallen beast Wang Tao, had been wearing a long face, finally broke into a grin. Just then, the demon eye beast's blood-red eye burst with blinding light, clearly priming a finisher. Oh Chun had just relaxed, suddenly turned pale. Not good. It's about to use soul shock. Han Qinjiang's expression hardened. Ghost types excel at mental attacks, and soul shock is the enhanced kindred, hits your very soul. Lin Ran's body went rigid as memories flashed of being tortured half to death by that half-dragon. A chill ran through him. Fall back, he roared, bolting first. The others ditched any pretense and scattered out of range. Bzzz. Even after Head sprinted far, the aftershock still clipped Lin Ran. His skull felt like it had been smashed with a sledgehammer, and he reeled for a heartbeat. Fortunately, braced for impact, he snapped back quickly. Huh, that wasn't as bad as I thought. Did that last ordeal toughen me up? He muttered. The others weren't so lucky. Some clutched their heads and slammed the ground, some writhed in pain, and a few blacked out on the spot. Their beasts howled in agony, then went vacant, as if their souls had been yanked loose. If they hadn't mostly been at 7th and 8th tier, they'd have been bleeding from every orifice. Swish, swish, swish. Several dark violet beams lanced out. Slowed by the soul shock and foggy-headed, the group had no chance to dodge. At that very moment, the shadow stream moonhound jolted awake. Roar. A thunderous howl erupted, deafening in its intensity, instantly awakening all the surrounding beasts that had fallen under the soul shock. Purple shockwaves exploded through the air, and several dazzling violet lights flashed before the creature's eyes, causing them to leap reflexively and scatter in terror. The demon-eye beast raised its massive head, its grotesque single-eye bloodshot, and glaring fixedly at the flowing shadow phantom moonhound nearby. Lin Ran stood to the side, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just this level of soul shock? I've seen techniques countless times more powerful than this. His tone dripped with disdain. Moments earlier, he had instantly awakened the unconscious flowing shadow phantom moonhound through their supreme spirit beast contract. The power of such a high-level contract was terrifying. Even if a spirit beast fell unconscious or went berserk, a single thought could pull it back to consciousness. Ochen witnessed the entire process, his mind filled with doubt and suspicion. Why was this young man barely affected by the soul shock? And how could he possibly possess a 9th-tier beast? Questions swirled in his mind as his gaze flickered uncertainly. Lin Ran's eyes turned cold, and with a slight mental command, he said, Air Bao, you've played enough. Kill it. His killing intent transmitted through their contract without reservation. The demon-eye beast never expected its strongest combination attack to be so easily countered. It had believed that once Death Annihilation was unleashed, its opponent would surely perish on the spot, but now it had become a joke. Receiving its master's command, the flowing shadow phantom moonhound's lips curved slightly, its fur bristling as spiritual energy erupted like a torrent throughout its body. The overwhelming pressure unique to 9th-tier beasts spread in all directions, the purple crescent moon above its head blazing brilliantly, its crimson eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty madness as its battle intent exploded. The absolute suppression of bloodline sent a chill through the demon-eye beast's heart. Though it had successfully mutated, it still couldn't resist the intimidation from a superior bloodline. Seeing that its opponent was merely a 6th-tier upper-level juvenile that hadn't even reached maturity, yet with many other beasts lurking around, it instinctively wanted to flee. However, how could the flowing shadow phantom moonhound let its prey escape? Purgatory Ghost Kill. With an explosive roar, the hound's form split into 7 demonic messengers, clad in dark-patterned battle armor and wielding pitch-black judgment scythes as they lunged toward the demon-eye beast. The blade edges tore through the air with swoosh, swoosh, swoosh sounds, accompanied by eerie laughter, yahahaha, as killing intent surged like a tide. The demon-eye beast's face turned deathly pale, terror written across its features, its limbs frozen stiff. Paralyzed with fear, it could only watch helplessly as the 7 demonic messengers carved its flesh into countless fragments. The moment blood hit the ground, Lin Ran sighed softly. Still not quite enough. Ghost-type beasts are indeed hard to kill. The demon-eye beast's innate skill soul separation had already activated, allowing it to abandon its physical body at the last moment and escape as pure spirit. However, once this technique was used, it would need 3 to 5 years of recovery to reconstruct its body, and with its vitality severely damaged, its strength would likely drop to 7th tier. Lin Ran had once again defeated a beast above his level, and while Han Qingyong and the others had grown accustomed to such displays, they were still deeply shaken. Brother Lin, excellent technique. I'm truly impressed. Han Qingyong clasped his fists in salute, no longer daring to treat Lin Ran as a junior. Command of the team had unknowingly fallen into this young man's hands. Oh Chun, meanwhile, wore an expression of complete shock, muttering to himself, a 6th tier defeating an 8th tier upper-level peak beast? Good heavens, what a monstrous prodigy this young man was, and he looked so incredibly young, perhaps even younger than himself. Lin Rant's icy gaze gradually softened as he slowly exhaled and commanded the Shadow Moon Phantom Hound at his feet. This demon eye beast's meat looks quite good. Bao, go have a taste. The Shadow Moon Phantom Hound had been barely restraining itself and immediately pounced on the demon eye beast's corpse upon receiving the order. Its fangs tore through the scales, blood splattered everywhere, and in moments it had devoured a large chunk of meat. Lin Ran waved to Han Qingyong's group. Don't your spirit beasts want some too? It's incredibly nourishing. Huh? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Normally, after killing powerful spirit beasts, they would haul the carcasses back to camp to exchange for glory points, rarely feasting on the spot. Only demon-type spirit beasts that dissolved into dark energy upon death would be abandoned directly. Lin Ran had long developed a no-waste habit in the system realm. Kill a beast, feed it to his companions immediately. He even remembered butchering a bloodstripe boar last time. Roasting the meat over a fire, it tasted far better than domestic pork. Brother Lin, this carcass can actually be exchanged for glory points, Han Qingyong reminded him with a bitter smile. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Ran lunged forward, prying at the Shadow Moon Phantom Hound's mouth. Bao spit it out. But it was too late. Most of the meat had already been consumed, and the hound even let out a satisfied burp. Han Qingyong waved dismissively. Forget it. It's just a few glory points anyway. He then issued a mental command, and the drooling dark gold demon bear beside him thundered forward, crunching and chomping loudly. The other spirit beasts, receiving permission, swarmed over in a feeding frenzy, as if they hadn't eaten in ages. Oh Chun and Chun Shui watched in stunned silence. What kind of bizarre team is this? Moments later, only a mountain of white bones remained on the ground. The well-fed spirit beasts sprawled lazily, too content to even lift their eyelids. Brother-o, where exactly did you lose your 6-tailed spirit fox? Han Qingyong inquired. Right at a cliff edge. Oh Chun recalled, his voice bitter. That demon-eye beast cornered us with nowhere to run, so we had to fight desperately. During the chaos, the 6-tailed spirit fox was struck by one of its purple light attacks and fell straight off the cliff. Oh, a fall like that would probably be fatal, wouldn't it? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. No way. Chen Shui shook her head excitedly. The spirit beast contract is still intact and my mindit hasn't broken. The 6-tailed spirit fox possessed noble bloodlines with 8th-tier heritage, rumored to be a descendant of the divine 9-tailed celestial fox, making it incredibly powerful. Legend had it that under specific conditions, it could even undergo ancestral evolution. All right then, let's move out immediately. You remember the way, right? Han Qingyong looked toward Ochun. Of course. Ochun summoned his tunneling beast, a creature resembling a mole with a massive spiral horn protruding from its forehead. The tunneling beast could emit special earth waves to survey underground terrain within 100 meters, and once it had been somewhere, it would never lose its way. Led by the tunneling beast, the group traveled swiftly for 2 hours before reaching the cliff. The clifftop still bore charred rocks and claw marks, with traces of the 6-tailed spirit fox's demonic aura faintly detectable. Lin Ran gazed into the bottomless chasm, his expression grim as he said, from this height, even if it didn't die from the fall, it would be half crippled. Do you have a flashlight? Lin Ran asked, gazing at the cliff. Yes, this is a treasure-hunting flashlight with extremely powerful illumination. Ziming replied immediately, unzipping his backpack and pulling out a thick, black flashlight. Lin Ran pressed the switch, and a milky white beam instantly pierced through the darkness, sweeping down along the vertical cliff face. The rocky textures, debris, and vegetation were all clearly visible, but the cliff was too deep. Even the powerful beam couldn't reach the bottom, nor could they spot any traces of the 6-tailed spirit fox. Let's try glow sticks, Han Qingyong suggested. Ziming immediately rummaged through his pack and handed over several glow sticks. Han Qingyong removed the protective caps and hurled them into the abyss. Several green light trails arced through the dark night, falling one after another. When the glow sticks dropped about 10 meters, Lin Ran's eyes suddenly twitched. There was a narrow crevice in the cliff face with red and white fur caught on its edge. Inside the crevice, something seemed to gleam with a luster different from ordinary rock. Unfortunately, the light sources fell too quickly for him to see clearly. That thing looks familiar. Lin Ran's heart raced as he activated another glow stick and threw it toward the same spot. The green orb slid down against the cliff wall, illuminating the interior of the crevice. It wasn't ordinary rock, but an entire vein of mineral emitting a lustrous glow. Spirit stones, the core material for crafting beast armor. Years of frantic mining on Blue Ocean Star had made spirit stones nearly extinct, and now a complete vein lay before his eyes. How could Lin Ran not be excited? His mind flashed back to previous experiences. He had seen similar veins when traveling through system dimensions, wanting to take the entire thing but limited by his star ring's capacity, and forced to flee in embarrassment by a terrifying giant lizard, managing to bring back only small samples. The regret from that time seemed to have found its chance for redemption. However, he knew well that he alone could never claim such a treasury, would need his teammates' help, and must also guard against any guardian beasts that might exist. Captain Han, look there. That tuft of fur must have been left by the six-tailed spirit fox. Lin Ran suppressed his excitement and alerted the others. Han Xingyong squinted to confirm. Yes, it does look like it fell into the crevice. Wait, is that really a spirit stone vein in there? His voice suddenly rose. Zimming, have the lionhead demon eagle investigate, but be extremely careful. Zimming immediately nodded and blew his command whistle. The lionhead demon eagle swooped down, but as soon as it approached the crevice, its massive body seemed to hit an invisible barrier. Its wings shuddered violently, forcing it to retreat. This is bad. There's an intense oppressive force there. Flying beasts can't get close. Zimming's face turned pale. A no-flee zone? Lin Rant's heart sank. It seems the guardian beast protecting the vein is extremely powerful. Guardian beast? Zimming didn't immediately understand. Every spirit stone vein contains massive stellar spiritual power, which attracts powerful beasts to settle there. Lin Ran quickly explained. Everyone instantly understood. Lin Ran hadn't deceived them. It was simply because spirit stone veins were incredibly rare in reality and hadn't appeared for so long that they hadn't immediately made the connection. Han Qingyong's expression darkened as he spoke. This looks quite troublesome. Wait, don't you have a tunneling beast? When it comes to digging, it should be the strongest, right? We could just dig a tunnel and go in directly. Just be gentle about it and don't disturb that magical beast. Lin Ran suddenly suggested. Hearing this, everyone suddenly remembered they had this option. Right? How could we forget about that? Han Qingyong slapped his forehead, then added, Brother O, your six-tailed spirit fox should also be in that crevice. Ochin nodded eagerly and immediately had the tunneling beast burrow along the cliff face. Sharp claws pierced into the rock, sending debris tumbling down with muffled scraping sounds. Ochin's heart bloomed with joy during the brief detection earlier. He had faintly sensed the scent of spirit stone veins, which would be an incredible surprise if true. Moments later, a wide tunnel large enough for people to walk side by side penetrated through the rock wall. Without hesitation, everyone filed in one after another. Though the crevice appeared narrow from outside, the interior was like a natural cave, spacious enough for massive magical beasts to move freely. Everyone marveled at the sight. I can smell the six-tailed spirit fox. Very faint. The situation doesn't look good. Zimming's nose twitched slightly, his voice filled with urgency. What? Chun and Lin Ran exchanged glances with the others, their hearts sinking simultaneously. Found it. The scent is extremely weak. It's badly injured. Zimming spoke again. Given this cliff's height, since the six-tailed spirit fox can neither fly nor burrow, it must have been severely injured in the fall. Take me there quickly. Chun Shui grabbed Zimming's sleeve, her voice trembling. Led by the lionhead demon eagle, everyone turned a corner, and blue light came into view. A sapphire blue mineral vein embedded in the rock wall. Beside it lay a six-tailed spirit fox, covered in blood and barely breathing. Finally found you. Chun Shui rushed over, tears streaming down her face. Chun and Chun Shui bowed deeply to Lin Ran and the others, then quickly bandaged the spirit fox and placed it in the magical beast space. If not for the star's spiritual energy emanating from the mineral vein keeping it barely alive, the spirit fox would likely have already perished. After treating the injuries, everyone finally had time to survey their surroundings. Something's wrong with this mineral vein. Lin Ran frowned. He remembered sensing extremely strong star spiritual energy fluctuations from outside, which theoretically should indicate a complete mineral vein. Yet what lay before them was only a thin layer, as if drained by some force. Everyone's hearts tensed simultaneously. Zimming hurriedly took out several palm-sized scanners and attached them to the mineral vein. Blue light swept across, and data quickly appeared. Spirit stone content 5, waste rock content 65, unknown mineral content 30. Seeing the results, everyone's earlier excitement instantly cooled. What a shame. Mostly waste rock, only 5 spirit stones. Han Qingyong shook his head with a sigh. The massive star's spiritual energy around here must be leaking from damaged spirit stones. As for that 30 unknown mineral, it's probably useless. Lin Ran grew increasingly puzzled. If this was just an abandoned mineral vein, why were there flight restriction barriers? Where had the guardian magical beast gone? Not to mention that 30 unknown mineral. Just then, the flowing shadow phantom moon hound at his feet suddenly became excited, nudging his lower back with its large head while its tail wagged vigorously. Huh. Lin Ran was startled. Even the instruments couldn't detect if these unknown minerals probably weren't in Blue Ocean Star's mineral database. Yet his companion was so excited. Could they be useful for magical beasts? System, can you detect this? Lin Ran silently inquired in his mind. All right, initiating identification mode, identification complete. This is Demon Stone, or a fusion of demonic energy and minerals that can be refined into spirit crystals. These crystals can be used both for training demon-type beasts and forging armor for them. Spirit crystals? Then why can't the equipment detect them? Lin Ran's heart stirred as he quickly pressed for more information. Spirit crystals don't belong to this planet's minerals. They originate from a distant planet and function almost identically to spirit stones, except they only work on demon-type beasts, the system replied in a steady tone. Which planet? His curiosity was instantly ignited. The host doesn't need to know that right now. The system cut him off coldly. TCH, fine, don't tell me then. Lin Ran secretly rolled his eyes, then lowered his voice. Can you help me refine them? Yes, for a processing fee of 100 points. 100 points too? You bloodsucker. Lin Ran nearly cursed out loud, but remembering the crowd around him, he swallowed his complaints. Meanwhile, the scanning results came in. What a shame. Only this tiny bit at the front is spirit stone, and the rest of the stellar energy has been completely diluted. As for this large chunk of black, or at the back, there's absolutely no data. He Zimming stared at the scan results with disappointment written all over his face. Oh-chun patted his shoulder with a bitter smile. Maybe it's still useful? Let's collect some samples to take back to the research institute. Who knows, there might be a pleasant surprise. Everyone nodded in agreement. They discovered unknown plants and minerals in mysterious space rifts before, and as long as they proved valuable back at the institute, glory points and rewards were guaranteed. Everyone, seeing the group about to start collecting samples, Lin Ran's heart tightened. If these demon stone ores were taken back to the research institute, the secret would eventually be exposed. Not only would he miss out on the spirit crystals, but he'd also have to pay 100 points for no thing complete loss. Remembering the priority selection rights the group had promised him earlier, he quickly spoke up. The chatter stopped, and everyone's eyes turned to him in unison. Lin Ran lifted his chin, deliberately putting on an aloof attitude. Could I have this stuff? Han Qingyong and Oh Chun exchanged glances, both looking puzzled. Since entering the alternate dimension rift, Lin Ran had barely asked for anything on his own initiative. The fact that he was specifically requesting these unidentified black stones, could there really be hidden value in them? Under everyone's stare, Lin Ran felt helpless too. He knew his behavior would raise suspicions, but fortunately, no one was certain about the ore's value, or things would get really awkward. Brother Lin, do you really want this stuff? Han Qingyong asked hesitantly. Do you happen to know what it is? Since Lin Ran often provided information that others didn't know, everyone had long suspected he was hiding some trump cards. Lin Ran quickly waved his hands. I don't know what it is either. It's just that my shadow phantom moonhound sensed dark energy fluctuations from these black stones, which seems particularly suitable for training 9th-tier demon-type beasts. That's why I spoke up. You all know how sensitive 9th-tier beasts can be. He deliberately paused here, though his heart was racing with anxiety. He'd only told half the truth. Even if the research institute did discover the secret of the demon stone, or later, they wouldn't suspect him, since it was the beast that had detected it. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, everyone understood. Among those present, only Lin Ran possessed a 9th-tier beast, so it wasn't impossible for him to detect something unusual. Han Qingyong's heart stirred, and he immediately whispered to the dark gold demon bear, inquiring about the origin of the stones. However, the massive bear only shook its head in confusion, clearly having no idea what was special about the pile of black stones before them. Han Qingyong nodded silently to himself. If even the demon bear couldn't recognize their value, then Lin Ran had probably truly identified the nature of these stones. Combined with his own promise to give Lin Ran first pick, he decided to trust him. Lin Ran acted decisively, directing the shadow phantom moon hound to approach the ore pile. The black ore loomed like a small mountain in the dim cave. He simultaneously activated his system to begin refining the demon spirit crystals. As the system operated, wisps of pitch-black gas actually seeped out from the cracks between the stones, greedily absorbed through the nose and mouth of the shadow phantom moonhound. The entire canine form began to shimmer with a faint purple aura. There really is dark energy. Everyone exchanged glances, utterly shocked. Han Qingyong, still harboring some doubt, had the dark gold demon bear step closer once more. Strangely, the black gas completely ignored the bear, continuing to flow like a torrent into the shadow phantom moonhound's body. After several attempts with the same result, Han Qingyong's last trace of suspicion vanished. This or only affected 9th-tier demon-type beasts. Oh Chun watched in stunned amazement, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Brother Lin's beast is truly extraordinary. Since you need them, take all these ores. With Lin Ran controlling a 9th-tier beast, he certainly didn't want to make an enemy. Besides, bringing these things back might not even be useful, so it was better to forge a good relationship. Haha, it seems everyone agrees. Han Qingyong laughed along, though he still worried about transportation. But this ore pile is as big as a small mountain. Brother Lin, how do you plan to take it back? I'll just have the shadow phantom moonhound carry it. Lin Ran spoke casually. In truth, he could easily store the refined crystals in his star ring when no one was looking, but that would expose his trump card. Some appearances still needed to be maintained. Changing the subject, he politely cupped his hands toward O-Chun. I'll just need Brother O's help. This, or vein, is connected to the bedrock, so please have your drilling beast help sever it. No problem. O-Chun readily agreed and commanded the drilling beast to burrow beneath the ore. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed from underground as the black ore was completely lifted from the ground by the drilling beast and crashed heavily in the center of the cave. However, in the next second, an utterly terrifying energy suddenly swept over them, like a giant palm pressing down. Everyone was forced to their knees, unable to move even a finger. What's happening? Han Qingyong's face turned deathly pale. As a 7-star beast tamer, he couldn't even budget. His power was simply horrifying. This is bad. Could it be that beast has appeared? Lin Ran roared. They had been so absorbed with the ore that they'd almost forgotten a forbidden-level monster still lurked in this cave. Rumble. The ground shook violently, splitting open into a pitch-black chasm. Countless fist-sized bats swarmed out with a buzzing sound, blotting out the sky. Immediately after, a massive blood-red creature without a head burst, for the grotesque, ghostly face was embedded in its belly, laughing sinisterly. Ghost-faced Bloodbat King. How is this possible? Lin Ran said with terror written across his face, his voice trembling. This is the aura of a 9th-tier beast king. We're doomed. Han Qingyong looked up at the massive crimson bat that blotted out the sky, his chest feeling as tight as if bound by iron hoops. Everyone already knew this rift was classified as brank, theoretically harboring the possibility of 9th-tier beasts, but convention dictated that such monsters would only be encountered deep in the core regions. Who could have imagined they'd run into them repeatedly here at the outer edges? Han Qingyong's heart sank. Heaven truly wants us dead. Above, the ghost-faced Bloodbat King gazed down at the insignificant humans below. Not only had it been forcibly awakened, but an entire magic stone vein had been destroyed as well. Blood-red light surged in its eyes, murderous intent raging. Damn them all. Terrifying pressure crashed down upon them. The beast tamers and their contracted beasts were all pressed flat against the ground, bones creaking audibly, unable to move. Only the shadow phantom moonhound managed to struggle upright, limbs trembling yet refusing to retreat, growling continuously through bared teeth as it strained to meet the Bat King's gaze. Lin Ran felt as if his chest had been struck by a sledgehammer, his forehead pressed to the ground, while urgent mental warnings from the shadow phantom moonhound echoed in his ears. The ghost-faced Bloodbat King's killing intent was overwhelming. None of the people here would likely survive. It could fight with everything it had to escort its master away, but couldn't guarantee the safety of the others. Detestable humans. You all must die. The twisted, contorted, ghostly face on the Bat King's belly opened its mouth and roared in fury. The intelligence of a 9th-tier king had long since matched that of humans, making speech effortless for it. Lin Ran had witnessed this firsthand with the half-dragon before. Abandon his companions and flee alone? Lin Ran's heart twisted like a tightened rope. In the span of a few breaths, he gritted his teeth hard. Where there's life, there's hope. Survival was paramount. Run. Air Bao, save me, he commanded hoarsely, directing the shadow phantom moonhound to come to his aid. Wanna leave? With just this little beast that hasn't even grown its full coat? The ghost-faced Bloodbat King cackled wickedly, its sound waves thick with mockery. The shadow phantom moonhound was enraged. It paused mid-step as the blue-white markings on its forehead instantly blazed to life. 9th-tier aura surging outward to clash with the Bat King's pressure. Little pup, when you've fully matured, this king might fear you somewhat, but no obediently accept your death. Before the words finished, a visible gray-black sound wave shot forth from between the bat's fangs. Soul-stealing demon sound. The supreme technique of bat-type beasts, directly tearing at souls, especially when personally executed by the ghost-faced Bloodbat King. Ah! The sound wave pierced through everyone's minds like wildfire, igniting their nerves. All faces contorted as fists frantically pounded temples. Several beast tamers couldn't withstand it. Blood poured from their 7 orifices as they drew their final breaths. Lin Ran hadn't expected the sound wave's intensity to far exceed his previous ordeal with the half-dragon. The pain nearly broke him as he clutched his head and screamed. The shadow phantom moonhound also crouched low beside him, blood seeping from its teeth, yet still arched protectively before its master. You destroyed this king's property, so pay with your lives. The ghost-faced Bloodbat King hovered high above, its wings stirring up bloody winds. It opened its mouth to condense a pitch-black energy beam, instantly creating a spinning black hole in the air. Death annihilation. This technique's terror far surpassed that corpse king beast that could only cast it with demon blood essence. Just one strike would reduce all life in the area to ash. Stop! A sudden, deep voice directly invaded the ghost-faced Bloodbat King's consciousness. The fully formed death annihilation abruptly froze in midair. Why? Those damned humans destroyed my magic stone vein. The grim-faced bloodbat king roared in its mind. There is no why. This is the master's command, an absolute command. A supremely authoritative voice echoed through its consciousness. A master? How could this be? The grim-faced bloodbat king trembled almost instinctively. You need not know too much. Just remember this. This person absolutely cannot be killed. What if I refuse? You're welcome to try. That overwhelming authority pressed down like a mountain, sending chills through its very core. After a moment's hesitation, the grim-faced bloodbat king finally submitted, transforming into a crimson streak of light and vanishing into the depths of the cave. As the terrifying presence faded, the cavern returned to deathly silence. Han Qingyong gasped for breath, struggling to his feet. What just happened? Why did it suddenly leave? It's not going to kill us anymore. Ochen's face was filled with disbelief. Lin Rant's expression was the most complex of all. In that instant, he had caught a glimpse of an extremely familiar or the same as that mysterious man he'd encountered in Fragment 128 of the Thunder Abyss. Is it that guy? He actually came here too? Could he have taken the grim-faced bloodbat king away? Questions raced through Lin Rant's mind, but at least they had survived. That was close. We almost bought it. Lin Rant shook out his sleeves with a forced laugh. It seemed like something lured that grim-faced bloodbat king away. Our luck couldn't have been better. Li Feng covered his ears, wiping away traces of blood. You call this good? He Zimming had blood streaming from all 7 orifices, his consciousness somewhat hazy. First the corpse king beast, then the demon-eye beast, and now a grim-faced bloodbat king pops up? What wonderful luck indeed. The other team members gradually regained consciousness. Though everyone was injured, they all felt grateful to have escaped death. Boss, let's get out of here. We've had terrible luck today, we need to go back and recover for a few days. Li Feng smiled bitterly. Agreed. We leave immediately. Han Qingyong responded without hesitation. Lin Ran checked his watch. Past 4 in the morning. From their 8 o'clock departure until now, a full 8 hours had passed. This was a real rift, not like the system planes where 1 day equals 2 hours. If they didn't return soon, his mother would definitely worry. Just let me have the Shadow Phantom Moonhound secure this black stone, then we'll leave right away, he said. Everyone nodded in agreement. An hour later, the group was approaching the space-time rift exit. There were more treasure hunting teams here, all preparing to return. Am I seeing things? That big dog is carrying an entire mountain. Good heavens. What's going on? Wait, isn't that Oh-chun? Oh-hao's younger brother from the Sacred Radiance treasure team? Is that mountain theirs too? Han Qingyong and the others exchanged glances, managing only bitter smiles. They were being too conspicuous. Who had ever seen anyone haul out an entire mountain? Restless chatter echoed around the exit. The military officers guarding the space-time rift exit also stared wide-eyed. What are these treasure hunters up to? Bringing out a whole mountain? Have they lost their minds? Everyone ignored the sounds and ran straight toward the exit. The moment they stepped through the crack, a dizzying sensation of spinning heaven and earth hit them. When their feet touched solid ground again, Lin Ran and his companions found themselves back at the Sacred Emperor Mountain Camp. Behind the fissure, a massive black boulder the size of a small mountain was being carried by the flowing Shadow Phantom Moonhound, slowly squeezing through the gap bit by bit. All the guards and treasure hunters around stared with wide eyes. What the hell? Bringing out a giant boulder? Are you trying to crush this place? The nearest officer raised his voice, still trying to maintain his authority. Wait, inspection. Lin Ran was slightly stunned. Another inspection? Had they discovered something unusual? His expression wavered, and Han Qingyong immediately lowered his voice to explain. Brother Lin, don't worry. Everyone coming out of the space-time rift has to be inspected and registered. The normal procedure is in the main hall ahead, but your boulder is too outrageous, they definitely need to check it first. Lin Ran smiled bitterly and could only nod. The officer approached with a stern expression, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the flowing Shadow Phantom Moonhound beside them, its body rippling with moonlight. His face instantly turned pale. Ninth-tier magical beast. His heart raced wildly. A mighty ninth-tier magical beast reduced to a pack animal? What kind of background did these people have? But he was just a low-ranking officer who couldn't afford to provoke them. He immediately changed his tone, speaking respectfully. My apologies. Large cargo entering the camp could be dangerous and cannot be brought in directly. We'll send people to register and inspect it. Please wait a moment. This guy changes faces really fast. Han Qingyong chuckled quietly, whispering his complaint. Before long, 2 white-haired elders emerged from the camp's main hall, followed by a line of officers and treasure hunters. From their bearing and presence, they were clearly people of significant importance. Han Qingyong and the others first froze, then bowed in unison with extremely respectful expressions. Seeing Lin Ran still standing there in a daze, Han Qingyong quickly tugged at his sleeve as a hint. Lin Ran felt frustrated. Who were these 2 old men that required this genius to bow? What a joke. Stop fooling around, Brother Lin. Han Qingyong whispered urgently. The one on the left is Duan Tianfeng, the chief supervisor of Xuanzhong City's treasure hunting teams. The one on the right is Wu Qianhua, the Grand General of Xuanzhong City's military. It's quite unusual for these two elders to come out personally today. Only then did Lin Ran understand, muttering to himself that no wonder he couldn't sense even a trace of star spirit power fluctuation. They were at a level too high for him to detect. Duan Tianfeng laughed heartily. No matter, the young man simply doesn't know us. Wu Qianhua's gaze locked onto the giant boulder. He stepped closer and said in a deep voice, "Did you bring out this boulder? The texture looks like a complete mineral vein." The surrounding crowd erupted in amazement. A mineral vein? If it really was good, that would be an enormous fortune. Wu Qianhua examined it carefully and finally shook his head with a sigh. Unfortunately, it's just a useless vein. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it had truly been a spirit stone vein, this young man would have become rich overnight, and they wouldn't have had time to feel jealous. Old fellow, your eyes have failed you. Duan Tianfeng stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with sharp light. On the surface it appears to be ordinary black stone, but there are faint dark energy fluctuations within. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Duan Tianfeng spoke with meaningful implications. You think I can't tell? Don't assume I'm some senile old fool. Sure, this thing has traces of dark energy fluctuations, but they're far too weak. Spending massive amounts of manpower and resources to extract it would be completely pointless. Wu Qianhua immediately retorted. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Ran's face turned deathly pale. These veteran experts had detected the dark energy's presence with just a glance. Their perception was terrifyingly sharp. Fortunately, they hadn't discovered the stone's true secret. Duan Tianfeng stroked his graying beard, turning toward Lin Ran with an enigmatic smile. Haha, by the way, young man, where exactly did you get this? Lin Ran took a deep breath and rattled off his prepared explanation like spilling beans from a bag. From a cave. There used to be a spirit stone vein there, but unfortunately it was destroyed and all the astral energy got diluted. My spirit beast can extract the dark energy from stones, so that's why I hauled it out. He wasn't lying, he was simply omitting the part about the system's refining capabilities. You're saying your spirit beast can absorb dark energy? A flash of surprise crossed Duan Tianfeng's eyes. No way. The dark energy in this stone is pathetically thin. What kind of spirit beast could be that powerful? Wu Qianhua pressed. Lin Ran gave a bitter laugh and pointed behind him. Everyone turned to look, only to see a large dog sprawled on all fours, snoring loudly. The shadow phantom moon hound had been carrying that massive boulder for over an hour and was completely exhausted. This is a shadow phantom moon hound, a ninth-tier bloodline spirit beast. Duan Tianfeng and Wu Qianhua exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock. Young man, who are your parents? Lin Ran was struck speechless and could only stand there with an awkward smile. At that moment, Han Qingyong timely handed over a file. The two elders looked down at the documents, their frowns deepening. Outer city personnel? And temporary assignment at that? Old fellow, don't you find this strange? Wu Qianhua lowered his voice. An ordinary person from the outer city actually has a ninth-tier spirit beast, must have stumbled upon some incredible fortune. Duan Tianfeng narrowed his eyes. Could also be the illegitimate son of some major family. Look at the file under father, it says deceased. TSK. Not simple at all, not simple. Lin Ran stood rigid throughout this exchange, his intestines practically turning green with regret. If only he had refined everything directly in the cave, instead of coming out to endure this interrogation. Duan Tianfeng suddenly broke into a smile. Haha, young man, no need to be nervous. Since your spirit beast can absorb dark energy from this stone, we won't interfere too much. But according to regulations, if you want to take any treasures with you, you'll need to exchange glory points for them. Lin Ran was stunned off course. All discovered treasures had to be turned over to the government, and without glory points, he couldn't take anything. But he was just temporary personnel. Where would he get glory points? Seeing his predicament, Duan Tianfeng smoothly extended an olive branch. Ahem, you're currently a temporary treasure hunting team member, right? As long as you officially join our Xuanzhong City treasure hunting team, this boulder is immediately yours. Wow, you sly old fox. Wu Qianhua immediately jumped in. Young man, just take the stone. I'll even throw in some extra glory points. As long as you join our military, we can provide any resources you need. Duan Tianfeng wasn't backing down. Your military is so powerful. Stop competing with my little treasure hunting team for personnel. Little treasure hunting team. Wu Qianhua rolled his eyes. Everyone knows your department has the most money. Come on, don't fight me for him. I'm begging you, big brother. I'm begging you too, boss. Duan Tianfeng shot back sarcastically. The two old men went back and forth, their voices growing louder and louder, completely ignoring the large circle of onlookers gathered around them. Lin Ran stared in complete bewilderment, his mind flooded with countless question marks. What was happening? These same people who had been pointing fingers at him moments ago now seemed to have switched channels instantly, swarming around him like bees fighting over honey. Brother Lin, look how much all these big shots like you. Why not just give in and join our treasure hunting team? Li Feng waved his hand with an innocent smile. Exactly, exactly. We're brothers who've been through life and death together. You can't break our hearts like this. Han Qingyong placed his hand over his chest with a sincere expression. Lin Ran smiled bitterly, but remained silent. Just then, a light snort came from nearby. See? The young man clearly isn't interested in your treasure hunting team. Wu Qianhua crossed his arms, while several military officers behind him stepped forward half a pace. Joining the army is the real deal. Mind your own business. What do you know, chattering away like that? Someone from the treasure hunting team provoked. Say that again, I dare you. The officer sneered coldly. Not convinced. Come bite me. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Though many people still couldn't figure out what was happening, seeing two big shots turning against each other over a young man, they joined the commotion, afraid their own faction might fall behind. System, can you get me out of here? Lin Ran called out silently. No. The system's voice was cold. This segment is part of the mission. You can earn 2,000 points upon completion. Please resolve this yourself. Damn it. Lin Ran felt his head spinning. Fine, don't help me, but adding missions on the spot is way too shady. Meanwhile, the two old men continued their verbal sparring. Old fox, it's one thing for us two to compete, but now the youngsters are joining the ruckus too. It's all your bad influence. Wu Qianhua frowned. Don't blame me. Duan Tianfeng shrugged. He was already temporary staff with the treasure hunting team. It's only natural for him to return to the ranks. You're the one who's jealous and insisting on interfering. Fine, the decision is still in this young man's hands. No matter how fiercely we compete, it's useless if he doesn't agree. Why don't we just ask his opinion directly? I trust he'll make the right choice. The two finally reached an understanding and fell silent simultaneously. The next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from their bodies, instantly enveloping the entire camp. Everyone be quiet. Two voices overlapped. The noisy crowd fell silent as if the air had been sucked away, standing frozen like startled birds. Wu Qianhua scolded with a cold face. Haven't you had enough of the military and treasure hunting teams arguing all these years? Duan Tianfeng nodded in agreement, though a smile still played at the corners of his mouth, his gaze firmly locked on Lin Ran. The crowd looked frustrated after being scolded, muttering quietly. Weren't you two old guys the ones who started this? We were just following along. Lin Ran was also stunned by this overwhelming presence, mentally comparing if this oppressive feeling was on par with that ghost-faced bloodbat king from earlier, just without the intense killing intent. Sorry for the embarrassing display. Duan Tianfeng restrained his aura and asked with a smile. How are you considering it? Lin Ran pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. Senior, I don't wish to join the treasure hunting team for now. If I need to in the future, I'll definitely report immediately. His heart was full of helplessness. Once he joined the treasure hunting team, he'd definitely be too busy to touch the ground. How would he have time to run his shop? Without running the shop, he couldn't earn points. Haha, old fox, I told you he wasn't interested in your treasure hunting team. Wu Qianhua clapped and laughed heartily. Young man, you have good judgment. A real man should join the military and defend the country. Senior Wu. Actually, I don't want to join the military either. Lin Ran never expected this big shot to think he had chosen him, so he hurriedly tried to explain. What? Are you afraid of death? A real man shouldn't fear anything. Wu Qianhua's cheerful smile instantly froze, his brow furrowed deeply, and his voice carried a hint of displeasure. Lin Ran groaned inwardly. He truly was afraid of death, had a frail, sickly mother at home who needed his care. How could he risk his life on endless battlefields? Right now, all he wanted was to live peacefully as a nobody. Duan Tianfeng also wiped the smile from his face, staring at him intently. You're rejecting both of you, so you'd better give us a good reason. To be honest with you both, I'm just a kid from an ordinary family, Lin Ran said, steeling himself to continue. I happened to come across a 9th-tier beast, but I never even attended a proper beast academy. I only studied breeding. My mother's health is poor and she needs my care, so right now I just want to open a beast breeding shop. You're saying you never went to a beast academy? Duan Tianfeng was shocked, gesturing with his hands. Such promising talent left to grow wild? I can tell you're at least a 5-star beast tamer. To reach this level at your age, you have the strongest natural talent I've ever seen in my lifetime. Wu Qianhua nodded in agreement. With your cultivation speed, you could easily stand alongside us in the future. Opening a breeding shop would be such a waste of your abilities. Lin Ran secretly wiped away sweat. His true level was only 4-star. She could control the 6th-tier superior Shadow Moon Phantom Hound entirely thanks to the Supreme Beast contract and that Divine Consciousness technique. It seemed the Divine Consciousness technique was truly heaven-defying. With a bit more cultivation, he might even be able to impersonate a 9-star beast tamer. He took a deep breath and bowed to both seniors again. I'm grateful for your kind intentions. Once I've thought things through, I'll definitely come visit you both. Wu Qianhua glanced at Duan Tianfeng and sighed helplessly. Old fox, forget it. This kid obviously has secrets, let him be. We'll talk when he comes around. Duan Tianfeng flicked his sleeves. Anyway, You're already a temporary member of our treasure hunting team. You can't escape, even if you wanted to. I'll come find you anytime." With that, he turned and left. Wu Qianhua pulled a golden badge emblazoned with a sun from his robes, then pointed to a wheel-sized gray-white boulder nearby. "Take this badge with it. You're equivalent to a military officer. Consider it temporary status. The boulder is yours too." After giving these instructions, he hurried after Duan Tianfeng. At the camp entrance, the two big shots discussed in low voices. Duan Tianfeng clicked his tongue. "Wow, you actually gave him the Taiheng badge, you crafty old devil." Wu Qianhua laughed heartily. "Takes one to know one." The two then entered the camp hall and didn't appear again. Lin Ran looked down at the badge in his palm, its metal surface reflecting blinding light, and couldn't help feeling regretful. Should have kept a lower profile. "You lazy dog, still sleeping." He patted the Shadow Moon Phantom Hound lying beside him. The dog's eyes were drowsy and it couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. The moment the two elders left, Han Xingyong rushed over, his eyes practically glowing green. "Brother Lin, oh Brother Lin. You actually turned down personal invitations from both big shots. I am truly impressed." "Haha, I just want to be a nobody." Lin Ran laughed bitterly, raising his palm. "By the way, what kind of badge is this?" "That's the Taiheng badge." Han Xingyong rubbed his fingers together enviously. "Only military officers who've made great contributions or promising newcomers with exceptional potential are worthy of it. With that, no one in Xuanzhong City would dare stop you from going anywhere. If you ever decide to join the military, just take the badge to the military administration office to register it. Immediately become a high-ranking officer." "I'm so jealous." In the distance, the watching soldiers and students cast burning gazes his way. Lin Ran could clearly feel those intense emotions, part admiration, part jealousy. This left Lin Ran utterly shocked. He'd never expected this mission would earn him the attention of these two important figures. "By the way, you won't need to spend glory points to exchange for this boulder." Han Xingyong casually patted the black stone beside them, which stood as tall as a three-story building. "But given its size, transporting it into the city is completely unrealistic. You'll need to spend glory points to rent a spatial storage device." Lin Ran stood there stunned. Indeed, this massive stone couldn't even enter the city, let alone be moved by ordinary transport aircraft. "What's a spatial storage device? And I have to rent it with glory points?" "It's quite miraculous." Han Xingyong gestured with his hands to indicate the size of a small box. "Legend says it was crafted by ancient masters. It looks like a palm-sized box on the outside, but once activated, it can store any inanimate object inside, which can be retrieved when needed. However, it's single-use used, it's destroyed, and you need a spatial stone to open the box." "Single use." Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, mentally comparing it to his own star ring. The star ring had unlimited uses, while the spatial storage was one time only. But according to Han Xingyong, that device had enormous capacity and could store almost anything except living beings. As he weighed his options, the system's voice coldly intruded into his mind. How could such a disposable trinket compare to the star ring? "As long as you earn more points for upgrades in the future, it can store anything." "Easy for you to say, points aren't easy to earn," Lin Ran muttered, testing the waters. "How about you give me some points so I can upgrade the star ring?" The system immediately fell silent, maintaining an aloof attitude as if it didn't exist. Lin Ran had to give up and looked up at Han Xingyong instead. "How much would it cost me to rent one?" "The glory points from those two exotic beasts I just killed should be enough, right?" "More than enough." Han Xingyong smiled. "A spatial box costs 1,000,000 glory points, and a spatial stone costs 100,000. You took down two 8th level exotic beasts, which should net you at least 3,000,000 glory points. Come on, let's go to the camp hall ahead and check the exact numbers." The two walked through the misty morning camp and entered a building several times larger than the registration hall. Though it was already 6 in the morning, the place was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. Hunters were either exchanging supplies or settling their battle achievements, and the air was filled with a mixture of blood and engine oil. They stopped in front of a 3-meter black screen with a metal interface embedded at the bottom. "Just insert the glory recorder I gave you earlier," Han Xingyong reminded him. "Glory recorder?" Lin Ran looked down and pulled the small blue device from his pocket, inserting it into the interface. Buzz, the black screen lit up, and countless data streams scrolled rapidly. "Scan complete. Mission results. Killed one 8th level superior corpse king beast. Earned 3,000,000 glory points. Repelled one 8th level superior demon eye beast. Earned 1,500,000 glory points. Treasure acquisition. Unknown blackstone vein. Special circumstances not included in system calculation. Total glory points earned, 4,500,000. Remaining glory points, 4,500,000. 4.5 million. Lin Ran's pupils contracted. This screen had not only recorded all his actions in the spatial rift, but also captured every detail of the battles. Strangely though, the items he had secretly stored in his star ring weren't detected at all. "Was that your doing, system?" Lin Ran wondered silently. "I have an obligation to protect the host's secrets," the system said calmly, but with unwavering determination. Lin Ran felt a warmth in his heart even after causing trouble. The system was actively covering for him. Truly a thoughtful backup. Brother Lin, you're truly remarkable. Getting 4.5 million glory points on your first Rift expedition. Han Qingyong stared at the scrolling numbers on the big screen in amazement. Do you know that many veterans in the treasure hunting teams have been at this for years and still haven't earned as much as you did in one trip? If you were an official member, you could be promoted directly to Gold Treasure Hunter right now. Thinking about how he had struggled for over a decade in the outer city treasure hunting teams, barely managing to reach platinum level, Han Qingyong couldn't help feeling unbalanced at theory both human. So why is the gap so huge? The Blue Ocean Star Treasure Hunter ranking system had 5 tiers. Bronze, 0-2 million. Gold, 25 million. Platinum, 520 million. Diamond, 20 million and above. Ace, directly appointed by the government, beyond ordinary reach. Lin Ran stared at the string of numbers, for 1,500,000. His heart blooming with joy. This was so much easier than earning system points. Come on, let's go to the treasury ahead in exchange for the space-time storage first. After finishing his lament, Han Qingyong led Lin Ran through an alloy corridor and pushed open a door. As the door opened, Lin Ran was immediately stunned. The vast room was empty, yet filled with hundreds of light beams, with countless items suspended as holographic projections. Weapons, potions, materials, ancient texts, like a virtual department store. Don't be surprised, Han Qingyong chuckled. This rift just opened and hasn't been officially stocked yet. What you're seeing are projections from the main team's treasury. You can exchange directly, and everything will be delivered to your home by 5 p.m. tomorrow. So the space-time storage has to wait until tomorrow too? Lin Ran asked. Not that. Space-time storage is essential equipment. You can get it on the spot. With that, he led Lin Ran to a window in the corner. The window was covered with a pale golden light screen, displaying several black and silver space-time boxes and some star-glowing space-time stones. A small screen beside it awaited input. Connect your glory recorder and place your order for however many you need, Han Qingyong instructed. Lin Ran complied, and as soon as the recorder connected, the screen lit up. The familiar shopping interface reminded him of a certain online marketplace from Earth. Select items, add to cart, pay immediately, all in one smooth flow. After spending 1.1 million glory points, he collected his space-time storage and continued browsing the treasury. Having come this far, wouldn't it be a waste not to pick out more items? Alright, take your time choosing. I need to go submit the battle spoils for glory points. Meet me at the camp entrance in an hour, and I'll take you back, Han Qingyong said before hurrying off. Lin Ran nodded casually, his attention already captured by the room full of light and shadows. Surprisingly, several items from his own shop were displayed here. Apparently, overlapping merchandise between space-time rifts and system dimensions wasn't unusual. Suddenly, a golden gleam caught his eye firmly. Holy crap, a property deed! In the floating light screen, a golden yellow document was prominently labeled, Property Deed for Shop 104, West Lane, Outer City. Lin Ran couldn't suppress his grin. Wasn't that the shop right next to his own, the one that had been vacant for ages? After he had taught that previous owner a lesson, the guy had moved away, and the space had remained unrented. The system had been complaining about his shop being too small every few days, and now this was perfect direct expansion. Lin Ran quickly connected to the glory recorder, and the list appeared again shortly after. The property deed for Shop 104, on West Lane in the outer city, was priced at 2 million glory points. It was exactly the empty shop next to his. Without hesitation, he clicked Purchase. Transaction in progress. Transaction complete. The shop has been officially transferred to Lin Ran's name. The property deed will be delivered before 5 p.m. tomorrow. Please check for delivery. As the cold system notification ended, Lin Ran's lips curved into a smile. A free shop for the taking, why not take it? At that moment, Han Qingyong, Oh Chun, and the others entered the cave after exchanging their glory points. Li Feng pointed at the light screen and teased. I say, Boss Lin, you really are a business maniac. 2 million glory points for just a shop? What a waste. It's my choice. What's it to you? Lin Ran shrugged with a relaxed expression. Outside the cave, the sky had changed from deep blue to pale dawn. Han Qingyong stretched. We've been up all night. Let's head back to the city and get some sleep. For beast tamers, staying up all night wasn't a problem, but Lin Ran thought of his mother waiting at home all night, and his spine went cold. Back on Earth, he had once snuck out to play at midnight, and when he returned, his mother had given him a beating. The memory was too traumatic. Everyone, we still need to wait for a few teammates to join us, so we won't travel the same route as you. Ochin clasped his fists in farewell. All right, until we meet again. Lin Ran and Han Qingyong nodded simultaneously. Before parting, Ochun patted Han Qingyong's shoulder. I'll give you an answer about the compensation within 2 days. I heard that this treasure hunt resulted in the loss of an 8th-tier dragon horse beast and a 7th-tier flame spirit monkey. Don't worry, I'll provide a satisfactory explanation. Han Qingyong and Su Heng readily agreed given Ochen's status. he would never go back on his word. Then, Ochan handed over a gold-embossed business card. This is the address of our Sacred Radiance treasure hunting team's base in the inner city. Please visit when you have time. Lin Ran pocketed the card, secretly amused. Another person trying to win me over me charm is unstoppable. He smoothly handed out his shop's promotional card never miss an advertising opportunity. As soon as Ochan received it, his eyes fell on the card. Ran Ran's pet house? He almost burst out laughing. What a ridiculous shop name. However, Lin Ran didn't notice his expression and had already stepped out of the cave entrance with Han Qingyong. Outside the camp, thin mist lingered. Lin Ran took out a palm-sized space-time box and embedded the space-time stone into the hexagonal groove on the front. Golden light flashed, the lid opened silently, and the mountain-sized magic stone vein nearby was instantly absorbed completely. Done. He immediately closed the box, noticing that the space-time stone's glow had dimmed considerably. One more use, and it would be scrapped. Truly a one-time item. After descending the mountain, everyone boarded the armored vehicle. The deck vibrated as the rail-like tracks kicked up dust, speeding along the way. At 7 a.m., at the entrance of Sunshine Residential Complex. Brother Lin, this is as far as I'll take you. Until we meet again. Han Qingyong said to Lin Ran. Oh, I forgot to return this star spirit mirror to you. Lin Ran suddenly remembered and pulled the mirror from his pocket, handing it to Han Qingyong. Haha, keep it as a gift, consider it a memento. Han Qingyong waved his hand with a bitter smile. Lin Ran was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, well, all right then, thank you. He knew in his heart that he had been using it with the beast appraisal device ever since borrowing it. Even forgetting to return it had to admit, the thing was incredibly useful. After bidding farewell to Han Qingyong and the others, Lin Ran entered the residential complex. Along the way, his thoughts churned. Had been away from home all night, and his mother must be worried sick. Dawn was breaking now, and his mother probably hadn't gotten any sleep yet. Soon, he tiptoed to his front door, turned the key, and pushed it open. So you finally know to come home. Wang Qian's voice suddenly rang out from the sofa. Lin Ran's steps halted, and looking up, he saw his mother sitting in the living room, her eyes filled with exhaustion and anxiety. What kind of door-to-door breeding service takes an entire night? Tell me the truth. Wang Qian's tone was stern. Mom, you didn't stay up all night, did you? Lin Ran was shocked, his heart tightening. What if something happened to you? You know how dangerous Blue Ocean Star is at night. Wang Qian's hands trembled slightly as she gripped her teacup, though her voice remained firm. Lin Ran stood at the doorway with his head down. Regret washing over him, should have sent a message first. After a moment, he spoke quietly. Mom, let me tell you a secret. Wang Qian raised an eyebrow. Actually, I've awakened star spirit power, but I never dared to tell you. Lin Ran steeled himself to finish the sentence. Wang Qian shot to her feet. You've awakened? Oh my goodness. Let me see. She grabbed her son's wrist. Lin Ran immediately used his divine sense technique to suppress his aura to that of a one-star beast tamer. Going from an ordinary person to 4-star in just a few days would terrify his mother if she knew. Sensing that faint trace of star spirit power, Wang Qian was both surprised and delighted. A 1-star beast tamer. You little rascal, how dare you hide this from me? I just awakened recently and wasn't sure about it. Last night, I went to find my old teacher for confirmation, which is why I came home so late. Lin Ran explained. This is wonderful. Wang Qian's eyes welled up with tears, then she immediately pulled him toward the door. Even though you've missed the optimal age, awakening is still cause for great celebration. I'll take you to buy an exotic beast. What type do you want? Wait, Mom. Lin Ran felt his nose tingle with emotion, but still stopped her. Actually, I already have an exotic beast. You already have one? Quick, summon it so I can see. Wang Qian's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Ran quickly called out to the system in his mind. Can you shrink the shadow phantom moon hound to the size of a star wolf? The system readily responded, yes. With permission granted, Lin Ran waved his right hand, and a portal of light opened in midair. A shadow phantom moon hound, compressed to the size of a husky, bounded out and landed on the ground. Looking at its compressed form, its eyes were full of resignation. Why do I always have to be made this small? It's so frustrating. Wang Qian was slightly taken aback when she saw it, and said, this is a star wolf? While it's suitable for your current level, it won't be very powerful. Come on, let Mom take you to buy something stronger. I can still afford a 5th or 6th tier beast. The Shadow Moon Phantom Hound beside them suddenly perked up its ears and barked loudly at Wang Qian. What? Saying I'm not strong enough and comparing me to those 5th and 6th tier trash beasts? I'm done with this. Change me back right now so I can scare her to death. This complaint flooded directly into Lin Ran's mind, making him shudder. He quickly crouched down to rub the dog's head and whispered a warning. Play along with me nicely, or forget about that magic spirit crystal. Upon hearing magic spirit crystal, the Shadow Moon Phantom Hound immediately fell silent, obediently lying on the ground with its tail wagging continuously. I think this star wolf is perfect for me. I don't need anything else for now. Lin Ran looked up with a confident smile. Wang Qian watched the harmonious interaction between her son and the star wolf, then sighed. Fine, suit yourself. It's okay. I still have my breeding shop, so I can earn money gradually and buy whatever I want later, Lin Ran said, patting the star wolf's back again. Wang Qian's eyes grew misty as she remembered how Lin Ran, unable to awaken star power as a child, had been forced by her to learn beast breeding and run a shop. She had thought he would hate this profession, but now he seemed so dedicated to it. Her child had grown up. Would you like to attend the Beast Academy? At your age, you might still be able to get in. She couldn't help but ask. Forget it. Everyone else awakened their powers from childhood. I'm a latecomer, so running the shop is fine. Lin Ran waved his hands dismissively. Are you sure you don't want to go? Lin Ran nodded firmly, stored the Shadow Moon Phantom Hound in his beast space, and went to his room to rest. As soon as the door closed, a system notification exploded in his mind. Ding! Treasure hunting mission completed. Reward, 2,000 points. With these 2,000 points, I now have 2060 total. Finally, some savings. Lin Ran lay on his bed, completely satisfied. He closed his eyes to rest, and the small vortex in his dantian automatically rotated, slowly merging his mental power with star power. Since advancing to a 4-star beast tamer, he no longer needed to cultivate deliberately with just closed eyes. The small vortex could condense on its own, a convenience brought by the divine mind technique. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but whisper, this divine mind technique is truly powerful. Before he knew it, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Around 4 in the afternoon. Mom, I'm going to the shop. Lin Ran said a quick goodbye and rode his electric scooter toward the store. Originally, he had planned to rest all day, but remembering that the property deed he bought yesterday was to be delivered before 5 o'clock, he had no choice but to venture out. As soon as he caught sight of the shop entrance from afar, he spotted 2 figures. It was Feng Ruodong and her friend Zhang Tiantian. Boss, I thought you weren't opening the shop today, Feng Ruodong called out. I was delayed by some matters today, Lin Ran explained with a smile. Here, this is the entrance ticket for tomorrow's semi-final. Feng Ruodong quickly pulled out a small card and handed it to Lin Ran. Lin Ran was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, You made it to the semi-finals? That's amazing. Feng Ruodong flashed him a relaxed smile. It's all thanks to the ice snow maiden beast you cultivated for me, boss. I was lucky enough to make it to the semi-finals. That's great. By the way, don't forget what you promised me. Lin Ran raised his hand and gestured, then pushed open the shop door and walked in first. All right, we won't disturb you any longer, boss. We'll come find you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Feng Ruodong nodded in agreement, and together with Zhang Tiantian, got into a waiting sedan that quickly drove away from the street corner. As the shop door closed, the store instantly fell quiet. Lin Ran was in high spirits as he organized all the promotional flyers he had printed a few days ago into a neat stack and placed them beside the counter, planning to take them to the academy tomorrow for some serious advertising. The inner city, this will be my first time going there. I wonder what it'll be like. He leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the desk as his thoughts drifted away. After a moment of silence, he suddenly looked up. System, I bought the shop next door. What do you think? The system's voice was emotionless. It's decent enough, barely sufficient to upgrade to a level 2 shop. Shops have levels too? Lin Ran asked. The system unlocks permissions based on the shop area the host owns. Level 1 shops can use cultivation platforms, incubation pools, and sales counters. Upgrading to level 2 will add a forge room. The system explained concisely. The forge room can craft specialized battle armor based on the attributes of exotic beasts. Lin Ran's eyes lit up as excitement surged through him. During the hundreds of years of rapid technological development on Blue Ocean Star, people discovered strange energies within various mysterious ores. Through forging, these ores could be crafted into battle armor that significantly enhanced exotic beasts' combat abilities and could even compensate for inherent weaknesses. For example, Earth-type exotic beasts lacked agility in aerial combat and were easily kite, but once equipped with battle armor, their mobility could be dramatically improved. The most in-demand material was Spirit Stone Oregon. It was compatible with exotic beasts of all attributes without causing rejection, leading to frenzied mining that brought it to near extinction. Its current market price was absurdly expensive. Besides spirit stones, there were various elemental ores like firestone or waterstone or windstone ore, and others that could be refined into corresponding crystals. Mystic water crystal was one such example. Battle armor forged from these crystals could only be worn by exotic beasts with matching attributes. Other attributes would face rejection if they tried to equip them forcibly. Of course, there were naturally multi-attribute exotic beasts that could wear any armor as long as its attributes matched their own. Capitalizing on this demand, blacksmiths quickly became the wealthiest profession on Blue Ocean Star, with forging shops sprouting up everywhere. Fantastic. It seems exchanging glory points for the shop was definitely worth it. Lin Ran clenched his fist, unable to hide his joy. Just then, a black sedan quietly pulled up in front of the shop. The car door opened, and a man wearing sunglasses and a black suit stepped into the store. "Hello, boss." His voice was deep as he raised his hand and presented a blue rectangular box. "This is the deed for room 104 that you exchanged for. Please keep it safe." Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. Even deliveries are this secretive? Like some kind of secret agent. Though he complained internally, his hands steadily accepted the box. Opening it, he found the property deed and new shop keys lying quietly on sky blue velvet lining, making the corners of his mouth curl up uncontrollably. After completing the delivery, the suited man with sunglasses immediately left. Lin Ran hurriedly opened the box and found a red property deed along with a set of keys. Gripping the keys, he rushed to the neighboring door and swiftly inserted them into the lock. The door clicked open with a satisfying sound. The interior was spacious and bright, easily twice the size of his original small shop, with even higher ceilings. Lin Ran looked around and nodded with satisfaction. "Quick, system, upgrade immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he shut the door tight. The system's electronic voice immediately rang in his ears. "Shop upgrade in progress. Constructing new layout. Breeding platforms upgraded to 5 units. Incubation pools optimized. Shelving expanded. Forge room established. Upgrade complete." With a thunderous boom, the dividing wall vanished into thin air, merging the two shops into one. The original breeding platforms and incubation pools instantly expanded, with blue light radiating twice as intensely. The shelving increased from 3 rows to 5, and a metal door slid out from the wall, marked as the brand new forge room. "Awesome. That renovation speed is incredible." Lin Ran excitedly rushed inside. The forge room occupied nearly half the space, featuring 3 massive black gold machines arranged side by side, an ore refiner, an ore synthesizer, and an armor forge. The machines' exteriors gleamed with cold metallic light, with supporting pipelines snaking across the floor, creating a sci-fi yet imposing atmosphere. "How do I use these?" he asked, stroking his chin. The system immediately responded. 1. Ore refiner automatically refines various ores, 10 points per use. 2. Ore synthesizer converts unwanted crystals into specified crystals, 20 points per use. 3. Armor forge automatically crafts armor after selecting the model and inserting crystals, 100 points per use. Warning, approximately 30 failure rate. Please prepare mentally. Seriously? Not only does it cost points, but it might fail too? This is such a scam. Lin Ran exploded. With my terrible luck, 30 failure rate is basically guaranteed failure. Isn't there a more reliable method? Yes. After the shop upgrade, the mall now features armor lubricant, which provides an additional 30 success rate boost, priced at 100 points. The system replied calmly. He immediately accessed the mental shop interface. The previously prominent Supreme Beast contract had been replaced by armor lubricant. Other items remained unchanged, but a refresh button appeared in the upper right corner. First refresh costs 10 points, second refresh doubles the cost, and so on. After refreshing, product types and purchase limits reset. "It's a pay-to-win shop," Lin Ran sighed. The lubricant cost 100, plus 100 for forging. Not even counting materials, his 2,000 plus points wouldn't last long. He suddenly remembered a previous promise. "By the way, you said before that 1,000 points could upgrade 3 basic breeding platforms to intermediate level. Now that there are 5, is it still 1,000? "The cost remains unchanged, still 1,000 points," the system answered. Lin Ran let out a long breath of relief. "Then upgrade them all." Upgrading to intermediate breeding platforms. Upgrade successful. The 5 originally Azure breeding platforms instantly transformed to bright yellow, with spiritual energy concentration doubling and surging. The air seemed filled with tiny electrical currents. Intermediate breeding platforms can accommodate 5th to 7th tier beasts, priced at 10 points per day, the system added. Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction. At least now he wouldn't have to worry until reaching the 7th tier. "All right, you collected your 100 points yesterday, so shouldn't you help me extract the magic crystals now?" Lin Ran pulled out a spatial storage container and said, "But this thing is too big. If I dump it out directly, won't it collapse the shop?" Just as he finished speaking, his expression froze. "Simply open the container. The shop has a barrier that will automatically provide protection," the system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Ran suddenly remembered his experience with the Shadow Phantom Moon, how its size had instantly shrunk, and silently marveled at how convenient this system function truly was. He lifted the storage lid, and a mountain of magic stones thundered down, filling the entire shop. A golden flash passed, and the entire mountain of magic stones compressed to the size of a table in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, black energy like wisps of smoke extracted itself from the cracks between the magic stones, rapidly condensing in midair and transforming into fist-sized magic spirit crystals. In an instant, the enormous magic stone ore vanished without a trace, leaving only 10 gleaming black magic spirit crystals scattered on the ground. Lin Ran crouched down and carefully picked up each crystal, the substantial weight transmitted through his fingertips filling him with joy. After organizing everything properly, he walked over to the battle armor forge. The battle armor forge panel displayed 3 buttons: head, body, and limbs. Each section corresponded to different effects. 1. Head armor. Enhanced beast mental power and reduced damage from mental and soul-based abilities. 2. Body armor. Strengthened defense. 3. Limb armor. Amplified strength and speed. Furthermore, any complete set of armor would activate additional attributes: flight, burrowing, or even immunity to control effects. The historical records of Xuanzhong City documented that a century ago, an incredibly powerful beast tamer had swept through enemies using a complete set of armor that granted immunity to all abnormal status effects. Lin Ran was suddenly startled by this thought. Wasn't this very similar to the system's absolute defense? Except the system was more domineering, capable of negating even damage, while this set could only provide immunity to control effects. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing his doubts. The immediate priority was enhancing his own strength. He mentally called up the battle armor forge, and a completely new list immediately appeared, spanning 3 full pages. Lin Ran browsed through each line. The first page contained entirely beginner-level armor, with complete sets providing only the most basic attributes. The second page began featuring powerful bonuses, but the required materials were ridiculously complex, with several items having completely unfamiliar names. The third page was even more profound and mysterious, not worth considering at the moment. With limited materials available, I'll first make Big Dog a set of beginner-level demon-type armor, Lin Ran murmured. He quickly filtered through the options. Complete set bonus to attack power? Where would a 9th-tier beast lack attack power? Flight capability? Not urgent. Speed enhancement? Equally irrelevant. Suddenly, he spotted a line of small text in the corner of the list. Set effect: 3 seconds of mental immunity. Wait, this one's not bad. 3 seconds of mental immunity. Lin Ran suddenly noticed a piece of armor tucked away in the corner. The evil modification armor set's attributes releases a mental barrier within 3 seconds, providing immunity to all psychic skills. Requires manual activation with a 24-hour cooldown. Too bad it only lasts 3 seconds, but it's still pretty good. Could catch enemies off guard at crucial moments. This one it is. Lin Ran muttered to himself while decisively opening the evil modification armor set's blueprint to check the required materials. The screen flashed a list, making his eyebrows twitch. Damn, each piece needs 10 magic spirit crystals? I can only forge 1 piece for now. Just as he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the notes, and his pupils instantly contracted, activating the set attributes required an additional mental origin stone. Normal armor sets activate immediately when complete, but this thing actually needs a mental origin stone too? He grumbled inwardly. Mental origin stones only dropped from killing 7th tier or higher ghost-type exotic beasts, but ghost-type exotic beasts were extremely difficult to deal with. Unless you could annihilate their souls in 1 strike, it was virtually impossible. After thinking it over, he shook his head with self-mockery. Forget it. I'll try my luck in the planar fragments later. Pushing aside his disappointment, Lin Ran clicked Start Crafting below the blueprint. The next second, the armor forge glowed with blue light as the system's mechanical voice announced. Importing evil modification armor set blueprint. Import complete. Please select the part you wish to forge. Mainly to boost the beast's mental power, so I'll start with the head piece. After brief consideration, he clicked Head on the forge interface. The system prompted again. Please insert 10 magic spirit crystals. Do you choose to use armor lubricant? A slot appeared in the center of the forge. Lin Ran didn't hesitate to declare. Of course I'll use it. Failure would mean losing everything. With that, he quickly summoned the shop interface in his mind, exchanged for a bottle of armor lubricant, and placed his remaining 10 magic spirit crystals into the slot along with it. Golden liquid instantly enveloped the magic spirit crystals, making his heart leap with joy. Begin forging. 100 points deducted. Currently forging for the host. As the voice faded, the window closed and the entire machine hummed and vibrated, brilliant golden light bursting from the gaps. After several moments, ding, forging successful. The window reopened, revealing a head armor piece wreathed in black mist and shaped like a skull floating out. Lin Ran caught it with both hands, examining it carefully, unable to hide his excitement. Exotic beast armor wasn't worn externally but fused directly into the body, so the crystals used had to match the beast's inherent attributes. If replacement was needed, simply fusing new armor would push the old armor out of the body, where it would float and could be retrieved, making trading extremely convenient. Because of this, many forging shops would buy and sell armor transferred by beast tamers, and when funds were insufficient, many people would choose second-hand armor as a temporary solution. Whoever invented this system was a genius. Lin Ran couldn't help but marvel. With that, he waved his right hand, tearing open a light portal to summon the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound from the exotic beast space. Simultaneously, the shop's barrier suddenly activated, shrinking it down to the size of an ordinary dog-type exotic beast. The flowing shadow phantom moon hound became extremely excited the moment it saw the head armor in Lin Ran's hands, constantly urging him in his mind to give it the piece immediately. What's the rush? Lin Ran chuckled while continuously stroking the dog's head. The flowing shadow phantom moon hound behaved very obediently, not daring to provoke Lin Ran. Good, very well behaved. This is your reward. With that, Lin Ran placed the head armor on the flowing shadow phantom moonhound's head. The armor began emanating black energy, slowly merging with the beast's internal aura. Soon the armor disappeared completely, fully integrating into its body as the purple gold crescent on its head flickered continuously. Roar! The flowing shadow phantom moonhound let out a deep, thunderous roar, instantly releasing powerful astral energy that sent all the surrounding tables, chairs, and furniture flying. What a commotion! Airbow, steady yourself. Lin Ran quickly called out. He could feel the flowing shadow phantom moonhound's overwhelming excitement through their mental connection, so he immediately used his beast appraisal device on it. Mature flowing shadow phantom moonhound attributes: wind and demon types level. 6th tier superior skills: demon hound assault, piercing howl, wind demon cloak, wind demon roar, demon descent, hell's roar, phantom clone, demon imprisonment, purgatory ghost kill aptitude. C rating 65. Lin Ran was slightly stunned, never expecting that such a small piece of head armor could directly enhance the beast's aptitude. He nodded with satisfaction. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Lin Ran quickly spent 20 points to activate 2 intermediate breeding platforms and summoned the world-destroying demon tiger as well. The world-destroying demon tiger appeared looking rather sullen. It hadn't been summoned during the space-time rift treasure hunt, allowing the flowing shadow phantom moon hound to surpass it in level. Now seeing that the hound had received head armor made it even more unhappy as it lay in a corner. Lin Ran couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Oh my, this guy is jealous. He quickly ran over to comfort it. Don't be upset. I'll definitely get you some armor in a few days too. Upon hearing this, the world-destroying Thunder Tiger's ears immediately perked up, and it became happy instantly, nodding enthusiastically at Lin Ran. Lin Ran smiled wryly, but compared to Demon Spirit crystals, Thunder-type crystals were relatively easier to obtain. At least Lin Ran had seen them once when he entered the Thunder Abyss Plane fragment, though his strength wasn't sufficient to obtain them then. But this time would be different. He had 2 beasts with 9th-tier bloodlines, so what was there to fear? Haha. After comforting the world-destroying Thunder Tiger, he sent both beasts into the intermediate breeding platforms. Then he rode his electric scooter home. The next morning, Lin Ran left early. Today was a big day, so how could he be late? He quickly rode to his shop entrance and saw Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian from afar. You're here so early. Lin Ran greeted them warmly. Boss, did you strike it rich? How did your shop suddenly expand so much? Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian said in surprise. Just so-so. Lin Ran laughed. Oh, right. We need to enter at 9 o'clock, so let's hurry. Feng Ruodong said. All right, but wait for me a moment. I need to get something. With that, Lin Ran quickly ran into the shop and retrieved a large stack of flyers he had prepared yesterday. Take these and help me promote properly when we get to the academy. Lin Ran smiled. Boss, seriously? Didn't we agree to just mention it at the competition venue? Feng Ruodong felt a bit embarrassed, having been pampered since childhood and never having done work like distributing flyers. Zhang Tiantian beside her also looked at Lin Ran awkwardly. Of course, what's wrong? Trying to back out now? Lin Ran smiled with ill intent. Fine, I'll go all in. Feng Ruodong gritted her teeth and took the flyer. Yes, that's the spirit. Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Tiantian beside them opened her mouth. Ruodong you. The words reached her lips, but she swallowed them back, not daring to defy Lin Ran, and could only stand there obediently. All right, it's getting late, let's head out. Lin Ran glanced at the clock on the wall. After speaking, he efficiently locked the door, and the 3 of them flagged down a taxi. When getting in the car, Lin Ran slipped directly into the passenger seat, while the 2 girls sat side by side in the back. He excitedly called out to the driver. Let's go. To Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy. The driver turned to look them over and said in surprise. Judging by your ages, you must all be students at Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy, right? I'm so envious. For ordinary people, being able to pilot exotic beasts was incredibly cool. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. Equally excited inside, this was his first time going to the academy, and it was a top-tier institution located in the inner city. The car sped along and soon reached the boundary between the outer and inner cities. At the checkpoint, a military officer in uniform glanced at the license plate, his expression immediately darkening as he said coldly, "Documents." The driver quickly smiled apologetically and handed over a light blue booklet. The officer barely glanced at it before waving them through, not even bothering to look at the driver properly. Lin Ran was stunned. Did these officers all have such bad tempers? Were outer city vehicles really that offensive to them? Seeing his expression, the driver asked quietly, "What's wrong, young man?" "Nothing, just think those officers look down on people too much." Lin Ran said flatly. The driver sighed. I'm used to it. People from the inner city always think they're superior. Lin Ran shook his head helplessly and turned his gaze to the window. Feng Ruotong and Zhang Tiantian in the back seat also fell silent. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of the gates of Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy. The wide street was lined with various luxury cars, and fashionably dressed young men and women with outstanding temperaments were getting out one after another all academy students. To get into this city's best exotic beast academy, good grades were just the threshold. You also needed substantial financial backing at minimum a well-off family. Ordinary families could barely afford the tuition alone. However, if they encountered a gifted youth from a poor family, the academy would directly admit them with full scholarships, which showed some humanity. As soon as the car pulled over, Lin Ran pushed open the door and got out. Although the officer's attitude during the journey had dampened his mood, when he looked up at this massive campus, excitement immediately overwhelmed everything else. Feng Ruodong quickly paid the fare and pulled him through the school gates. Once inside the school, Lin Ran strode forward boldly, looking left and right as if he owned the place. Feng Ruodong asked in surprise, Boss, have you been to our academy before? No. Lin Ran shook his head. Feng Ruodong was stunned. Damn, you've never been here, but you're acting like you're coming home. That's some serious showing off. Most people who visit our academy are stunned by the magnificent architecture, especially the two stone peacock sculptures at the main entrance carved to exact scale based on the legendary divine beast, purple-feathered peacock king. Their colors are deep and stately, with layers upon layers of feathers that seem ready to spread their wings and gaze down upon all living beings, radiating an overwhelming sense of imperial dominance. When Feng Ruodong first entered the academy, she stood transfixed before these sculptures for quite some time. But now, seeing Lin Ran standing before them with no reaction whatsoever, she found it rather strange. Today was the academy's semi-final day, and the campus buzzed with the excitement of a festival marketplace. Students led their parents through the entrance like celebrities on a red carpet, dripping with jewels and radiating wealth. Besides parents, the academy had also invited treasure hunting guild executives, military officials, and other social elites, everyone impeccably dressed and walking with confidence. Lin Ran only managed to get an entry ticket thanks to Feng Ruodong's help. Otherwise, he would have been stopped by security at the gate. Suddenly, a male student spotted the trio and shouted excitedly, Feng Ruodong. The moment her name rang out, students around them turned their heads in unison like fans rushing toward an idol, instantly surrounding her completely. Feng Ruodong had always been naturally beautiful, but kept a low profile. Previously, she ranked only 23rd on the female combat power rankings, placing her in the middle tier. However, during a recent assessment competition, she summoned an incredibly powerful snow maiden beast, causing her popularity to skyrocket and propelling her straight to the top of the female rankings, instantly making her the dream girl of countless male students. Wow, she's even more beautiful in person than the rumors say. Her snow maiden beast is incredible. It fights above its level like it's child's play. I heard she's the only female in the semifinals. Several male students' parents in the distance also watched with keen interest, calculating in their minds. It would be wonderful if they could bring this girl into their family. Zhang Tiantian had now become Feng Ruodong's impromptu bodyguard, spreading his arms wide to physically block the circle of infatuated male students, then turning back to shout heroically, You two go ahead. I've got this covered. See you at the main venue. His dramatic life-or-death farewell tone made Feng Ruodong double over with laughter. Lin Ran, being jostled from left and right, could only smile wryly. Damn, are you really this popular? Let's run to the main venue. Feng Ruodong called out. Just as Lin Ran was about to follow and retreat, he suddenly stopped. Wait, I came here to advertise. Why am I running? This is perfect for handing out flyers. You're actually here to hand out flyers? Feng Ruodong was stunned. What else? Haha, but it's too chaotic here. Let's find somewhere quieter first. Lin Ran said, heading outside. Feng Ruodong had no choice but to grab Zhang Tiantian, and the three of them ran together, breaking through the crowd. Before long, they arrived at the flower garden beside the academic building. The air was rich with floral fragrance, where ordinary flowers complemented several busy flower sprite beasts. The little sprites flitted among the blossoms, waving tiny vines to tend to the plants. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. Hey, isn't that Chen Xian and his group over there? Zhang Tiantian pointed toward the other end of the garden. Feng Ruodong looked up and nodded. Yes, those are all people from the male combat power rankings. That Chen Xian ranks 7th. 7th? That must mean he's really skilled. And if he's skilled, he's probably wealthy. Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he waved excitedly. Quick, 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 let's go catch them. Time to start handing out flyers. After hearing Lin Ran's words, Feng Ruodong's face flushed slightly, her heart pounding. She had quite a reputation at the academy now, and the thought of handing out flyers in public was utterly humiliating. Lin Ran noticed her hesitation and asked with a grin, What's wrong? Getting shy? But you promised me, no backing out now. I'm not. I'm just thinking about how to approach this. Feng Ruodong quickly shook her head, though her voice lacked confidence. Well, get going once you've figured it out. Lin Ran gestured with his chin. Feng Ruodong took a deep breath, bit her lip, grabbed Zhang Tiantian, and rushed out. Unfortunately, their first target was Chun Xian. Well, if it isn't student Feng. Chun Xian was about to enter the classroom when he saw the two goddesses running toward him breathlessly. His eyes lit up with delight. What can I do for you two lovely ladies? He was ecstatic inside. Could it be that the goddess is interested in me? Hello, Chun. Please take a look at this flyer. Thank you. Feng Ruodong handed over a colorful promotional flyer, her cheeks burning like freshly steamed buns. Huh? A flyer? Chun Xian was stunned, his fantasy instantly shattered. Feng Ruodong pointed at the flyer and spoke rapidly. This shop specializes in breeding snow maiden beasts. The owner is incredibly skilled. You should check it out if you're interested. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Zhang Tiantian and ran off. Chun Xian stood there holding the flyer, dumbfounded. You got my hopes up just to pull this on me? Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian had no time to explain. They stuffed several more flyers into the hands of Chun Xian's nearby classmates before finally stopping to catch their breath, clutching their chests. The male students watched the goddesses' frantic retreat with complex expressions. So even goddesses do sales pitches? The sound of their image crumbling seemed almost audible. Boss, I handed them out. Feng Ruodong ran back to Lin Ran's side, fine beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Well done. Lin Ran laughed heartily. All my hard work breeding your snow maiden beast so well wasn't in vain. Come on, we still need to finish distributing the rest. The two goddesses exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a ready-to-die for the cause determination as they shouldered the flyers and continued their campus-wide assault. Anyone who passed by would suddenly find a flyer thrust at them, leaving them stunned and speechless. Lin Ran wasn't idle either, handing them out himself, but with dismal results. Several passers-by simply waved him off. Get lost. How did the academy let salespeople sneak in? Where's security? He had no choice but to give all the remaining flyers to Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian while he retreated to provide logistical support. After distributing for a while longer, Feng Ruodong's eyes suddenly lit up. She grabbed Zhang Tiantian and ran off, returning empty-handed shortly after. Where are the flyers? Finished already. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. We were too slow distributing them ourselves, so we gave all the flyers to them and had them distribute for us much more efficient. Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian grinned like little foxes who had successfully pulled off a prank. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, then gave them a thumbs up. Nice. You've learned to recruit minions. But did you remember to tell them to target the strong and wealthy-looking ones? Of course, we told them. Feng Ruodong nodded hastily, but her face turned completely red, and she didn't dare look at Lin Ran, like an elementary student who had done something wrong but wouldn't admit it, looking extremely guilty. Lin Ran immediately understood what was happening, though he didn't say anything. After all, with such an exciting event today, word would spread like wildfire among the students, and soon everyone would know. Boss, the grade-wide semifinals have already started. Although I'm scheduled for one of the later matches, the earlier battles have been absolutely spectacular. Do you want to go watch? Feng Ruodong called out excitedly. Lin Ran nodded. The flyer distribution task was already complete, and now he just had to wait for Feng Ruodong to promote the shop during her matches. Once their reputation grew, business would surely follow. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but smile to himself. Let's go watch the competition, he replied cheerfully, following alongside Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian as they headed toward the academy's main arena. The grand arena of Xuanzhong Mystical Beast Academy was the largest competition venue on campus. Its circular seating rows in tiers, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators simultaneously. At the center lay a massive competition platform comparable to dozens of football fields, with various light screens and projections floating in midair, illuminating the entire space as bright as daylight. This was Lin Ran's first time entering, and he was momentarily stunned by the sheer scale. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face in the VIP section at the front. Oh-chun from the Sacred Radiance treasure hunting team. Oh-chun was seated alongside a group of uniformly dressed team members, clearly indicating the entire squad had arrived. What are they doing here? Are they scouting for talent? Lin Ran wondered to himself, but didn't approach to greet them. With the arena packed with people today, they hadn't noticed him either, so he quietly found seats with the two girls on the side. Look, that's Yang Long, the underclassman from Class 22. Zhang Tiantian pointed toward the center of the arena, her voice filled with excitement. On the platform stood Yang Long, about 6 feet tall with smooth muscle definition, his entire form resembling a finely crafted bronze statue. He was the class president of Class 22, 17 years old, a 3-star beast tamer specializing in combat-type mystical beasts, and widely recognized as a top contender for the second-year championship. Feng Ruodong nodded repeatedly, thinking to herself that despite being a year older than him, she might not necessarily be able to defeat him. Her advancement to the semifinals largely depended on her ice snow maiden beast. Lin Ran also watched intently, taking this opportunity to assess the true capabilities of students from this prestigious academy. Boom! The arena suddenly erupted with explosive sound as stone fragments and energy particles scattered everywhere. Yanglong summoned Boxing King Gorilla Beast sent its opponent flying with a single punch. The creature was a massive black gorilla with bulging muscles, wearing bright red boxing gloves, its energy waves so powerful that even the audience could feel the impact. The referee immediately activated protective barriers to shield the spectators below. Boxing King Gorilla Beast, 8th tier bloodline, currently at upper 4th tier, Lin Ran noted silently. That punch packs quite a punch. This kid has indeed trained it well. Yang Long is so amazing. I heard he's already been invited by the military and can intern with special forces units right after graduation. Plus, treasure hunting teams are desperately trying to recruit him too. I'm so envious, Zhang Tiantian said, her eyes sparkling. Feng Ruodong watched in amazement, thinking that today's underclassmen seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Lin Ran smiled but remained silent. Ruodong, don't be nervous, Zhang Tiantian consoled. After all, didn't you also receive invitations from treasure hunting teams and the military? So, have you decided where you want to go after graduation? After hearing this, Lin Ran couldn't help but ask, do all the students here join treasure hunting teams or the military after graduation? Zhang Tiantian quickly shook his head, speaking rapidly. It's not that easy. To get into the military, you either need to perform exceptionally well at the academy and get a recommendation letter, or apply directly to the Beast Military Academy. Otherwise, there's almost no chance. He made a big X with his hands and continued explaining. The Beast Military Academy specifically trains talent for the army, and graduates can basically all enlist. But even if you make it into the military, those with average abilities usually end up in city guard units, and some unlucky ones get assigned to the outer city. To really advance, you need to find a way into the special force stats where the real elite are. Special forces? What's that? Lin Ran pressed. Where all the military big shots gather, the entry requirements are ridiculously high. Zhang Tiantian held up 2 fingers. You either need to achieve great merit or catch the eye of some important figure. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Hearing this, Lin Ran felt a shock run through him and unconsciously touched the Taihing medal in his chest. So, that's what the man meant. No wonder all those gazes had pounced on him like hungry wolves. What about treasure hunting teams? That shouldn't be so complicated, right? He asked again. Zhang Tiantian pointed toward the front row of the nearby stands. See that row of people? They're all from the inner city's top treasure hunting teams. Unless they're willing to recommend you, it's equally difficult. And even if you get in, you'll likely be assigned to an outer city team. Bottom line, if you can't get good rankings in this great assessment, it's too hard to make it big. After saying this, he shook his head helplessly and secretly glanced at Feng Ruodong with envy in his eyes. Lin Ran was secretly amazed the internal competition at this so-called strongest beast academy was intense to this degree. He thought again of the olive branches those 2 senior figures had extended, and his heart tightened slightly. Isn't this student Feng Ruodong? Suddenly, a magnetic male voice came from the side. Feng Ruodong turned around abruptly to see 4 or 5 people approaching together. At the front was a young man with black crew-cut hair, his deep eyes gleaming with a faint coldness under the lights, a silver earring in his left ear reflecting tiny glints of light, while the others followed behind him like attendants. Shengning, Feng Ruodong exclaimed in surprise. How did you get here? Isn't your class on the other side? She felt somewhat nervous at the moment the person before her was precisely her upcoming opponent. Shengning was the class president of Class 2, Year 3, already a 4-star beast tamer at 19, absolutely outstanding among his peers. Combined with his wealthy background and striking looks, he had long been the heartthrob of countless female students at the academy. Facing such an opponent, Feng Ruodong knew her chances weren't great, but she absolutely couldn't back down. This match concerned her future, and she had to give it everything she had. Thinking this, she unconsciously glanced at Lin Ran. Shengning smiled, his voice low. I came specifically to find you. That snow maiden beast of yours, it's not an ordinary snow maiden beast, is it? I specifically looked at your match records from the past few days, and if I'm not mistaken, that should be an ice snow maiden beast. Feng Ruodong froze in place. After learning from Lin Ran last time that her snow maiden beast had completed its evolution, she immediately reported it to her teacher while deliberately concealing its true form. How had he seen through it so quickly? Lin Ran nearby was also slightly surprised. This kid seemed to have good taste, and his clothing suggested he was quite wealthy. Not Bada should find an opportunity to have a proper chat with him. Huh? Feng Ruodong immediately raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth. So you actually noticed. What? Are you planning to target me? No. Shengning raised both hands, smiling harmlessly. I'm just curious who exactly could cultivate an ordinary snow maiden beast into an ice snow maiden beast? Don't tell me you did it yourself, because I won't believe that. Though his smile appeared casual, his eyes were sharp and calculating. Recently, his secret investigation had revealed that this suddenly rising girl frequently visited the outer city, that desolate, cold place traditionally considered the domain of low-level beast tamers. Yet it was precisely this anomaly that thoroughly piqued his curiosity. Could the outer city really be hiding some master? None of your damn business. Zhang Tiantian immediately stepped in front of Feng Ruodong, her voice cracking through the air like a whip. Our Ruodong snow maiden beast was naturally powerful from birth. Just don't lose too badly later. Feng Ruodong had wanted to retort herself, but Zhang Tiantian's words left her speechless, so she could only bite her lip and stand aside. Sheng Ning's follower burst into laughter, his tone arrogant. Brother Sheng was just asking out of curiosity, what are you so proud of? You're going to lose anyway. Ever heard of a golden silk dragon python? An 8th tier bloodline exotic beast, now already at 5th tier upper level. Can your half-baked ice snow maiden beast compare? That's dragon bloodline, needn't wet yourselves in fear later. 5th tier upper level. Feng Ruodong froze. Her ice snow maiden beast was only 4th tier upper level. Not only was the opponent a full tier higher, but Sheng Ning was also a 4-star beast tamer. The massive gap felt like ice water splashing against her heart, making her fingertips tremble involuntarily. This was almost an impossible battle to win. Just as the atmosphere reached freezing point, Lin Ran spoke calmly. A mixed blood dragon snake makes you this proud? Forget hybrids, even a true dragon wouldn't guarantee victory. Those words were like sparks hitting dry kindling. Feng Ruodong's previously dim eyes instantly lit up. Really, she knew her strongest exotic beast had been personally cultivated by Lin Ran, and her trust in him was almost blind. Sheng Ning frowned as he studied Lin Ran. Who are you? You don't look like you're from the academy. Zhang Tiantian immediately jumped in, speaking rapidly. He's a super amazing breeding shop owner with unfathomable abilities. You wanted to know who cultivated the snow maiden beast? It was him. After speaking, she winked at Lin Ran with a look how well I did expression. Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction. Well done. A shop owner? And the one who cultivated the ice snow maiden beast. Sheng Ning almost doubted his own ears. This young man who appeared to be his age was actually a breeding shop owner? And had really elevated a snow maiden beast to ice snow maiden beast level? He turned to Feng Ruodong for confirmation. Student Feng, is this true? After hearing Lin Ran's earlier assurance, Feng Ruodong's confidence surged. She smiled and nodded. This is Boss Lin. All my exotic beasts were cultivated by him. If only Zhang Tiantian had said this, Sheng Ning could have dismissed it as boasting. But Feng Ruodong had no reason to ruin her reputation at such a crucial juncture as the semifinals. Various thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind, but his face maintained a gentle smile. Boss Lin is truly young and accomplished, able to cultivate such a powerful snow maiden beast. May I ask about your training? Are there any master-level cultivators overseeing your shop? No, master, Lin Ran replied steadily. I'm the only one in the shop. Sheng Ning wasn't surprised. This only reinforced his theory about a master living in seclusion. He leaned forward slightly, his smile becoming more respectful. Since Boss Lin prefers not to elaborate, that's fine. Could you tell me your shop's location? I hope to have the opportunity to ask you to cultivate my golden silk dragon python. Name your pricey if you're not interested in money. My Sheng family has some influence in the inner city. Whatever Boss Lin desires, I'll do everything in my power to obtain it. Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian immediately smiled upon hearing this. Money being vulgar? Sorry, but for him, money was the most important thing. Lin Ran, standing nearby, also caught Sheng Ning's words, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upward. This kid was quite sensible, though in his eyes, money wasn't vulgar at all. Well, actually I'm quite busy. He casually raised his hand to check his bare wrist. But if you really want me to help with cultivation, it's not impossible. It just depends on how much sincerity you can show. That's easy to handle. What do you need, Boss Lin? Sheng Ning immediately pressed. 100,000. Lin Ran held up one finger. 100,000, and I'll help you cultivate. As he spoke, he quickly inquired with the system in his mind. The intermediate cultivation platform fee had actually risen to 100,000. This figure made his heart bloom with joy, though his expression remained calm on the surface. Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian were stunned on the spot. Wasn't it just 50,000 before? In just a few days, the price had doubled. They knew Lin Ran's skills well, but 50,000 per day was already unbelievable. Now asking for 100,000. Who could believe it? The two unconsciously touched their empty pockets, sighing inwardly that future cultivation would probably be hopeless. Feng Ruodong couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. As the sigh fell, Lin Ran glanced up at her. That look seemed to say, don't sigh if you don't have money, leaving Feng Ruodong speechless. Are you looking down on me for being poor? This is really too much. 100,000. Sheng Ning was also slightly stunned, but not because he thought it was expensive. Rather, he was surprised it was only 100,000. Lin Ran could cultivate even a snow maiden beast to that level overnight. So wouldn't his golden silk dragon python become heaven-defying? From what he understood, cultivation shops of this caliber started at several 100,000, and even with money, you might not get an appointment. No problem. He nodded readily. Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian looked dumbfounded. The world of the wealthy was truly incomprehensible. 100,000 without even blinking an eye. Lin Ran was equally surprised. He had intended to scare the other party away with 100,000, but who knew he would agree so readily? If not for the system's price limit, he would have wanted to ask for 200,000 directly. But excitement aside, he still had to maintain composure on his face. Ahem, not bad. How about this gum by any time these few days, and I'll cultivate for you. I might just be very busy then. So contact me first, and I'll reserve a spot for you. He spoke with an air of nonchalance while handing over a small dark gray card. Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian secretly rolled their eyes. Busy? If we weren't patronizing your business, who would go to that little shop of yours? What thick skin indeed. All right. Sheng Ning solemnly accepted the card. As his fingertips touched the gold lettering, he looked down and his whole body trembled slightly. A shop in the outer city? When did such a breeding shop open in the outer city? Ranran's pet house never heard of it before. He turned to look at the others, asking in a low voice. His companions wore equally puzzled expressions, all shaking their heads. But Sheng Ning became even more convinced. The more mysterious it was, the more likely it was run by a true master. He made up his mind. No matter what, he had to check it out. Boss Lin just claimed that the Ice Snow Maiden beast wasn't even afraid of true dragon-type exotic beasts? That sounded absolutely ridiculous. Sheng Ning analyzed rationally. If the Ice Snow Maiden beast could suppress his golden silk dragon python, he might barely believe it. But to defeat a true dragon-type exotic beast? That was nearly impossible. After all, in everyone's minds, dragon-type exotic beasts had always dominated the top of the power pyramid, while the Ice Snow Maiden beast, no matter how strong, was merely mid-tier. What's so impossible about it? Lin Ran's tone was calm. This Ice Snow Maiden beast might not be able to do it now, but that doesn't mean it never will. Have you heard of the Ice Emperor beast? Ice Emperor beast. Those three words struck Xing Ning's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily stunned. That was a legendary divine class exotic beast, the strongest of all ice types, and the ancestor of all Snow Maiden beasts in empress-like existence. According to legend, such creatures had long been extinct, never appearing on Blue Ocean Star for thousands of years. Xing Ning took a deep breath, barely maintaining his composure. The Ice Emperor beast is indeed powerful, but it's ultimately an extinct exotic beast. Boss Lin, your words seem rather exaggerated. Feng Ruodong, standing nearby, was also stunned when she heard Ice Emperor beast. How could Lin Ran possibly connect her Ice Snow Maiden beast to such a terrifyingly powerful divine beast? No matter how capable he was, he couldn't possibly breed her exotic beast directly into an Ice Emperor beast, right? She muttered to herself. He's probably just showing off again. Lin Ran noticed their expressions and chuckled dryly. Haha, I was just mentioning it casually. But the Ice Snow Maiden beast isn't weak to begin with. You'd better not underestimate it. In truth, he really was just trying to intimidate them. As for the Ice Emperor beast, it was virtually impossible to appear. What was even stranger was that most ancient divine-class exotic beasts seemed to have disappeared during the same period. The system's exotic beast encyclopedia didn't mention the reason at all, and he had a nagging feeling there was more to the story. Thank you for the reminder, Boss Lin. I'll take my leave now, but I'll definitely visit your shop another day. Sheng Ning clasped his fists and left with his followers. Lin Ran smiled and nodded, thinking that while this guy liked to show off, he was at least sensible, much more pleasant than Su Hong, whom he'd encountered in the space-time rift last time. Both were wealthy young masters, but what a difference. After Sheng Ning's group walked away, Feng Ruodong immediately lowered her voice. Boss, have you really seen an Ice Emperor beast? Is it possible for my Ice Snow Maiden beast to dream on? Lin Ran cut her off directly, laughing as he scolded. Where would I get the divine ability to transform your exotic beast into an Ice Emperor beast? I was just trying to scare him earlier. Feng Ruodong was left speechless and could only obediently turn her attention to the arena. At that moment, the final exhibition match for the second years was nearing its end. The host announced the results loudly as both teams exited the stage in turn. After the second-year matches concluded, it was time for the highly anticipated third-year semifinals, the Final Four competition. For these students about to graduate, this would be their last major assessment at the academy, determining their futures. The contestants on the sidelines were all eager and excited, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Now we're about to witness the most exciting part of this year's grade-wide examination, the graduation assessment for the third-year students. Let's welcome the first group of contestants, Feng Ruodong from Class 33 and Sheng Ning from Class 32. Please give them a round of applause. The host's voice boomed across the arena, his enthusiasm instantly igniting the atmosphere. In the Class 32 viewing section, a group of elegantly dressed girls surrounded Sheng Ning. Brother Sheng, it's your turn, one whispered softly. But her reminder was immediately drowned out by thunderous cheers. Nearly every girl in the audience erupted when they heard Sheng Ning's name. Sheng Ning rose gracefully, running his hand through his slightly tousled hair before striding toward the arena. At the platform's edge, he thrust his right arm forward, and a portal of light materialized. A massive tiger clad in golden armor and bearing twin wings roared forth, its brilliant radiance illuminating every detail of the intricate armor patterns. Sheng Ning leaped with fluid grace onto the tiger's back. The mighty beast planted its front paws and soared into the air, generating violent air currents that instantly destroyed the carefully styled hair of the boys in the front rows, leaving them red-faced and muttering under their breath. What a show-off. Just because his family has money doesn't make him special. Karma will get him for being such a pretentious jerk. The same gust of wind sent the girls into complete hysteria, their already excited screams now becoming a deafening wave of sound, with many clutching their chests, faces flushed, looking ready to faint at any moment. On the other side, in the Class 33 section, when the host called Feng Ruotong, the girl gripped her clothes tightly, her lips pale. Zhang Tiantian quickly encouraged her. Ruotong, it's your turn. You can do it. Male classmates also shouted their support. Go Ruotong. You're our class's last contestant. The cheering rose and fell in waves. Seeing her nervousness, Lin Ran lowered his voice to remind her. Don't be afraid. Trust in your ice snow maiden beast. Feng Ruotong took a deep breath, nodded firmly, and stepped onto the platform. She made no flashy display, quietly taking her position while all eyes remained captivated by Xing Ning. Only when the audience regained their composure did someone whisper in amazement. Is that Feng Ruotong? She's really beautiful. I heard she's the only contestant from Class 3 to make it this far. Absolutely. She's making us girls proud. Soon new cheers began spreading from the other side of the stands. However, several bigwigs from treasure hunting teams and the military in the front rows kept their eyes fixed on Sheng Ning. Golden armored flying tiger? 7th tier bloodline, estimated 5th tier upper level. Wait, this size suggests a mature form. But that's impossible. Sheng Ning is only 4-star. How could he control a mature form? It must be a mutant specimen. Despite their surprise, they nodded approvingly. Truly a young hero. Feng Ruotong was equally stunned. Tiger-type beasts ranked second only to dragons, renowned for their ferocity. Though this golden-armored flying tiger wasn't purebred, its bloodline was pristine, a descendant of the 9th-tier sacred golden tiger king, possessing both earth and lightning attributes, making it extraordinarily powerful. Feng Ruotong snapped back to reality, her expression grave as she stared at Sheng Ning. With a swift wave of her right hand, a purple-haired sprite the size of a young girl materialized. A brilliant purple snowflake mark blazed prominently on its forehead, utterly dazzling. She knew deep down that this might be her final battle at the academy. She could no longer hold back. In previous rounds, she had followed her homeroom teacher's instructions to deliberately conceal some of the ice snow maiden beast's abilities, but now she decided to unleash that power completely. The audience erupted instantly. That was an ice snow maiden beast. My god, such an incredibly rare magical creature had actually appeared here. Had she been hiding her true strength all along? In the front row VIP section, a bald, burly man excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted at Dean Yi Kuei. Dean Yi, I like this female student more and more. Beside him, a female military officer in dark green uniform and red beret crossed her arms and snorted coldly. With her level of talent, she should naturally join our military. Your crude organization isn't worthy of her. Competing again? I clearly noticed her first D being unreasonable. The burly man shot to his feet. Dean Yi Kuei could only sigh helplessly. Their heated argument was understandable. After all, Feng Ruotong came from an ordinary background with no complicated connections. Such students were often the most sought after by all parties. In contrast, while Sheng Ning was equally brilliant, his family's power was too formidable, making others hesitant to reach out despite their interest. On the field, Sheng Ning's gaze remained steady as he nodded approvingly. Excellent. Truly an ice snow maiden beast, and very well trained. He then looked toward Lin Ran in the audience and nodded slightly. Lin Ran responded with a calm smile. The referee surveyed the entire arena, his voice booming and serious. Are both sides ready? I'll repeat once more, killing magical beasts is forbidden, and injuring people is absolutely prohibited. Violators will be expelled. The match begins now. The ice snow maiden beast raised its eyes, cold light sharp as a blade, staring intently at the golden armored flying tiger across from it, its expression utterly frigid. Meanwhile, the golden armored flying tiger felt its first stand on end from the bloodline level suppression. But tigers were naturally proud creatures. Even knowing it faced a difficult opponent, it would fight with everything it had. Sensing his companion's emotions, Sheng Ning calmly issued his command. Don't be afraid. Use your full strength. The golden armored flying tiger growled in response. Its golden vertical pupils locked onto the ice snow maiden beast as the air seemed to tighten to a breaking point. The next moment, it struck first. Wings beating powerfully, the entire tiger leaped into the air, its gilded armor flashing blinding light under the arena lights as a tiger's roar pierced through the venue. The thunderous sound forced spectators to cover their ears. The ice snow maiden beast showed no reaction, merely watching coldly. It lightly tapped its right foot on the ground crack. A thick layer of ice and snow spread wildly outward from its position, instantly covering the arena that spanned dozens of football fields. The temperature plummeted sharply, causing many spectators to shiver uncontrollably. Woo! A piercing red alarm suddenly blared. Several referees' faces changed dramatically as they immediately activated the arena's protective barrier, then stared at the ice snow maiden beast in disbelief. Such powerful force that it directly triggered the alarm system, terrifying. The temperature on the stage plummeted instantly to freezing point. If the ice snow maiden beast hadn't quickly deployed its protective barrier, Feng Ruodong would have found even her breath frozen solid. Beside her, Sheng Ning's expression darkened as he immediately released his astral power to shield himself. Absolute zero punch. Feng Ruodong commanded without hesitation, ordering her snow maiden beast to unleash their ultimate combination technique. The frigid air from all directions was drawn in, surging wildly toward that slender yet powerful little fist. Since the snow maiden beast's evolution, this attack had become incomparably stronger. It deserved a new name: Absolute Zero Punch. Boom. Icy light exploded as the snow maiden beast's figure vanished in an instant. Sheng Ning's pupils contracted sharply as he scanned the surroundings intently. He knew this combination technique all too well. During the preliminaries, the flame spirit tiger, another feline beast, had been instantly defeated by this very move. He dared not let his guard down. In his mind, he repeatedly transmitted commands to his golden-armored flying tiger. Stay alert and be ready to counterattack at any moment. The snow maiden beast's disappearance wasn't teleportation, but rather a fusion with the frigid air through its absolute ice domain. As a ghost-type beast, it could naturally perform soul projection, and now it had completely merged with the frost, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a decisive blow. This is bad. The golden-armored flying tiger is too vigilant. Feng Ruodong's heart tightened. Unlike common tiger-type beasts, the golden-armored flying tiger was not only powerful in attack, but excelled even more in defense. Its golden armor was virtually impenetrable. Without an opening, recreating that previous instant kill would be nearly impossible. What's wrong? Too scared to make a move. Seeing Feng Ruodong's hesitation, Sheng Ning actually felt relieved, secretly convinced that she must be intimidated by the golden-armored flying tiger's defense. Since his opponent was cowering, he would strike first. Sacred scale armor, external deployment. With a mere thought from Sheng Ning, the armor covering the golden-armored flying tiger suddenly transformed into light, forming two golden rings that began to orbit. The tiger's eyes blazed with golden radiance, its massive wings trembled, and it instantly locked onto Feng Ruodong before pouncing. He abandoned his armor? Feng Ruodong was momentarily stunned by the sight of the light rings, then quickly realized hadn't abandoned it at all, but pushed it to its limits. For a short time, his attack speed would reach its peak. The golden-armored flying tiger could unleash its full combat power for 3 minutes, after which the sacred scale armor would become completely ineffective. But for him, 3 minutes was more than enough to determine victory. However, how could Feng Ruodong let him have his way? The moment she had witnessed the golden-armored flying tiger's defense, she had already begun laying her trap. While the absolute zero punch might struggle to break through the tiger's armor, what about attacking the main body directly? Now that the golden-armored flying tiger had committed to its full offensive, Sheng Ning himself was exposed. If the snow maiden beast launched a direct sneak attack on Sheng Ning, the outcome might be decided on the spot. Now it's a race against time. Feng Ruodong's gaze sharpened. Even if he had a wind-type beast, it couldn't outpace the ice snow maiden beast within the absolute ice domain, and he doesn't even have that. Strike! Feng Ruodong shouted directly. As soon as her words fell, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly swept across Sheng Ning's back. A pair of eyes glowing with eerie purple light locked onto his silhouette, and a slender right hand pressed against his right shoulder. If the competition hadn't strictly forbidden seriously injuring opponents, the outcome would likely have been decided at that very moment. The originally fierce golden-armored flying tiger came to an abrupt halt, forcibly stopping its momentum, wanting to return to aid its master, but already too late. Would the first match end just like that? Of course not. Anyone who made it to the semifinals who didn't have backup plans? Moreover, standing opposite was Sheng Ning, someone of distinguished background and formidable strength. Haha, you truly astound me. So your target has been me all along. Sheng Ning remained composed, his eyes calm as if he hadn't noticed any crisis at all. So what if it was? Concede the next round. Feng Ruodong's previously tense nerves relaxed slightly. Haha, concede? Are you certain you've won? Sheng Ning threw back his head and laughed twice, his body suddenly emanating pale blue starlight. In an instant, all the major acupoints throughout his body burst with radiance simultaneously, and his entire form actually dissolved into the luminous halo, disappearing from the center of the arena the next second. What remained in his original position was the furiously roaring golden-armored flying tiger. Its golden armor gleamed with cold light as it raised its sharp claws, striking down like a giant axe toward the ice snow maiden beast. Sacred shadow axe claw. Boom. The ice snow maiden beast was forcibly sent flying, crashing heavily into the protective barrier. The originally pale yellow energy shield instantly turned crimson. At the same time, the golden armored flying tiger that had been guarding Feng Ruotong's side transformed into Sheng Ning himself, who flashed the girl a cunning smile. I've investigated all your ice snow maiden beast's abilities and prepared countermeasures long ago. Now that I've broken even your strongest trump card, what other moves do you have left? Star Shift. Feng Ruotong was completely stunned. This secret technique allowed beast tamers to instantly swap positions with their contracted beast, surprising and nearly perfect, except for its terrifying consumption of star spirit power. Even with Sheng Ning's foundation as a 4-star beast tamer, he could only use it once. Timing was crucial and clearly, he had gambled correctly. The completely unguarded ice snow maiden beast had taken the full force strike of a 5th-tier upper-level golden armored flying tiger, and being only 4th-tier upper level itself, it had likely lost all fighting capability. This scene left the tens of thousands in the stands speechless, then erupted in deafening uproar. Star Shift. That's Star Shift. My god, he actually mastered such a rare beast tamer technique. The first and second years must be dumbfounded. Lower-grade male students felt both envious and jealous. They were all human, so why was the gap so vast? Female students, however, looked fervent, their gazes almost ready to engulf Sheng Ning. Hey, watch yourself. Mind your own business. Sheng Ning is the best. Go Sheng Ning. Cheers rose and fell in waves, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. How spectacular. A technique of Star Shift's caliber appearing in just the semifinals. Sheng Ning is remarkable. What a pity for Feng Ruotong. Her timing was excellent too. If her opponent hadn't possessed Star Shift, she would have likely won this round. Exactly. That Ice Snow Maiden beast is even more impressive. Being able to release absolute ice domain at 4th-tier upper level shows extremely high cultivation standards. Such a shame, such a shame. Several bigwigs in the VIP section continued their discussions, some praising Sheng Ning, while even more felt sorry for Feng Ruotong. No, look at the golden armored flying tiger's expression. Ease that fear. A man in the guest section suddenly shouted. The crowd fell silent instantly, all eyes turning toward the center of the arena. The golden armored flying tiger's golden fur stood on end, its tail pressed tightly against its hind legs, and its massive body trembled uncontrollably as it slowly shuffled to Sheng Ning's feet. Low whimpers filled with terror spread through the air, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Sheng Ning frowned deeply. Through his mental bond with his contracted beast, he clearly sensed that overwhelming fear, but they had just won. So why was the golden armored flying tiger afraid instead? On the other side, Feng Ruotong had remained in a daze ever since her ice snow maiden beast had fallen. Suddenly, the beast contract in her mind began to shake violently. She snapped back to awareness and hurriedly sent commands deep into the contract, but her attempts vanished without a trace, like stones dropped into the ocean. At that moment, the fallen ice snow maiden beast was lifted by an invisible force. Pale blue light rippled from within her body as her form rapidly expanded, growing from child's eyes to Feng Ruotong's height in the blink of an eye. Her signature ankle-length purple hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her once-round eyes had turned cold as a frozen pond. The purple snowflake mark on her forehead blazed with intense light, like aurora in the frigid night. It grew again? No. This is Ice Blessing. Feng Ruotong realized with sudden clarity. The beast hadn't failed, it had activated its strongest form. But her excitement lasted only a moment. The loss of response to its master meant only one thing: the beast was about to lose control. She couldn't let that happen. With her 4th-tier advanced strength, she theoretically still had room to suppress it. Gritting her teeth, she gathered her astral power and poured it all into the contract formation, attempting to regain control. Watching the sudden transformation across from him, Sheng Ning smiled slightly. Excellent. It seems I underestimated your ice snow maiden beast. Perhaps this is its true form. Though he understood the source of his golden armored flying tiger's fear, he still didn't retreat. He was confident he could win this match. As soon as he finished speaking, bitter cold struck his body. With a sharp whistle through the air, whoosh, a purple light carrying extreme cold tore through the atmosphere and blasted through the golden armored flying tiger's chest. The tiger's heavy golden armor shattered instantly. A massive purple snowflake mark burned into its chest, blood sprayed everywhere, and the great beast's eyes went vacant as it crashed to the ground. The audience fell dead silent. Countless terrified gazes fixed on the battlefield as people swallowed hard in disbelief. That's the Ice Emperor's light. How is that possible? It actually knows that technique. Has it undergone ancestral reversion? Someone cried out in shock, their voice jumping several octaves. My god, that's absolutely monstrous. Another guest clutched their chest, face pale as death. The high-ranking officials in the guest section all fell silent, shock written in every line of their faces. If this ice snow maiden beast had truly undergone ancestral reversion, its growth to ninth tier was virtually guaranteed, with even the possibility of ascending to divine beast status earth-shattering news for any faction. No, this Ice Emperor's light isn't complete. It hasn't truly undergone ancestral reversion. An elderly man with graying hair sat calmly in his chair, his voice steady yet authoritative. The power is too weak. A true Ice Emperor's light wouldn't just leave a snowflake mark on the chest, it would be enough to completely annihilate the golden armored flying tiger. He looked up toward the arena. However, even so, that golden armored flying tiger is severely injured. The young lady has won the first round. The crowd suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. If ancestral reversion were truly so effortless, how could the Ice Emperor beast have never appeared, even once in thousands of years? The excitement and shock surging in their hearts was largely extinguished by the elder's words, leaving only unease and awe. They had gotten too carried away. Even so, this Ice Snow Maiden beast's power was absolutely terrifying, capable of instantly defeating exotic beasts that were far ahead of it in strength. Truly frightening. Sheng Ning's heart nearly stopped beating in that instant. The shadow of death loomed clearly over him, and he was certain that if that beam of light had struck him, the consequences would be unthinkable. A weakened Ice Emperor's light? Your Ice Snow Maiden beast has truly shocked me. I've lost this round. He gently touched the golden armored flying tiger lying beside him. The once majestic beast now had frost covering its fur, its chest barely rising and falling. Sheng Ning's expression turned completely cold. Several exotic beast medical personnel rushed into the arena and crouched down to examine the creature. A fourth-tier upper-level beast can unleash this kind of attack. One of them extended his spiritual power to investigate, his face quickly turning pale. Most of its internal organs are frozen. Half its heart is crystallized with icy. It's hanging by a thread. If that beam had been just half an inch closer. Before he could finish, he pulled out a crimson potion from his backpack and pried open the flying tiger's fangs to pour the liquid down its throat. Student Sheng, please return it to your beast space immediately. With proper rest for a while, it can be saved. The medical personnel breathed a sigh of relief, though his voice still trembled. Sheng Ning nodded silently and waved his right hand. The golden armored flying tiger dissolved into light and disappeared into his wrist ring. First round goes to Feng Ruodong. Along with a serious warning, the referee shouted with a grim expression. If there had been a fatality, he as the referee couldn't bear the responsibility. Feng Ruodong walked forward with a bitter smile. Just moments ago, she had struggled to regain control over the Ice Snow Maiden beast, but she was still a beat too slow. That attack wasn't a skill she had taught it, but a terrifying technique the beast had awakened on its own. Fortunately, at the last moment she managed to intervene and forcibly deflected the Ice Emperor's light's trajectory, where the consequences would have been unthinkable. In the spectator seats, Lin Ran had already sensed something was wrong, his palms covered in cold sweat. You nearly scared me to death. He lowered his voice and let out a long breath. If a customer's exotic beast lost control and killed someone in a match, his shop's reputation would be ruined, and no customers would dare come again. The arena fell silent for a moment. The students who had begun cheering for Sheng Ning stood stunned, then erupted in thunderous applause. No one had expected Sheng Ning to lose the first round. Now beginning the second round. Both sides summon your beasts, the referee announced after steadying his breathing. Sheng Ning had maintained an expressionless, ice-cold demeanor since earlier. Another loss would mean complete elimination. To turn the tables, he could only play a trump card with bloodline equal to the Ice Snow Maiden beast. He swept his hand horizontally with force, and a golden light gate several zhang high thunderously opened in the air. The next second, a massive dragon head emerged, followed by a serpentine body over 100 meters long, its golden scales reflecting blinding cold light. The giant beast soared through the air, its earth-shaking dragon roar sweeping across the entire venue, seeming to tear apart the dome itself. Golden Silk Dragon Python. 8th tier bloodline. The audience seats instantly exploded, with high-achieving students, instructors, and VIPs in the guest section all showing expressions of shock. That size suggests it's already a mature form, right? Yet its level has been forcibly suppressed to 5th tier upper level. Terrifying pressure filled the air, making even the atmosphere seem thick and viscous. The golden silk dragon python coiled in midair, its golden eyes gazing down with flowing cold light. This was Sheng Ning's final trump card, and his only hope of defeating the Ice Snow Maiden beast. How terrifying. This was a common practice among most beast tamers on Blue Ocean Star. When a magical beast's level exceeded their own by 2 tiers or more, they would often consume a pill called the Essence Stabilizing Pill, which could seal the beast's level within a range they could control. By my estimation, this golden silk dragon python's true strength is at least upper 6th tier. Sheng Ning is getting serious this round. The white-haired elder stroked his beard and spoke in a low voice, his expression grave with concern. On the other side of the arena, Feng Ruotong clenched her fists in hesitation. Should she continue with the Ice Snow Maiden beast, or switch to another magical beast? But if she abandoned her now, Her remaining companions would have virtually no chance of victory. She took a deep breath. It was all or nothing. If she could win just one more match, she would advance to the next round. Ice Snow Maiden Beast, come to my side. The girl gritted her teeth and gave the command. The Snow Maiden gracefully descended to her side. The second match begins. The referee waved the flag, and the crisp command echoed throughout the arena. Instantly, all eyes focused on Feng Ruodong. Could this seemingly fragile girl once again rely on her Ice Snow Maiden Beast to create a miracle? Let's do our best together. Feng Ruodong took the Snow Maiden's delicate hand, her voice firm with determination. The Ice Snow Maiden Beast's consciousness had long since recovered. Aside from the pale blue radiance of Ice Blessing still enveloping her form, everything else appeared normal. She first nodded to acknowledge her master, then fixed her icy gaze on the golden silk dragon python across from them. The image of the girl and Snow Maiden standing side by side, hand in hand, was so harmonious it seemed as if master and servant shared one heart. This was precisely the greatest characteristic of humanoid magical beasts and their extraordinary empathy. In the spectator stands, Lin Ran watched with bated breath. There were still too many unknowns about the Ice Snow Maiden Beast. How exactly was the Ice Emperor's light triggered? Was the previous mutation still incomplete? Could she really be evolving toward an Ice Emperor beast? He dared not hope that the Snow Maiden could defeat the golden silk dragon python. He only wished she wouldn't lose control again, as Feng Ruodong's strength would make it extremely difficult to suppress her. At the center of the arena, Sheng Ning dropped all pretense of gentleness, his voice turning cold. I didn't want to use this beast because it's far too unfair to you. I'm already a 4-star beast tamer, one level above you. And with this golden silk dragon python that's actually upper 6th tier, you have virtually no chance of winning. But I must win this match. The golden silk dragon python possesses both fire and lightning attributes, with extremely high draconic resistance. Your freezing aura will have no effect whatsoever. As his words fell, the ice around the golden silk dragon python rapidly melted. The arena's temperature rose steadily as flames and lightning danced across the python's massive form, ready to erupt at any moment. Feng Ruodong's heart tightened, but she quickly formulated her strategy. To achieve victory, she must first weaken her opponent, then counterattack using the Snow Maiden's enhanced state under Ice Blessing. Dream Enchantment Song, she commanded through their mental link. The Ice Snow Maiden Beast soared into the air, her graceful figure spinning lightly in mid-flight as her blue-white hair and icy silk dress billowed around her. Crystalline notes scattered like ice crystals, blanketing the entire arena and making even the audience feel as though they had stepped into a dreamscape. Her body swayed gently with the melody, sending waves of sound rippling through the air that left all the spectators utterly entranced. Upon hearing this, Xingming immediately let out a cold snort. In an instant, a dragon's roar with astonishing penetrating power exploded forth, its majestic sound rolling and echoing throughout the arena. The Ice Snow Maiden Beast hovering in midair suddenly trembled, its dream sound attack being forcibly torn apart. This was the true power of the dragon's roar, capable of breaking all sonic-based skills. The audience erupted in shock, everyone staring at Sheng Ning in amazement. Was this his true strength? How terrifying! Feng Ruodong was even more stunned in place. The Ice Snow Maiden Beast had never had its skills interrupted before, yet even under the blessing of Ice Prayer, it was forced to stop by a single dragon's roar. The golden silk dragon python's power far exceeded her imagination. As an 8th-tier bloodline beast, the Ice Snow Maiden Beast had been defeated by a single roar from its opponent. Furious, its purple pupils locked onto the golden silk dragon python as the surrounding temperature plummeted drastically, the air seeming to freeze instantly. Seeing this, Sheng Ning's expression relaxed slightly, but he dared not let his guard down. That beast had yet to unleash the deadly strike it had been charging earlier, so he absolutely couldn't be careless. Thunder Flame Dragon Roar, he commanded in a low voice. The golden silk dragon python opened its massive maw, fire and lightning intertwining in its throat, instantly forming a brilliant energy beam that shot straight toward the Ice Snow Maiden Beast. Boom! White light exploded as the Ice Snow Maiden Beast conjured a small iceberg with its bare hands to block the attack. However, the terrifying beam still shattered the entire iceberg into pieces, ice fragments flying everywhere as shockwaves swept through the surroundings. The audience was in uproar. So powerful. Instantly creating ice mountains. This what high-level beast battles look like. Sheng Ning's lips curved upward as he issued another command. The golden silk dragon python unleashed 4 high-tier skills in succession: Lightning Shadow Rush, Thunder Strike, Dragon Flame Blaze, and Fire Whirlpool. Lightning and seas of fire exploded into brilliant fireworks in the air. Even though most attacks missed their target, their residual power was still terrifying, instantly pushing the arena's protective barrier to the 3rd-level purple alert, leaving the ground in ruins. The arena's protective barrier had 4 levels: light yellow, red, purple, and gold. Now it had been pushed directly to purple, showing the terrifying power of high-level beast skills. The crowd was once again stunned. If all those attacks had hit the Ice Snow Maiden beast directly, could it have survived? What had initially seemed like an evenly matched battle was now a one-sided crushing defeat. Even if the Ice Snow Maiden beast used Ice Emperor's Light, again, it might not be able to turn the tide. Feng Ruodong was completely frozen in shock. Overwhelming skills exploded continuously around her, her legs going weak, while the solid dragon shadow behind the golden silk dragon python, dragon soul gaze, pierced her soul like a sharp blade. Sheng Ning smiled faintly. This move was specially prepared for Feng Ruodong, as the dragon soul's pressure was enough to destroy a girl's psychological defenses. Feng Ruodong collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant, fear spreading from her soul to every part of her body. She tremblingly stood up, her voice ethereal. I surrender. Just as Feng Ruodong was about to shout those three words, the Ice Snow Maiden beast underwent another unexpected change. Ah! A piercing shriek erupted from the Ice Snow Maiden beast's throat as its aura surged violently. Its purple pupils radiated an intensely cold presence, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet drastically. This is bad. Lin Ran's face instantly turned to Shenyi's worst fear had come to pass. The Ice Snow Maiden beast was actually advancing. Once it broke through to the 5th tier, Feng Ruodong's current cultivation level would be absolutely insufficient to control it, and the next step would be an irreversible rampage. When exotic beasts went berserk, there was usually only one solution: elimination. Though cruel, it was the only means to prevent human casualties. Lin Ran absolutely could not let this happen. He swept his hand across his spatial ring and retrieved the budget beast binding lock he had exchanged for with points several days ago. Originally, this item was intended for use inside the spacetime rift, but he had never found the right opportunity and had to keep it stored away. The beast binding lock could only capture exotic beasts below the 5th tier and was ineffective against owned Ice Snow Maiden beasts, but it could forcibly restrain them and send them back to the beast dimension, exactly what was needed right now. At the other end of the arena, Feng Ruodong's face was filled with terror, veins bulging at her temples. In that instant, the beast contract in her mind convulsed violently, a crack appearing directly across it as the entire contract line lost connection. The Ice Snow Maiden beast had gone berserk. What's happening? What's wrong with that Ice Snow Maiden beast? Did the dragon soul scare it senseless? Some students below whispered among themselves, completely oblivious to the danger. This is terrible. That aura clearly indicates advancement. With Feng Ruodong's cultivation level, she can't possibly suppress it. In the match, immediately, Yi Kuei shot to his feet, shouting. The referees and instructors at the front also stood up with grave expressions, running toward the arena. Just then, a thick golden chain appeared out of nowhere, landing around the Ice Snow Maiden beast with a snap and instantly binding it in layers. Who's interfering with the competition? Don't you know how dangerous this is? One referee roared angrily. Lin Ran emerged leisurely from the side passage, speaking casually. Sorry about that. I saw this Ice Snow Maiden beast was about to go berserk and couldn't help myself. I had to stop it. Where did this student come from? Doesn't know his place. Beast rampages are dangerous. Why are you meddling? A crew-cut, bespectacled male instructor scolded severely, clearly mistaking Lin Ran for an academy student. Lin Ran shook his head helplessly, leaning against the wall to observe the situation. The trapped Ice Snow Maiden beast initially struggled frantically, ice crystals flying everywhere, but within moments it quieted down, breathing as steadily as if it were asleep. It really calmed down? All the instructors and referees stared at the arena in shock. No, it's that golden chain causing this. The crew-cut instructor pointed at the chain, his brow furrowed. Feng Ruodong's headache gradually subsided. Though the crack in her mental contract hadn't completely healed, she had regained her connection to the Ice Snow Maiden beast. Boss Lin, it was you. She looked at the chain-bound Ice Snow Maiden beast with surprise and joy, her gaze following to the leisurely figure by the wall. How can you be so troublesome? I finally visit the academy once and still have to clean up your mess. Lin Ran leaned against the wall, speaking with obvious annoyance. Hearing the conversation between Feng Ruodong and Lin Ran, everyone in the arena was stunned. What was happening? Wasn't the beast supposed to go berserk? Did he actually control it? And who was this young man? Was he from their academy? They'd never seen him before. He looked so arrogant. Ruodong, did you just say he controlled your spirit beast? Feng Ruodong's homeroom teacher, Hyun, hurriedly rushed onto the stage and asked. Feng Ruodong took a deep breath and looked around at everyone. I'm sorry for worrying everyone. I've lost this match. She pointed to the young man beside her, speaking rapidly but clearly. This is Lin Ran, Boss Lin. He's the one who helped me cultivate my Ice Snow Maiden beast. After speaking, she nimbly jumped down from the battle platform, pulled Lin Ran to the center of the arena, and loudly introduced him to the audience. The entire venue instantly fell so silent you could hear breathing. Who could believe it? A young man their age could actually cultivate such an incredibly powerful spirit beast. Who are you trying to fool? A male student in the stands suddenly stood up, hurling his skepticism toward the arena. Feng Ruotong's cheeks flushed red. The courage she had mustered was being questioned under everyone's gaze, making her feel extremely embarrassed. He Yun quickly came to her side and asked in a low voice, "Are you serious?" "I'm serious, teacher." Feng Ruotong lowered her voice but couldn't hide her excitement. Don't let his carefree attitude fool Yoha's incredibly mysterious. When spirit beasts go berserk, it's extremely dangerous, but he managed to bind it with golden chains. I admire him even more now. He Yun's expression changed dramatically as his star's spirit power surged within him, quietly probing toward Lin Ran. Hmm? Trying to test me. Lin Ran's lips curved upward as he released his divine sense technique at full power. Visible star's spirit power gathered from the air, condensing around his body into a layer of light blue armor that gleamed with flowing light devastatingly handsome. He Yun star's spirit power crumbled upon contact, like a stone sinking into the ocean. The next second, he cried out in shock, "Star's spirit power materialization. How? How is this possible?" The referees who had been preparing to step forward and control the situation all froze in place. Star spirit power materialization meant this young man was at least an 8-star beast tamer. How could they dare make a move? "You're an 8-star beast tamer?" Heian wiped away cold sweat, speaking in disbelief. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. I hadn't expected that releasing his divine sense technique at full power would have such an effect. This armor was incredibly cool. He coughed twice and assumed the posture of a master. Ahem, so what if I am? Good heavens, is there no justice left? I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. An agitated male student jumped up, pointing at Lin Ran and shouting. Lin Ran raised his hand in a grasping motion, and a giant palm made of star spirit power appeared out of thin air, gripping the male student so he couldn't move. Stop. Head referee Yi Kuei finally couldn't hold back. He knew well the terror of star spirit power materialization. At 53 years old and an 8-star for over 20 years, he still couldn't condense power at a distance, let alone create that flowing protective armor. Even 9-star beast tamers would find it difficult to do so casually. Yi Kuei bowed with cupped fists. "I apologize, our student was reckless. Please calm your anger, sir." Lin Ran smiled faintly, and the giant star spirit power palm released its grip. The male student fell to the ground, his face pale, as if his soul had been drained. "So your brother Lin truly impressive skills." From the guest seating area, Ochin stood up and cupped his fists in acknowledgement. "You two know each other?" the bald, burly man asked in confusion. "It's more than just understanding. We've been through life and death together, haha." Ochin laughed. The hall was brightly lit, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on the two men. Lin Ran stepped forward quickly, cupping his hands in greeting. "Brother O, I trust you've been well." Beside O Chun, a man in green robes raised his eyebrows curiously. "O Chun, is this the person who saved you from the space-time rift at Sacred Emperor Mountain?" "Exactly." O Chun nodded solemnly. "Boss Lin is my savior. Without his intervention, we never would have made it out of that space-time rift at Sacred Emperor Mountain alive." Space-time rift. Feng Ruotong's voice involuntarily rose in pitch, while He Yun and the others nearby stared wide-eyed. This young man, who appeared to be barely in his 20s, setting aside his formidable strength, was actually a treasure hunter who had saved O Chun from the Sacred Radiance treasure hunting team. O Chun's colleagues and military officials crowded around him, grasping his hands and pressing him with questions. "Tell us everything. What exactly happened?" With everyone's excitement running high, O Chun took a moment to steady his breathing, his gaze falling on Lin Ran with admiration. Even back in the space-time rift, he had been utterly impressed by this young man. The ability to manifest stellar spirit power was something even his brother Oh Hao couldn't achieve, clearly indicating monstrous talent beyond comprehension. He recounted the events in detail: the sudden opening of the space-time rift, the siege by Corpse King beasts and Demon-Eye beasts, the separation from the six-tailed spirit fox, Lin Ran charging into battle alone, commanding a 9th-tier beast king, the Shadow Phantom Moon Hound, to dominate the field, brutally slaying 8th-tier superior Corpse King and Demon-Eye beasts, then escorting everyone to safety. Finally, he clasped his hands together and concluded solemnly. "That's roughly what happened. Boss Lin's life-saving grace, plus helping us recover the six-tailed spirit Foxy. Oh Chun will remember this forever. Whatever he needs in the future, I'll give my all to help." "What? A 9th-tier beast king Shadow Phantom Moonhound? Single-handedly slaying 2 8th-tier superior beasts?" Gasps of shock rose one after another. Yi Kuei felt a chill down his spine. As the dean of Xuanzhong City's strongest beast academy, he had been completely unaware that such a prodigious young man existed in the outer city. Even more absurd was that he was merely the owner of a breeding shop. Eyes from all directions focused on Lin Ran like spotlights. He scratched his head awkwardly, though he couldn't hide his inner satisfaction. Keeping a low profile was clearly no longer possible. On the other side, Sheng Ning had been stunned speechless from the moment Lin Ran appeared. He had assumed Lin Ran was arrogant because he had some hidden master backing him from home, but now he understood this young man could crush everyone through his own power alone. 8th tier corpse king beasts and 8th tier demon eye beasts had died by his hand, and he was also a master-level breeder. Xing Ning considered himself a genius, but this peer had already reached the pinnacle that everyone dreamed of. For a moment, he felt deeply defeated, while being immensely grateful that he hadn't lost his temper over Lin Ran's tone earlier. Lin Ran cleared his throat and walked toward Feng Ruotong. Anyway, I'm heading down now. Ruotong, immediately recall your ice snow maiden beast to its beast space. Don't summon it again until you become a 4-star beast tamer. Today you nearly ruined my shop's reputation and wasted one of my treasures. Will settle this account later. He surveyed the entire hall, the corner of his mouth curving upward. By the way, you should all have received flyers for my shop Outer City West Lane, numbers 104105. Feel free to visit if you're interested. After finishing his words, Lin Ran dismissed the pale blue armor surrounding his body and stepped through the air, instantly returning to his seat, with complete composure on his face throughout. However, his heart was already blooming with joy. He hadn't expected the divine mind technique to be so powerful. As merely a 4-star beast tamer, he had actually achieved such complete manifestation of astral power. Especially that final ascending to heaven movie, it was both impressive and shocking, surely leaving the audience below stunned and speechless. At this thought, he wanted to break into a triumphant smile, but just as the corners of his mouth twitched, he forcibly suppressed it. On the platform, Yi Kuei watched with his heart pounding. So powerful. Such a young man, and I never noticed him. Has the outer city already developed to this extent? As the principal, he felt confused for the first time about his delayed intelligence. Meanwhile, the spectator stands erupted into chaos. Students and guests had completely forgotten about the competition. Some grabbed Oh Chun demanding details about what had just happened, while others simply jumped onto the arena, surrounding Feng Ruodong with a barrage of questions. The scene was complete pandemonium, yet not a single person dared approach Lin Ran. How boring that everyone left, Lin Ran said, looking at the empty seats around him and shaking his head with a bitter smile. Only then did he notice that Zhang Tiantian, who had been sitting beside him all along, was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Tiantian was actually not far away, her whole body trembling with cold. Earlier, she had thought the Ice Snow Maiden beast was so formidable because there was a master-level breeder at the shop. Her impression of Lin Ran had been nothing more than a calculating, money-loving, and scrupulous boss. But the scene just now had completely overturned all her understanding. That terrifying strength was definitely not something an ordinary breeder could possess. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shiver, no longer daring to sit alongside Lin Ran, and fled far away. Everyone returned to your seats. After pondering for a moment, Yi Kuei suddenly leaped onto the platform, his astral power surging as he commanded in a stern voice. The principal's authority was unquestionable. The originally noisy gymnasium instantly fell silent, and students obediently returned to their seats. Given that Feng Ruodong's beast went berserk and cannot continue fighting, Xing Ning is declared the winner. The third match is postponed until tomorrow, and all remaining contestants are also delayed until tomorrow. Dismissed. Yi Kuei's tone was resolute. Why did they suddenly stop the competition? I haven't even had my turn yet, complained a chubby boy. What are you thinking? How could they continue in this situation? Someone like that suddenly appeared and stole all the spotlight. So what if he stole it? Could you beat him? The buzzing discussions accompanied the students' orderly exit, with Lin Ran remaining the central topic throughout. By the way, he said he handed out flyers. Did any of you get one? A boy in yellow clothes pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. I almost threw it away, good thing I didn't. That incredible Ice Snow Maiden beast was actually bred by him. After the competition ends, I'm definitely going to find him and have him breed one for me too. Me too. Before long, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only Lin Ran sitting alone. It's over? That was quick, he said, looking at the empty stands with some resignation. Well, mission accomplished. No point watching the rest of the competition, time to go home. Just as he was about to get up, Wang Chun, the crew cut, bespectacled male instructor from earlier, hurried over and called out. Boss Lin, please wait. Is there something else? Lin Ran turned his head, his eyes full of surprise. We'd like to invite Boss Lin to our office for a chat. How about it? Wang Chun smiled very politely. Not interested, Lin Ran said casually, and walked out of the venue. Wang Chun looked embarrassed and turned to glance at Yi Kuei. Principal, who exactly is this mysterious figure? Wang Chun muttered with a bitter smile. Yi Kuei's gaze remained steady. We can't let him leave. We must find a way to keep him here. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand and instructed. Teacher He-yun, go fetch Feng Ruodong. He-yun immediately jogged out and returned shortly with Feng Ruodong. Yi Kuei smiled warmly. Ruodong, how long have you known him? Feng Ruodong was suddenly put on the spot and nervously fidgeted with her hands. Any student called into the principal's office would be nervous, and her voice even trembled. Just recently. I went to visit relatives in the outer city and passed by Boss Lin's shop, where I saw him cultivate an incredibly powerful orange shadow cat. I was so impressed that I asked him to help cultivate my snow maiden beast. She grew more excited as she spoke. Then the snow maiden beast evolved into an ice snow maiden beast within 2 days, with a massive power surge. The most incredible part is, he only took 2 days. 2 days. The surrounding teachers gasped in amazement, shock written across their faces. Someone exclaimed, could there really be such a powerful cultivation master in this world? Yikuei made his judgment quickly. So he's not only an 8-star beast tamer, but also a master-level cultivator. He then urged, quick, Roatong, you know him best. Go keep him here immediately and bring him to the principal's office. Feng Roatong was stunned for a second, then snapped back to reality and ran out of the office to chase after Lin Ran. I'm not going. At the edge of the playground, Lin Ran shook his head decisively after hearing the invitation. Feng Roatong anxiously grabbed his hand. Come on, the principal and teachers are being so enthusiastic. Just give them some face. Lin Ran sighed. It's too troublesome. I just want to go back and run my shop. He had already guessed their intention. They wanted him to stay. But he had refused invitations from those two big shots, so why would he join a beast academy? Freedom, getting stronger, and earning points were his priorities. Feng Roatong blinked and suddenly showed a mischievous smile. If you don't go, I'll tell all the students you're a fraud, and everything just now was an illusion. Go ahead, Lin Ran said indifferently. I just taught a male student a lesson. They're already convinced by me. Feng Roatong puffed up angrily. I was going to compensate you for that golden chain, but now I won't. What? You won't pay? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow slightly. Believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson too. Come on then. Feng Roatong suddenly raised her voice. Someone with high cultivation is bullying me, a weak girl. Help! Lin Ran's mouth twitched as he quickly covered her mouth. Damn, you're good. Fine, I'll go, okay. Feng Roatong immediately smiled sweetly. That's right. They probably just want to have tea with you. It won't be troublesome. Moments later, the two arrived at the principal's office. As soon as Lin Ran entered, he acted as if he were in his own living room, walking straight to the largest leather sofa, crossing his legs, casually pouring himself a cup of hot tea, taking a sip, and looking completely at ease. What are you doing? This is Principal Ye's office, not your home. Get up. Feng Roatong whispered urgently. Although Lin Ran was powerful, he was still a junior after all, and should show some respect when facing the academy's leaders to avoid leaving a bad impression. Lin Ran paid no attention to Feng Roatong's words whatsoever, carefully examining the layout and furnishings of the principal's office. The spacious and bright office had walls covered with various beast illustrations and star beast medals, while the rich aroma of tea lingered in the air. His gaze was suddenly captivated by a purple gold dragon beast portrait. The massive purple gold dragon's scales shimmered, its horns appeared menacing, as if it might burst through the wall and soar out at any moment. An inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up in his heart, causing him to murmur quietly to himself. This beast. Why does it feel so familiar? Have I seen it before? Seeing Lin Ran completely ignore her, Feng Roatong's pretty face flushed red with anxiety as she hurried over to tug at his arm. The principals will be here soon. Please give me some face. Lin Ran remained nonchalant, shrugging his shoulders and casually settling into the sofa. It's not like they invited me here. I'm just sitting here having some tea. What's there to worry about? They can't exactly eat me alive, can they? With that, he leisurely crossed his legs again. I really don't know what to do with you. Feng Roatong smiled bitterly, having no choice but to stand beside him and wait anxiously. Don't just stand there foolishly. Come have some tea. Just as Lin Ran was handing over the teacup, his ears suddenly twitched, and he whispered a warning. They're coming. Click. The door was pushed open, and the principal entered with several academy directors. The atmosphere in the room immediately intensified, as each person was an 8-star beast tamer with star spiritual power condensed like substance. Lin Ran's expression changed slightly, but he merely lowered his eyes to sip his tea, his movements remaining elegant. Good day, principal and directors. Feng Roatong quickly bowed. Facing so many high-ranking seniors simultaneously for the first time, she was nearly overwhelmed by their imposing presence, her face turning pale. Everyone nodded in response, their gazes then falling on the center of the room where Lin Ran was leisurely swinging his leg, completely at ease. Several directors' mouths twitched slightly. Where did this little troublemaker come from? He can't even be bothered to greet us properly? Lin Ran finished the tea in his cup before standing up unhurriedly. Facing a group of 8-star beast tamers, he should at least observe proper etiquette. He surveyed the group. Aside from the principal at the front with his graying hair and beard, the other four appeared to be only in their 30s or 40s, yet all bore numerous scars. Particularly striking was one man whose left arm was nothing but an empty sleeve, his face marked with shocking crisscrossing blade scars. Greetings. Lin Ran cupped his fists in salute. Though their impression of the young man before them was limited, everyone raised their hands in return. After all, someone who was an 8-star beast tamer and master-level breeder at such a young age could not be underestimated. Roatong, you may go back now. We have important matters to discuss with Boss Lin here. Principal Yi Kuei's tone was gentle. Feng Ruodong nodded respectfully and withdrew. Yi Kuei then turned to Lin Ran with a smile, inquiring, "May I ask which Beast Academy boss Lin graduated from?" "I graduated from a breeding school and have never attended a Beast Academy." Lin Ran shook his head frankly. Everyone exchanged glances, shock flashing in their eyes. Self-taught? Or did he have a master at home? At this moment, a bald, burly man stepped forward, his voice booming. "This young friend is a temporary member of our Sacred Radiance treasure hunting team, correct? I'm Oh Shang, deputy captain of the Sacred Radiance treasure hunting team and director of the Academy's treasure hunting department. Thanks to your righteous intervention in saving my nephew, I owe you my gratitude. It's just a small favor. Do treasure hunting teams also provide academy training?" Lin Ran smiled and nodded slightly. Oh Shang adjusted the shoulder insignia on his uniform, his laughter hearty and confident. "Haha, not all academies require it, but Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy is the strongest in the city. I was specially assigned by the inner city headquarters to train newcomers here. How about it? Join my Sacred Radiance treasure hunting team? You're currently just a temporary treasure hunter. Why not follow me instead? I guarantee you'll earn much more than running a breeding shop." As he spoke, a hint of certainty flashed in his eyes. Before coming here, he had already learned about Lin Ran's personality from his nephew. Oh Chinha didn't care about anything except money. "Sorry, not interested." Lin Ran's tone was flat as he casually sat down on the sofa and leaned back. Oh Shang's smile froze on his face, his brow furrowing deeply. "You?" Lin Ran lazily looked up. "Don't be angry. When someone with a higher position than yours came to invite me before, I also politely declined. I've been really busy lately. Let's talk about it later." With that, he poured himself a cup of tea, wisps of steam rising between his fingers. Oshang's heart skipped a beat. His nephew had mentioned those two important figures at the Sacred Emperor Mountain Camp, but he had thought it was a joke. Now it seemed to be true. What exactly was Lin Ran's background? The other three people in the room were quite surprised by Oshang's setback. The blonde female officer stepped forward first, speaking briskly. "Oshang, don't assume Lin Ran will definitely join your Sacred Radiance team just because he saved your nephew. I think he's more inclined toward the military." She walked up to Lin Ran and gave him a standard military salute. "I'm Zhang Lei, captain of Xuanzhong City's 1st Special Forces team and also the Academy's Military Equipment Department director. Young man, join us. The benefits and salary are top tier." Before she finished speaking, a short-haired man in military uniform stepped forward. "The 1st Special Forces team is full of veteran soldiers. How would that suit someone as young as Lin Ran? I think he should join the 3rd Special Forces team. We specialize in training newcomers." Zhang Lei narrowed her eyes and sneered coldly. "Ridiculous. Lin Ran is a novice? He alone could outperform your entire 3rd team. My team has battle-hardened veterans who can protect him. If he agrees to join, I'll immediately award him a Taihing medal." "You know what that means." "Taihing medal?" Lin Ran was slightly startled and was about to speak. Two low coughs came from the corner. A one-armed, scarred man leaning against the wall spoke in a hoarse but firm voice. "No matter how good it sounds, it's still just a promise. Lin Ran, if you're willing to join our Dragon Radiance treasure hunting team, I guarantee your safety. I'll promote you to deputy captain within a year. How about it?" Zhang Lei scoffed. "Absolute guarantee? Promote to deputy captain in a year? Do you think you're the head of all treasure hunting teams? Look at yourself, Alfred. Go home and enjoy your retirement." The one-armed man raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Got such a big problem with that? Want to have a match? If I can't even beat a disabled person, then you, Zhang Lei, should resign from your position as 1st team captain." The two faced off, the air instantly tense. "Fine, let's do it." Zhang Lei raised her hand, stellar power crackling with pale blue lightning in her palm. The short-haired officer beside them was also fired up with fighting spirit, and Oshang breathed heavily, subtly mobilizing his energy. In an instant, several powerful waves of spiritual force clashed back and forth in the small reception room. Everyone was talking at once in a chaotic argument. Lin Ran couldn't get a word in edgewise as stellar power roared against the four walls, and the room was immediately filled with the smoke of battle. Principal Yi Kuei stood to the side, completely ignored and utterly shocked. The offers from these treasure hunting teams and military representatives were incredibly generous, yet Lin Ran remained unmoved, sitting quietly and sipping his tea with remarkable composure. The reception room buzzed with heated arguments as representatives from various factions nearly came to blows over recruiting him. Lin Ran had been leaning back in his chair, slowly swirling his teacup with an indifferent expression. Seeing the escalating chaos, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to intervene, but no one noticed his presence. Sigh. Lin Ran let out a soft breath as stellar power instantly gathered in his palm, manifesting a palm-sized energy megaphone that materialized out of thin air. "Could you all please stop arguing? If you keep this up, I'm leaving. This is really annoying." His clear, booming voice struck the crowd like thunder. As the megaphone disappeared, the room fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone's faces turned pale as they stared at Lin Ran in stunned disbelief. His stellar power manifestation was refined to such a degree? Just how powerful was this guy? After a brief silence, Lin Ran raised his eyes to survey the room, his gaze lingering on Zhonglei. And you? Talking about giving me the Taihing medal? Sorry, I already have one, awarded personally by someone with much higher rank than you. With that, he pulled out a dark gold medal from his chest, casually tossing it into the air. The medal traced an elegant arc through the air, its cold light glinting. The room fell deathly quiet. Zhonglei was about to speak, but immediately closed her mouth upon second thought, her expression complex. The other representatives remained equally silent, their hearts still reeling from shock. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Yikuei quickly tried to smooth things over, his face creasing with forced smiles. Haha, everyone here appreciates talent. Since young brother Lin Ran has no immediate interest in making his mark in the world, we can't force him. Come, everyone sit down and have some tea to cool off. After speaking, he secretly swallowed hard. Unwilling to join first-rate treasure hunting teams, unwilling to enter the military, and even possessing a Taihing medal, this young man either had backing from tremendous forces or harbored world-shaking secrets. Not to mention, he commanded a ninth-tier beast king, something not just any young person could accomplish. That's better. Seeing everyone retake their seats, Lin Ran naturally walked to the tea table and retrieved a package of tea from a purple clay jar in the wooden box. His movements were practiced, boiling water, warming cups, adding tea leaves, brewing all in one fluid motion, as if he were the office's owner. Oshang observed with interest. I didn't expect Boss Lin to understand tea ceremony. Lin Ran simply smiled and nodded. His mind flashed back to those days guarding the quiet pet shop, learning tea ceremony out of boredom, never expecting it would come in handy today. The tea's fragrance was elegant, and soon 5 porcelain cups were arranged, filled 7/10 full. Lin Ran handed them to everyone one by one. Give it a try. The water's surface rippled gently with wisps of clear mist. Excellent. Zhonglei was first to nod approvingly. Boss Lin has great skill, though mainly it's because my tea is good, ha. Yikuei threw back his head and laughed. Everyone collectively rolled their eyes, but couldn't help taking another sip. As the atmosphere relaxed slightly, Lin Ran's gaze fell on the wall ahead, where a massive beast mural hung. Principal Yi, what dragon-type beast is painted on that wall? Oh, Boss Lin doesn't recognize it. Yikuei raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. This isn't just any ordinary creature. Is it a common beast? Lin Ran frowned. Haha, certainly not common. Let me educate you. Yikuei set down his teacup, his tone excited. It's called the Azure Thunder Purple Shadow Dragon, a legendary divine-tier beast possessing 3 major attributes: thunder, wind, and demon. Most importantly, it's said to be the eldest son of the Dragon Clan's ancestor, the Purple Gold Dragon God. Before Yikuei finished speaking, Lin Ran's previously relaxed expression instantly froze, his pupils contracting sharply. The Purple Gold Dragon God's eldest son. So the Dragon God really did have offspring. That means my egg is real. So it's quite powerful then? Lin Ran asked. Yikuei nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the massive beast shadow painting on the wall, his voice low but firm. Naturally. Legend has it that in ancient times, when humanity had just emerged, the true rulers of this planet were powerful creatures called exotic beasts. Back then, the world wasn't divided into today's 56 territories, but rather 5 primordial regions. For newborn humanity, those places were nothing short of a nightmarish survival hell. He paused for a moment, gesturing in the air to outline the shape of 5 continents. But as time passed, humans began to evolve. A tribal leader with unparalleled power awakened a mysterious energy within himself, discovering that this force could actually tame the mighty exotic beasts. Under his leadership, humans continued to awaken, learning to fight alongside the exotic beasts. The 2 races relied on each other, protecting one another, gradually becoming each other's most important companions. Through Yikuei's narration, everyone seemed to see scenes of ancient forests where humans and giant beasts hunted together, jointly resisting harsh, cold, and fierce predators. But the good times didn't last. Yikuei's tone suddenly grew heavy. Doomsday descended. Catastrophe fell from the heavens, mountains and rivers shattered, and countless lives perished. Facing the apocalypse, humans and exotic beasts joined forces once more. The 5 strongest humans, along with the 5 most powerful exotic beasts guarding the primordial regions, embarked together on a battle against heaven itself. The air seemed to tighten. Yikuei continued. They ultimately succeeded, and the disaster was dispelled. But the price was devastating. All 5 strongest humans died in battle, and the 5 guardian exotic beasts fell as well. The 5 primordial regions collapsed in the flames of war. The energy released by those guardians in their final moments transformed into new life force, allowing the shattered earth to sprout anew, though it could never be restored to its original state. Fragments scattered everywhere, eventually forming the 56 regions we see scattered across the world today. At this point, he raised his hand, a glimmer of light flashing at his fingertips, directing everyone's attention to the wall. Those 5 guardian exotic beasts came to be known as super divine beast class by later generations. The strongest among them was the purple gold dragon god. Due to its ancient origins, its appearance cannot be verified, but traces of its descendants remain. What's depicted in this painting is the azure thunder purple shadow dragon, a continuation of the dragon god's bloodline. Lin Ran listened intently, his eyes filled with astonishment. He pondered silently. Why did the exotic beast encyclopedia he purchased from the system store make no mention of this history? Even the information about the beast on the wall was completely blank. Could the system have really erased it? Suppressing his doubts, he asked, "So this exotic beast is still alive?" It disappeared. Yikuei shook his head, taking a deep breath. After the ancient Great War, many exotic beasts would mysteriously vanish upon reaching a certain stage. The last record of the azure thunder purple shadow dragon dates back 20,000 years, when it similarly vanished without explanation. What's even more terrifying is that certain humans have also experienced the same inexplicable disappearances. What? Cold sweat beaded on Lin Ran's forehead. Is all this true? Oshang laughed heartily, waving his hand. Boss Lin, don't let Principal Yi frighten you. Those are just legends aside from scattered texts. There's no way to verify any of it. Don't worry, nothing like that has happened in the past 1,000 years. The one-armed, scarred man also chimed in with a relaxed tone. Right, it's folklore at best. Only old Yi takes it so seriously. Lin Ran felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this, but still pressed on. Those 5 strongest humans from ancient times, were they beast tamers? Exactly, and they weren't ordinary beast tamers, they were supremes. Yikuei said excitedly. Lin Ran was startled. He knew that the highest level of beast tamers in the current world was only 9-star beast tamers, and this so-called supreme beast tamer had virtually no records in the existing archives of Blue Ocean Star. He gripped the warm teacup, his fingertips trembling slightly as he murmured in a low voice, "Supreme, can humans really reach such a realm?" Zhang Lei set down her cup, her tone steady yet certain. That was all from ancient times. Ever since Blue Ocean Star's original 5 primitive regions were subdivided into the current 56 regions, no Supreme has appeared again, so 9-star has become the current ceiling for beast tamers. 5 primitive regions. Lin Ran frowned. How different were they from our current regions? Worlds apart. Zhang Lei gestured with her hand. The primitive regions had extremely harsh environments where only exotic beasts could survive. Ancient humans struggled to survive there. Our current 56 regions, however, are paradises formed from the star's spirit power that condensed after the guardian exotic beasts died in battle. Yikuei picked up the conversation, his eyes gleaming. You've been to the space-time rifts, right? According to ancient texts, the rifts are actually fragments from when Blue Ocean Star's 5 primitive regions shattered. As for why they appear, no one can say for certain, but it's good for you. Sentient exotic beasts and rare materials are all within them, which is the fundamental reason the Academy established treasure hunting teams. As his words fell, the teacup in Lin Ran's hand nearly slipped. The space-time rifts are actually fragments of primitive regions. Lightning flashed through his mind. Then the otherworld rifts summoned by the system are too. So I wasn't entering a false space, but directly traveling back to ancient times. A series of thoughts crashed over him. No wonder the exotic beast materials and ancient ingredients he brought back from the rifts were always questioned by customers. That dragon god golden egg wasn't a fake either, but a truly hatchable legendary embryo. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upward, and he nearly burst out laughing on the spot. Yikuei noticed his expression and casually lifted his teacup. Boss Lin seems quite pleased. Lin Ran composed himself and took a light sip. Learning a bit of history is naturally worth being happy about. Since you're interested in history, our academy library has a vast collection of books. Yikuei's eyes glinted slightly. I wonder if Boss Lin would be interested in becoming an instructor? Everyone around them was simultaneously shocked, all turning to look at Yikuei. Ah, so that's what he was waiting for all along. Someone muttered quietly. Worthy of being the principal, shrewd enough. After talking for so long, his mouth must be dry. Lin Ran was even more stunned. You want me to become an instructor? You're not joking, are you? How could I be joking? Yikuei laughed heartily. With your abilities, serving as an instructor is more than sufficient. Moreover, you'd be directly appointed as a high-star instructor, and the benefits definitely won't disappoint you. High-star instructor? Lin Ran unconsciously repeated, rapidly weighing his options mentally. Now, besides the treasure hunting team and the military, an exotic beast academy had emerged. It seemed he needed to make a choice. So he looked up seriously and asked, what exactly are the benefits? The crowd stirred again. He was actually starting to ask about benefits. Could he really be considering agreeing? Yikuei smiled, having already seen through the young man completely. Money-loving and risk-averse. So becoming an instructor was exactly what would appeal most to this little troublemaker. Haha, the benefits are absolutely incredible. For instance, you'd have access to all the cultivation manuals for stellar power in the academy library, beast tamer skills, and various types of ores, crystals, treasures, and so much more. Yi Kuei's eyes lit up as he rattled off every advantage he could think of in one breath. Besides, you'd be able to participate in the inner-city auctions. Merchants from all major regions of Blue Ocean Star gather there, with rare treasures of every kind imaginable. Some items you might never see even if you search through every treasure hunter's vault. As for money, don't worry about that. Glory points can be used as bidding currency. In short, having the high-star instructor title brings nothing but benefits. Lin Ran felt his heart racing with excitement, absolutely had to get those 5 beast amplification buff skills. Still, he maintained his composure and casually asked, would being a high-star instructor keep me very busy? I don't usually have much free time. It's incredibly easy. Yi Kuei immediately responded, his tone becoming even more eager. You don't need to come to the academy every day, just one public class per week. If you have extra time, teaching more classes would be great, but the minimum requirement is 4 classes per month. It absolutely won't interfere with Boss Lin's business. He gestured toward Zhang Lei and Oshang nearby. Look, Director Zhang Lei here is both a high-star instructor and captain of Special Forces Team 1. Director Oshang is the same. Several other high-star instructors who aren't here today have similar arrangements. They all have plenty of free time. Zhang Lei snorted at this, her pretty face flushing slightly. If it weren't for government requirements, I wouldn't bother coming here just to watch you poach such excellent talent. It's infuriating. Oshang simply shook his head helplessly, tacitly agreeing. After a moment's consideration, Lin Ran nodded. All right, I agree. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Yi Kuei was so excited he nearly slammed the table. I'll have someone prepare the paperwork and contract immediately. From now on, Boss Lino, Instructor Lin Yuri, our academy's high-star instructor. Let's have some applause. However, the room fell silent with no one cooperating. Everyone inwardly cursed the principal's cunning methods while outwardly having no choice but to disperse helplessly. They understood that with Lin Ran's talent, barring any unexpected death, he would very likely advance to become a 9-star beast tamer in the future. When that time came, Xuanzhong Beast Academy's reputation would rank among the top, not just in Xuanzhong City, but across all 56 regions. Were they envious? Of course they were. Yi Kuei coughed awkwardly and had to start clapping by himself, the sound echoing thinly in the empty office. Soon, everyone had left, leaving only Lin Ran and Yi Kuei. The two sat side by side on the sofa. Yi Kuei personally poured Lin Ran a cup of steaming tea and chatted with a smile. How old are you, Instructor Lin? 18. Lin Ran accepted the cup naturally and sipped the tea slowly. Yi Kuei's hand trembled. His heart jolting with shock, had assumed Lin Ran was at least in his early 20s, never expecting him to be only 18. An 8-star beast tamer under 20 years old. Was there any justice left in this world? He silently congratulated himself, grateful that all his earlier persuasion had managed to secure Lin Ran's agreement. At that moment, a young female assistant with a graceful figure appeared at the doorway, bringing the printed contract to Yi Kuei. Lin Ran was slightly stunned. This old guy actually has such a young and attractive female assistant. And those curves, wow, impressive. Instructor Lin, this is our academy's senior instructor contract. If everything looks good, please sign it. Yi Kuei smiled as he handed over the contract, while pouring Lin Ran another cup of hot tea. Lin Ran took the contract and examined it carefully. The terms were almost identical to what Yi Kuei had described verbally, not only a substantial monthly salary in Blue Star coins, but also additional glory points. When he saw the words, glory points, his eyes lit up. This package was incredibly generous. Without hesitation, he quickly signed his name at the bottom of the contract. Haha, excellent. Instructor Lin can start teaching next week, just once a week. Yi Kuei collected the contract with satisfaction. Sounds good. Lin Ran nodded, then asked, by the way, can I learn those 5 beast enhancement buff skills? Yi Kuei's heart skipped a beat. An 8-star beast tamer who doesn't even know basic buffs? Then, remembering that Lin Ran claimed to be a graduate of a beast specialty academy, he instantly understood. Someone who reached this level without formal academy training must be either incredibly wealthy or a prodigy. Such an instructor would surely teach students the real essence. Of course, Yi Kuei immediately promised. When you come to teach next time, I'll personally present you with the manuals. Great. Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction. Also, your identification documents will take a few more days to process. When you come next week, I'll notify the guards in advance to let you through. Lin Ran waved dismissively. As if security could stop me? What a joke. As the tea's aroma filled the air, he suddenly smiled and said, Principal Yi, I'd like to ask you a favor. What is it? Please speak freely, Instructor Lin. Could you advertise my shop? One word from you, and my business would explode. Yi Kuei was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Instructor Lin is quite the businessman. Sure, I'll take care of it. Lin Ran clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Principal Yi. Are you interested in watching tomorrow's semifinals, Teacher Lin? Yi Kuei casually invited. No thanks. Lin Ran shook his head. He had already assessed the Academy's situation. The Ice Snow Maiden beast would probably be eliminated in the semifinals, and he had no interest in the competition. I have things to handle at the shop. Just let me know who wins the championship. Alright, by the way, where exactly is your shop in the outer city? I'd like to visit sometime. Lin Rant's lips curved into a smile as he handed over a business card he had prepared. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Ran left. The evening campus was spacious and peaceful, with students scattered around in small groups, some training their beasts, others sparring, and even a few couples hiding sneakily in the grove. Lin Rant's powerful mental perception swept across everything, taking in all the details, and he couldn't help but sigh. Student life is wonderful. Just then, Feng Ruodong and Zhang Tiantian came running over urgently. Boss Lin, today's competition ended early. Should we continue advertising? Haha, no need. Lin Ran laughed heartily. I've already got Principal Yi to handle it for me. You two can rest now. The two were stunned speechless. This guy could accomplish anything, even getting the principal to help advertise for him. Amazing. However, they didn't yet know that Lin Ran had become a senior instructor, or they would have been completely shocked. Soon after, the three of them wandered around for a while. Feng Ruodong escorted Lin Ran to the school gate before leaving. Lin Ran looked up at the darkening sky and simply hailed a taxi, deciding to head straight home. The publicity had been lively enough, and the shop didn't need his supervision for now. All that remained was waiting for customers to arrive. In the taxi, he leaned back against the seat with a contented smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When the vehicle slowed down at the boundary between the inner and outer cities, sure enough, it was the same military officer from before standing guard with his men. Lin Ran got out of the car, and without a word pulled out his Taihing medal, practically shoving it under the officer's nose. Terror instantly flooded the officer's eyes as he hurriedly straightened his military cap, stood at rigid attention, bowed deeply, and called out loudly, "Safe travels, sir." Lin Ran nodded and got back in the car, his smile growing even broader. Upon arriving home, he entered the living room to find his mother Wang Qian hunched over the coffee table, surrounded by books spread out in small mountains. Chronicles of Star Spirit Wonders, records of Star Spirit events throughout history, compilation of late awakening cases. He paused in confusion. Mom, what are you doing? Wang Qian turned a page and looked up with a smile. Nothing much. Since you're a late awakening star spirit, I wanted to research the history and see what level people in similar situations eventually reached. That's not necessary, is it? A lot of historical accounts are pretty far-fetched. Though he protested verbally, warmth surged through Lin Ran's heart. His mother had been worrying about him all along. Wang Qian picked up one of the books, speaking rapidly but excitedly. How could it be useless? Look at this blue ocean star, year 5220, the Xia residence in the inner city of Lingshan. The eldest son Xia Yuan showed no awakening at age 7, and the entire clan thought he was worthless. But at 18, his star spirit power suddenly erupted, and his body became strong in an instant. After that, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and within decades he reached the pinnacle as a 9-star beast tamer. With him alone, the Xia clan became the premier family of Lingshan City. He reached the peak when he was only in his 50s, which is still considered prime years for a 9-star powerhouse. After hearing this, Lin Ran was slightly stunned. There really are such examples, but they're extremely rare. Everyone knows that people with late awakenings have too many sealed acupoints and usually can only reach 5 or 6 stars. Year 5220? That's nearly 4,000 years from our current year, 9020. The credibility. He shook his head with a wry smile. I knew you wouldn't believe it. Wang Qian closed the book, her expression serious. Fine, I just want to remind you. You must cultivate diligently. When the time is right, I'll use my connections to get you into the military. The military? Lin Ran's eyes widened. Mom, since when do you have such powerful connections? How come I never knew? In his memory, his father was a 6-star beast tamer who worked for a treasure hunting team in the outer city. His mother's background was relatively vague, only knew she was also a 6-star beast tamer who worked on the same treasure hunting team as his father, and they fell in love over time. Later, tragedy struck. In a space-time rift, his father was killed by a teammate's rampaging beast, sacrificing his life, while his mother was severely injured with nearly all her acupoints blocked, leaving her unable to channel even a trace of star spirit power for the rest of her life. Lin Ran was only 7 years old at the time and showed no awakening during his star spirit power examination, leaving his mother with no choice but to release the beast his father had left behind. After that battle, their lives seemed to suddenly hit the pause button. Lin Ran was too young to activate star spirit power, and his own contracted young beasts could only remain sealed in the beast space, not appearing for 11 whole years. He didn't even know if they were still alive. In the living room, twilight filtered through the glass windows, casting weak light that gilded the old photo frames on the wall with a pale gold. Lin Ran withdrew his gaze and sat across from his mother, Wang Qian, unable to help blurting out, Mom, weren't you part of a treasure hunting team? How did you get involved with the military? I'm indeed not a soldier. Wang Qian gently shook her head, her eyes glancing over the worn white cup on the coffee table. But your grandfather is. Back then, he desperately wanted me to join the military, but I had already set my heart on your father. When I learned he was in the treasure hunting team, I followed him there. Speaking of this, she recalled the past, and her originally pale face actually showed a rare blush. Grandfather? Lin Ran was stunned for a moment. Since childhood, his impression of this elder was sparse, only knowing that the old man didn't seem to like him much. Grandfather is still alive? Doesn't he really dislike me? Sigh, you can't say he dislikes you. Wang Qian sighed, leaning forward slightly. When your father had his accident, your grandfather had the chance to bring the perpetrator to justice, but that person's background was too powerful, and he ultimately had to let them go. Since then, he's felt guilty and hasn't had the face to see you, let alone come visit me. Lin Ran smiled bitterly, raising his hand to scratch his hair. So where's the old man now? In the inner city, living with your uncle. What? Another uncle pops up? Lin Ran's eyes widened, feeling like relatives were suddenly appearing in droves today. Wang Qian smoothed her hair, her tone gentle yet proud. After grandfather retired, your uncle took his position. He's an 8-star beast tamer, currently in the inner city's Special Forces 3rd team. He's always kept in touch with me and likes you very much. It's only because you haven't awakened star spirit power that he can't keep you by his side for training. But without his secret protection all these years, how could we, a widow and orphan, have lived peacefully in the outer city until now? She looked up and added, oh, and you have a cousin who's studying at Xuanzhong Beast Academy. It's inconvenient to travel from the outer city to the inner city, so we've never arranged for you two to meet. It's not that burly, dark guy who comes to our house every year, is it? I thought he was your boyfriend. Lin Ran scratched his head awkwardly. Uft. Wang Qian couldn't help but laugh. What goes through your head all day? His name is Wang Linxian, your uncle. All right, you two do look somewhat alike, just that he's darker, Lin Ran chuckled. I used to joke that you'd found a long-lost brother. Never thought he actually was a relative, ha. Just as his laughter faded, he suddenly thought of something, and his smile stopped abruptly. Among the military high-ranking officers who had received him this morning, wasn't there a captain from the Special Forces 3rd team? Wouldn't that person be his uncle's direct superior? Good thing he hadn't given in, or his identity would have been exposed immediately. Even worse, his cousin was actually at Xuanzhong Beast Academy in a few days. He'd have to go there to give a public lecture. If they really ran into each other, it wouldn't end well. It would be best if she didn't see him, and especially didn't come to hear his lecture. Seeing her son lost in thought, Wang Qian gently called out, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm just thinking about some things. Lin Ran quickly responded. By the way, should I have mom come help you manage the shop so you can focus on your cultivation? Wang Qian suddenly suggested. Lin Ran quickly waved his hands, politely declining. No, that's not necessary. Your health isn't good, so you should rest and recover. I can still handle things for now. His heart was pounding. The shop held the system's secrets, and he absolutely couldn't let his mother get involved. Wang Qian shook her head helplessly and lowered her gaze back to the history book in her hands. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lin Ran turned and went inside. The night of cultivation passed quickly. The next morning, after breakfast, he rode his electric scooter straight to Ran Ran's pet house. Just as he arrived at the entrance, a tall, curvaceous young woman was pacing back and forth, alternately looking down at a colorful flyer in her hand and up at the shop sign, clearly trying to confirm the address. Lin Ran parked and locked his scooter, then walked over with a smile. Hello, do you need beast services, or are you looking to buy something? The woman was startled, surprised by his youthful appearance. This owner was so young, seemingly even younger than herself. But the shop name and address matched the flyer perfectly. She looked him over and asked tentatively, are you the owner here? That's right. Beast cultivation, feed and material sales, even battle armor forging. This shop has everything you need. Lin Ran nodded in confirmation. I'm Mo Qianling, from Xuanzhong Beast Academy. The woman introduced herself, surprise flashing in her eyes. I heard the Ice Snow Maiden beast was cultivated by you. Yes. How come you didn't go watch the academy competition yesterday? Lin Ran asked curiously. I didn't go. Mo Qianling stammered. In fact, she was in the same class as Feng Ruodong and had always consistently outranked her on the academy's female student power rankings. But in the days leading up to the assessment, Feng Ruodong's strength had skyrocketed, and her Ice Snow Maiden beast was ridiculously powerful. Mo Qianling's strongest beast had only lasted 3 rounds in battle before losing, instantly shattering her confidence. She had to ask her teacher for several days off and didn't even want to watch the competition. Last night when she returned to the academy, she found the entire school was talking about the same name. After inquiring, she learned that Feng Ruodong's rise stemmed from a cultivation shop called Ran Ran's Pet House. She immediately got hold of a flyer and followed the address all the way to the outer city. But when she actually saw the shop, she was stunned. This unremarkable little store could actually cultivate a Snow Maiden beast into an Ice Snow Maiden beast. Her friend had also mentioned that the owner was extremely young and possibly even an 8-star beast tamer, which shocked her immensely. I want to have my beast cultivated. How do you charge? Do you handle it personally? Mo Qianling suppressed her amazement and asked directly. Lin Ran appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. The flyer's effect was showing this quickly, with even people who hadn't watched the competition seeking him out. Once the competition ended, business would definitely explode. He maintained his smile. Of course I handle the cultivation personally. This shop charges by the day. By the day? Mo Qianling was stunned. Though her heart was filled with disbelief, her classmates couldn't possibly be lying to her, especially since Feng Ruodong had personally admitted it yesterday. But thinking it over, it didn't seem entirely unreasonable. Powerful breeding shops like this usually had all sorts of strange rules. All right then, I want to breed 3 beasts. She quickly made her decision, though her voice still carried a note of incredulity. Lin Ran stood behind the counter, his fingertips lightly tapping the light screen. After confirming the procedures, he looked up and reminded her, "Sure thing. Our fee is 100,000 per beast, and we currently only accept exotic beasts below 7th rank. Did you bring enough money?" For a student to carry 300,000 on her person was indeed somewhat beyond reason. Lin Ran's eyebrow raised almost imperceptibly. 100,000 per beast? Mo Qianling repeated quietly, quickly weighing her options. Ordinary breeding shops were indeed much cheaper, but if he could breed monsters like the Ice Snow Maiden beast, this price was ridiculously low. After all, hiring a master from the inner city would easily cost over $1 million. She looked up and confirmed earnestly. "This price is so cheap. Boss, are you sure you didn't misspeak?" Lin Ran's heart ached, but he maintained his composed expression. The system absolutely refused to let him raise prices, so there was nothing he could do. This shop has always maintained these prices. Wonderful. Then please help me breed these 3. Mo Qianling's face lit up with joy as she immediately opened her beast space. A flash of pale golden light appeared, and 3 exotic beasts landed almost simultaneously on the shop's soft energy cushions. The first was a flame demon eagle 7th rank bloodline, fire attribute, currently 4th rank upper tier. When its black-red wings folded, flames could be seen dancing along the feather tips. The second was a snow crystal butterfly, also 7th rank bloodline, ice attribute, 4th rank upper tier. Its wing surfaces were covered with fine ice crystals that refracted cold blue light under the shop's illumination. The last one was her main Fursea multicolored silver marten. 3-colored fur grew in parallel at the tip of its tail, with 8th rank bloodline and mastery of fire, wind, and water elements. Legend had it that with sufficiently pure bloodline, this exotic beast could evolve into the divine level 7-colored silver marten emperor at 8th rank upper tier peak, wielding wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, poison, and fighting attributes, even capable of freely combining multi-attribute skills. Extremely rare even among divine beasts. Though the one before them was only 4th rank upper tier, it had been carefully nurtured, its aptitude forcibly raised to grade, earning even the well-traveled Lin Ran's silent approval. "Boss, these are the 3. Can they all be bred to be as powerful as the Ice Snow Maiden beast?" Mo Qianling stroked the multicolored silver marten's smooth fur, her voice full of anticipation. Lin Ran shook his head. "Impossible. The Ice Snow Maiden beast was the product of my special program, which isn't open to the public yet. Right now I can only do standard breeding, but I can guarantee each one will master at least one powerful skill, or directly advance 1 rank." He glanced at the badge on Mo Qianling's chest and smiled slightly. "Besides, you're a 4-star beast tamer, right? I'll help you push them all to 5th rank. Their combat effectiveness will absolutely double. 1 day's time and 100,000 in fees to push 3 main forces all to 5th rank?" Even with her considerable experience, Mo Qianling found it incredible. Even master-level breeders wouldn't dare make such a 100 guarantee. A trace of wariness arose in her heart. Could this be a scam orchestrated by Lin Ran and Feng Ruodong together? But denial followed immediately. The Ice Snow Maiden beast's battle record was there for all to see, witnessed by the entire academy. Lin Ran's abilities were an undeniable fact, even if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. "So what do you think? Have you considered it? While it may not compare to the Ice Snow Maiden beast, the effects are still quite impressive," Lin Ran said, looking at Mo Qianling. Mo Qianling suddenly snapped back to reality, her hands trembling as she gestured excitedly in the air, too thrilled to speak coherently. This wasn't just impressive, it was absolutely incredible. If she had stepped into this shop earlier, perhaps she would be the one standing on the Academy's semi-final stage right now. Indeed, those brave enough to be the first to try something new reap the greatest benefits. With this thought, she took a deep breath and agreed without hesitation. "Yes, absolutely. I want all 3 cultivated. How do I pay?" "Excellent." Lin Ran smiled as he pulled out his phone, displaying the payment QR code. "I love customers like you." Mo Qianling immediately scanned the code, and with a beep, the transfer of 300,000 yuan was completed. Just as she was about to push the door and leave, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, "Boss, you mentioned earlier that your shop can also forge battle armor?" Her mind raced as she recalled her classmates' discussions. This shop was already known as the top beast cultivation center, and now it had added armor forging as a new service? Could it be that this young 8-star beast tamer and master-level cultivator was also a forging master? That would be incredibly versatile. Lin Ran nodded, his voice filled with excitement. Of course we do, and it's just launched. You'd be the first customer to try it. I'd be the first? Mo Qianling was stunned. In the past, she would never have wanted to be a guinea pig, but if Feng Ruodong could trust an outer city shop without hesitation, what reason did she have to hesitate? She immediately asked, how much does it cost? Can you do custom work? After confirming the details with the system in his mind, Lin Ran explained thoroughly. You've come to the right place. We have two options. First, armor refurbishment. You bring us second-hand or damaged armor, and we restore it using spirit stones. If you provide your own spirit stone materials, it's 500,000 per piece. If we provide all materials, it's 1 million per piece. Second, complete customization. We craft according to your needs, whether you prefer attack-focused, defense-focused, agility-focused, anything works. If you bring your own crystal materials, it's 1 million per piece. If you need everything provided, it's 2 million per piece. If the finished set has additional attributes, extra materials are needed for activation, with separate fees depending on the specific set. The production time is about 7 days. As for design blueprints, we have everything you could want, though you're welcome to bring your own designs. Every number and detail rang clearly in Mo Qianling's ears, leaving her feeling as if she'd been struck by lightning. Battle armor was practically legendary at school, and students were considered wealthy if they owned even scattered pieces, let alone complete sets. The high-end forging shops in the inner city typically started at 5 million yuan, and the process from design and material gathering to actual forging often dragged on for months. If rare crystals were involved, delays of a year or more weren't uncommon. While refurbishing armor takes less time, it's far more challenging and expensive. It requires intimate familiarity with the specific armor piece, and there's absolutely no room for error during the forging process. One mistake could cause the entire armor to collapse, at best making it impossible to refurbish again, at worst destroying it completely and rendering it unwearable. That's why most forging shops refuse armor refurbishment jobs. The risk simply isn't worth the reward. Besides, few people even attempt refurbishment since the failure rate is so high that it's often better to just forge new armor from scratch. After hearing Lin Ran's explanation, Mo Qianling's expression shifted with shock as she whispered in disbelief. Boss, you're not exaggerating, are you? Other forging shops charge at least 5 million for custom armor. Your prices are incredibly low, and you're willing to take on refurbishment work too. Her rational mind told her his words were likely true, but instinct made her seek confirmation, so she added, I'm just double-checking for peace of mind. Lin Ran smiled slightly, as if he'd anticipated her reaction. Don't worry. Since you're a first-time customer, I can forge first and charge later. You only pay if you're satisfied. How does that sound? Armor accompanies exotic beasts for life, so any problems would mean enormous losses. Though Mo Qianling came from a well-off family, she was still a student, and such an offer was incredibly tempting. She exclaimed, you can forge first and charge later? After a moment's hesitation, she decided to play it safe. Boss, I need to discuss this with my parents. I'll give you an answer tomorrow when I come to pick up my beast. That's fine. Lin Ran nodded, though he added casually. But you'd better move quickly. I don't offer the no advance payment deal often. Wait too long, and you'll have to join the queue with full payment up front. Mo Qianling nodded eagerly, said a few words to her 3 exotic beasts, then hurried away. With their owner gone, the 3 beasts felt naturally uneasy, but when they followed Lin Ran into the cultivation room, their attention was immediately captured by the row of pale golden cultivation platforms. Stellar energy rose from the surfaces like warm currents enveloping them. The beasts eagerly jumped onto the platforms, squinting and rolling around with the contentment of soaking in hot springs. The Shadow Phantom Hound and world-destroying Thunder Tiger nearby had already made this place their second home. Seeing new neighbors, they growled friendly greetings, but the 3 newcomers were too absorbed in the comfortable care to do more than hum with pleasure. With the Supreme Beast contract in place, Lin Ran didn't need to return his 2 bonded beasts to their dimensional space. A single thought could summon them at any time. Suddenly, a question occurred to him. Could the Supreme Beast contract be the legendary creation of the 5 strongest human beast tamers from ancient times? It seemed no other supreme-level beast tamers had appeared in the world since then. After tidying up the shop, he sat in the wooden chair behind the counter, closed his eyes, and began circulating his cultivation technique. Stellar energy flowed quietly through his meridians. Suddenly, rustling footsteps and conversation came from the entrance. Is this the place? The shop is so small, and the decor so ordinary. Did we come to the wrong place? A petite female voice carried uncertainty. No, no, no. I read in books that hidden masters often conceal themselves in unremarkable places like this. Another excited female voice chimed in. Lin Ran opened his eyes and looked up to see a girl in a light blue dress peering cautiously through the doorway, her figure slender and delicate. Following close behind was a burly man about 6 feet tall who strode through the entrance, his broad shoulders nearly blocking half the doorframe. So this is the shop that breeds ice snow maiden beasts. Feng Hui looked around, confirming the shop sign before speaking. Lin Ran heard the academy aura from his customers and immediately beamed with joy, nodding eagerly. Yes. Do you two also need breeding services? Feng Qing stepped in front of him with a mischievous smile. My beast is quite fierce. Can you handle it here? Are the prices scary? Below 7th tier, any species, 100,000 each. Lin Ran smiled confidently, his tone assured. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Hui's gaze was drawn to the shelf behind the counter. There sat fist-sized blue crystals quietly displayed. He couldn't help but point to one of them. Wait, is that mystic water crystal genuine? This shop never sells fakes. Lin Ran's expression turned serious. Really? Feng Hui's eyes lit up. May I take a look? Lin Ran nodded, turned around to retrieve the translucent blue stone, and handed it over. The crystal felt ice cold to the touch, its surface seemingly covered with a flowing water film. Feng Hui held it in his palm, exclaiming in amazement. The texture, the temperature, everything matched the legends. I never expected a small outer city shop to have mystic water crystals. He grinned from ear to ear. Boss, how many of these do you have? Pack them all up for me. I'll pay right now. Lin Ran's heart sank. These were treasures he had risked his life to steal from the Crystal Palace, yet the system only valued them at 20,000 each. Still, he maintained his gentle demeanor. Mystic water crystals are 20,000 each. The shop has 5 in total, making it 100,000. Will you transfer or pay cash? Feng Hui froze for half a second, instinctively touching his ear, suspecting he had misheard. At 25, he had graduated from Shin Academy of Exotic Beasts at 19 and joined an inner-city treasure hunting team. After 6 years of risking his life in space-time rifts, he had only saved enough to craft a water element battle armor. Back then, just the mystic water crystals for that armor had cost him millions. Yet here 5 crystals cost only 100,000. Boss, I'll take them all. He immediately pulled out his phone and opened the transfer app. Lin Ran took out his phone from his pocket, his heart bleeding while maintaining his smile. You're planning to forge water element battle armor, right? We can also do forging here. Would you be interested? Lin Ran wasn't ready to give up. Having sold the mystic water crystals so cheaply, he was determined to get this customer to spend more. The payment successful notification on Feng Hui's phone had barely finished when he tucked the 5 crystals into his storage pouch and casually asked, You guys also forge battle armor here? I thought this was a breeding shop. It's our new service, and we're running a promotion right now with absolutely great prices. Lin Ran immediately replied with a smile, launching into his sales pitch. Feng Hui hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't believe him, but he'd already paid a deposit at another shop in the inner city and couldn't really back out. Boss, I've already put down a deposit elsewhere. I probably can't get it back. What a shame. Lin Ran sighed deliberately, lowering his voice. Custom water element battle armor is only 2 million per set, and for customers who bring their own materials like you, it's just 1 million. Such a pity. What? Boss, did you just say 2 million for one set? Feng Hui's eyes widened instantly as he grabbed Lin Ran's arm. That's right. Lin Ran's lips curved slightly upward, thinking to himself that this big fish had finally taken the bait. Deal. Wait for me, I am going back to cancel that order right now, and I'll come find you tomorrow. Compared to the inner city shop where he'd already paid a 50,000 deposit alone, this place was ridiculously cheap. Feng Hui agreed without hesitation. Though the price was tempting, since there wasn't a single finished battle armor on display in the shop, Feng Hui cautiously asked, Boss, do you have any finished pieces I could take a look at? Lin Ran frowned not because of the armor, but because he was worried the 9th tier beast might scare people. Sure, but you'll have to come outside with me. The shop's too small, and my beast is too large. With that, he headed out the door first. Feng Hui hurried to follow, full of anticipation. Feng Qing hadn't said a word during the entire negotiation, just watching the 2 men from the sidelines. When she heard they were going to summon a beast, the girl's eyes immediately lit up. She had just watched Lin Ran compete at the Academy's main venue and heard those treasure hunting team leaders say he possessed a 9th tier beast king. Wait for me. I want to see too. Feng Qing rushed over on her short legs. The 3 of them came to a nearby open area. Lin Ran took a deep breath and lightly traced his right hand through the air, opening a portal of light from thin air. The phantom moonhound on the breeding platform in the shop suddenly opened its eyes, its form gradually fading, and the next second a massive dog head emerged first from the portal. A body over 10 meters long stepped through, pure moonlight white all over, with razor-sharp claws gleaming coldly on its 4 limbs and blood-red eyes that first fixed on the Feng siblings, confirming they posed no threat before lying down beside Lin Ran. Wow, wow, wow. So cool. It really is a 9th tier beast. Feng Qing felt her heart skip a beat from that glance, then immediately looked on with starry-eyed admiration. Feng Hui was completely stunned, just wanted to see some armor, but instead found himself face-to-face with a 9th tier giant beast. After a moment, he said in a shaky voice, "Boss, I heard from my little sister that you're incredibly powerful, and now I can see it's really true." Lin Ran smiled faintly and said nothing more, simply transmitting a mental command to his Shadow Moon Phantom Hound. The crouching Shadow Moon Phantom Hound suddenly leaped up, its four limbs hitting the ground with a dull thud as the purple-gold crescent on its forehead began to glow. Accompanied by a surge of dark energy, a black skull helmet materialized above its head, wisps of black mist swirling around the armor's surface as an icy aura spread in all directions. "Let me show you the helmet first." Lin Ran pointed at the black skull floating in midair, his expression calm, though he secretly felt relieved. Thank goodness he had prepared this prototype in advance, or this would have been embarrassing. Feng Hui stood frozen in place. The overwhelming presence and nearly flawless craftsmanship made his throat tighten. The quality of this helmet far exceeded his expectations. "Boss, does this armor have any special properties?" He finally found his voice. "Yes, 3 seconds of immunity to psychic attacks." Lin Ran replied casually, his tone as calm as if he were describing an ordinary product. To him it truly was ordinary, but to Feng Hui it sounded far more impressive than common enhancements like flight or elemental resistance. Armor on the market at best improved attack, defense, or agility, occasionally featuring flight or elemental resistance, but 3 seconds of psychic immunity was simply heaven-defying. "Incredible. Boss, you absolutely must forge the complete set for me. I'll go back and cancel my deposit with the other place right away," Feng Hui declared without hesitation, his tone earnest. Lin Ran nodded in acknowledgement and waved his hand, sending the Shadow Moon Phantom Hound back to the beast dimension. The black mist dissipated, leaving the room quiet. Feng Hui took the opportunity to pull forward the young woman behind him. "By the way, this is my sister Feng Qing, a freshman at Xuanzhong Beast Academy. She's heard of your extraordinary breeding skills and would like to request your help." "Certainly. You mentioned her beast is rather fierce. Let me take a look," Lin Ran said. Feng Qing's eyes lit up as she quickly responded, summoning her contracted beast from the beast dimension. A blue light descended and materialized into a crocodilian beast over a meter long, its entire body covered in deep blue scales like hardened armor, with a pair of curved dragon horns rising from its broad crocodilian head, creating an imposing presence. "It's called a sapphire wave dragon crocodile." Feng Qing smiled bitterly. "It has a violent temperament. No one dares touch it except me." Lin Ran was slightly taken aback. An 8th-tier bloodline water-type sapphire wave dragon crocodile, notorious in the wild for actively attacking humans. Indeed, freshmen at Xuanzhong Beast Academy were no ordinary students. "I can tell it's still in its juvenile form, right?" he asked. "Yes, it's currently at the upper 1st tier." Feng Qing immediately replied. Lin Ran nodded. "No problem. Our shop charges 100,000 for beast cultivation." "Only 100,000? For 100,000, you can cultivate it to be like the Ice Snow Maiden beast?" Feng Qing was incredibly excited. "That's absolutely impossible. The Ice Snow Maiden beast was a special case. But don't worry, for a 1st-tier exotic beast like yours, I can definitely guarantee raising it to mature form, at least 3rd tier or above." Lin Ran patted his chest with confident certainty. As he spoke, however, he groaned inwardly. Every customer wanted their pet beast cultivated into a monster like the Ice Snow Maiden beast. But that time was truly an accident. If he hadn't stumbled upon that Dragon God Golden Egg, the Ice Snow Maiden beast would have been just an ordinary Snow Maiden beast. Fortunately, all 5 cultivation platforms in the shop had been upgraded to intermediate level. The official specification was optimal for 5th to 7th tier, but they weren't ineffective against lower-tier juveniles. Rather, they were simply overkill. This 1st-tier Azure Wave Dragon crocodile before him would be child's play for them. All right. Feng Qing was initially slightly disappointed, but upon hearing the guaranteed 3rd-tier outcome, her eyes immediately lit up like stars. She was only a 2-star beast tamer, so if the Azure Wave Dragon crocodile could truly evolve to 3rd-tier mature form, it would perfectly match her current abilities. Moreover, since Lin Ran could cultivate the Ice Snow Maiden beast to such terrifying levels, her Azure Wave Dragon crocodile surely wouldn't turn out poorly either. "How long before I can pick it up?" she asked eagerly. "1 day will do." Lin Ran raised his hand, showing 1 finger. "1 day? My goodness, boss, are you really not mistaken?" Feng Qing was stunned. Beside her, Feng Hui was equally dumbfounded. Pushing a 1st-tier Azure Wave Dragon crocodile to 3rd-tier mature form within a single day? Unheard of. This shop treats all customers fairly. If it doesn't meet the standard when you collect it tomorrow, the fee will be completely waived. "How about that?" Lin Ran spoke casually. His confidence was so reassuring it put people at ease. "That's wonderful. I trust you." Feng Qing looked at him with delight, then communicated telepathically with the Azure Wave Dragon crocodile behind her. The exotic beast, which had been half-laying on the ground in lazy drowsiness, instantly raised its head. Its blue vertical pupils flashed with cold light as it stared fiercely at Lin Ran. Feng Qing laughed awkwardly and explained quietly. "This guy is naturally like this, but don't worry, Boss sit won't hurt you. Haha, no problem. Lin Ran showed no fear at all. How could someone who dared to open an exotic beast cultivation shop be afraid of exotic beasts? He stepped forward, extending his hand to stroke the thick blue armor. The azure wave dragon crocodile immediately became alert, its scales standing on end, hard as shields. Its massive jaws slowly opened, ready to bite at any moment. The air suddenly grew tense. Quite troublesome. Lin Ran's heart tightened, and no wonder Fong Qing said no shop dared to take it on. But he didn't retreat. With a cold snort, the stellar spiritual power within him erupted thunderously. Light blue spiritual energy surged out like a tide, quickly materializing into thin armor across his body's surface, radiating bone-chilling coldness. Under the overwhelming pressure, the azure wave dragon crocodile's scales instantly flattened. The previously rigid armor plates went limp, and its massive body prostrated on the ground, no longer daring to meet Lin Ran's gaze. That's better. Lin Ran dispersed his stellar spiritual power and gently stroked the smooth scales. Not only did the azure wave dragon crocodile not resist, it actually purred with a deep, rumbling sound. Fong Qing was completely stunned. Hadn't it just looked ready to devour someone? Fong Hui felt his scalp tingle. That fleeting stellar spiritual power intensity far exceeded his estimates, and the outer light blue armor was clearly spiritual power materialization. What kind of master was this? All right, if you two have nothing else, please proceed with payment. Lin Ran turned around, his smile unchanged. Only then did Fong Hui snap back to reality, quickly pulling out his phone and smoothly transferring 100,000 star coins. The two thanked and admired Lin Ran profusely, arranged the pickup time, then bid farewell to Lin Ran and left happily. All right, let's go. Come back to the shop with me. Lin Ran saw the two leave and turned to give orders to the azure wave dragon crocodile. How could the azure wave dragon crocodile dare to disobey? Its bell-sized vertical pupils nodded repeatedly as its stubby front limbs clawed at the ground, obediently following his steps. Moments later, they arrived at the shop. Lin Ran raised his hand to open the cultivation platform and pushed the azure wave dragon crocodile inside. The instant it was freed from restraint, this massive creature was like a traveler sinking into a hot spring. Its limbs stretched out, and the entire dragon crocodile nearly flattened into a hide. Any fear it had felt toward his power was quickly washed away by comfort. Next, he activated the last empty slot and stuffed the world-destroying Thunder Tiger inside as well. With this, all 5 cultivation platforms were filled, costing a total of 50 points. After settling the exotic beasts, Lin Ran tallied today's earnings. 1. 300,000 blue star coins paid by that girl. 2. 100,000 from selling 5 mystic water crystal stones. 3. 100,000 from the azure wave dragon crocodile transaction. Total, 500,000 blue star coins equivalent to 500 points. System, convert it all to points, he shouted. The next second, his mental balance shot up to 1,290 points. The extra points made his gaze fall on the nearby incubation pool. When the shop upgraded to level 2, the system had mentioned that the incubation pool was also optimized, possibly increasing the probability of producing high-tier exotic beasts. Most importantly, his dragon god golden egg had been soaking in there all along. Perhaps through constant exposure, it could hatch something good. Last time he'd tasted success, hatching a 6th-tier violent thunder tiger, but 6th tier ultimately wasn't impressive enough. If he hadn't accidentally become a dragon god guardian, he'd probably only have that one 6th tier exotic beast right now. Since he had enough points, why not take another gamble? He pulled up the incubation pool interface in his mind to check the upgrade requirements. Upgrading to level 2 requires 1,000 points. So expensive? Lin Ran scratched his head with a bitter smile. That's equivalent to 1 million blue star coins. Ordinary people might not earn that much in half a lifetime. His hesitation lasted only a few seconds. Go big or go home. A level 2 incubation pool has a chance to directly produce 9th tier exotic beasts. If that happens, forget 1 million, I'll make a fortune in minutes. Besides, now I have income from forging battle armor, so points come much faster than before. Stealing his resolve, he clicked confirm. Points 1,000. Boom! The incubation pool suddenly erupted in brilliant golden light, and the dragon god golden egg within actually began glowing with a faint purple radiance. Dragon god's blessing again. Lin Ran tensed up sharply, but that purple glow vanished in a flash. The upgrade completed, the water surface returned to calm, though it now carried an almost imperceptible golden aura that could only be detected up close. Lin Ran quickly pulled down the rolling shutter, stood before the incubation pool, clasped his hands together, and devoutly invoked every deity he could think of. Points 20. The calm water surface once again burst forth with golden light even more brilliant than the level 1 incubation pool, as violent stellar energy fluctuations spread outward, as if all the surrounding stellar energy was being frantically devoured. Bang! With a dull thud, the light faded away, revealing a small turtle crouching in the now calm incubation pool. Except for its pale yellow eyes, the rest of its body was entirely made of stone, and it looked timidly at everything around it. When it noticed Lin Ran, it became visibly excited for a moment before immediately retreating into its shell. Lin Ran froze, and the excitement that had just surged within him instantly diminished by several degrees. Before him was a giant rock turtle, a pure Earth-type magical beast with only 5th-tier bloodline. Though it fell short of his ideal target, at least it wasn't some minor mixed blood below the 3rd tier. Giant rock turtles were renowned for their defensive capabilities, with a market value of around 200,000. They were considered a reliable and easily marketable breed. Lin Ran bent down to lift it from the incubation pool. The little creature huddled in its stone shell, sniffing cautiously with its nose. After confirming there was no danger, it slowly poked its head out and nuzzled against his arm softly, looking unexpectedly endearing. This affectionate gesture swept away all the disappointment in Lin Ran's heart. He gently patted the hard little head and placed the giant rock turtle in a small room nearby. This was a new space that had opened up when the shop upgraded to level 2, which he had converted into a magical beast playroom. The floor was covered with soft mats, and the corners were filled with hay and food for customers to browse at any time. Let me try once more. He took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his mindset, and paid another 20 points. In the center of the incubation pool, dense astral energy churned as golden light contracted inward like liquid. Lin Ran widened his eyes, staring intently at the dazzling orb of light, unconsciously holding his breath. Bang! After a crisp sound, the golden light dispersed, and the first thing that came into view was a pair of black ears and the bear-shaped magical beast with black eye patches. Bear form meant high strength and explosive power. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. The magical beast stretched lazily and wobbled out of the pool, fully exposing its entire body. Ears, eye patches, and limbs were all jet black, while its face and belly were snow white, complete with a round little tail. Lin Ran was stunned. This, a panda? No way, he exclaimed, immediately pulling out his beast identification device to scan. The results appeared on the light screen. Juvenile Dream Eater. Attribute, fighting type. Level, 1st tier. Advanced skills, bear slap, bear hug throw. Aptitude, C rating. Bloodline concentration, 20. Dream Eater, 8th tier bloodline. After the initial shock, Lin Ran's expression instantly became radiant. Dream Eaters were extremely rare on Blue Ocean Star. 8th tier bloodline meant tremendous potential, and it had a single attribute pure fighting type. However, unlike other 8th tier magical beasts, juvenile Dream Eaters were pitifully fragile, with combat power that might even be slightly weaker than an orange shadow cat. Even worse, they were extremely drowsy, capable of sleeping for an entire day at the drop of a hat, leading to low survival rates in their youth. This was the fundamental reason for their rarity. Many beast tamers therefore kept their distance from Dream Eaters. High cultivation costs with results that often just slept on you. Some refused to give up, expending enormous effort to raise Dream Eaters to combat-ready stages, only to have them summoned onto the battlefield still fast asleep. So these magical beasts were basically used for appreciation, rarely considered as main combat partners. A mystical beast that sleeps all the time, Lin Ran exclaimed in amazement. Beside the incubation pool, a Dream Eater with large brown eyes set in dark sockets lazily lifted its head, glanced casually at Lin Ran without the wariness shown by the giant rock turtle, yawned, and with its eyelids drooping, fell back into slumber within moments. Lin Ran picked it up and examined its fur and limbs closely, growing more delighted with each look. Though he had secretly hoped to hatch a 9th tier bloodline, even with the optimized 2nd tier incubation pool, 9th tier remained nearly impossible. Having an 8th tier bloodline emerge on just his 2nd attempt already filled him with joy. Others see you as nothing but a useless sleepyhead, but they don't know your true potential, Lin Ran said, gently stroking the soft little head, unable to hide his smile. Through the Beast Encyclopedia, he had thoroughly researched the Dream Eater. This creature's 8th tier status stemmed from its innate skill, desperate counterattack. Once mature and enraged, its stamina would lock for a short period while its attack power skyrocketed, making it nearly immune to all physical damage. Combined with its Bear Clan heritage focused on raw strength, its destructive power was terrifying enough to challenge 9th tier beasts. For this reason, many beast tamers would pay enormous costs to attempt breeding one, though few succeeded due to the extreme difficulty of domestication. The most challenging phase was from juvenile to adolescent, sleeping almost constantly, sometimes for days without waking, eating, or drinking. The advantage was an exceptionally long lifespan of 500 to 600 years, with wild specimens slowly breaking through over time. But for humans, decades passed in the blink of an eye. Who had centuries to spend waiting for it to sleep? Fortunately, sleep would decrease significantly after maturity, becoming somewhat normal, though years of habit still meant it needed 18 hours of sleep daily, leaving only 6 hours for actual combat. None of this concerned Lin Ran. He had an intermediate cultivation platform, let it sleep all it wanted, and it could even level up in dreams. When a mature 8th tier upper-level Dream Eater finally appeared, it would surely shock everyone. With this thought, He unhesitatingly formed a supreme beast contract with the sleeping Dream Eater. As astral power flowed into the Dream Eater's forehead, Lin Ran clearly felt another point of light appear in his mind's starry map, accompanied by a new consciousness and extremely lazy, drowsy consciousness. After sensing the Dream Eater's consciousness, Lin Ran couldn't help but yawn as well. This thing was indeed contagious. All 5 breeding platforms were occupied, and Lin Ran scratched his head awkwardly, regretting not thinking twice before putting the Apocalypse Thunder Tiger in earlier. He looked at the soft, fluffy Dream Eater nestled in his arms and gently comforted it. Never mind, you can sleep in this little hut for now. I'll set up a dedicated platform for you tomorrow once I free up some space. He bent down and gently rubbed the Dream Eater's forehead twice before placing it in the small wooden hut against the wall. The little creature had barely curled up its paws before falling into a deep sleep, its breathing steady and even, bringing a sense of tranquility to the room. After settling everything, Lin Ran pulled down the rolling shutter again, returned to sit behind the counter, and formed hand seals to practice the divine mind technique. Weak spiritual energy flowed around his fingertips as he cultivated while keeping his ears alert for any activity. After all, he had just spent over 1,000 points in one go and needed to earn back his investment quickly. The evening light streamed through the glass, the orange-eared glow gradually fading as few pedestrians walked the streets, and time quietly slipped away. When Lin Ran came back to his senses, the sky had completely darkened. The advertising at the academy yesterday had clearly paid off. Although the customer flow hadn't reached the bustling scene he had fantasized about, the half-day had still brought in nearly 800,000 Blue Star coins, with the bulk coming from sales of high-grade beast food and rare materials. Several students had even made special trips to ask him to help breed their beasts, but unfortunately, all 5 breeding platforms were already occupied, leaving no room for new orders. What was more troublesome was that the academy was currently in the middle of annual grade examinations, and once the competitions ended, even more students would come knocking. Lin Ran got a headache just thinking about it. His shop had only 5 breeding platforms total, with one permanently reserved for the iron-eating beast, meaning only 4 platforms were actually available for orders each day. At an average of 100,000 Blue Star coins per platform, that was only 400,000 Blue Star coins per day. While selling food and materials provided some supplementary income, the profits weren't spectacular, and the most lucrative forging services were beyond what ordinary students could afford. The most direct way to increase income was to expand the number of breeding platforms. However, the system's cold interface clearly stated, platform expansion, 1,000 points. With all his points combined totaling only 1050, he couldn't even afford a second platform. The price was ridiculously high. Lin Ran rubbed his temples and asked the system for help. System, are there any other ways to breed beasts? Host may choose manual breeding, following the same process as the initial orange shadow cat breeding. The system's mechanical voice responded. Manual breeding meant he would have to personally enter the dimensional planes, consuming 500 points each time. What made it worse was that the plane fragments were unstable, and with the shop requiring constant attention, this route was practically impossible. The system seemed to sense his frustration and added, based on host's needs, the avatar function can be activated. Huh? What's that? Lin Ran was startled. An exact replica of the host can be created to enter planes on the host's behalf, responsible for breeding beasts or collecting beast food and materials. Hearing this, he sat up straight, his eyes lighting up. That convenient? Is it free? There is a fee. 10 points per use. Can carry 3 beasts simultaneously. The 10-point cost was within acceptable range, and Lin Ran breathed a long sigh of relief. Thinking about how he could simply select a plane in the future and send his avatar in with the beasts to easily complete breeding while collecting materials on the side, this function was simply fantastic. Another question occurred to him. If the chosen plane fragment isn't ideal and I exit midway, will the avatar disappear? Yes. Please consider carefully, host. The system's voice remained cold. Lin Ran rolled his eyes. Originally entering plane fragments cost 10 points, but now with the avatar function it directly doubled to 20 points. He had just been thinking the system wasn't so exploitative. Clearly, he was too naive. Looking up at the street where the lamps had already lit up, he put aside his thoughts and muttered to himself, forget it, it's getting late. I'll head back today. He then inspected the counter and breeding platforms, confirmed all the beasts were in stable condition, tucked a small blanket around the sleeping Dream Eater, and finally turned off the lights, pulled down the shutter, and locked up. Lin Ran mumbled a few words to himself, tidied up his things, locked the door, and headed home. The next morning, Lin Ran's shop door was still locked tight, but 2 figures were already waiting outside. Mo Qianling had deliberately gotten up early, but she hadn't expected someone to be even earlier than Hera Man and a woman who, judging by their demeanor, were also here to cultivate exotic beasts. Are you here for cultivation too? Mo Qianling spoke first. Yes. The young woman Fong Qing nodded, looked her over, and smiled. Sister, you're from Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy too, right? You look familiar. Mo Qianling smiled back. The two began chatting while waiting for the shop owner to appear. Moments later, Lin Ran hurried over, pushing his bicycle to a stop at the entrance. "Oh, you're all here so early." He greeted them while scanning the group, then suddenly paused. "Huh? Just you? Where's your brother? Didn't he come? Wasn't he supposed to find me for forging today?" Fang Qing shrugged with a smile. His treasure hunting team had an emergency, and he couldn't get away. But don't worry, he already went to get his deposit back yesterday. He'll probably come find you in the next few days. All right. Lin Ran nodded and turned to open the rolling shutter door. "Please come in. Wait a moment while I bring out the exotic beasts." He quickly entered the adjacent cultivation room. The lighting inside was soft, and 4 exotic beasts were sleeping peacefully. Only the world-destroying thunder tiger sensed its master's arrival, suddenly perking up its ears and letting out an excited low growl. "Oh, you advanced." Lin Ran reached out to rub its head, delighted with surprise. "Not bad, speed 6 tier already. But you and Airbao can't stay in the shop these next few days. I'll take you to the dimensional fragment for cultivation later." The world-destroying thunder tiger obediently nodded and followed him through the light portal Lin Ran had created, disappearing instantly. After settling the thunder tiger, he picked up the beast appraisal device and examined each of yesterday's boarded exotic beasts one by one. Blazing demon eagle, 5th tier lower grade, comprehended the skill meteor fire ring. Snow crystal butterfly, 5th tier upper grade. Though it hadn't learned new skills, its level steadily improved. Radiant silver marten, the most dramatically changed in appearance. Its tail originally had only 3 colors of red, green, and blue, corresponding to fire, wind, and water elements, but now faintly showed a 4th purple stripe representing the lightning element. Its quality had improved, and while there was no level increase, it was enough to delight its owner. Azure Wave Dragon Crocodile, Fang Qing's exotic beast, lived up to expectations, evolving in one go to 3rd tier upper grade mature form. Its body length shot up from just over 1 meter to nearly 3 meters, and as soon as it stepped off the cultivation platform, it excitedly rampaged around, knocking over nearby tables and chairs. Lin Ran frowned and glared, causing the dragon crocodile to immediately shrink its neck and carefully shuffle to a corner. Causing more trouble would surely mean a scolding. Looks like large exotic beasts shouldn't be placed on cultivation platforms in the future. Customers' beasts can't shrink at will like my own, and it would be troublesome if people saw the sudden size changes, he muttered to himself, sighing quietly. In the outer hall, Mo Qianling and Fang Qing heard the banging and crashing sounds and looked at each other in surprise. Fang Qing called toward the back room. "Boss, do you need help?" Mo Qianling called out and walked over to pull open the cultivation room door, only to discover it seemed to be sealed. No matter how much force she used, she couldn't budge it, even slightly. Lin Ran caught the commotion outside the door and responded through it. "It's fine. I'll come out right now." With that, he straightened his robes, led several exotic beasts to push open the door, and greeted her with a smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Come collect your beasts." Mo Qianling's gaze was instantly drawn to the 3 familiar contracted beasts. She rushed forward and examined each one carefully, using mental sensing to receive their status information. Her expression quickly grew tense. "Boss, didn't you say you'd help me upgrade them all to 5th tier? Why is the prismatic silver marten still at 4th tier upper level?" "Don't worry, take a closer look at its tail." Lin Ran pointed to the silver marten. Just as Mo Qianling was puzzled, the prismatic silver marten suddenly flicked its tail. Among the originally red, blue, and gold fur, a new streak of purple lightning-like radiance appeared. Her pupils contracted as she gasped. "There's actually purple now. Does this mean it awakened lightning attributes?" Lin Ran nodded with a smile. "Exactly. Additionally, I've cultivated your blazing demon eagle to 5th tier lower level, and it's mastered an advanced fire skill meteor fire ring. As for the snow crystal butterfly, while it hasn't learned new skills yet, it's reached 5th tier upper level peak, just 1 step away from 6th tier. In just one day, the 3 exotic beasts had undergone earth-shattering changes, leaving Mo Qianling completely speechless. The prismatic silver marten was already born with 3 attributes, and now it had forcibly gained a 4th element. Such latest mutation was virtually unheard of. If she had come to this cultivation shop earlier, she would have easily advanced to the interschool tournament semifinals, leaving no chance for Feng Ruoto. Even having missed the competition now, with a 4-attribute silver marten, she was confident that major advanced treasure hunting teams would surely recruit her. She quickly recalled her 3 beasts and bowed solemnly to Lin Ran. "Thank you, Boss Lin. As for the forging matter, I'll definitely return to find you once I finish with current affairs." Last night, she had specifically discussed this with her parents, but they felt that a suddenly appearing cultivation shop was already mysterious enough. Claiming to also be skilled at forging seemed too incredible, so they advised her to make decisions after graduation. Lin Ran smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. "All right, since you haven't decided yet, let's put it aside for now." Mo Qianling nodded embarrassedly, hurried to the entrance, hailed a taxi, and left. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Lin Ran shook his head and muttered to himself. What happened to the promised forging? She just left in a flash. How disappointing. It seems to promote battle armor. I need to display some finished products first. Just then, Fang Qing's exclamation came from behind him. She was already captivated by a nearly 3-meter-long azure wave dragon crocodile, circling around it in constant observation. Haha, how is it? Lin Ran asked. Is this really my azure wave dragon crocodile? Fang Qing looked completely shocked. If not for the contract bond still present, she would hardly recognize if azure wave dragon crocodile's body had swelled to nearly 3 meters, its armor-like blue scales sharp and prominent, with some areas even sprouting barbs. Its head had become more dragon-like, with the pair of dragon horns on its forehead having grown several inches longer, radiating dominance. Lin Ran explained with a smile. Of course it's yours. I cultivated it to third-tier growth form, so major changes are normal. When it matures, the adult form can reach over 10 meters long, then it'll truly become an earth dragon. He teased. How did a girl like you end up taming such a fierce beast? Lin Ran said with a laugh, sitting down in a nearby chair. Why can't girls tame this kind of exotic beast? I think it looks really cool. Fang Qing said while leaning down sideways, her slender fingers gently stroking along the blue-scaled head of the jade wave dragon crocodile that shimmered with azure light. The dragon crocodile let out a low yet affectionate hiss from its throat, its massive tail slapping against the alloy floor of the breeding room, stirring up ripples of water vapor. Lin Ran stood nearby, smiling awkwardly. I fulfilled my promise to you. It's now at the peak of third-tier upper rank and has mastered the Aqua Aegis skill. You should understand how powerful this ability is. Fang Qing was already shocked, but upon hearing the words, Aqua Aegis, her pupils dilated dramatically as she cried out in disbelief. Aqua Aegis? In just one day, it jumped from a first-tier juvenile to a third-tier mature form and learned an advanced water-type skill. Lin Ran nodded slightly. Fang Qing immediately grabbed his hand in excitement, her voice trembling. Boss, you're incredible. I'll give you another 100,000 for one more day of breeding. Or, if that's too much trouble, how about a monthly package for 3 million? 3 million. Lin Ran's heart leaped with joy. A monthly package meant 3,000 points, like a gift from heaven. Just as he was about to nod, the system's cold notification exploded in his mind. This establishment follows principles of fairness and justice. The same exotic beast cannot receive consecutive monthly breeding packages. Each beast must wait 1 day before re-entering the breeding platform. Damn it, you're cutting off my income? 3,000 points though, you know how long it would take me to save that much. Lin Ran roared internally. The system's voice remained emotionless. Even if it were allowed, after a month this jade wave dragon crocodile would likely reach the maximum 7th-tier upper rank. Do you think a 2-star beast tamer could control it? Lin Ran's breath caught. His heated excitement was instantly doused with cold wateries. Fang Qing was only 2-star. A 3rd-tier upper rank jade wave dragon crocodile was already at her limit. If it truly soared to 7th tier, the consequences would be unthinkable. The lesson of the Ice Snow Maiden Beast's rampage was still fresh in his memory, and the Jade Wave Dragon Crocodile was naturally more vicious. If it lost control, its destructive power would far exceed that of the Snow Maiden Beast. Moreover, his mother had told him that his father died because of a teammate's rampaging beast. That image stuck like a barb in his heart, making him clench his fists. No matter what, he absolutely could not let a beast he personally bred lose control again. Boss, have you decided? Seeing his prolonged silence, Fang Qing asked softly. Lin Ran snapped back to reality, his expression calm but resolute. This shop doesn't offer monthly packages. Really? Is it because the money isn't enough? I can add more. Fang Qing looked disappointed and quickly added. It's not about money. Lin Ran raised his hand to indicate she shouldn't misunderstand. The question is whether you have the ability to control a Jade Wave Dragon Crocodile after a month of breeding. Come back when your strength improves. Fang Qing froze, her gaze falling on the massive, fearsome dragon crocodile beside her. Thinking about how she was merely a 2-star beast tamer, her fair cheeks flushed slightly red. Indeed, this 3rd-tier upper-rank Jade Wave Dragon Crocodile was already sufficient for her current needs. Why push to enhance its strength further? She also looked at Lin Ran with respectful eyes, having originally thought he was as money-obsessed as the Academy rumors suggested, but now realizing this wasn't the case, had given up 3 million without hesitation just to enlighten her, which was truly selfless. Fang Qing took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. I'm sorry, I was too excited and didn't think things through. When my abilities improve, or when I want to cultivate other beasts, I'll come to you again. By the way, please take this 20,000 as a thank you fee. After speaking, she pulled out her phone and transferred the money on the spot. The payment notification sounded, and Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction. Although the 20,000 couldn't be converted into points, it could be used for meals, transportation, and even to help support his mother. Hadn't contributed money to the household in quite some time. To support this family and expand the shop, his current income alone wouldn't be enough. Thank you. Take this opportunity to get more familiar with your Azure Wave Crocodile. It's already a 3rd-tier mature form. and there are still many abilities waiting for you to discover. He smiled as he advised her. Fong Qing nodded repeatedly, recalled her azure wave crocodile, bowed deeply to him, and left. After the shop door closed, Lin Ran's mouth twitched slightly. System, it shouldn't be a problem if I charge more thank you fees in the future, right? It's possible, but the host should set his sights higher and not be greedy for petty gains. The system's voice was indifferent. You can't say that. If I don't earn more money, how can I expand the shop and help more people cultivate their beasts? Besides, you don't contribute any effort. You're the one forcing this situation. Lin Ran muttered. The system remained silent, so he smiled. Silence means agreement. After sending off several beasts, all 5 cultivation platforms were empty. Lin Ran turned and ducked into the adjacent small room to check on the Dream Eater. As expected, the Dream Eater was sleeping soundly, having even chosen a pillow, using the giant rock turtle's thick shell as a headrest. The giant rock turtle looked utterly miserable. Faced with a companion whose bloodline reached the 8th tier, it was suppressed by bloodline pressure and didn't dare resist. When it saw Lin Ran enter, its dim eyes immediately brightened, and it let out low whimpers for help. Damn, even sleeping so restlessly, bullying my cute little turtle looking for trouble? Lin Ran was both amused and exasperated as he stepped forward and grabbed the Dream Eater. The newly freed giant rock turtle nodded gently, slowly crawled to a corner, and quietly settled down. Sorry about that. Thanks for your patience. Let me get you something to eat. He placed the Dream Eater aside, turned around, and brought over a small plate of rock sparrow fruits. The fingernail-sized fruits were incredibly hard, and regular consumption could enhance the shell hardness of earth-type beasts, making them extremely attractive to stone and shell-type creatures. As soon as the fruit's aroma wafted out, the giant rock turtle was already excitedly tumbling and crawling over, burying its head to feast heartily. Lin Ran watched its satisfied appearance, but his heart filled with regret. What a pity, you only have 5th-tier bloodline. Otherwise I would definitely cultivate you properly. Lin Ran looked helplessly at the feeding giant rock turtle, feeling somewhat melancholic. Lin Ran then took the Dream Eater out and headed to the breeding room, placing it into the intermediate breeding platform. This will be your exclusive bed from now on. Practice well in your dreams. He patted the platform surface and nodded with satisfaction after confirming the equipment was running normally. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to displaying his full strength without reservation, which resulted in endless troubles. Fortunately, most visitors were people trying to win him over, but if he truly encountered someone with malicious intent who set their sights on his 9th-tier magical beast, they would likely attack directly. With his current true combat ability, he wasn't strong enough to guarantee his own safety. Therefore, he decided to use the Dream Eater to disguise himself more often in the future, hoping this little creature would level up quickly. After making these arrangements, he returned to the counter and sat upright in his chair to practice the divine mind technique. Since advancing to a 4-star beast tamer, he clearly felt his cultivation speed had drastically declined, no longer experiencing the exhilarating rapid progress of the past. Only 1/3 of the light blue star spiritual power in his body had transformed into blue gold, and several acupoints were stubbornly blocked, causing him splitting headaches. Could this really be a side effect of late awakening? Rumors said that late awakeners would have blocked meridians. He had originally dismissed this, but now could only smile bitterly. However, this didn't make him give up. Instead, it strengthened his resolve. With the divine mind technique, he refused to believe he couldn't break through those blocked acupoints. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was nearly noon. After finishing his practice, he ran to the small restaurant next door to get a packed lunch and returned to the shop to eat while browsing his terminal. The wind chimes at the entrance tinkled softly as 3 men entered the shop. They first carefully surveyed their surroundings before walking to the counter. Lin Ran looked up, his heart slightly shaken. These were exactly the academy students from the male combat power rankings that Feng Ruodong had mentioned, led by Chen Xian, ranked 7th. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin and approached them with a smile. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? Chen Xian pulled out a flyer and waved it. Is this the shop mentioned on this flyer? Compared to the breeding shops in the inner city, this place looks pretty shabby. You can't say that, Lin Ran replied unhurriedly with a smile. Though small, a sparrow has all the vital organs. Our techniques are first-rate. Someone from your academy already came by yesterday. Someone already came? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, clearly somewhat surprised. That's right, they just left, Lin Ran nodded. I heard from Feng Ruodong that you charge by the day here? 100,000 per day. Chen Xian asked. Not quite accurate. We charge per session, 100,000 per session, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the results, Lin Ran corrected. So expensive. My monthly allowance is only 100,000. I'd have to spend it all. The yellow-shirted man behind Chen Xian muttered quietly. Chen Xian, however, lowered his voice persuasively. If we can really achieve results like the Ice Snow Maiden Beast, what's this little money? Don't you want to break into the top ranks of the Academy's combat power list? Think more about your future. He pulled his companions aside to discuss. The yellow-shirted Su Yu still hesitated. But what if he's just living off false reputation? Another classmate chimed in. Yeah, breeding the ice snow maiden beast might have just been an accident. Maybe he's not actually that skilled. Another man in a blue tracksuit named Li Shuang heard Su Yu's words and quickly responded. Both he and Su Yu showed hesitation in their eyes, although all three attended Xuanzhong Beast Academy. Not everyone was from a wealthy family, and the cost of hundreds of thousands was truly daunting. I have some inside information. Chun Xian lowered his voice as he stood nearby. Yesterday, Boss Lin was invited to the principal's office, with the principal, several directors, and external guests, all present. To receive an invitation of this caliber, he must have real talent. Really? Li Shuang and Su Yu said in unison. I guarantee it. Chun Xian nodded with certainty. In fact, he had initially been skeptical too, until last night when he went home and heard his father mention that people in the principal's office nearly came to blows over recruiting talent. His father currently worked for the Longwei treasure hunting team alongside that one-armed, scarred man, which is how he knew of Lin Ran's existence. At this moment, Lin Ran stood behind the counter watching the three whispering among themselves, smiling bitterly as he muttered to himself. Still don't quite trust me, huh? Before he finished speaking, the three completed their discussion and quickly walked to the counter. Standing side by side, they extended their right hands, simultaneously opening their spirit beast spaces as three distinctly different exotic beasts instantly appeared in the cramped shop. The first was the most eye-catching in 8th tier bloodline, plant-type forest giant deer. Its entire body was covered in thick grass, with flowing light emanating from its twin antlers and a gentle, peaceful aura. Lin Ran was secretly amazed, a support-type beast. Such beasts had limited combat ability, but could heal injuries with their antlers and provide enhancement effects to teammates, even rivaling the 5 enhancement buffs of beast tamers, and the 8th tier bloodline made it even rarer. He hadn't expected that the 7th-ranked male student on Xuanzhong Beast Academy's combat power list would specialize in support, which was usually a female preference. He couldn't help but comment internally, but immediately shifted his attention to the other two beasts. The second was a 7th tier bloodline lightning type Thunder Shadow Python, with electric arcs dancing between its black scales. The third was also 7th tier bloodline, a flight-type sonic sparrow, petite in size only palm-sized yet with blade-like wings that generated wind with each beat. Boss, please help us cultivate these three. Chun Xian clenched his fist, unable to hide his anticipation. No problem, 300,000 for all three. Pick them up tomorrow, Lin Ran nodded, pulling out his phone to indicate the QR code. The three quickly transferred the money. Payment notification sounds ringing one after another. After successfully receiving payment, Lin Ran looked at Chun Xian. Do you usually prefer using support-type beasts? Not particularly. Chun Xian scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. It's just that my parents insisted support types get protection on the battlefield. It turned out Chun Xian's father also controlled support-type beasts and had worked his way up in the Longwei treasure hunting team for many years, rarely suffering serious injuries. For their son's safety, his parents insisted he follow the same path. That's quite rare. But don't worry, I'll cultivate them well. Lin Ran smiled slightly, though admiration rose in his heart. Boys this age were usually hot-blooded and arrogant. Yet he was willing to play the team's support role, and had even been admitted to the city's best beast academy, while being content to assist his classmates. What an excellent mindset. All right then, I'll leave it to you, boss. Chun Xian said, turning to leave. Wait, leave your contact information so I can notify you. Lin Ran called out from behind the counter, raising his hand to stop him. Sure. Chun Xian nodded, wrote down his phone number on a sticky note, and handed it over, then bid farewell to Lin Ran. Su Yu and Li Shuang followed closely behind him as they pushed the door open and left together. Once outside, Su Yu muttered under her breath. I hope they can cultivate them well, otherwise my whole month's allowance will be wasted. She clutched her wallet tightly, her face full of regret. We'll know the results tomorrow when we come to the shop, don't worry. Chun Xian remained composed, his tone confident. All right. The three chatted and laughed as they walked away, their footsteps gradually fading at the street corner. The shop returned to quiet, and Lin Ran smiled slightly. Originally, he had planned to put these three exotic beasts directly into the intermediate cultivation platform, but on second thought, he suddenly wondered, why not try avatar cultivation? The planar fragment could be activated for 3 days at a time, corresponding to only 6 hours in reality. It could end early and achieve better growth results. Transformation earned through repeated battles and deaths, far superior to simply staying in the cultivation platform. Moreover, he had a good impression of Chun Xian, so this would be a perfect opportunity to help him out. With his mind made up, Lin Ran called up the interdimensional rift interface in his mind. 5 dazzling super planes hung at the top of the page, which he ignored, scanning downward to find suitable planar fragments. They're plant-type exotic beasts, then I'll choose the Wind Forest Sea Mountain system. He continued scrolling down while talking to himself. Planar fragment number 66, that's the one. Hope it really brings good luck. After locking onto the number, he spoke aloud. System, how do I use the avatar function? Opening avatar function for host. Successfully opened. now displayed in the interdimensional rift interface. The mechanical voice responded. A selectable avatar option immediately appeared in the bottom right corner of the interface. So convenient, excellent. Lin Ran checked the option without hesitation, then clicked on planar fragment number 66. Opening planar fragment number 66, Wind Forest Mountain for host, simultaneously activating avatar mode, beginning host replication. As soon as the system prompt ended, a golden light appeared out of nowhere, scanning Lin Ran from top to bottom. The light gathered and condensed into a semi-transparent figure across from him. At the same time, he felt another point of light illuminate in the star map within his mind. Lin Ran instantly understood. The avatar's consciousness was connected to his own, allowing him to perceive everything the avatar experienced in the plane and command it remotely. Even better, the avatar inherited most of his wisdom and abilities, requiring only general direction before it would autonomously lead the exotic beasts in battle and training, barely needing his constant attention. What a useful tool. When business picks up at the shop, this avatar will definitely be a huge help. He reached out to pinch the avatar's facet felt rigid, like cooled rubber, without even any warmth, and its hollow eyes appeared even more vacant. Please select 3 exotic beasts. The system prompted again. Lin Ran turned and pointed to the 3 exotic beasts behind him. These 3 will do. Finding successful. Plane fragment 66 successfully activated, substitute ready. Depart immediately? Lin Ran nodded without hesitation. At that very moment, the substitute across from him, that body which had previously stared with vacant eyes, suddenly blazed to life, its aura becoming identical to Lin Ran's, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. The 3 exotic beasts nearby were visibly stunned, then moved as if pulled by invisible strings to surround the substitute, stepping in unison into the plane fragment. TSK, 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 how convenient. Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction. The moment the substitute and beasts crossed into the fragment, synchronized images and information immediately flooded his mind. Without further hesitation, he issued his first command: train at full intensity while gathering food and materials for the exotic beasts. Moments later, the substitute sent back 2 words: understood. Plane fragment 66 was a boundless primordial forest towering ancient trees, swirling mists, and wild energy rushing forth with countless exotic beasts, truly an ideal training ground. Why had those 3 beasts suddenly become dazed? Puzzled, Lin Ran immediately questioned the system. Is it a temporary beast contract? Correct. The substitute has signed temporary contracts with them for easier cultivation, the system replied. Will their original owners notice? Lin Ran pressed. He remembered his first temporary contract was with an ownerless orange shadow cat. Later cultivated beasts were all his own adoptees, while customers' boarded beasts were placed on cultivation platforms, so this point particularly concerned him. Rest assured, temporary contracts have special concealment properties that override original contracts. The original owners will experience no effects whatsoever. Good. Lin Ran nodded lightly. It seemed he could use this plain cultivation method on regular customers or those who left good impressions in the future. On one hand was the cultivation platform's automatic growth. On the other was his personally controlled high-intensity training. While both showed similar improvements in raw power, the repeated combat and death experiences in the plane far surpassed passive leveling during sleep when it came to battle experience. He thought of that ice snow maiden beast. It had remained on the cultivation platform, and through good fortune received partial dragon god blessings, causing its power to skyrocket. Yet it had almost no combat experience, and would lose control at the slightest intensity. In comparison, while plain cultivation yielded better results, it came with side effects. The exotic beasts experienced countless brutal deaths and harsh training in the plane, inevitably developing resistance or even fear toward the shop after emerging. Though the system would erase most memories upon completion, remnants remained. When that orange shadow cat was sold, it had immediately let out a long breath, as if finally escaping a nightmare. Thinking of this, he chuckled bitterly. Whatever, as long as the results are top-notch. He then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Haha. During cultivation, he suddenly laughed. As he closed his eyes, his brain projected the substitute's every move within the plane fragment in real time like a movie, the images clear and fluid, making for quite an exciting show. This substitute's methods were identical to Lin Ran's training techniques. He led the team deep into the heart of the forest, where the first sight that greeted them was a massive volcanic crater that seemed bottomless. Scorching heat waves rolled against their skin, and the air appeared to shimmer white from the intense heat. The substitute glanced back at the forest giant deer following behind, his lips curling into the same eerie smile as Lin Ran's. With a wave of his hand, he commanded directly. Charge in. Magma churned within the volcanic crater, crimson as a tide, while the surrounding rocks were baked pitch black, hot enough to ignite the air instantly. The moment the forest giant deer approached, its hooves felt like they were stepping on red-hot iron plates, causing it to bounce in place continuously, crying out in pain as the tender green grass covering its body instantly turned yellow and scorched. Lin ran, watching from a distance, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Excellent work. Plant-type magical beasts naturally fear fire, losing half their momentum before the battle even begins. If they want to grow stronger, they must first build resistance. After his laughter, his substitute's voice suddenly rang out, identical to his own. And you too as well. Get up there. Thunder Shadow Python, retract your scales. Sonic Sparrow, no flying allowed. All of you stick close to the rocks. The Thunder Shadow Python and Sonic Sparrow exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't this supposed to be training only for plant types? How did they get dragged into this? However, bound by temporary contracts, they had no choice but to comply. The Thunder Shadow Python gritted its teeth and retracted its golden scales, exposing its bare, scalding serpentine body. The Sonic Sparrow folded its wings, descended from midair, and step by step shuffled to the volcano's edge. Roar! Agonized screams immediately erupted. The high temperature instantly melted the Sonic Sparrow's feathers, while the Thunder Shadow Python, stripped of its protective armor, fared even worse. Its flesh sizzled as it was nearly cooked alive. The forest giant deer was already drenched in sweat, its charred grass covering clinging to its skin as it collapsed from exhaustion. All three magical beasts looked up pitifully, pleading with the substitute. The substitute called out coldly, "Getting used to it now? Time to jump in and take a proper bath." Hiss! The Thunder Shadow Python reared up in fury, hissing at the substitute. The substitute's expression remained merciless, with unlimited revival available. The only goal was faster strength improvement. With that, he walked directly to the crater's edge and kicked 3 times, forcibly booting all 3 magical beasts into the magma. The next moment, piercing wails shook the air. The smallest, the Sonic Sparrow, was swallowed by the magma the instant it fell, leaving only charred bones. The Thunder Shadow Python thrashed desperately, its golden scales emerging once more as electricity flickered uselessly before it too became charcoal. The 8th deer bloodline forest giant deer lasted the longest. Flames engulfed the grass covering its entire body as its mournful eyes glared at the substitute. The massive antlers atop its head radiated emerald light, its healing aura working tirelessly to mend the scorched wounds. However, the rolling magma offered no respite, and the healing couldn't keep pace with the searing erosion. After several breaths, the antlers' glow dimmed, the massive deer body sank into the magma, and it too was reduced to charcoal. Lin Ran watched this horrifying scene from his shop, his hair standing on end instantly. Although this was all for their own good, it seemed a bit too cruel. Anyone unaware might think he was torturing these beasts. Nevertheless, he kept his eyes glued to every movement in the dimensional space, his heart filled with curiosity after this baptism of fire. What would these 3 beasts be forced to become? Revive in place. The substitute's voice was indifferent, devoid of any emotion. The next moment, the Thunder Shadow Python, forest giant deer, and Sonic Sparrow all revived simultaneously at his feet. Their pupils still held traces of the pain and terror from moments before, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Before they could recover their senses, the substitute suddenly kicked out, sending them tumbling back into the volcanic crater. This time, being closer, lava splattered everywhere. A few drops of scorching magma landed on the substitute's calf, instantly leaving burn marks. Yet the substitute remained expressionless, merely shaking his leg before continuing to watch coldly. Lin Ran was slightly startled, then felt relieved the substitute was merely a phantom without pain sensation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stand by the volcanic crater for so long unharmed. With this thought, he refocused his attention on observing. As he expected, the 3 beasts were once again consumed by lava, turning to charcoal in an instant. Revive in place. As the substitute's voice fell, he once again brought them back to life and commanded, "Jump down yourselves." The 3 beasts instinctively moved away from the crater upon appearing. If not for the temporary contract binding them, they would have certainly turned and fled down the mountain. Seeing this, the substitute's expression remained impassive as he stepped forward. The Thunder Shadow Python raised its triangular head, flicking its tongue repeatedly while hissing warnings. The forest giant deer pawed the ground with its front hooves, breathing heavily. The Sonic Sparrow spread its wings, attempting to leap into the air and escape. Their only response was cold, ruthless force. The substitute lightning fast kicked the Sonic Sparrow down, then turned to grab the forest giant deer's antlers, dragging it toward the abyss. Only the Thunder Shadow Python remained. Bang! The substitute kicked out, but this time the Thunder Shadow Python had learned. It suddenly coiled around the substitute's calf, opened its mouth to bite down hard, and forcibly dragged him into the volcano together. In the blazing red light, heart-wrenching screams echoed all around. In an instant, the substitute's body was melted into charcoal, then reformed at the crater's edge as if nothing had happened. The 3 beasts looked at each other in despair before being swallowed by lava once more. For the next hour or so, the substitute operated like a merciless machine, continuously reviving them with revive in place, then forcing them to plunge into the lava again and again. In just a few dozen minutes, their death count soared to hundreds, with the same nightmare replaying every few seconds. No matter how they resisted or attacked, it had no effect on the substitute. They could only submit. To survive even a moment longer in the lava, the three beasts desperately activated their talents, adjusted their breathing, channeled their spiritual energy, and pondered various methods to slow the burning. Gradually, their skin, scales, and feathers began to emit a faint red glow, actually developing some fire resistance that allowed them to persist in the lava for several minutes. The substitute showed no mercy whatsoever, nor would he stop because of their misery. He continued advancing the training with the most direct brutality. In the shop, Lin Ran nodded continuously. The emotionless substitute was indeed the perfect taming tool. Many beast tamers were too soft-hearted and didn't dare push hard enough, missing opportunities to unlock potential. But the substitute, devoid of emotion, could push any beast to its limits. No matter how poor their aptitude or lazy their nature, under such pressure, the beasts had no choice but to change. Eventually, the three beasts had become completely numb. After revival, they even learned to jump into the volcano voluntarily. They had understood their master's intention and no longer struggled, each trying every possible method to resist the rolling lava. Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction and immersed himself in cultivation until evening arrived. Business had been unusually quiet today. Ever since the three students from this morning paid and hurriedly left, the shop door had barely been opened. Lin Ran wasn't surprised. The academy's annual assessment tournament finals were taking place today, and all the students were packed into the arena, too busy to think about selecting spirit pets. Stretching lazily, he stood up to move his stiff joints. With a thought, his consciousness connected to his avatar in the dimensional plane. Time flowed differently between the real world and the plane. It was already the third evening there. A flood of information rushed into his mind like a tide, which he absorbed bit by bit, unconsciously smiling. The lava at the volcano's crater continued to churn, with scorching waves never ceasing. The three beasts had endured over 7 hours of death-resurrection cycles in that crimson inferno. The thunder shadow python was repeatedly swallowed by lava only to reform again. The sonic sparrow turned to ash in the flames time and again, only to be reborn from those very ashes. The forest giant deer's grass-like fur was burned away and rapidly regrew. By the end, they could actually survive in the lava for nearly 10 minutes, long enough to swim to the exposed volcanic rock. This meant the lava could no longer claim their lives instantly, as it had initially. The intense tempering had caused obvious physical changes. The thunder shadow python's golden scales now bore crimson cracks. The sonic sparrow's pure white feathers were adorned with brilliant scarlet, creating a striking redanned white pattern like flames streaking across the sky. The forest giant deer had sprouted several dark red leaves among its green fur, with a pulsing flame mark appearing on its forehead. Their abilities had also made tremendous leaps. All three beasts had simultaneously mastered flame armor, an advanced skill exclusive to fire-type beasts. What delighted Lin Ran even more was that the forest giant deer, being the most talented, had also learned the fire-type support skill Blazing Domain. When activated, a 15-meter diameter ring of flames roared to life, dramatically boosting the combat power of all fire-type beasts within, while making the deer itself nearly immune to low-level fire attacks, completely eliminating the natural fear of flames that plagued plant-type beasts. Seeing that the tempering had achieved its intended results, the avatar led the three beasts deep into the great forest, hunting high-level beasts for combat experience while gathering food and materials. Fighting, hunting, and organizing 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Avatar training complete. Preparing to return. The system's mechanical notification echoed in Lin Ran's mind as a vertical eye tore open in space, like a dimensional gateway. The next moment, the three beasts tumbled through into the center of the shop. The avatar neatly arranged piles of beast meat, rare hides, bones, and spiritual plant materials on the counter, took one last look at them, and dissolved into points of light. The instant they lost their avatar's hellish supervision, the three beasts first appeared confused, then joy flooded through them like a bursting dam. Though parts of their memories had been erased, the bone-deep fear and struggle remained. They wanted nothing more than to immediately escape this suffocating training ground and throw themselves into their master's embrace. The intoxicating sensation of freedom drove them to simultaneously bolt toward the shop door. The thunder shadow python's serpentine body slithered swiftly, the sonic sparrow beat its wings, and the forest giant deer's hooves thundered against the floor, sending wood chips flying. But in the next second, Lin Ran stepped to the doorway, his tall figure like an impenetrable wall, his overwhelming astral spiritual power spreading like a tangible force as the shop's temperature plummeted. The three beasts froze instantly, their bloodline instincts screaming warnings. Their master was emanating terrifying astral spiritual pressure, intimidating them into submission. When the three exotic beasts saw that alto familiar face appear once again, they were instantly struck with terror and obediently stood still, not daring to move a muscle. Although the temporary contract in their minds had been dissolved, they had grown accustomed to following orders in that dimensional plane. Combined with that suffocating, terrifying aura, they didn't even dare twitch their tails. So well behaved? Lin Ran chuckled awkwardly. He had just seen them trying to bolt for the door and had specifically rushed over to intercept them. But unexpectedly, the moment he showed his face, the three beasts froze in place as if they'd seen a ghost. It seemed his substitute's training had been quite successful. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to eat you, he reassured them while mentally activating his beast appraisal device to scan them one by one. The light screen flickered. All three exotic beasts had advanced by one tier, reaching upper 5th tier status, and each had mastered an advanced skill. The overall results were indeed better than ordinary breeding platforms. System, can't the fees for this dimensional plane breeding be raised a bit higher? The effects are surpassing the breeding platforms, Lin Ran complained casually. Dimensional fragment breeding is charged at standard breeding platform rates. For super dimensions, the fee is 1 million points per beast, the system responded curtly. Fine. Though Lin Ran grumbled outwardly, his mind was racing with calculations. Super dimensions were expensive, but they allowed real-time area switching and could provide 5 full days of breeding. Opening one cost 500 points, equivalent to 500,000 blue star coins. However, if customers wanted to breed exotic beasts into extreme attribute types like the Ice Snow Maiden beast and could bring 3 at once, this business would be incredibly lucrative. Thinking of this emerging path to wealth, his mood brightened considerably as he led the 3 exotic beasts into the adjacent room, settling them beside the giant rock turtle. Next, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number Chen Xian had left. Young Master Chen, the breeding is complete. You can pick them up anytime. There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end. What? Already finished? Boss, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Of course not. When will you come by? We're at the academy right now. Would it be okay to pick them up first thing tomorrow morning? Fine, but make it quick. After hanging up, Lin Ran remembered that today was the academy finals, so it was natural they couldn't get away. He returned to the counter and began categorizing and cataloging the exotic beast ingredients and materials his substitute had collected, working until dusk. The shop today housed only a sleepy dream eater beast snoring away in an intermediate breeding platform, with all other spots vacant. Lin Ran summoned his 2 main companions, a 6th-tier upper-level Shadow Phantom Moonhound and a 6th-tier lower-level world-destroying Thunder Tiger, and placed them directly into breeding platforms. These platforms could only breed beasts below 7th tier, making them perfect. Once his 2 main beasts broke through to 7th tier, he planned to take a break and wait until he advanced to a 5-star beast tamer before sending them to super-dimensional breeding. After all, he was currently only 4-star, and though he could barely control higher-tier exotic beasts through his Divine Sense technique and Supreme Beast contract, he still lacked confidence. With everything arranged, he carried 3 bowls of regular feed back to the small room. Rest here tonight, and eat when you're hungry. He then bent down to pat the giant rock turtle's head. Don't be afraid, they won't bully you. Here are some rock dragon eggshells, enjoy them. The giant rock turtle, which had been cowering in the corner, immediately lit up like 2 small lanterns when it saw the 3 brown eggshell pieces placed before it, nodding vigorously. Lin Ran watched with satisfaction and smiled as he arranged the shells properly. After completing all these tasks, Lin Ran immediately locked up the shop and headed home. The next morning, Lin Ran spotted a young man standing by the shop entrance from a distance. Are you the only one here? He asked with slight surprise as he approached, glancing around. The young man was Su Yu, who slowed his speech to explain. We all arrived early. Chen Xian and Li Shuang went to grab breakfast at the shop next door when they saw you hadn't come yet. I eat fast, so I came over to wait for you. I'll call them back now. Lin Ran grunted in acknowledgement, pulled out his keys to unlock the door, and Su Yu followed closely behind while taking out his phone to message his companions. As soon as they entered the shop, Su Yu put away his phone and spoke nervously. Boss, aren't you being a bit too efficient? You only received our spirit beasts yesterday morning, and by afternoon you said the cultivation was complete. Won't there be any problems? The Thunder Shadow Python may not be top tier, but it's still a 7th-rank bloodline that cost us a full 100,000. Seeing Su Yu's anxious expression, Lin Ran smiled reassuringly. The normal process does take a day, but I gave your spirit beast special cultivation last night with excellent results. You caught me at a good time. Really? Su Yu's eyes lit up, but Lin Ran raised his hand to signal. Wait until they're all here. A few minutes later, Chen Xian and Li Shuang hurried over. Lin Ran nodded and turned to enter the side room, emerging shortly after leading 3 spirit beasts. The spirit beasts, awakened from their sleep, looked confused at first, then immediately drooped their heads upon seeing Lin Ran. But when their true masters appeared, they instantly perked up and rushed over with what seemed like tears in their eyes. We've only been apart for 1 day. Why are they so clingy? The three young men exchanged puzzled glances and quickly used their contracts to sense their spirit beast's emotions, feeling only overwhelming longing and grievance. Suddenly, Chun Xian's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "Wait, why do you have so many red leaves on your body? And there's a flame-shaped mark on your forehead." Su Yu and Li Shuang immediately examined their own spirit beasts. Fine crimson patterns had appeared on the thunder shadow python's body, and the winged blade bird had grown several tufts of red feathers. They looked at Lin Ran with equal shock. "Boss, are they mutated?" Chun Xian couldn't hide his excitement. "My God, how did you do this?" Su Yu and Li Shuang echoed his amazement, especially Su Yu, who could barely speak as he stared at the thunder shadow python's bright red markings. Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. "This isn't really mutation, just using unique methods to give them some fire resistance." "Fire resistance? But this is a plant-type spirit beast. How could it possibly gain fire resistance?" Chun Xian shook his head, his voice full of disbelief. After all, this completely overturned his worldview. Lin Ran didn't respond, but silently sent out 3 streams of mental energy that entered the minds of the 3 magical beasts, commanding them to activate their blazing battle armor. The 3 beasts jolted as if their backsides had been suddenly slapped, trembling in unison before erupting into roaring crimson flames. Fire surged across their bodies, clinging to their muscles like armor, making their scales and wings glow with scorching radiancy, a truly intimidating sight. Chun Xian, Su Yu, and Li Shuang, who had been about to question whether Lin Ran had used extreme methods to torture the beasts, were instantly silenced by the scene before them. Blazing battle armor, a high-tier fire element skill. Blazing battle armor? How is this possible? Chun Xian stood dumbfounded. My beast is plant type, yet it learned a high-tier fire skill? Su Yu and Li Shuang were equally speechless. The lightning-type thunder wolf and flying-type swift falcon had also donned flaming armor. What on earth was happening? Lin Ran's lips curved into a slight smile. How about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? Oh, and Chun Xian, your forest stag has decent aptitude. It also comprehended blazing domain. The shop's too cramped here, so you should test it out at the academy or training hall later. Chun Xian, already shocked, felt his legs give way and collapse to the floor, his voice trembling with excitement. There's also blazing domain. It learned 2 high-tier fire skills in less than a day, and blazing domain is even a support skill that amplifies fire attacks. The impact of blazing battle armor was already overwhelming. Didn't doubt for a second that Lin Ran would fabricate another skill. Thinking about how his plant-type beast would no longer fear fire and could even fight alongside fire types, his face flushed red with excitement. Su Yu and Li Shuang eagerly pressed him. What about our beasts? Do they have new skills too? The cultivation methods are all the same, Lin Ran shrugged. However, your beast's aptitude is slightly inferior to the forest stag's, so they've only mastered blazing battle armor for now. But don't worry, with this armor, you'll definitely have the upper hand against fire-type beasts, and low-tier fire skills basically won't be able to harm them. The two had felt slightly disappointed at first, but thinking about the blazing battle armor made them beam with joy. Having lightning and flying-type beasts don flaming armor was miraculous in itself. Low-tier fire beasts would surely lose, and even same-tier battles could yield surprising advantages. As for blazing domain, it was a support skill after all, and they couldn't really complain about aptitude limitations. All 3 rushed forward in excitement and delight, grabbing Lin Ran's hands as if ready to kowtow in gratitude on the spot. Lin Ran gently pushed them away. Don't get ahead of yourselves, I'm not finished yet. I've already enhanced all 3 of your beasts to 5th-tier superior strength. You're all 4-star beast tamers, right? Perfect timing to make full use of them. Holy crap, boss, you're absolutely incredible. I worship you. Su Yu's eyes lit up as she grabbed Lin Ran's arm and shook it back and forth, her excitement practically overflowing. Boss, no words can express my gratitude. I may not be super wealthy, but I believe in doing the right thing. Here's 20,000 as a thank you fee. You absolutely must accept it. Chun Xian and Li Shuang exchanged glances, quickly understanding each other's thoughts. They each operated their terminals and transferred 20,000 over as well. Lin Ran looked at the 3 consecutive deposit notifications on his account and nodded with satisfaction, calculating silently. These guys really know how to show appreciation. It was worth letting them experience dimensional cultivation, perfect for supplementing the household income. Boss, could you cultivate my forest giant deer again? Chun Xian's voice trembled, clearly wanting more. Lin Ran waved his hand gently. Each beast can only be cultivated once per day. Your forest giant deer is already at 5th-tier upper level, which is sufficient for your current needs. Of course, if you give it a foundation sealing pill to suppress its level, I could continue cultivation, but you'd have to wait until tomorrow. Chun Xian paused, suddenly remembering he was only a 4-star beast tamer. 5th-tier upper level was already his limit. The shop's rule of only 1 cultivation per day was completely opposite to other cultivation shops, but he wasn't puzzled in the slightest. Masters have their own rules. His immediate priority was to buy a foundation sealing pill. Sorry boss, I got too excited. I'll go purchase a foundation sealing pill right away and come back another day. He scratched his head, embarrassed yet thrilled. Lin Ran reminded him. Remember, foundation sealing pills suppress a beast's cultivation. While the accumulated foundation remains, it's still not as effective as direct advancement. Understand? Understood. Chen Xian nodded repeatedly. He was well aware of the foundation sealing pill's side effects. It could perfectly suppress cultivation levels, but cause decreased comprehension and advancement speed in beasts, and could only seal one major tier at most. With his forest giant deer's current 5th tier upper level strength, it could only be temporarily suppressed to 7th tier upper level. But with Lin Ran backing him, what did he have to fear? He just hoped he could come daily, provided he had enough money ready. Su Yu and Li Shuang beside him couldn't contain themselves either. Can we continue cultivation too? Yes, but you'll also need foundation sealing pills. Lin Ran smiled and shook his head. However, I don't recommend you do this. Your beasts only have 7th tier bloodlines. Whether it's worth spending foundation sealing pills is for you to judge. You'd be better off getting 8th tier bloodline beasts first. He hadn't originally planned to point this out, but these three's attitudes quite satisfied him, so he offered some guidance. The two were momentarily stunned. Right, getting an 8th tier bloodline beast first was the way to Gowie bother with 7th tier beasts? Although both 7th tier beasts had undergone qualitative transformation, since Lin Ran could cultivate them once, he could certainly do it again. Once they obtained 8th tier beasts for cultivation, wouldn't they soar like Chen Xian's forest giant deer? At this thought, the two nearly jumped up with excitement. Soon, the three respectfully bid farewell to Lin Ran and left the shop, each leading their beasts. Before departing, they turned back to carefully examine every inch of the shop, inside and out, fearing they might not find this treasure trove again. As their beasts followed them out, tears streamed down their faces, each one as excited as if escaping from purgatory, wishing they could carry their masters and flee immediately. However, the three masters showed no concern and instead felt that Lin Ran's hellish training suited their preferences perfectly. They had been too indulgent with their beasts in the past. Chen Xian couldn't help but scold. What's this? Can't handle a little hardship? Do you want to become stronger or not? The three beasts hung their heads as they were lectured, inwardly complaining. Do you know what hellish torment we just endured? That was true purgatory. After seeing off the customers, Lin Ran returned to the counter, leaned back in his chair, and began organizing the subsequent cultivation procedures. 1. Ordinary bloodline or beasts that had taken solid essence pills placed them in the cultivation platform for systematic improvement. 2. 8th tier and above high bloodlines send directly to exclusive dimensional spaces for cultivation to ensure maximum effectiveness. Those who possessed high-tier bloodlines during their student years usually came from wealthy families and might even offer additional gratitude fees in their delight. 3. Professional customization connect beasts to super dimensions based on their attributes while collecting high-grade ingredients and materials. Fee: 1 million per beast. The effects were heaven-defying, but the price was somewhat prohibitive for ordinary students. At noon, he hastily finished his boxed lunch and rested his head on the counter with closed eyes. The small vortex in his dantian rotated automatically as the divine consciousness technique quietly progressed. Suddenly, a powerful stellar spiritual force approached. Lin Ran opened his eyes to see two people entering through the door, one face particularly familiar. Principal Yi, what brings you here? And this gentleman is? The visitor was indeed Yi Kuei, principal of Xuanzhong Beast Academy, accompanied by Mu Lin, the library director. Mu Lin had graying hair and beard, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and emanated almost no detectable stellar spiritual force as he observed Lin Ran with interest. Teacher Lin, do you remember me? Mu Lin asked with a smile. Lin Ran was startled and quickly recalled. The elderly man at the semifinals who had immediately spotted the imperfection in the Ice Emperor's light, wasn't that him? He had suspected this person had an extraordinary background, but hadn't expected him to be academy leadership who could completely conceal his aura, making ordinary people mistake him for a common old man. You're the elderly gentleman from the competition venue, aren't you? I didn't realize you were also from the academy. Lin Ran bowed respectfully. Haha, Teacher Lin, you're being too formal. I'm the academy's library director. When Principal, you mentioned you wanted to learn our academy's 5 beast enhancement buffs, I specially came to deliver them to you. Mu Lin said with a laugh. You're too kind, senior. Lin Ran quickly bowed, his voice filled with respect, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Mu Lin stepped through the shop door, his gaze sweeping across the cramped storefront. The small shop had simple decor and was located far from the outer city's prime commercial district. By all logic, with Lin Ran's cultivation as an 8-star beast tamer and skills nearly comparable to a top-tier breeding master, he shouldn't be holed up in such a remote corner unless this breeding shop was just a casual front. At this thought, Mu Lin nodded to himself. With such exceptional skills and status, people would cater to him wherever he went, so naturally he wouldn't need to worry about whether the shop was profitable. Yi Kuei followed closely behind, also quickly surveying the surroundings as he pushed through the door. However, His face showed no trace of surprise. Instead, he smiled with great enthusiasm. Teacher Lin, this shop really opens our eyes. The layout is innovative, the style elegant, and it has such character. Especially that small room in the back. The stellar energy is so dense, it's almost forming mist. You can tell at a glance it's specifically for breeding exotic beasts. TSK, truly keeping your talents hidden. Lin Ran was secretly amused. His little shabby shop was being praised to the skies. Principal Ye's flattery was truly shameless beyond compare. However, the man's perception was indeed remarkable, capturing the surging stellar energy fluctuations in the breeding room with just one glance. He decided to play along. Principal Yi has keen eyes. But did you two really come here today specifically to deliver the 5 exotic beast enhancement buffs? He could see right through them. The Academy had originally agreed to hand over the buffs when he came to teach classes, but now they were suddenly visiting. They likely had other motives. Mu Lin laughed heartily. Haha, actually I'm the one who dragged Principal Yi here. Teacher Lin, to master such advanced breeding techniques at such a young age, you must have had guidance from a top-tier breeding master, right? When he mentioned top-tier breeding master, the battle-hardened elder's eyes flashed with fervor. The status of top-tier breeding masters was almost equivalent to 9-star beast tamers, yet they were even rarer. Each one was typically protected by several 9-star powerhouses, with unfathomably deep connections. While their combat prowess might not be outstanding, they were never to be underestimated, and the courtesy shown to them often exceeded that given to 9-star beast tamers. Well, more or less. Lin Ran didn't deny it. The breeding techniques taught by the system were indeed of top-tier standards, so in a sense, it could be considered his master. With his admission, Yi Kuei and Mu Lin exchanged glances, barely containing their excitement. In fact, from the moment Lin Ran agreed to teach at the academy, Yi Kuei had mobilized all his connections, treasure hunting teams, military contacts, high-level figures from all walks of Lefido thoroughly investigate Lin Ran's background. In just one day, he had dug up everything crystal clear. Home address, parents' information, family members, birth hospital, the name of the delivering nurse, even his birth weight and the color of his first diaper. Everything was laid out on the table. Yet oddly enough, this terrifyingly detailed report contained no clues to explain why Lin Ran had suddenly become so powerful. Yi Kuei closed the file with only one thought in his mind. Something about this information felt incomplete. Based on this information, Lin Ran wasn't from a prominent family as he had initially suspected, but rather from an extremely ordinary household. His parents were merely 6-star beast tamers, and his father had died young. The only notable aspect was his mother's side of the family, though they weren't particularly powerful either. The strongest among them was Lin Ran's uncle, an 8-star beast tamer serving in the military's 3rd Special Operations Team. Beyond that, there was no significant background to speak of. Yi Kuei sat behind his desk, fingertips gently tapping the cover of the file as his gaze slowly wandered across the text. He quickly noticed an even more peculiar detail. Lin Ran had previously been an ordinary person until one day he awakened his star spirit power, and now he was at least an 8-star beast tamer. The file contained no records of when or how this awakening occurred, only indicating that the young man had suddenly erupted and climbed to 8-star level in an extremely short to Mia speed that almost defied common sense. At this thought, Yi Kuei felt both shocked and secretly wary. Not yet 20 years old, yet able to conceal his strength so perfectly, knowing from a young age to restrain his brilliance. Such a person was truly formidable. Once fully grown, he would undoubtedly become a giant in his field. Looking at the world's geniuses, they weren't rare, but many died young. Only those who were both exceptionally gifted and deeply secretive were truly worth attention. Realizing this, Yi Kuei felt even more grateful that Lin Ran had chosen to join the academy, considering it perhaps the most significant event in the academy's century-long history. Recalling Lin Ran's earlier frank admission about studying under a top-tier breeding master, Yi Kuei's mind quickly sketched out a scenario of a reclusive master passing down his legacy. An ordinary youth accidentally awakening star spirit power, secretly guided by a top-level master who preferred to remain hidden. Perhaps that master had already passed away, leaving all his skills to his disciple. Or maybe the master had too many enemies and, before dying, entrusted his ultimate techniques to Lin Ran, hoping he would avenge him. The plot was remarkably similar to protagonists in TV dramas and novels. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. He couldn't help but look up at Lin Ran, who sat on the sofa. The young man held his teacup, taking small sips with a calm expression, seemingly oblivious to the shock of the 2 school administrators. Do you two have other matters to discuss? Seeing the 2 men lost in thought for quite some time, Lin Ran gently set down his teacup and looked up inquiringly. Ah, yes. Yi Kuei quickly snapped back to attention, clearing his throat. Teacher Lin, we actually came here today with 2 important matters to report to you. Mu Lin beside him nodded in agreement. Oh, important matters? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow slightly. Yi Kuei took a deep breath and presented the first item. The champion of the Academy's third-year final assessment competition is Sheng. As expected, Lin Ran wasn't surprised. Having already formed this judgment, Ning's golden silk dragon python was indeed formidable, making his victory quite reasonable. He gestured for them to continue. What else? This shouldn't be just about such a small matter. Haha, Teacher Lin is indeed perceptive. Mu Lin quickly took over, his tone exceptionally polite. The second matter is more important. We'd like to ask you to begin teaching at the Academy as soon as possible, preferably with several classes scheduled. The compensation will definitely be generous, you can rest assured. As he spoke, he unconsciously leaned forward with a humble attitude, clearly mindful of the top-tier master behind Lin Ran. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned and looked toward Yi Kuei. That's not right, Principal Yi. The contract clearly states that classes officially begin next week, and only one class per week. Why the sudden request to start early and add more classes? The young man's voice remained gentle, yet couldn't hide his underlying displeasure. Changing the contract right after signing it was essentially slapping him in the face. This is really unfair. Yi Kuei immediately sensed something was wrong when he saw Lin Ran's expression, so he quickly explained, I'm sorry, here's the situation. Boss Lin, you must have heard of the Beast Tamer Alliance tournament, right? This tournament has been moved up unexpectedly, leaving us with only half a month. All 4 top third-year students must participate, plus some promising underclassmen like Yang Long, the second year who caught everyone's attention last time, and Chen Xian, who excels at controlling support beasts. They'll all be entering as well. To help these students improve their abilities during this final sprint, the Academy has no choice but to intensify classes over the next 2 weeks. It's not just Teacher Lin who'll be working overtime, all the high-star instructors will be doing the same. Of course, everything will be strictly according to contract, and given the special circumstances, the Academy will provide additional compensation for all high-star instructors. The Beast Tamer Alliance tournament? Lin Ran was slightly stunned, his mind quickly searching through old memories, still impressed by the grand scale of this competition. It was one of the most prestigious tournaments on the entire Blue Ocean Star, covering 5 major regions, a truly global spectacle. Participants were limited to 25 years old and under, with no restrictions on the Beast Tamer star levels, and virtually no barriers for the beasts they brought as long as they met the age requirement. Even those with 9th-tier bloodline beasts could stride onto the stage with pride. Although officials claimed there were no power restrictions, most actual participants were current students from major academies or young people who had just entered society. Contestants generally hovered around 6 or 7 stars, since beast tamers who could reach 9 stars before 25 were extremely rare, and such prodigies were often immediately considered championship favorites. Historical records did show several 9-star contestants under 25 who were labeled as championship contenders by major media outlets the moment they appeared. While registration had extremely low barriers, truly reaching the global stage required breaking through layer after layer of competition. The first hurdle was the city selection tournament. Only the top 4 could emerge victorious. These 4 would then represent their city in the brutal regional championships. Blue Ocean Star was divided into 5 major regions: North, West, East, South, and Central, with each region containing 4 major cities. Each city was further divided into inner and outer districts, with some massive cities having more than one outer district. Lin Ran's location, the southern outer district of Xuanzhong City, was exactly such a colossal metropolis. The regional championship would select the strongest 4 from these 4 cities, and these 4 elites would then join outstanding competitors from other regions to continue battling for the national top 8, top 4, third place, runner-up, and ultimately the championship. This tournament was typically held every 5 years or so, with the entire competition broadcast globally. Whenever the horn sounded, screens in every household across Blue Ocean Star would light up simultaneously, with viewership easily crushing any TV drama or variety show. During the city selection phase, major television stations and online streaming platforms would even provide unconditional signal access, and regardless of age or gender, everyone was willing to gather around their screens, cheering for their city's contestants. However, those who could truly break into a city's top 4 were ultimately very few. A city was simply too large. Xuanzhong City alone was divided into outer and inner districts, with countless teams from various academies, military units, treasure hunting squads, and so on, making the number of participants truly overwhelming. Xuanzhong City wasn't particularly large compared to other cities on Blue Ocean Star. Some of the bigger cities didn't even have the inner city and outer city divisions, but were instead organized by districts. Take Yaoguang City, the largest city on Blue Ocean Star. For example, it was located in the central region and served as the de facto capital. The area was massive, containing over a dozen districts alone. In comparison, Xuanzhong City was only medium-sized. For ordinary people, making it into the top 100 in the city was enough to bring honor to their families and secure their future. Those who achieved good rankings in the city selection were without exception top students from prestigious academies, rising elites from the military and treasure hunting teams, or prodigies carefully cultivated by major corporations and influential families. Every participant who stood out in the city competition was hailed as a genius. As for the one who ultimately claimed the championship throne of Blue Ocean Star, they had emerged victorious from 5 major global regions, countless outer and inner cities, and forces of all sizes, representing the strongest among an entire generation of young people. Throughout history, champions of the Alliance tournament either advanced to become 9-star beast tamers with global fame, established their own sects to protect their territories, or even attempted to reach the legendary Supreme rank, though there were also plenty of examples of those who fell short or met unexpected ends. Isn't it supposed to be held every 5 years? Why is it happening early? Lin Ran couldn't help but ask. The specific reasons aren't clear. I heard it's a government-level decision, but the news is definitely confirmed. Yi Kuei answered decisively. Lin Ran frowned. You're having Shengming, Feng Ruodong, Chen Xian, and the younger students compete for the top 4? That seems too ambitious. Shengming's strength is decent enough, but Feng Ruodong is only 3-star, and Chen Xian leans toward support. Teacher Lin, you misunderstand. Yi Kuei quickly waved his hands. With tens of thousands participating citywide, even though we're the top academy, we don't dare hope for the top 4. The main goal is to give them experience. Maybe a few dark horses will emerge. Even if they all fail, making it to the top 100 would pave the way for their futures. Besides, they're young, they can compete again in 5 years. Consider it valuable experience. Hearing this, Lin Ran understood. In terms of training and career development, this was indeed a good opportunity. 5 years later, they would still be young and in even better condition. Thinking about how the academy was willing to invest all its resources in students even after graduation, he nodded approvingly to himself. Though Principal Yi cared about reputation, he truly deserved to be called an excellent educator. No wonder he could maintain his position as head of the city's top beast academy. I understand. I'll go. Lin Ran nodded in agreement, then casually asked, but what's the additional reward? 2 million glory points each. Yi Kuei looked relieved, though he couldn't help but smile bitterly. 2 million glory points. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. When he signed his contract, he had noticed that high-star instructors could earn glory points on Blue Ocean Star. This was the second most valuable currency after Blue Star coins. It could be exchanged for treasures, beasts, battle armor, and almost anything else in the warehouses of treasure hunting teams, military forces, academies, and other organizations. Lin Ran had already experienced the benefits once before. 2 million? That's a bit low. Lin Ran glanced up casually, his tone unchanged. Last time in the space-time rift, he had easily obtained 4 to 5 million glory points, and his account still held around 1.4 million. 2 million really couldn't spark much interest. Yi Kuei's mouth twitched slightly. Teacher Lin, you must be joking. This is already an extremely high price, a full million more than other high-star instructors. Besides, there's only half a month left in this month, so you won't be teaching many classes anyway. Mu Lin quickly added from the side. Exactly, Teacher Lin. Our high-star instructors only earn a few 100,000 glory points per month. Getting 2 million at once is already quite substantial. Even so, Lin Ran couldn't very well make excessive demands, so he nodded. Fine, I'll reluctantly agree. Mu Lin breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out a brand new booklet from his coat, placing it on the counter. This is a copy of the 5 Beast Enhancement Buff Manual. Please keep it safe. With the transaction complete, Yi Kuei was about to leave with Mu Lin when his peripheral vision caught Lin Ran's youthful face, and his steps suddenly halted. Lin Ran was only 18 years old. He met the eligibility requirements for the Beast Tamer Alliance competition, and he was a rare 8-star Beast Tamer who possessed the 9th-tier Beast King, Shadow Phantom Moonhound. This Hound King had easily slain 8th-tier Superior Corpse King beasts and repelled 8th-tier Superior Demon Eye beasts. Its strength far exceeded local seed contestants like Shengming. If he participated, forget about making the top 4 in the city preliminaries. Winning the championship would be a sure thing. Yi Kuei unconsciously held his breath, staring intently at Lin Ran. Mu Lin's reaction wasn't slow either. His eyes lit up with the same realization, practically drooling. Lin Ran suddenly looked up to find both men staring at him like statues, raising an eyebrow. Hey, what's wrong with you two? I know I'm handsome, but you don't need to stare so obsessively. The two finally snapped out of their trance. Yi Kuei hurriedly straightened his clothes, smiling somewhat stiffly. Teacher Lin, the competition has been moved up. Shouldn't you take action and register quickly? He had already calculated everything. As long as Lin Ran competed, they wouldn't need to arrange any additional teaching duties for him. They could even grant him leave to focus entirely on preparation. When he entered the arena as an academy instructor, the school's reputation would skyrocket. Huh? Participate in what? Lin Ran looked confused. Mu Lin and Yi Kuei were instantly shocked, their eyes nearly popping out. Yi Kuei excitedly slapped the counter. You're really not participating in such a great opportunity? With your strength, forget about the top 4 in the city preliminaries. Even taking first place citywide would be easy, and you'd have a real shot at that global championship. He had witnessed many Beast Tamer Alliance tournaments over the years and knew the general level of competition. With Lin Ran's ability to slay 8th-tier superior beasts, he would definitely be the top representative from Xuanzhong City. In his view, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for fame and glory. Lin Ran was so young that once he appeared on the tournament stage, even if other regions later produced equally talented prodigies and he suffered a narrow defeat, it would still be enough to secure his position as the undisputed leader of Xuanzhong City's younger generation. However, Lin Ran merely looked up and uttered 2 words with indifference: not interested. His tone was so calm it bordered on cold. To him, even if he swept through all opponents and ultimately claimed the title of Beast Tamer Alliance Tournament Champion, at best it would only mean becoming a disciple of some 9-star Beast Tamer or being recruited by some major faction. While others would desperately pursue such opportunities, they held no meaning in his eyes. His cultivation relied on the system-granted divine mind technique for steady advancement. At least for now, he had yet to encounter any cultivation method that could match it. Moreover, with the system in hand, he could connect to the 5 ancient planes at any time. Those realms were filled with countless powerhouses and divine-tier beasts everywhere. Even 9-star beast tamers venturing there would only be walking to their deaths. How could he possibly care about a mere alliance tournament? Rather than waste time in competitions, he would be better off cultivating more beasts, crafting more battle armor, and accumulating more points. If he could hatch a divine-tier beast, he would shake the world even without participating in any tournaments. Lin Ran's refusal came so decisively that the 2 people at the table, Yi Kuei and Mu Lin, were both stunned simultaneously. Could it be that you've already reached that level? Yi Kuei's heart stirred as he blurted out, "You're not a 9-star beast tamer, are you?" If he truly was 9-star, then there would indeed be no need to participate in the Beast Tamer Alliance tournament. Powerhouses of that caliber could only challenge the more brutal Supreme Alliance tournament. Compared to ordinary tournaments, the Supreme Alliance tournament's rules were nearly savage. 1. No age restrictions for participants. Both 8-star and 9-star tamers could compete. 2. No tier limits on beasts. Even legendary divine-tier creatures could enter the arena. 3. Anyone capable of standing on that stage was a dominant figure who commanded respect across entire regions. Ordinary 8-star beast tamers couldn't even hold their heads up there. Most enticing was the ultimate reward, known as the Supreme Ruins. Legend had it that hundreds of years ago, 5 supreme beings perished at a certain location, leaving behind a spatial rift containing countless treasures and inheritances. The rift was extremely fragile with limited capacity, so the government could only use the Supreme Alliance tournament as selection criteria, allowing only the top 3 from each tournament to enter the ruins and pursue the legendary higher realms. On Blue Ocean Star, aside from crying infants, virtually everyone was familiar with this pinnacle competition. Generally, geniuses who won the Beast Tamer Alliance tournament would invariably set their ultimate sights on this arena. Lin Ran naturally knew all this, but he simply shook his head with calm eyes. "You're giving me too much credit. I'm not a 9-star beast tamer yet." He made no deliberate attempt to conceal this. With Mu Lin's unfathomable cultivation, he could easily discern his true realm by channeling stellar spiritual power. Although the divine mind technique provided some concealment, it would ultimately be difficult to escape the other's perception. It was just that Mu Lin hadn't attempted to probe after all. He was quite wary of the person behind Lin Ran. After hearing Lin Ran's denial, Yi Kuei thought to himself that it made sense. If Lin Ran had become a 9-star beast tamer before the age of 20, that would be far too heaven-defying. But even if he was a 9-star, Lin Ran was still terrifying. His 9th-tier beast king, the Shadow Phantom Moonhound, could effortlessly tear apart 8th-tier superior Corpse King beasts and Demon Skeleton beasts while only using 6th-tier level strength. In the outside world, this was hardly different from a 9-star beast tamer, at least capable of instantly defeating most 8-star beast tamers. Why? Yi Kuei was filled with confusion. With Lin Ran's monstrous talent, why would he never display it in public? Did he truly not care about fame and fortune at all? As the principal of the Beast Academy, he was so anxious for Lin Ran that he was practically stomping his feet. If this were his own student, he would have dragged them off for ideological education long ago. Lin Ran merely lifted his eyelids slightly, his tone as light as a gentle breeze. "No particular reason, I just can't be bothered." That single phrase, "can't be bothered," left Yi Kuei and Mu Lin stunned speechless, the two exchanging bewildered glances. There were actually people like this? A genius who could abandon easily attainable glory with just one sentence? "This is an excellent opportunity, won't you reconsider?" Yi Kuei felt heartbroken, thinking to himself that if he had such talent, he would have signed up and charged for the rankings long ago. "I've already considered it, I don't want to go." Lin Ran shook his head decisively, then pointed toward the counter. "Do you 2 gentlemen need anything else? Would you like to look at some beast food or materials?" The 2 nearly coughed up blood. With only half a month left before the competition, not only was he not registering, but he actually had the mood to sell merchandise? What on earth was going through this young man's head? Amid helpless sighs, Yi Kuei and Mu Lin's peripheral vision caught sight of the shelves behind Lin Ran, and they instantly froze. That dazzling array of food and material, she actually had them? Moreover, most of them were items even they couldn't name, and the prices were frighteningly expensive. These things aren't fake, are they? Yi Kuei's first instinct was that it was a scam, but thinking of the reclusive master behind Lin Ran, his heart trembled. They were very likely real. The two moved closer for a careful look, seeing the shelves packed full of rare fruits, herbs, and minerals, each one containing rich stellar spiritual power. Wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, almost all beast attributes could find corresponding food here. In the very center, two oddly shaped boxes were most conspicuous, bearing no price tags, yet emanating the strongest stellar spiritual power fluctuations. What are these two? Yi Kuei asked, staring at the boxes. Lin Ran casually glanced over and answered with serene indifference. The left one is a 9 Heavens Wind Demon Pill. If consumed by a 7th tier bloodline wind-type beast, there's a chance for direct breakthrough to 8th tier, plus the random comprehension of a powerful wind-type skill. The right one is a single mark Earth Emperor Pill. Feed it to a juvenile Earth-type beast, and it can directly evolve to mature form. These two items were among the 3 finest treasures Lin Ran had originally brought out from the super dimension. One of the Shanqing pills had already been sold, leaving only these two. To avoid scaring away customers, Lin Ran had deliberately not displayed the prices for these items, never expecting someone would inquire about them today. Behind the counter, Lin Ran gently lifted the lid of the brocade box. The 9 Heavens Wind Demon Pill emanated a faint emerald glow, its medicinal fragrance threading through the air like silk into everyone's nostrils, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. What? Yi Kuei gasped sharply. A pill that can alter the bloodline of a 7th tier beast? Impossible. As the dean of Xuanzhong Beast Academy, he prided himself on being well informed. Yet in all his years, he had never heard of any pill capable of transforming a 7th tier beast. This nearly shattered his worldview. Had this been any other shop, he would have already marched to the Beast Regulation Bureau to report them for selling fake medicine. However, Lin Ran was clearly no ordinary person, and rumor had it he had powerful backing. There was no need for him to engage in such fraud, which gave Yi Kuei pause. Mu Lin leaned closer, repeating in disbelief. One pill can directly transform a 7th tier wind-type beast into 8th tier, and granted a powerful wind technique on top of that. There's a chance. Lin Ran closed the lid, his expression calm. If such a heaven-defying pill had a 100% success rate, the world would already be overrun with high-tier beasts. However, even if the advancement fails, it will definitely grant mastery of a high-level wind technique. Yi Kuei's heart stirred slightly. When he first entered this profession, he had contracted a 7th tier wind spirit crane. After 40 years of companionship, it had reached the peak of 7th tier upper grade, yet remained trapped by its bloodline limitations with no further progress, gradually entering old age. Though he had tamed stronger beasts since then, none could compare to this crane, which he cherished like his own child due to their deep bond. Now with opportunity before him, how could he not be tempted if it truly could change fate? He gritted his teeth. Teacher Lin, I'll take this 9 Heavens Wind Demon Pill. How much? 500,000. Lin Ran's eyes brightened as he quoted the price. Cash or transfer? 500,000. Yi Kuei was stunned. If success were guaranteed, he would pay without hesitation, but this was only a chance. Though his years of savings were substantial, he wasn't one to spend so recklessly, and his expression immediately turned awkward. Seeing this, Lin Ran added, Dean Yi, the success rate is definitely above 50%, otherwise I wouldn't price it at 500,000. Above 50%? Yi Kuei paced around the shop, brow furrowed. Mu Lin approached him, lowering his voice and patting his shoulder. Give it a try. Consider it showing Teacher Lin some respect and building goodwill. Maybe he'll be pleased enough to agree to participate in the competition, and who knows, the pill might actually work. Yi Kuei took a deep breath and finally made his decision. All right, I'll take it. I happen to have an aging wind spirit crane. Let it be the test subject. Lin Ran's lips curved upward in delight as he quickly retrieved the box containing the 9 Heavens Wind Demon Pill from the shelf. Trust me, this will definitely give you a pleasant surprise. He handed the box to Yi Kuei while raising his phone with the other hand to indicate payment. Yi Kuei accepted the pill and swiped his phone, transferring 500,000 yuan. He then tucked the box into his jacket without immediately feeding it to his beast in his view. Using it on the spot would show distrust toward Lin Ran, and he needed to give this alchemist some face. Seeing this, Lin Ran turned his attention to the adjacent shelf, his tone eager. Are you interested in this 1-mark Earth Emperor pill as well? With 2 generous customers before Hema Rare Currency naturally wanted to make more sales, preferably including some armor forging orders, though people at their level likely already had custom armor. This pill allows juvenile Earth-type beasts to evolve directly into mature forms, right? Mu Lin interjected from the side. He could tell from Lin Ran's expression that they were being treated as premium customers, so he figured he might as well play along. Lin Ran nodded immediately, Exactly. Regardless of the beast's grade, once consumed, it will evolve directly to mature form. Regardless of grade? Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. Even ninth tier or divine beast level. Of course, anyone with a ninth tier or divine beast would be foolish to use such shortcuts. Drugen-dust maturation meant lacking combat experience, weak skill foundations, and potential difficulty adapting to rapid physical growth. But for students needing immediate power boosts, this pill was perfect. With only half a month left before the Beast Tamer Alliance tournament, training from scratch was impossible, and side effects could be addressed after the competition. Alright, I'll take this one mark Earth Emperor pill. Lin decided readily. 300,000. Lin Ran rejoiced inwardly as he quickly retrieved the box and handed it over. Lin's heart still tightened when confirming the payment. 300,000 was no small sum, but he maintained his carefree smile on the surface, transferring the money before securing the pill. Just then, Yi Kuei suddenly spoke up. By the way, I noticed Teacher Lin's shop also provides armor forging? Lin Ran was stunned before he could even pitch the service. They had brought it up themselves. He quickly smiled and responded. Principal Yi has a keen eye. This is our shop's new service. Are you two interested in trying it? Yi Kuei chuckled and shook his head. Haha. Teacher Lin keeps surprising you. Even armor forging is within your capabilities. We must meet your master someday. However, we both already have custom armor, so making another set wouldn't be very meaningful. I'm afraid we can't help with that. He paused, then added, don't worry though, many students at the academy and some teachers, especially those preparing for the tournament, will definitely be interested. Director Mu and I will promote your services when we return. Excellent. Then I'll be counting on Principal Yi and Director Mu. Lin Ran smiled and cupped his fists in greeting toward them. Yi Kuei and Mu Lin dared not be negligent and immediately returned the gesture with cupped fists. The two instructors followed Lin Ran around the shop for a tour, and after confirming everything was in order, they prepared to take their leave. Before departing, Yi Kuei once again brought up the competition. Teacher Lin, please really consider the Beast Tamer Alliance tournament. Also, it would be best if you report to the academy tomorrow or the day after at the latest. I'm counting on you. Alright, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Lin Ran smiled slightly. Good. When you arrive at the academy, come find me first, and I'll make arrangements for you. Yi Kuei's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, but he immediately noticed that Lin Ran had only agreed to teaching while still remaining silent about the tournament, causing him to shake his head with a wry smile. After seeing the two off in their taxi back to the academy, Lin Ran finally converted the 800,000 Blue Star coins he had just earned into system points, a full 800 points. Combined with his previous accumulation, his total points now stood at 1,820. After confirming the numbers, he nodded with satisfaction, then opened the photocopied 5 types of beast enhancement buff cultivation methods that Mu Lin had left behind. Though it was only a copy, the enhancement techniques for the 5 types of beasts were recorded crystal clear, so he sat cross-legged and immersed himself in cultivation. Time flew by. Meanwhile, after the taxi arrived at the academy, Yi Kuei and Mu Lin bowed farewell to each other and went their separate ways. Yi Kuei walked along a secluded path, making his way to the abandoned small battleground behind the academy years ago when the academy lacked funds and didn't have today's massive, regulation battle arena. This crude facility had witnessed the rise of countless powerhouses, but now it was overgrown with weeds and covered in fallen leaves, with only him and a few senior instructors visiting. No students setting foot there anymore. In the surrounding silence, gazing at the dilapidated stands and mottled railings, he couldn't help but feel that things remain, but people have changed. He raised his hand and made a gesture, tearing open a rift in the beast's space, and a 7-meter turtle giant crane landed in the center of the field. A 7th-tier upper-level wind-riding spirit crane, also his most beloved companion. The spirit crane had reached old age, with cloudy eyes, molting feathers at its wing tips, and scars crisscrossing its chest, and abdominal medals from accompanying Yi Kuei through decades of battles. How have you been lately? He gently stroked the crane's neck. The wind-riding spirit crane let out a low cry, affectionately nuzzling his shoulder with its head, creating a warm and peaceful scene. Yi Kuei took out a wooden box he had prepared earlier, opened it, and tossed the 9 Heavens Wind Demon Core toward the spirit crane. The moment the lid opened, violent yet pure wind attribute stellar spiritual power surged out like a tangible substance, making his heart skip a beat. This power was unexpectedly strong. Even if the refinement failed, this abundant stellar spiritual power alone would be enough to extend his old companion's lifespan by a considerable period. He immediately became incredibly excited, realizing this item might truly be effective, and even if it failed, this powerful stellar spiritual power would absolutely be able to extend its life for a very long time. The tiny green pill dropped directly into the wind crane's mouth, and it swallowed it in one gulp. As soon as the pill went down, Yi Kuei immediately sensed the spiritual energy surging within the wind crane's body. Ever since it had entered old age with its lifespan running short, Yi Kuei rarely let it participate in activities anymore. But now, having taken the Nine Heavens demon-sealing pill, it excitedly nuzzled its massive head against its master repeatedly. Yikuei raised his hand to gently stroke the withered, yet still sturdy beak, his gaze tender but tinged with guilt. In his youth, he had relied on the wind crane to challenge powerful enemies everywhere, leaving it with countless hidden injuries that had prematurely shortened its lifespan. Yet this spirit crane had never complained, still treating him as its only support. As the Academy's dean, Yikuei bore heavy responsibilities, and only in front of the wind crane could he shed all his burdens. This mystical beast was not just a companion, but his most trusted existence that would never betray him. Suddenly, the wind crane's entire body trembled, and its originally cloudy eyes became crystal clear. Its aged wings flapped, stirring up clouds of dust and withered leaves, as a piercing cry echoed throughout the training ground. The damaged feathers rapidly restored themselves under the embrace of green stellar spiritual energy, and it shot skyward with a whoosh, soaring joyfully in circles. It worked. It really worked. Yikuei clenched his fists, tears of joy streaming down his face. In that instant, he clearly caught the unique energy fluctuations of a mystical beast's breakthrough, and heard the wind crane's ecstatic telepathic message in his mind, moving him to tears. The 7-meter-long body quickly became a black, disappearing into the clouds. Before long, through their mental connection, Yikuei sensed the crane's emotions shift from simple joy to even more intense excitement. Whoosh! A emerald green figure suddenly dove down, plummeting back to Yikuei. During its descent, green wind energy swirled around it, creating sharp whistling sounds like an arrow cutting through air, resembling an jade missile. Wind Demon Blast. Yikuei's pupils contracted. This was an advanced wind-type skill that gathered surrounding wind energy into one's body before instantly detonating it with tremendous power. Fortunately, the wind crane sensed its master below and forcibly restrained itself near the ground, where the training field would have been blasted with a massive crater. After reining in the technique, it spread its wings again and shot up into the sky like a meteor, trailing emerald streams of energy. After circling the battlefield 5 or 6 times, it finally descended with lingering excitement. Yikuei stood frozen in place. The wind crane that had accompanied him for decades had never possessed such astonishing speed. Even at its peak, and it had never been able to manipulate the wind energy in the air so effortlessly. There was only one explanation. When it advanced to an 8th-tier bloodline beast, its power increased dramatically, its sensitivity to wind energy became much stronger, its speed improved significantly, and most terrifyingly, it had mastered Wind Demon Blast. Yikuei stood frozen in place, his mind replaying the violent impact of that Wind Demon Blast, the fierce winds tearing through the air like blades, even lifting fragments of rock from the ground. He had originally thought this pill would at most help a 7th-tier beast break through to the 8th tier, but he never expected it could also enhance existing abilities. As for the phrase "comes with advanced skills," he had initially dismissed it as Lin Ran's sales pitch. Only now, witnessing the effects firsthand, did he realize how astonishing the energy contained in that small pill truly was. If I had known it could max out all attributes, forget 500,000, I would have fought for it, even at 1,000,000. Yikuei's heart burned with excitement, his fingers trembling slightly as he gripped the pill bottle. Such efficacy would, by his understanding, be classified by the government's pill bureau as a spirit medicine, the kind of precious resource that could only be desperately gathered by treasure-hunting teams in extremely dangerous or ranked dimensional rifts, strictly forbidden from private circulation. In other words, no matter how wealthy or influential ordinary people were, they simply couldn't buy such things without official channels. Yet today, he had not only acquired one, but for a mere 500,000. At this thought, Yikuei felt both shocked and delighted, secretly grateful for his quick reflexes. Otherwise, if someone else had snatched it away, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. What a pity there was only one. He surveyed the empty medicine cabinet, wishing he could empty his wallet and take the entire inventory. Clearly, this item couldn't have been something Lin Ran obtained himself. There had to be at least a master alchemist behind it. But why would such a reclusive expert sell cheap a spirit medicine? If submitted to the government, the reward would definitely be much higher than 500,000. As these questions swirled in his mind, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If this pill was so extraordinary, then the one pattern Earth Emperor pill that Mu Lin bought was probably equally remarkable. With this thought, he immediately recalled his wind spirit crane into its beast pouch and headed straight for Mu Lin's residence. As evening approached, the setting sun filtered through the street entrance into the shop, casting the wooden panels behind the counter in a warm golden glow. Lin Ran sat cross-legged in his chair, his consciousness diving into the inner star sea, concentrating on cultivating the 5 beast enhancement buffs he had just learned. Done. He exhaled deeply, and when he opened his eyes, a trace of excitement flickered in their depths. These 5 skills weren't as difficult as I imagined. Could it be that divine sense technique makes me learn faster than others? He summoned his flowing shadow phantom Moonhound. In an instant, 5 colored stars, spiritual power: purple, cyan, crimson, gold, and silver shot from his palm, merging one by one into the hound's body. The beast's eyes blazed suddenly bright. The purple-gold crescent rune atop its head pulsed, and its entire aura surged wildly, causing the air in the shop to vibrate. It raised its head and howled, the sound waves rolling forth, approaching the level of a 7th-tier beast. Excellent, it worked perfectly. Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction. Although the shop's built-in protective array limited the spiritual beast's unleashed power, he could still clearly sense the tide-like energy surging within the Phantom Moon Hound. If he encountered that 8th-tier superior Corpse King beast again, he could probably crush it effortlessly in a single encounter. After completing the test, he recalled the flowing shadow Phantom Moon Hound back to the star-patterned space, then leaned back in his counter chair, contemplating tomorrow's arrangements for officially teaching at the academy. The shop had just upgraded to level 2, and the substitute function had activated accordingly, perfectly solving his problem of being unable to be in 2 places at once. As long as he left a substitute to mind the shop and handle daily breeding tasks, he could focus on teaching at the academy. However, perhaps because the Beast Tamer Alliance competition is approaching, the academy students have all been incredibly busy. No one has visited the shop these past couple of days. Lin Ran casually flipped through the account book, confirming inventory and breeding schedules while secretly planning the content for upcoming courses. Just as Lin Ran was deep in thought, someone walked through the shop's entrance. How could a breeding shop in such a remote place be any good? The woman walked along the gravel path, complaining to herself as she pushed open the shop door. I have no idea what Feng Hui was thinking, insisting I come all the way out here. Lin Ran, who had been behind the shelves, immediately stood up upon hearing the commotion, his voice crisp and clear. Hello, what can I help you with? The young man who suddenly appeared behind the counter was even younger than the woman had imagined. She paused, taken aback. Feng Hui had indeed mentioned the shop owner was young, but surely not this young? She silently speculated that the person before her was probably just a shop assistant or regular employee. I heard you have food for all kinds of exotic beasts here. Give me some food for demon-type exotic beasts. Carcasses work too, or spirit orbs filled with dark energy basically. The more intense the better. The woman glanced around quickly as she spoke. If not for Feng Hui's strong recommendation, combined with the approaching Beast Tamer Alliance competition and her packed training schedule, she never would have made the trip to this remote little shop. A flash of delight crossed Lin Ran's eyes. This attractive woman before him was actually a demon-type exotic beast tamer, and from her tone, she needed materials for skeletal demon-type exotic beasts. Truly hardcore indeed. After a moment's consideration, he replied, yes, we have those. However, complete exotic beast carcasses and dark energy spirit orbs are temporarily out of stock. The shop only has grudge force orbs and blood soul beast skulls left. Grudge force orbs? Blood soul beast skulls. The woman froze. She certainly understood the significance of these 2 items. They were far more precious than carcasses or ordinary dark energy spirit orbs. Even the large breeding shops in the inner city might not have them in stock. Yet this small shop did? You're not joking, are you? She stared at Lin Ran, though her peripheral vision had already caught sight of an eerie dark gray mass on the shelves behind him. Of course not. Lin Ran answered decisively, then turned and retrieved 2 transparent bottles from deep within the shelves. The bottle walls were ice cold, with dark gray energy churning within. The woman's gaze locked onto them. In his left hand was a bottle containing a black-red orb that pulsed restlessly like a miniature heart. His right hand held a bottle with a ghastly white exotic beast skull, its remnant flesh still fresh, with dark energy swirling around it, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. These were indeed the grudge force orb and blood soul beast skull. Without a doubt, these 2 items were exactly the rare goods she was looking for. The woman felt incredibly surprised inside. She hadn't expected this remote little shop to actually have them. She knew that grudge force orbs were similar to demon blood essence, except demon blood essence only formed when demon-type exotic beasts were near death, while grudge force orbs were pearls nurtured from birth within high bloodline skeletal demon-type exotic beasts, like a monster's inner core, making them extremely precious. As for the blood soul beast skull, it's even harder to obtain. While blood soul beasts only possess around 7th-tier strength, they have dual attributes of both demon and ghost types. Relying on their ghostly characteristics, they're extremely difficult to kill. To acquire such an intact skull, one must completely destroy the creature. Otherwise, the skull couldn't possibly be this complete or contain such dense dark energy. After Lin Ran finished speaking, he casually placed 2 palm-sized crystal bottles on the counter. Through the transparent walls, a grayish-black orb slowly rotated in one bottle, while the other contained a menacing beast bone marked with dark red patterns. The woman stared at the bottles in fascination until Lin Ran had to remind her. Are you still interested in buying them? The woman snapped back to reality and asked urgently, how much for these 2? The grudge orb is 100,000. The blood soul beast skull is 200,000. 300,000 total. Lin Ran quoted his price. He had obtained these two items during his recent trip to the Thunder Abyss plane fragment. Due to their horrifying appearance and being skeletal demon-type beast materials a category with few users, she hadn't displayed them openly to avoid scaring away customers with children. The woman's heart skipped a beat, not because she found them expensive, but because they seemed ridiculously cheap. As someone who bred skeletal demon-type beasts herself, she knew the market prices in the inner city all too well. Grudge orbs were rare in the inner city, with starting prices of 200,000. As for blood soul beast skulls, even 3 to 400,000 would make them hot commodities. Could these two be inferior defective products? After pondering for a moment, she spoke up. Could you open them for me to examine? Lin Ran frowned slightly. The bottles were system products that perfectly contained dark energy, theoretically preserving the contents indefinitely. However, once opened, the energy would leak out, and if not used quickly, the effectiveness would be greatly diminished. If she decided not to buy after examining them, he'd suffer a pure loss. Still, judging by the woman's attire, she clearly wasn't short on money, making it unlikely she'd back out. He gritted his teeth. Fine, but you'll need to be quick. Before he finished speaking, he lifted his hand and removed the bottle cap. Instantly, a sickly sweet yet foul bloody scent spread, as if cold mist crept along the floor. The shop's temperature plummeted to freezing point, and the shrill wails of tormented souls seemed to echo in their ears. The woman barely had time to take a breath before Lin Ran quickly sealed the cap again, causing all the strange phenomena to vanish. In that brief moment, the woman was completely stunned. The familiar yet intense aura far exceeded her expectations. The grudge orb definitely didn't come from just any high-level skeletal demon-type beast, but at least an 8th tier one. The blood soul beast skull was certainly not 7th tier quality either, also at least 8th tier. Selling both together for only 300,000? She wouldn't even blink at 600,000. Are these really 300,000? She asked in disbelief, confirming once more. Seeing her expression, Lin Ran smiled. The system set the prices, and he couldn't change them. Besides, these two items weren't obtained through his own bloody battles, but picked up by chance while fleeing that terrifying palace. Initially finding them disgusting, he almost threw them away, but fortunately his companion Flowing Shadow Phantom Moon Dog kept reminding him, so he brought them along. Who would have thought the system appraisal would reveal their high value? That's right, 300,000. Of course, if you think it's too little and feel I'm getting shortchanged, you're welcome to pay a bit more. Lin Ran said half-jokingly, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. The woman was stunned at first, then broke into a brilliant smile. She looked Lin Ran up and down, appeared young, seemingly without much cunning, yet deliberately set such a low price. Remembering her friend Fong Hui's recommendation, she felt secretly delighted, knowing she'd come to the right place and stumbled upon an incredible bargain. In her mind, the outer city was nothing more than the countryside, yet this breeding facility's goods were even better than what she'd seen in the inner city, at ridiculously low prices. Could it be that outer city people were naturally simple-hearted, hospitable, and generous? In the eyes of Xuanzhong City's inner city residents, the outer city was mostly populated by poor people with limited abilities, creating a natural sense of superiority. Fortunately, Xuanzhong City itself wasn't particularly large, with only one ring of outer city, so the discrimination wasn't too glaring. But looking at the broader urban areas, layers of towns looked down on each other. The inner city despised the towns. Large towns oppressed smaller ones, in an endless cycle that had become commonplace. I'll take both of these. Thank you, little brother. The woman collected her thoughts, her tone full of politeness. Though she was a treasure hunter who could afford to pay several times the price, money earned through risk should be saved when possible. All right. Lin Ran nodded, his eyes crinkling politely. In just a few minutes, the two completed their transaction. With 300,000 points credited to his account, Lin Ran looked at the total of 2,120 on his panel with quiet satisfaction. While not a fortune, it was at least his first nest egg. By the way, little brother, you're a shop assistant here, right? Could you call your boss for me? I'd like to thank him in person. The woman tucked the card into her clothes, still feeling like she'd gotten an incredible deal, worried the young man might have quoted the wrong price and get punished for it. 300,000 wasn't a small sum for outer city people. I am the boss. That's good. What? You're the boss. The woman first relaxed, then suddenly raised her voice. Fong Hui had said the boss was young, but she never imagined this young. This boy was probably still studying at the Beast Academy. Her eyes flickered as she studied him carefully. So young. How high could his cultivation be? Where did he get these precious goods? Not to mention the rows of extraordinary items on the shelves. Lin Ran noticed her shock and smiled slightly. The shop indeed had only him. He was both boss and assistant, and further explanation would be pointless. Do you need any other services? Beast breeding, or perhaps try our shop's forged battle armor, affordable, high quality, and absolutely first-rate. He spoke with a light tone, as if promoting ordinary trinkets. Only then did the woman snap back to reality, her eyebrows jumping at the words beast breeding and forged battle armor. Beast breeding? And you can forge battle armor too? You handle all of this yourself? That's correct. Lin Ran nodded. The woman was utterly astonished, silently cursing Feng Hui for not explaining things clearly. Had she known earlier, she would have been more polite. But then again, she hadn't really believed his words, though he did mention that the boss was a young person with unfathomable abilities. With this realization, she immediately changed her attitude and smiled politely. Boss, you're truly accomplished at such a young age. May I ask what type of beast trainer you are? Can you train exotic beasts above the 7th tier? She no longer mentioned armor for Jinjit was already bizarre enough that this young man could be a beast trainer, let alone expecting him to forge battle armor. 7th tier exotic beasts. Lin Ran scratched his head awkwardly. Not at the moment. Our shop only accepts training for exotic beasts below the 7th tier. In reality, with the planar fragments and divine consciousness technique, he could probably attempt training above the 7th tier if he pushed himself, but he worried about the instability of the divine consciousness technique. If the temporary contract lost control, the consequences would be unthinkable. The woman secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The boss was indeed still young. If he could truly train 7th tier and above beasts, he would be at least a 7-star beast tamer, which would be far too monstrous. She herself had just entered the 6-star level, a result achieved only after years of fighting in space-time rifts. Little did she know that at Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy, Lin Ran had already been rated as an 8-star beast tamer. Had she known the truth, she would probably have been petrified on the spot. Do you still want training? Lin Ran asked. The woman studied him carefully. Anyone who could obtain grudge pearls and blood soul beast skull bones must have incredible trump cards, perhaps even a powerful master behind them. Combined with her favorable impression from earlier, she nodded. I have a juvenile demon bone general corpse, a skeleton-type demon class. Can you train it? No problem. Lin Ran nodded lightly. As long as it hasn't reached the 7th tier, our shop can handle it. The demon bone general corpse possessed 7th tier bloodline, its entire body composed of white bones, quite similar to the corpse king beast Lin Ran had encountered before, just much smaller in size. This type of skeleton exotic beast had fragile bone structure before maturity, with limited combat power, and was easily shattered. The advantage was its amazing recovery ability. As long as it wasn't completely pulverized, it could slowly regenerate. Its terrifying appearance kept most trainers at a distance, and even Lin Ran found its aesthetic appeal lacking, far inferior to his handsome big dog and big tiger. All right, the woman responded quietly, drawing a light portal with her right hand. Accompanied by ghostly light, a small humanoid skeleton stumbled out, clutching a small dagger in its right hand. Blue soul fire flickered in its hollow eye sockets as it nervously stared at Lin Ran, assuming a combat stance. The woman bent down to comfort the demon bone general corpse. She was exactly 25 years old this year, meeting the age requirement for the Beast Tamer Alliance competition and at her peak condition. To become stronger, she planned to venture deep into the space-time rifts again with her teammates over the next few days for training, and this demon bone general corpse was a recent acquisition. She hadn't had time to train yet, making it currently useless. After receiving its master's comfort, the demon bone general corpse gradually calmed down. Its tiny body sat quietly on the ground, hugging its small dagger while gazing blankly at the environment inside Lin Ran's shop. I'll take it then. How much does it cost? The woman asked. 100,000 each, satisfaction guaranteed, Lin Ran replied with a smile, quoting his price. The woman paused, thinking the price was a bit steep, but considering she had just gotten a good deal, she figured it wouldn't hurt to let Lin Ran earn a little extra. Without further hesitation, she nodded and transferred the money directly. As she handed over her phone, she casually added, Young boss, I've been quite busy lately and might not have time to pick it up. If you finish the cultivation early, just keep it at the shop for now, and we'll settle the boarding fees later. With that, she jotted down a string of numbers, left hurriedly, mentally calculating how these two items would significantly boost her main beast's power and improve her competition ranking. At that moment, Lin Ran was looking down to confirm whether the payment had gone through, only nodding out of habit without really listening to the woman's latter remarks. When the payment notification popped up, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait. That's not right. I haven't told her that beast cultivation only takes 1 day. He rushed out of the shop, but only saw crowds at the street corner. The woman had already vanished. Shaking his head helplessly, he returned to the counter and noticed the small piece of paper with the phone number, chuckling bitterly. Oh well, I'll notify her once the cultivation is complete. No matter how busy someone is, they can spare 1 day. This actually works out perfectly. I have to teach at the academy tomorrow, so I can just put the beast directly into the cultivation chamber. Today I only got this one order anyway, so there's no need to use a substitute for planar cultivation. After organizing his thoughts, he picked up the box containing the demon bone general corpse and walked into the cultivation room. The young skeleton before him had just been born recently, walking unsteadily and bumping into tables and chairs along the way, even tripping over chair legs and having its head roll away. It scrambled to get up and reattached its skull, looking both comical and adorable. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. So young demon bone general corpses aren't that terrifying after all. He gently placed the little skeleton into the intermediate cultivation chamber. Rich astral energy washed over them, and the demon bone general instantly perked up, sitting cross-legged and immediately entering cultivation mode. After finishing up, it was already dark outside. Lin Ran locked up the shop and rode his electric scooter home. As he turned into the residential complex, he could hear his mother's laughter from their living room in the distance. Her tone light and cheerful, clearly she was on a phone call with someone. After locking up his scooter, Lin Ran opened the door and entered. When Wang Qian saw him return, her pale face showed a long-absent rosy glow as she covered her mouth and laughed into the phone. He's back now. Wait a moment. Mom is talking business with your uncle. It's fine. Take your time chatting. I'll go heat up the food, Lin Ran said, hanging his backpack on the chair and heading straight to the kitchen. His mother's long-lost, brilliant smile warmed his heart, though he wondered what she and his uncle were discussing. A moment later, Wang Qian finished her phone call and walked into the kitchen with a flushed face. Seeing Lin Ran still eating, she said, Xiaoran, I just told your uncle about your star spirit power awakening the day after tomorrow. He was so excited and even mentioned bringing you into the military someday. Are you serious? I'm just a one-star beast tamer. Let's talk about joining the military later. The shop has been really busy lately. Lin Ran nearly spat out his food and quickly swallowed, his heart racing. He still had to teach at the academy tomorrow, and if he really joined the military, that would be a huge problem. Not to mention if he ran into his uncle's daughter. He hadn't even thought of an excuse yet. Wang Qian mistook his agitation for excitement about joining the military soon and laughed while waving her hand. Haha, don't get too excited yet. My uncle was just talking about the future. Right now you need to focus on cultivation. As for the breeding shop, you can put that aside for now. Cultivation is what matters most. Okay. Lin Ran agreed verbally, but his mind was in turmoil. Wang Qian continued. Oh, and in a few days we'll close the shop temporarily. Mom will take you to the inner city. Your grandfather and uncle want to meet you. So soon. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. He would definitely need to hide his true strength then, and maybe ask the system if there were any items that could help conceal it. Seeing his expression freeze, Wang Qian asked with concern, what's wrong? No, nothing. I'm just too excited about getting to see the inner city. Lin Ran quickly snapped back to reality and gave a perfunctory response. That's good. You go ahead and eat. Mom's going back to her room. Wang Qian left with a smile. Lin Ran let out a long sigh. When it rains, it pours. He should have waited longer before telling his mom about his awakening. Now everything was hitting him at once. After hastily finishing his meal, he cleaned up the dishes, took a shower, and lay on his bed in a daze. Meeting his grandfather and the others could wait a few days, but tomorrow's academy lecture was urgent. What should he teach? He tossed and turned, thinking it over, when suddenly his eyes lit up. He had the encyclopedia of exotic beasts and knew the habits, personalities, and breeding methods of exotic beasts like the back of his hand. Tomorrow he could just pick a few uncommon exotic beasts and add some practical experience. When it came to real combat, he was a veteran forged in other dimensions. Satisfied with this plan, he nodded and closed his eyes to sleep. In his dantian, star spirit power and mental energy automatically gathered into small whirlpools, washing through several slightly blocked acupoints. A night of cultivation. At dawn, Lin Ran arrived at the shop. He first added water and fed the giant rock turtle, then checked on the Dream Eater and the Demon Bone General's corpse. Both contracted beasts were cultivating, with the Dream Eater still sleeping soundly. He locked the shop door, got on his electric scooter, and headed straight for Xianzhong Exotic Beast Academy. Soon, he reached the boundary between the outer and inner cities. Several military officers stood guard as usual. Seeing him approaching on his electric scooter, one officer stepped forward and held up his hand. Which district are you from, kid? Do you have a transit pass? You can't pass without one. A transit pass? Lin Ran was stunned. He remembered the document the taxi driver had handed to the officer when he took a cab to the inner city a few days ago. But he didn't have one at all. What should he do? It seemed he didn't have one. Lin Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. He had the Taihing medal. That old senior had told him that with this item, no one in Xuanzhong City could stop him. Seeing his prolonged silence, the officer frowned and waved impatiently. Don't have one? Then leave immediately. Before he could finish, Lin Ran had already pulled out the gleaming golden medal from his chest and extended it with his fingertips. The cold metallic gleam in the morning light made the officer instinctively shudder. He immediately straightened his spine and snapped into the most standard military salute, bowing nearly 90 degrees. My apologies, sir. He raised his right arm high to signal the sentries to let him pass, his voice booming. Have a safe journey, sir. Lin Ran remained calm-faced as he mounted his electric scooter. The motor started with a soft hum, and he rode straight toward the academy without looking back. In the guardhouse, the officer awkwardly rubbed his hands together and whispered to his companions. Have you ever seen such a young officer? Next time, remember his face and don't stop him again. Got it clearly. Me too. The men exchanged glances, their murmurs scattered by the wind. Over an hour later, Lin Ran finally arrived at Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy. Thanks to his electric scooter's impressive battery life after the high-speed journey, it hadn't died on him. He braked at the school gate and looked up at the pair of purple-feathered peacock king statues' wings spread wide, imposing in their majesty. He'd rushed past last time without a proper look, but now seeing the details, he couldn't help but silently admire them. Truly extraordinary indeed. After his moment of appreciation, he continued riding but was stopped by the gate barrier. The guard scrutinized him carefully. The young man's age and appearance fit an academy student, but anyone who could get into this place was either wealthy or noble who would ride such a shabby electric scooter. Moreover, it was well past the school entry time. If he really was a student, he was late and would receive a major demerit. Please show your student ID. The guard said politely but firmly. Lin Ran was stunned, internally cursing. Why were there so many obstacles just to attend a class? First the officer, now the guard. Student ID? Where would he get one? He remembered Yi Kuei's instructions to call him first upon reaching the academy. With no choice, he pulled out his phone and dialed. Principal Yi, I'm at the gate. On the other end, Yi Kuei was delighted to hear this. The kid kept his word and actually came. He immediately called the gate. Receiving a call from the principal, the guard who'd been manning the gate his whole life nearly bent his cap brim, nervously responding, yes, repeatedly. After hanging up, he looked at Lin Ran again with shock in his eyes. This young man who looked like a first or second year academy student was actually a high-star instructor. The other guards nearby were instantly stunned, quickly snapping back to their senses. One by one, they straightened their postures and respectfully escorted Lin Ran into the academy, continuously apologizing and trying to make amends. Compared to those aggressive officers at the border between the outer and inner city, these guards seemed particularly amiable. Lin Ran harbored no resentment in his heart. These guards, old enough to be his uncles or grandfathers, had mistaken him for a late student, but had only given gentle reminders rather than harsh scolding. Such dedication was already commendable. Having them apologize repeatedly made Lin Ran feel somewhat embarrassed, creating quite an awkward situation. Mounting his beeping little electric scooter, he slowly rode into the academy along a quiet path from memory, completely unaware that he had already taken the wrong direction. Damn, am I lost? No way. He squeezed the brakes and stood there dumbfounded. Before him lay a cluster of buildings he had never seen before, so unfamiliar that not even a trace of recognition stirred within him. The Xuanzhong Mystical Beast Academy was so vast that first-time visitors relying on vague impressions could easily become headless flies. Lin Ran had no choice but to ride his little scooter around aimlessly, becoming more confused with each turn. Just as he pulled out his phone, planning to call Yi Kuei for help, the bushes in the small grove behind him rustled gently, and a tall woman emerged. Her fitted blazer outlined smooth curves, and her stiletto heels, over 10 centimeters high, clicked crisply against the stone pavement. Her gold-rimmed glasses reflected cold light in the sunlight, and her entire presence radiated a mature, unapproachable aura. Lin Ran's eyes lit up, and he was about to approach for help when he froze under her utterly cold gaze. Her expression was so sour, as if someone owed her millions. The woman approached with measured steps, her voice icy. Who gave you permission to ride an electric scooter on campus? Which class are you from? Skipping classes to wander around here? As she spoke, she pushed up her glasses and frowned, scrutinizing Lin Ran from head to toe. Sportswear, sneakers, not a trace of school uniform. Such attire was quite conspicuous on campus. I'm here to register today. Where's the principal's office? Lin Ran asked with an awkward smile. New student. The woman frowned. New students report to the admissions office. I just returned from a business trip and happen to be heading there too. I'll take you along. No, you've misunderstood. Lin Ran quickly waved his hands. I'm here to take up the position of High Star Mentor. Principal Yi asked me to find him first. I just got lost for a moment. High Star Mentor? The woman's voice suddenly rose. Her pupils contracted slightly as she nearly scanned Lin Ran from head to toe. Again, he didn't look older than 20. She had indeed received notice that the academy would be getting a young High Star Mentor, but she hadn't expected someone this young. Recalling the caution of those old guards at the gate, she nodded inwardly. Without proper credentials, he couldn't have gotten in. But Principal Yi was being too reckless. In just the few months she'd been away, had the admission standards for high-star mentors dropped this low? Or did this kid really possess some extraordinary abilities? She definitely needed to have a serious talk with the principal. Fine then, I'm heading to Principal Ye's office anyway. Follow me. Lu Ningxue said to Lin Ran while clutching the document folder in her hands, slowly walking forward. Lin Ran was pleasantly surprised that the woman seemed to have no doubts and was actually willing to take him there. He immediately said, walking is too slow, isn't it? How about taking my scooter? I can give you a ride. Lu Ningxue froze for a moment, her gaze falling on the dusty little electric scooter. She coldly refused. No need. The academy doesn't allow riding vehicles on campus. Either you push it along or park it somewhere else first. She silently complained to herself. Does someone dressed so shabbily really qualify as a high-star instructor? Forget about this broken electric scooter. Even if there were $1 million luxury car in front of her, she wouldn't bother looking. Not to mention the academy's no riding policy. Having to walk everywhere on such a huge campus would take forever. Lin Ran shrugged helplessly and had no choice but to push the electric scooter while following behind her. However, Lu Ningxue was wearing sky-high heels that were over 10 centimeters tall, making each step difficult, as if she were walking on needles. Her pace was slower than a snail's. After about 10 minutes, Lin Ran completely lost his patience and simply got on his little scooter, following her at walking speed. He would ride ahead and then stop to wait for her, sometimes making circles on the path before coming back, constantly circling around Lu Ningxue. He thought to himself, I'll ride my way. She'll walk hers, no interference. Perfect. Seeing that he completely ignored her advice, Lu Ningxue couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. Absolutely unreasonable, like a child who never grew up. This kind of person is actually a high-star instructor? Good heavens. The two of them struggled along for nearly 20 minutes until finally, the familiar building of the academic district appeared at the end of their sight, the very place where Feng Ruodong had led him to visit last time. Finally here, it's not that far after all. Lin Ran smiled wryly, thinking that if he hadn't forgotten the way, he wouldn't have had to follow her at such a slow pace. Considering that she had helped him out of kindness, he turned back and said, Thanks, beautiful miss. I'm heading upstairs now. With that, he parked the electric scooter in the designated area, pulled out the keys, and rushed into the building. Really speechless, Lu Ningxue frowned, took a deep breath, maintained her pace, and slowly climbed the stairs in her high heels. Using his previous memory, Lin Ran quickly found the principal's office. From a distance, he could see a male instructor with a crew cut and black-framed glasses standing at the door. It was Wang Chun, who had invited him to meet the principal at the last conference. Teacher Lin. Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he jogged over. You're finally here. What took you so long? Principal Yi has been waiting for you for quite a while. The academy is too big. I accidentally took the wrong path and made several detours. Lin Ran scratched his head embarrassedly. No worries, you'll get familiar with it after coming here more often. Wang Chen smiled as he looked at the young man before him. A youthful face under 20 years old, wearing cheap sportswear, yet possessing cultivation 1 star higher than his own. Having reached 7-star beast tamer level in his early 30s, he had always prided himself on being a genius, but in front of this young man, he felt somewhat defeated. This was truly monster-level talent. Thinking of this, he both sighed and admired. Wang Chen stepped aside, adjusted his glasses, and gestured with his hand, Go ahead in. Wang Chun regained his composure and smiled at Lin Ran. His lips curved in a polite arc, but the jealousy and envy burning in his heart crackled like iron on a hot plate. Anyone who could make Principal Yi and all the department heads compete for their services was definitely no ordinary person. Lin Ran nodded lightly, strode forward with his long legs, and pushed the door open. Oh, Teacher Lin is here. Behind his desk, Yi Kuei practically sprang to his feet, his enthusiasm warm as a spring breeze. Teacher Lin truly keeps his word. So, how are you feeling about the competition? Lin Ran paused, slightly asking about the competition right off the bat. Wasn't teaching supposed to be the priority? Was that competition really so important? I'm not participating. He shook his head helplessly, his attitude straightforward and decisive. Well then, Yi Kuei could only sigh, muttering under his breath. What a shame, you just don't know how to appreciate opportunities. Lin Ran couldn't be bothered to respond and turned to business instead. I'm here to report for duty. How are the teaching arrangements? Do I go straight to the classroom? Well, although you're very capable, this is your first time teaching. I was thinking of having you start with the first-year students. Theory new to the school and easier to manage. After all, being strong yourself and teaching others to be strong are two different things. What do you think, Teacher Lin? Yi Kuei explained quickly, clearly not wanting to dwell on the competition issue. Lin Ran nodded. He had a point. The third-year students were about his own age, and he probably couldn't command their respect. So he asked, That's fine. But do first years also participate in competitions? Do I need to hold extra classes each week? Yes, we like to give students more opportunities to challenge themselves. Though their rankings won't be great, it's about gaining experience. Yi Kuei replied eagerly. All right. Lin Ran agreed readily. Seeing how agreeable he was, Yi Kuei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally worried that assigning Lin Ran to first years might make him feel undervalued, but now it seemed he had been overthinking. Teacher Lin is so straightforward. Please, sit down and have some tea. In a moment, I'll have Teacher Wang notify all the first-year homeroom teachers to announce your upcoming classes. The students don't even know the academy has gained another high-star instructor yet. He brought out premium Biluakun tea and personally filled Lin Ran's cup. By the way, I've already entered your information into the academy website. It'll be made public shortly, and then the whole school will know your identity. Lin Ran accepted the teacup and settled into the sofa, taking a small sip with a calm expression. Who was already prepared for this, and everything else didn't matter. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Yikue added, Teacher Lin shouldn't take this lightly though. High-star instructors are specially appointed by the academy, and besides the fixed compensation, there are special bonuses. If you can fill every seat in your classes, you'll receive an additional 500,000 glory points each month. With no more than 3 empty seats, you still get 100,000. But if there are more than 10 empty seats, it's considered a teaching failure. Not only do you lose the bonus, but in severe cases, glory points will be deducted from your monthly pay. After hearing this, Lin Ran's brow furrowed slightly, then quickly relaxed again. After Yikue finished speaking, he noticed a slight change in Lin Ran's expression and laughed. Haha, Teacher Lin, you really don't need to worry. This rule is just to prevent some high-star instructors from being negligent or teaching carelessly. Besides, high-star instructors only teach one class per week, and students usually show great enthusiasm. It's rare to see more than 10 empty seats in the classroom, at most 1 or 2, which won't affect the evaluation. Lin Ran sighed inwardly. Although Yikue emphasized that this rule wasn't written in the contract, upon reflection, it was indeed reasonable. Competition exists everywhere, so how could one expect to remain comfortable forever? Just as he finished speaking, a gentle knock came from outside the door. Wang Chen pushed the door open and said respectfully, Principal Yi, Director Liu has returned and says she has urgent matters to discuss with you. Both men in conversation were momentarily stunned. Yikue nodded. Good, let her come in directly. I happen to have something to discuss with her as well. Wang Chen acknowledged and withdrew. Director Liu? Lin Ran was startled. Could it be the woman who had just shown him the way? He remembered her saying she needed to find the principal. Soon after, Lu Ningxue stepped through the door. She glanced at the 2 men on the sofa, her gaze pausing between Yikue and Lin Ran. Her brow immediately furrowing. This newcomer could actually sit alongside the principal. Could he be a relative? Indeed, he must have connections. At this thought, her eyes turned cold. Yikue looked up, intending to exchange pleasantries, but was met with her icy, beautiful face, causing his heart to sink. Who had provoked this formidable woman now? He knew Lu Ningxue's personality all too well, serious, stubborn, yet upright and incorruptible. She was responsible for the academy's educational affairs, constantly traveling to inspect sister academies. With her stern attitude, she was the female teacher most feared by students throughout the school. Seeing her, Lin Ran quickly smiled and waved in greeting. However, Lu Ningxue remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly before sitting down beside the principal. Yikue paused, puzzled, and asked, You two know each other? Lin Ran smiled awkwardly. Well, I got lost earlier, and Director Liu was kind enough to show me the way. Yikue nodded in understanding and turned to introduce them to Lu Ningxue. Director Liu, thank you for your hard work. Your timing is perfect. Let me formally introduce you. This is Teacher Lin Ran, our newly appointed high-star instructor. He'll be teaching his first class to first-year students today. Please notify all the classes later. If upper-year students are interested, they're welcome to audit as well. Lu Ningxue let out 2 cold laughs. Asking her to notify everyone about a high-star instructor who got in through connections? Probably few people would bother attending. After all, high-star instructors were at least 8-star beast tamers. The entire academy only had 4 or 5 such instructors, most of whom had been tempered by years of experience, possessing formidable strength and rich combat experience, truly the elite among 8-star practitioners. The most famous among them was an 8-star beast tamer who specialized in lightning-type beasts, possessing a quasinthier beast called the Azure Thunder Shadow Wolf. This powerful wolf-type beast commanded both lightning and wind elements. Why was it called quasinthier? Because this was a mutated Azure Thunder Shadow Wolf that originally had 8th-tier bloodline, but underwent a beneficial mutation, bringing its strength infinitely close to the 9th tier. It was even said to have defeated a true 9th-tier beast, making it renowned throughout the entire academy. The young man before her appeared to be barely in his 20s, with a lean build, ordinary features, and even a hint of youthful innocence. Yet he wore a high-star instructor badge on his chest. When Lu Ningxue caught sight of that badge, her heart sank. High-star instructors were at least 8-star level, meaning he was actually 1 star higher than herself. At Xuanzhong Beast Academy, ordinary lecturers were typically around 7-star level, while department heads and the principal were generally 8-star and above. Lu Ningxue had been unanimously elected as academic director despite being only a 7-star beast tamer, thanks to her unique teaching methods. Over the years, she had taught diligently and frequently traveled for academic exchanges, bringing insights back to her classroom. She considered herself thoroughly familiar with the academy's system, yet had never heard of such a young 8-star beast tamer. Principal Yi, isn't this rather absurd? She stared directly at Yikue, her voice cold and sharp. Regardless of your relationship with him or how talented he might be, this Mr. Lin Ran is only around 20 years old and hardly qualified for a high-star instructor position. Yikue was taken aback by her question, understanding that her misunderstanding was inevitable since Lu Ningxue had been away on exchanges and wasn't aware of the academy's latest developments. He quickly waved his hands in explanation. Haha. Director Lu, you're overthinking this. Teacher Lin and I have no personal relationship whatsoever. Since you weren't here for the great assessments, you don't know that he cultivated an ice snow maiden beast that dramatically increased a female student from Class 3's combat power, propelling her directly to third place in the great assessment. That's it. Lu Ningxue questioned coldly. Slightly better cultivation techniques are your reason for hiring him as a high-star instructor? Yi Kuei smiled bitterly at being challenged and could only add, of course not. Don't let Teacher Lin's young age fool Yoha's an 8-star beast tamer capable of slaying 8th-tier Corpse King beasts and 8th-tier Demon Eye beasts in spacetime rifts. And he has a 9th-tier Beast King by his side, the flowing Shadow Phantom Moonhound. If you don't believe me, you can verify with other department heads or test him yourself. Slaying 8th-tier Corpse King beasts? He even possesses a 9th-tier beast. Lu Ningxue could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes widening and breathing becoming rapid. In her shock, she suddenly released her astral spiritual power, and pale golden streams of light surged forth like a tide, rushing directly toward Lin Ran. She had to personally confirm this young man's true capabilities. The surging astral spiritual power stirred up dust from the floor, and the curtains fluttered wildly in the fierce wind. Lin Ran looked up at the force crackling with electricity as it rushed toward him, simply shook his head lightly, and raised his hand with a casual wave. Blue and white astral spiritual power gathered in his palm, instantly forming a palm-sized light blue shield. Woman, you're too naive, he murmured to himself. The shield materialized from astral spiritual power, floated lightly to meet Lu Ningxue's attack. Amid the thunderous roar, the small shield remained unmoved and actually began absorbing her energy in reverse, causing the surrounding air to emit sharp whistling sounds as it was drawn in. Materialization. Lu Ningxue's face changed dramatically, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She understood how terrifying a beast tamer who could materialize astral spiritual power at will could bite meant at least absolute control over one's own astral spiritual power, while she remained at the 7-star level. At this moment, her astral spiritual power leaked uncontrollably like a runaway horse, continuously flowing out and being absorbed by the small shield in Lin Ran's hand. Haha. All right, we're all colleagues here, let's call it even. Yi Kuei chuckled as he gently tugged at Lin Ran's hand. Lin Ran understood immediately, lightly pinching his fingertips as the faint astral force shield in the air instantly dissipated. He reached for the teacup on the table, took a sip, and steam rose beside his face. See? I wasn't lying to you. Yi Kuei turned to Lu Ningxue with a wink, his voice full of pride. Teacher Lin is a unseen-a-century prodigy. Calling him a genius would be an understatement. His tone shifted as he let out a deep sigh. What a shame that Teacher Lin doesn't want to participate in the Beast Tamer Alliance competition. He'd definitely place well and represent our Xuanzhong city. Lu Ningxue stood frozen like a statue, staring at Lin Ran in stunned silence for a long moment. She reflected on how she had joined Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy as an instructor at 25, and it had been nearly 7 years since then, seeing countless students graduate. Third-year Xing Ning and second-year Yang Long were both recognized as outstanding students in the academy. Before them, there were last year's graduates Mo Xian and Zhang Wenhei. That group of exceptional students had equally impressive talents. But no matter how excellent they were, at Lin Ran's current age, none could have possibly reached this level of cultivation. The materialization of astral force was probably not far from a 9-star beast tamer's ability. It was simply incomprehensible. Even more outrageous was Yi Kuei's claim that Lin Ran had contracted a 9th-tier bloodline Shadow Phantom Moonhound and personally killed 8th-tier Corpse King beasts and Demon Eye beasts. Any one of these achievements would be enough to shock the academy, let alone all concentrated in one young man. Lu Ningxue couldn't help but wonder. Could he be hiding his real age, or had he taken some kind of eternal youth elixir? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her worldview began to crumble. She recalled the image of Lin Ran riding that beat-up electric scooter, lazily leaning against the handlebars in his cheap tracksuit. Was this what they meant by true masters don't reveal themselves? It wasn't that she hadn't encountered exceptional individuals before. In previous Beast Tamer Alliance competitions, those who won city selections and represented their cities in global tournaments were all prodigies among prodigies. But she had never seen anyone use a 9th-tier exotic beast at such a young age. 9th-tier exotic beasts represented the rulers of their species. Ordinary people couldn't obtain one even if they spent their entire fortune. What exactly was his background? Despite questions exploding in her mind like popcorn, Lu Ningxue had to accept the reality before Harem monster-level genius capable of defeating all previous competitors stood right in front of her. And he was nothing like the peerless prodigy she had imagined in her youth. His looks were merely passable, and his fashion sense was so terrible it made her want to help him. Seeing Lu Ningxue's continued silence, Yi Kuei coughed and steered the conversation back to business. By the way, Teacher Lin, have you decided what to teach the students later? What's your topic? Let me know so it doesn't overlap with the other high-star instructors. Lin Ran paused, looking puzzled. Topics can overlap. He then realized there were other high-star instructors at the academy, and duplicate content would indeed be inappropriate. So he quickly asked, what do the other high-star instructors usually teach? Some courses focus on practical combat, typically covering battle techniques, the strengths and weaknesses of exotic beasts, strategies for overcoming attribute disadvantages, skill combinations for exotic beasts, and even live demonstrations with summoned creatures. Other courses emphasize cultivation, where instructors share their unique insights and methods for raising and training beasts. The content taught by high-star instructors is precisely what you'll never find in textbooks. After hearing Yi Kuei's explanation, Lin Ran was initially stunned, hadn't realized that high-star instructor courses were so complex that ordinary people could hardly handle them. Then he felt relieved, as his exotic beast encyclopedia idea from yesterday was completely feasible. To avoid overlap with others, he planned to focus on lesser-known exotic beasts, combined with the practical combat and cultivation experience he'd accumulated in the system's dimensional plane. Those were remnants of the 5 ancient regions, featuring long-extinct exotic beasts, ingredients, materials, and countless combat scenarios, cultivation techniques, and skill combinations, all hard-earned wisdom gained through over 1,000 deaths, completely absent from any textbook. Seeing Lin Ran's silence, Yi Kuei assumed he hadn't decided on his course content, and said with a wry smile, Teacher Lin, haven't you made up your mind yet? Perhaps you could teach cultivation knowledge with your abilities. The students would surely benefit greatly. No problem. I've already decided, Lin Ran nodded. Having fought countless battles in the system's dimensional plane, his experience in defeating stronger opponents, survival skills in dangerous territories, and skill combination applications could easily surpass most instructors present. As for cultivation, while he didn't plan to reveal all his secrets, sharing a few special techniques and methods wouldn't be an issue. That's wonderful. Yi Kuei looked relieved. With Teacher Lin's status as both an 8-star beast tamer and cultivation master, your class will surely be packed. Lu Ningxue remained silent beside them, but was shocked by the words cultivation master. How could Lin Ran, at such a young age, be proficient in both fields? The words came to her lips, but she ultimately swallowed them. Yi Kuei withdrew his gaze and looked at Lu Ningxue. By the way, you just returned from your business trip. You must have made some discoveries, otherwise you wouldn't have rushed to find me. Only then did Lu Ningxue snap back to attention and quickly replied, I went to Linhai City and visited Linhai Academy. The rumors are truthy ve. Indeed cultivated many promising talents and plan to challenge us. Challenge. Yi Kuei's expression darkened. Officially it's called an exchange, but they're actually trying to suppress us, hoping to surpass us in the Continental Academy rankings as preparation for the future Beast Tamer Alliance tournament. Lu Ningxue shifted the topic, temporarily setting aside her doubts about Lin Ran to discuss the matter seriously with Yi Kuei. Lin Ran listened quietly, gaining his first direct impression of Blue Ocean Star's Global Academy rankings. Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy had historically ranked in the middle tier, neither high nor low, while Linhai Academy had long been suppressed by Xuanzhou. This year, however, the situation had changed. Several absolute powerhouses had appeared among their new recruits, including one first-year student who had already reached 4-star Beast Tamer level, truly monstrous talent. Moreover, Linhai City bordered Blue Ocean Star's largest body of water, the Blue Sea, making them experts in water-type exotic beasts, with countless powerful aquatic creatures at their disposal. I never expected them to pull something like this year. Could you notify the other directors later? We need to hold a meeting at the academy tomorrow, and also inform any available high-star instructors. It would be best if they could all attend. Yi Kuei's expression grew serious as he spoke. Upon hearing the instructions, Lu Ningxue quickly nodded. All right, I'll go prepare the materials right away. She closed the folder in front of her, and her chair made a slight scraping sound against the floor. As she stood up, she deliberately glanced at Lin Ran before hurrying out of the office. The atmosphere in the room fell into a brief silence after her departure. Yi Kuei let out a bitter laugh and looked toward Lin Ran. Haha, Teacher Lin, it looks like our academy will be welcoming an old rival for a challenge in a few days. Lin Ran leaned back in his chair and waved dismissively. Doesn't matter to me. I'm just here to teach my classes. By the way, let me say this up front, I won't be available for tomorrow's meeting. In his view, he was only here to teach and didn't want to get caught up in the academy's pursuit of fame and prestige. Yi Kuei's eagerness for him to participate in the Beast Tamer Alliance competition was likely motivated by boosting the academy's global ranking to attract more students and high-star instructors. Fine then. Yi Kuei shrugged and smiled helplessly. He had wanted to invite Lin Ran to tomorrow's meeting again, but seeing through his intentions with just one sentence, he had to give up. Still, he wasn't too worried. In previous competitions, Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy had always maintained a solid advantage over their opponents. That afternoon, Wang Chun and Lu Ningxue, following the principal's instructions, quickly posted the news about the newly appointed high-star instructor's first class today on the campus website and put up notices on bulletin boards in various academic buildings. Within half an hour, notification alerts popped up simultaneously on nearly every faculty and student terminal throughout the school. Students immediately flocked to the official website, clicking on the new instructor's personal page. A young face appeared on their screens, the same youth who had instantly subdued the rampaging ice snow maiden beast at the last assembly. His resume was remarkably brief. Photo, name, age. 8-star beast tamer. Previously slayed 8th tier superior corpse king beast and 8th tier superior demon eye beast at the St. Emperor Mountain Spacetime Rift. Currently contracted with a 9th tier bloodline exotic beast shadow phantom moonhound. These few lines hit everyone like a sledgehammer. An 18-year-old 8-star beast tamer? Personally hunted 8th tier superior corpse king and demon eye beasts? And contracted with a 9th tier bloodline exotic beast? This kind of resume simply couldn't be fabricated. Some students who had attended the assembly recalled the shocking scene of Lin Rant's star's spiritual power manifestation that day. Others had heard high-ranking treasure hunting team members describe his achievements in the spacetime rift. Though they had been skeptical before, now everything was officially verified. After the initial shock, curiosity spread rapidly. Class advisors and homeroom teachers busily forwarded the announcement. Although Lin Ran primarily taught first-year students, the school hadn't restricted upperclassmen from auditing his classes. In principle, he had specifically encouraged interested students to attend. Thus, discussions about this young high-star instructor erupted throughout the academic buildings, cafeteria, and training grounds, with upperclassmen secretly arranging their schedules to audit his classes. Whether he was truly exceptional or just hype, they would find out soon enough by seeing him in person. In an instant, news about the newly appointed high-star instructor exploded across all classes. 18 years old, 8-star beast tamer, slayer of the corpse king beast. Among all these shocking details, his age was the most eye-catching. The third-year students were particularly stunned, their faces turning pale. How could someone their own age be so incredibly powerful? Many recalled seeing him at the assembly hall last time, assuming his youthful appearance was simply the result of an elderly master's excellent self-care, never imagining he was truly only 18. Voices of doubt, curiosity, and amazement rose and fell, but no amount of emotion could stop the crowds from rushing toward the classroom where Lin Ran would be teaching. The corridors were packed so tightly that not even water could flow through. In class 33, Feng Ruodong was hunched over her desk, pondering the problem her teacher had assigned. The question read, Xiaohong controls a 4th-tier water-type giant pincer crab in a desert battlefield against Xiao Ming's 4th-tier plant-type cactus beast. Both have equal cultivation levels and skills. How can Xiaohong achieve victory? How many different ways are there to win? This was a training question specifically designed for the upcoming Beast Tamer Alliance tournament, testing students' understanding of beast attributes, skill combinations, and tactical design in harsh environments. Feng Ruodong was racking her brains. Water-type beasts were already at a disadvantage in the desert, making victory against an equal-tier opponent nearly impossible, yet she was supposed to list multiple winning strategies? As she frowned in concentration, the classroom suddenly erupted in commotion. Students around her pulled out their phones, scrolling through a resume on the academy's official website, chattering excitedly. A new high-star instructor? That's the guy from the assembly hall. An 18-year-old 8-star beast tamer? How is that possible? Feng Ruodong looked up, about to check for herself, when Zhang Tiantian beside her grabbed her hand, voice trembling. Ruodong, look at this. Isn't this Boss Lin from the breeding shop? Oh my god, I always thought he just took good care of himself. But he's really only 18. 8 stars, and his battle record is absolutely insane. Feng Ruodong took Zhang Tiantian's phone, and there on the screen was a clear headshot of very Boss Lin who had helped her cultivate her ice snow maiden beast. She froze, her finger quickly scrolling upward. When the page reached the top, the words Xuanzhong Beast Academy official website came into view. Her pupils contracted as she finally understood why Boss Lin had been able to move so freely when leaving the principal's office last time. He had already been hired as a high-star instructor. In class 11, a female student surnamed Wang looked up with wide eyes, shouting as if she'd seen a ghost. No way. This has to be wrong. The website must have been hacked. Her deskmate quickly tried to calm her. Shiyu, I know the information looks outrageous, but you don't need to get so worked up. Wang Shiyu felt her head buzzing. Unable to speak for a long time, was this person her own cousin? Isn't he just an ordinary person? Could he have suddenly awakened his abilities later in life? But that's impossible. Even if he did awaken, there's no way he could leap straight to becoming a high-star instructor. And the profile actually states that he possesses a 9th-tier exotic beast shadow phantom moonhound, and has slain an 8th-tier corpse king beast. This has to be some kind of joke. In the classroom, Wang Shiyun stared at the holographic projection, her mind racing. During the grade assessment a few days ago, she had been dispirited due to her poor performance, and had only glanced at the competition briefly before leaving. It was precisely when Lin Rant's name had just emerged that she happened to miss it. Now, looking at this profile, she almost thought the system had malfunctioned. How could her cousin have become a high-star instructor? She shot up from her seat and whispered urgently to her deskmate Meng Qing. Remember that cousin I mentioned who runs a breeding shop in the outer city? The person in this profile looks exactly like him and has the same name. Meng Qing's arm trembled as she gripped Wang Shiyun's hand. No way. Is it really your cousin? I need to ask teacher Lu to confirm. Wang Shiyun blurted out, not even bothering to close her books as she rushed out of the classroom. Wait for me. Meng Qing grabbed her backpack and followed closely behind. The two hurried through the corridor toward Lu Ningxua's office, both seeking answers. Meanwhile, the third-year battle arena at the back of the academy was bustling with activity. The senior students' classes were nearly finished, leaving their remaining days for free training and sparring. Some were engaged in intense combat, while others lay exhausted on the lawn, catching their breath. In the center of the lawn, 4 or 5 male students in designer sportswear lounged lazily on their sides. Sunlight filtered through sparse tree shadows, casting patterns on their bodies, while the breeze carried the scent of dust and sweat from the battlefield. With their level of skill, the Academy's internal sparring sessions could no longer satisfy them. What truly excited them was the Beast Tamer Alliance competition, half a month away. Even though their chances of winning were slim, it was still an excellent opportunity for experience and prestige. Barbecue's here. Brother Sheng, this is for you. A young man in a green shirt ran over carrying several bags of steaming barbecue, handing over a glistening grilled sausage. Sheng Ning, with his black buzz cut and penetrating gaze, took it and bit down. The juicy meat flavor exploded in his mouth as he sighed softly. We're about to graduate. I wonder if we'll ever have another chance to eat the Academy's barbecue. A nearby youth laughed while lying on his back. Haha, Brother Sheng, you're so sentimental. With your status, you can come back anytime you want to eat here. Who would dare stop you? Sheng Ning didn't argue further. After finishing the last bite of his sausage, he channeled his astral force to vibrate the bamboo skewer in his hand, causing the wood to crumble into powder that scattered in the wind. He exhaled and said calmly, after this competition ends, I'll come find you all. No problem. Let's congratulate Brother Sheng in advance on achieving a good ranking. We'll drink until we drop when the time comes. The group exchanged smiles and bumped fists, their brotherhood conveyed without words. Just as their laughter echoed around them, Sheng Ning felt his phone vibrate gently in his pocket, the screen lighting up. He reflexively pulled out his phone and swiped it open. The next second, his gaze froze abruptly, his expression becoming rigid. He seriously scrolled through the messages, then clicked into the Academy's official website. The page switched instantly, his fingertips swiping rapidly as he quickly navigated to the high-star instructors section. He had grown tired of the profiles of the first few instructors, and his gaze swept past them directly, until he reached the very last entry labeled New Instructor. The moment the profile picture appeared on screen, his pupils contracted sharply. It was actually that boss Lin? Lin Rance's still somewhat youthful face flashed through Sheng Ming's mind. Back then, with just a simple gesture, the other party had stopped the rampage of the Ice Snow Maiden Beast. That terrifying manifestation of astral spirit power had dealt 10,000 points of damage each to his confidence and pride. But wasn't he supposed to be the owner of a breeding shop? How had he suddenly become a high-star instructor at the Academy? Unable to contain his curiosity, Sheng Ning clicked into Lin Rance's personal profile. The moment the resume finished loading, his arm jerked violently, and his phone clattered to the ground with a thud. 18 years old, 8-star beast tamer. Possesses a 9th-order exotic beast. Defeated the Corpse King beast. Each line struck like ice, piercing his chest. All of it was true. Sheng Ning stood frozen in place. Several classmates nearby had just noticed his strange behavior when their terminals in their pockets began vibrating one after another. They pulled out their phones to check the same message, and the next second they were equally stunned, their barbecue dropping to the ground with splattering oil that no one bothered to pick up. Let's go see this newly appointed high-star instructor. Sheng Ning took a deep breath, his expression grave as he glanced at his phone. Let's go. His classmates nodded in unison, rushing toward the first-year area without stopping for a moment. Meanwhile, this explosive news swept through the entire academy like a fierce wind. Students who had visited Lin Rance's shop immediately recognized him. Wasn't that boss Lin from the breeding shop? He had actually become a high-star instructor? Unbelievable. Outside the venue for Lin Rance's first class, crowds quickly gathered. Everyone lined up orderly to enter, yet the atmosphere was exceptionally heated. Though the venue wasn't as large as the academy's main auditorium, it came close, capable of accommodating over 10,000 students. The massive combat arena in the center stood empty, waiting for the instructor to demonstrate exotic beast battles. Most of those queuing were first-year students, but second- and third-year students could be seen everywhere as well. Most people were half skeptical, wanting only to witness the rumors with their own eyes. No matter how large the venue, it still had limits, and many students were turned away at the entrance, forced to press against windows to listen to the class, while others had no choice but to leave. With 30 minutes still remaining before the official start of class, every seat was filled without a single gap, and the air buzzed with heated discussions. In the front rows of the audience seating, Wang Shiyun sat, with several close classmates. She remained silent throughout, her brow furrowed with confusion. Just moments ago, Shi and Ming Qing had gone to find Lu Ningxue, asking a series of questions, only to receive one answer: it was all true. An ordinary young man from the outer city, only 1 year older than her, running what seemed like an ordinary breeding shop, had suddenly transformed into a high-star instructor? Even with late-awakened astral spirit power and monstrous talent, it shouldn't be possible to become an 8-star beast tamer at 18, let alone possess a 9th-order exotic beast and achieve such terrifying feats as defeating the Corpse King beast. Had her father deceived her, or had Lin Ran been hiding his true strength all along? Forget it, class starts in half an hour anyway, and everything will become clear then. She comforted herself this way, yet still couldn't suppress the shock in her heart. Wang Shiyun let out a deep sigh and muttered to herself. Soon, under the eager gaze of thousands, the lecture was finally about to begin. The first to step onto the platform wasn't Lin Ran, whom everyone had been anxiously awaiting, but another high-star instructor, Lu Yunfei. The young man was tall and lean, his steps vigorous and rhythmic, as if each stride carried the tempo of thunder and lightning, reaching the front of the stage effortlessly within moments. The venue immediately erupted in gasps of surprise. Lu Yunfei was widely recognized as the Academy's strongest high-star instructor, specializing in lightning-type spirit beasts. His Quasinantier Azure Thunder Shadow Wolf was practically legendary among the students. Whenever he held classes, the auditorium was always packed to capacity. Yet today, most students' eyes were searching for someone else: the newly appointed young high-star instructor, Lin Ran. Please quiet down, everyone. Lu Yunfei raised his hand for silence, his gaze sweeping across the packed venue, his voice resonating clearly. Next, I'd like to introduce our Academy's newest high-star instructor, and a young prodigy I personally hold in great esteem, Instructor Lin Ran. The murmurs throughout the audience suddenly ceased. Few people could earn Lu Yunfei's public praise, let alone an 18-year-old youth. Many students exchanged bewildered glances, their shock written plainly across their faces. In fact, Lu Yunfei had only received the complete information from Yi Kuei the previous evening. 18 years old, 8-star beast tamer, contracted with a 9th-tier spirit beast, plus several terrifying battle records of defeating stronger opponents. Those few pages of documentation were enough to earn his respect. Upon learning that Lin Ran would be giving his first lecture, he had accepted Yi Kuei's invitation to come and maintain order, since the young new instructor lacked seniority and might struggle to command respect. As Lu Yunfei's introduction concluded, the previously skeptical students quickly fell silent. If the Academy's top high-star instructor was so certain, how could it be false? Moreover, Lu Yunfei had just called Lin Ran someone he greatly admired. Backstage, Yi Kuei and several Academy directors gathered around Lin Ran. Go ahead, good luck, don't be nervous, Yi Kuei said with a smile, patting Lin Ran's shoulder. What's a man got to be afraid of? Zhang Lei said cheerfully. Since you've agreed to be a high-star instructor, you need to take responsibility for the students. The other directors nodded in agreement. Lin Ran smiled awkwardly, wasn't nervous, just quickly organizing his lecture outline in his mind to avoid stumbling once on stage. He cupped his hands in salute to everyone and walked toward the entrance. The moment he appeared, the massive venue seemed to have its mute button pressed, countless gazes simultaneously locking onto him, as if examining some rare creature they'd never seen before. Is that really an instructor? He's so young, even more handsome than in the photos. Scattered whispers rippled through the seats. Lin Ran looked up and surveyed the crowd. Under his powerful spiritual perception, thousands of faces throughout the venue appeared crystal clear, down to every strand of facial hair. The young man smiled slightly and walked calmly to the center of the platform. Lu Yunfei nodded to him in acknowledgement, his gaze carefully studying Lin Ran, confirming each assessment from the documentation. Indeed, everything was as expected. The stellar power fluctuations within his body were incredibly strong, appearing and disappearing intermittently, a typical manifestation of materialized stellar energy. He quickly turned to Lin Ran and said, I'll leave it to you then, Teacher Lin. Good luck. With that, he made his way along the narrow path beside the platform to the backstage area, where he stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Kuei and the others, quietly observing Lin Ran's first public lecture from behind the scenes. The spacious training hall was packed to capacity, with students even crowding around the entrance, pressing against the windows to listen in. Under the bright lights, Lin Ran stood at the silver-gray alloy podium, wearing a deep blue teaching robe. He leaned forward slightly and spoke in a clear voice. Hello everyone, I'm the instructor for today's course. My name is Lin Ran. As his words fell, he quietly channeled his stellar power, sending out clear ripples of energy that carried his voice accurately to every corner of the hall, ensuring even the students outside could hear him perfectly. In the audience, Lu Yunfei sat with his arms crossed, his gaze casual yet approving. He had expected this young instructor to show some nervousness on his first time at the podium, but Lin Ran's eyes were steady and his voice calm. Remembering how this young man had single-handedly slain the Corpse King beast in a space-time rift, Lu Yunfei couldn't help But smile wryly, someone who could take down a corpse king beast would hardly be intimidated by a group of innocent students. After his introduction, Lin Ran moved into the main topic, speaking at a measured pace. Today's lesson will cover the use and cultivation techniques for demonic-type exotic beasts, as well as survival skills in special environments. If any of you have contracted demonic-type beasts, this class will be extremely beneficial. Even if you don't have one yet, don't worry whether on future battlefields or in space-time rifts. You'll inevitably encounter demonic-type exotic beasts, and you'll be able to benefit from today's knowledge. The young man's slightly youthful voice remained clear even with the energy field enhancement. Just as he was about to begin writing on the board, a hand shot up from the front row. Lin Ran paused and gestured. Yes, do you have a question? The male student jumped to his feet, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. Teacher, everyone says you easily defeated the Corpse King beast and the Demon Eye beast. Is that true? Could you show us your exotic beast? As soon as he spoke, he quickly sat back down, his face still bright with anticipation. The surrounding students nodded in agreement. Yeah, teacher, show us. Let us see what you can do. With one person taking the lead, the atmosphere instantly became electric. Some students left their seats, others banged on their desks, and shouts erupted everywhere. Within seconds, the situation was on the verge of getting out of control. Lin Ran's brow furrowed slightly as he surveyed the entire hall, his voice turning cold. The Academy's high-star instructor records are crystal clear, without the slightest exaggeration. Are you students questioning my abilities? A chill filled the air, and the hall suddenly fell silent. The questioning student's face turned bright red as he quickly stood and bowed. Teacher Lin Ran, we certainly don't doubt you. We saw most of your techniques at the Tower of Heaven last time, but we still felt it wasn't enough. Could you show us a bit more, so we can broaden our horizons? Yeah, let us see something amazing. I've never seen a 9th-tier beast king with my own eyes. The silence lasted less than 3 seconds before the students started making noise again. Lin Ran's gaze swept over the restless crowd, and he finally sighed. High-star instructors typically had only 1 hour per class. His prepared content was already complex, and he had been worried about running out of time. Now with this commotion, it seemed he would need to adjust his strategy slightly. Fine, Lin Ran said calmly. The classroom instantly erupted into chaos. Many students' eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they were about to witness a miracle in the next second. Others didn't believe it at all, whispering privately that he had pulled strings or cheated. Seeing Lin Ran merely nod helplessly, they sneered even more mockingly. Wang Shiyun was completely stunned the moment Lin Ran stepped onto the platform. Teacher Lu hadn't lied to her after all. This new student was indeed her cousin. Just as surprise began to surface, intense anxiety immediately swept over her. What if Lin Ran had really used some underhanded means to get in? If he was exposed later, not only would Lin Ran's family be ruined, but she herself wouldn't escape the consequences either. The questioning voices of her classmates swept past her ears as her heart pounded against her throat and cold sweat continuously seeped from her palms. Come out, Lin Ran said. Lin Ran raised his right hand and gently traced a brilliant light portal in the air. The next second, a chubby little panda tumbled out of the portal and landed with a thud on the floor. It blinked its sleepy eyes drowsily, gazed around the room in confusion, then let out a long yawn and wobbled over to Lin Ran's feet. The little creature's limbs showed slightly developed muscles, with a few fully formed fangs visible at the corners of its mouth. Its bright black eyes alertly surveyed the surroundings, maintaining a stance ready for battle at any moment. Lin Ran nodded at it with a smile, transmitting his thoughts. No fighting, relax. This Dream Eater had spent the entire previous night in the intermediate cultivation platform absorbing stellar energy, and had already advanced to a 3rd-tier upper-level growth form. Dream Eaters naturally grew slowly, so it was still only the size of a small dog, but the stellar energy nourishment had allowed it to achieve in one night what would normally take several days of cultivation, while also mastering several decent combat skills. The entire venue suddenly fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Thousands of eyes stared fixedly at this miniature, magical beast, their faces uniformly displaying shock and bewilderment. Wang Xian's classmate saw this scene and collapsed against her chair back, as if all her strength had been drained, trembling as she muttered to herself. This is the 9th-tier beast king marked in the Academy's high-star instructor materials, the Shadow Phantom Moonhound? This has got to be a joke. She closed her eyes weakly, despair written all over her face. Lin Ran hadn't directly summoned the real Shadow Phantom Moonhound precisely because he feared being too conspicuous. There were over 10,000 students below the platform, and once this news spread, not only the entire academy, but even the whole inner city would be in an uproar. While it could indeed bring considerable prestige, the accompanying risks would be equally enormous if some ill-intentioned people investigated Lin Ran's true background and then tried to seize it at any cost. That would be trouble. Lin Ran had long planned to summon the Dream Eater. After all, it was an 8th-tier bloodline beast. Despite its adorable and seemingly harmless appearance, it possessed tremendous destructive power. With its innate skill, desperate counterattack, combined with newly mastered abilities, it was undoubtedly formidable. Lin Ran summoned it primarily to test its power after all. Such a large venue shouldn't go to waste. He also intended to teach the students a lesson. Never judge an opponent by appearance alone, as the most deceptive-looking beasts are often the most dangerous. The moment the Dream Eater appeared, every gaze in the arena fixed upon the round, fluffy black and white furball. Lin Ran merely smiled slightly without explanation, gesturing for it to step into the center of the battlefield. Boom. Within its dark eye sockets, those small brown eyes instantly turned crimson. The Dream Eater suddenly crouched and leaped nearly 10 meters in a single bound. Upon landing, it stirred up powerful air currents that sent the front row students' robes fluttering as they stumbled backward. This little creature, less than a meter tall, had jumped nearly 10 times its own height, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Some even wondered if it might be a ninth-tier beast. Backstage, Yi Kuei, Lu Yunfei, and several directors all changed color simultaneously. They had expected Lin Ran to reveal his ninth-tier trump card, but now felt thoroughly played, and could only continue watching the developments in the arena. In the center of the field, dark red energy suddenly surged throughout the Dream Eater's body. The black fur on its limbs and around its eye sockets was completely dyed red, transforming its gentle, naive demeanor into cold, killing intent. It raised its head and roared, standing upright like a miniature bear warrior. In the next moment, its right fist charged with energy and struck viciously at the empty ground ahead. Crash! The dark red fist force extended over 10 meters, blasting a massive fist imprint 10 meters in diameter into the ground. Students cried out in amazement. Advanced fighting-type skill-crushing fist. Before the shock could subside, Lin Ran issued another command in his mind. Roar! The Dream Eater stomped both feet heavily, unleashing a deafening bear's roar from its chest. It was as if a hidden bear king had been fully awakened, the roar carrying furious waves of might that penetrated the entire arena and struck directly at everyone's hearts. The front row students, already unsteady from the air currents, now trembled all over with racing hearts and labored breathing. This was the control-type Skill Bear King's roar. It could intimidate timid beasts and those with bloodlines inferior to its own, and could even forcibly command lower-tier bear species, as if the Bear King himself were present. Legend told of how the ancient Infernal Bear King used this technique to command 10,000 bears. The Dream Eater had only inherited a trace of its bloodline by chance, mastering this move only after activation through an intermediate cultivation platform. Though its power couldn't match that of the true Bear King, it was certainly sufficient. All right, you can go back to sleep now. Lin Ran gave the command in his mind, and the Dream Eater obediently lay down. With a wave of his hand, a light portal opened, sending the chubby creature directly back to the intermediate breeding platform. I know, that's not a ninth-tier beast, it's a Dream Eater, with 8th-tier bloodline. Several top-performing students were the first to react, excitedly shouting out the answer. A Dream Eater? Isn't that just a useless cute pet that only sleeps? Where's the combat power? It must have mutated, right? Otherwise, how could it be possible? It's probably not a mutation. That transformation skill is exactly its innate talent, desperate counterattack. What happened to the promised ninth-tier beast? The classroom instantly erupted into chaos. Some students were captivated by this abnormal Dream Eater, while others refused to give up and continued asking about the whereabouts of the ninth-tier beast. Teacher, is this your strongest beast? Where's the ninth-tier beast? The information can't be fake, right? One student stood up to question him without waiting to be called on, and the rest chimed in. Weren't you supposed to show us a ninth-tier beast? How come there's just a Dream Eater? Lin Ran looked down at the noisy classroom, silently complaining to himself. Seriously? Even such a cool Dream Eater can't satisfy you? You absolutely must see a ninth-tier beast? He helplessly scratched his head and quickly came up with an idea. Since they wanted to see it, he'd let them see their fill. He revealed a sinister smile. Quiet. Since you're not interested in the Dream Eater, let me show you my ninth-tier beast. But let me warn you first, not everyone can withstand the aura of a ninth-tier beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. All eyes fixed on the podium. Breathing became rapid. The ninth-tier beast was about to appear. Lin Ran's lips curved slightly as he smoothly opened a new light portal. The portal instantly expanded to dozens of meters high, with black energy churning and countless demonic and undead auras accompanying it, cold and sinister, making the students' hair stand on end. Such powerful aura, it really is ninth tier. Lu Yunfei in the back exclaimed in shock. As the contractor of a quasi-ninth-tier Azure Thunder Shadow Wolf, he was all too familiar with such power, yet the oppressive force before him far exceeded his own. Yi Kuei and the other teachers were also stunned. Is this Lin Ran's true strength? The next moment, a massive canine head emerged from the portal. A purple-gold crescent adorned its forehead, constantly emanating black mist. Blood-red eyes gazed down coldly and mercilessly at the crowd. The overwhelming pressure of the ninth-tier beast poured down without reservation. The students in the classroom instantly turned pale, cold sweat sliding down their foreheads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This fear far surpassed the Dream Eater's earlier Bear King's roar. This was a trembling, a terror from the depths of their souls. Oh no, this beast's aura is far too powerful. The students can't handle it. Lu Yunfei and Yi Kuei cried out almost simultaneously. Spiritual energy erupted beneath their feet as they leaped onto the platform in a flash. Both men's palms lit up with pale blue spiritual patterns, and protective barriers hummed to life like translucent domes, firmly blocking the overwhelming pressure that surged outward. Finally, the students who had been nearly suffocated by the intimidating presence could breathe again. Lin Ran put away his playful smile and shrugged. Principal Yi, you can't blame me for this. They insisted on seeing I was quite helpless. Though he said this, he was secretly delighted. Since his secret would be exposed sooner or later anyway, he might as well reveal everything at once. As long as these students formed a deep enough impression of him, word would spread, and no one would dare treat him like a pushover in the future. Besides, with the system protecting him, he wasn't afraid of trouble at all. Yi Kuei smiled wryly and raised his voice. Students, you've all seen it now, haven't you? All right, focus on your studies. Teacher Lin's 9th tier beast isn't something you can handle at your current level. Lu Yunfei also stepped in to reassure them. That's right. Study hard, train diligently, and become powerful beast tamers in the future. Once the barrier blocked the aura, the students on the field gradually relaxed. They wiped cold sweat from their foreheads and looked up at the light portal. The pitch-black canine head was slowly emerging from behind the gate blade-like ears, ghostly blue beast eyes, and gleaming fangs. Every inch reminded everyone that this was the 9th tier beast king that had easily slain the corpse king beast and the demon eye beast. So huge. Just the head alone is this massive. If fully summoned, it must be dozens of meters tall, right? Someone murmured. Shock spread through the air. The students who had previously doubted Lin Ran were all red-faced, not daring to meet his gaze, their backs rigid and hearts racing. Wang Shiyun was completely stunned. The shape-shifting Dream Eater from before had already dropped her jaw, but she never imagined that wasn't even her cousin's true trump card. This shadow phantom moonhound was. Only one thought remained in her mind. Dad lied to me. Cousin is actually this powerful. Lin Ran's gaze swept across the entire field, his voice calm and unhurried. Are you satisfied now? The male student who had stood up to question him earlier straightened up abruptly, his face flushed red as he bowed repeatedly. Teacher, I'm sorry. We know we were wrong. It's fine, sit down. I'm going to start the lesson now. Lin Ran nodded. With a wave of his right hand, the light portal snapped shut, and the massive canine head disappeared along with the overwhelming pressure. The male student let out a long breath and quickly sat down, his back against the chair, but still perfectly straight, afraid of causing any more trouble. He silently thanked his luck that Lin Ran was good-tempered and decided never to show off recklessly again. Beside the platform, Yi Kuei and Lu Yunfei finally relaxed their shoulders. Previously, they had only heard about Lin Ran's beast through documents and Oh Chen's scattered remarks, harboring some doubt about the so-called 9th tier claim. After all, who would believe that someone from an ordinary outer city family could possess a 9th tier beast? But having witnessed this scene with their own eyes, both men were completely convinced. It wasn't just about the numerical designation of 9th tier. From the aura that had leaked through the light portal alone, they could tell that this shadow phantom moonhound had definitely been forged through countless bloody battles. That kind of presence seemed like terrifying killing intent honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lu Yunfei felt this most acutely, though he was also somewhat puzzled. With his keen observational skills honed through years of combat experience, he could clearly see that Lin Ran's shadow phantom moonhound possessed only 9th tier bloodline and was still immature, with its true strength hovering around the 7th tier. Yet the chilling killing intent it emanated was no less formidable than that of a 10th tier beast seasoned by countless battles. A serious discrepancy. Considering Lin Ran's young age and the impossibility of him having extensive brutal combat experience, Lu Yunfei couldn't fathom how this young hound had been cultivated. Despite his confusion, he quickly collected his thoughts. Everyone had secrets, and the talent and bearing displayed by this young man before him earned his sincere admiration. If anyone deserved to be called a high-star instructor, Lin Ran certainly qualified, perhaps even ranking among the strongest. With this thought, Lu Yunfei refrained from further interference. After a brief exchange with Yi Kuei, he quietly retreated backstage and sat alongside several department heads, preparing to observe Lin Ran's teaching in silence. Now I shall begin the lesson. At the center of the podium, Lin Ran's gaze was sharp as a blade, his voice steady, yet carrying unquestionable authority. Those with questions may raise their hands. If anyone fails to listen attentively or whispers among themselves again, they need not attend my future classes. He had indeed joined the academy with the intention of sharing all his knowledge. In recent years, spatial rifts had become increasingly frequent. While treasure hunting teams and the military could temporarily hold the defensive lines, should they fail, The consequences would be catastrophic. The rifts connected to system dimensions, of which only one was currently known, with 5 superdimensions still lurking undiscovered, likely harboring divine tier beasts. Once those dimensions descended, their peaceful existence would be utterly shattered. With the Beast Tamer Championship approaching, he hoped to cultivate several truly exceptional beast tamers while there was still time, adding another layer of protection for Xuanzhong City and the entire planet. The students below fell silent as death, thoroughly intimidated. Who would dare underestimate a youth of their own age who could command a 9th-tier bloodline hound to dominate the entire room with a single order? Moreover, with such a rare beast as the Shadow Phantom Moonhound, everyone could see the power backing Lin Ran. Who would dare provoke him? Confirming the classroom's silence, Lin Ran's lips curved slightly as he officially entered teaching mode. Time flew by, and after nearly half the class period, his originally planned 4-part curriculum gradually unfolded. 1. Beast skill combinations and coordination methods. 2. Survival techniques in environments filled with demonic and undead auras, and potential dangers encountered. 3. Combat strategies against demonic-type beasts. 4. Special beast cultivation techniques. Given the pace, it was clear that today's session couldn't cover everything, and extending the class would be inappropriate. He decided to condense the latter 3 topics for detailed explanation in the next session. As everyone knows, the Beast Tamer Alliance Championship is about to begin. Lin Ran surveyed the entire class, his tone calm, yet resonant. I believe many of you have already registered, especially those about to graduate. Next, I will use my own beasts as examples to demonstrate several efficient skill combination and coordination strategies. As his words concluded, to better facilitate the demonstration, he once again summoned his Dream Eater. This time, Lin Ran didn't let it use the desperate counterattack transformation. Instead, he demonstrated a series of seamlessly connected fighting-type skills on the spot: grapple throw, crushing punch, earth slam, heavy spark punch. Fist shadows and leg winds exploded across the arena with virtually no pause between moves. To help students more intuitively experience the power of these combination techniques, he called up the same male student who had stood up without permission earlier, asking him to practice cooperatively with his beast. When the male student heard his name called again, his face instantly turned ashen. Like someone receiving a death sentence, he walked onto the arena with a completely dejected expression. Half an hour passed without notice. During this time, Lin Ran controlled the Dream Eater, exchanging moves with the male student's 4th-tier upper-level beast. The entire combination sequence flowed like water, completely suppressing the opponent. Even though the opposing beast had a higher rank, the Dream Eater showed no signs of disadvantage. The students below watched with boiling blood, their excited shouts rising one after another. Alright, that concludes our discussion on skill combinations. Lin Ran withdrew his stance and surveyed the audience. I believe everyone now has a deeper understanding of beast skills, especially those of you who specialize in fighting-type beasts. You should have gained tremendously. Thanks also to this student for his cooperation. Now, let's move on to the second part. He paused and raised his voice. After graduation, whether you join treasure hunting teams or the military, most of you will enter space-time rifts. There, dark regions filled with demonic and undead auras are extremely common and represent the most dangerous areas. One moment of carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Now, I'll discuss the most common dangers in such environments, as well as those hidden threats that are difficult to detect. With that, he shared everything he knew, combining the practical experience he'd accumulated in the system dimensions with relevant knowledge from the Beast Encyclopedia, presenting it all in organized detail. Of course, Lin Ran only selected scenarios with relatively manageable danger levels for explanation. As for those terrifying palaces buried deep with divine-level beasts that could make even legendary powerhouses pale with fear, he didn't mention a word. Such secrets wouldn't be believed even if spoken. An hour flew by in the blink of an eye. The students were completely absorbed, especially when Lin Ran described details of demonic and undead regions. The imagery was so vivid it felt like being there in person, causing many young foreheads to break out in cold sweat. The same question arose in everyone's mind. How could an 18-year-old possess such vast and secretive intelligence? Could he really have experienced all of this? Without doubt, this class was an unprecedented success. When the bell rang, all students spontaneously stood up, their thunderous applause continuing for a long time. In just one class, Lin Ran had completely won them over. Backstage, Lu Yunfei watched Lin Ran through the curtain, his eyes full of admiration as he observed the consistently composed figure on stage. The young man's maturity was completely inconsistent with his age, and many of the key points he explained were enlightening even for Lu Yunfei. Truly impressive, Yi Kuei remarked quietly to the academic director Zhang Lei beside him. Indeed, Zhang Lei replied with a complex expression, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Thinking back to when she was 18, she was nowhere near this level, and even now as captain of the Special Operations First Team, she probably couldn't match this young man. Amid the sustained applause, Lin Ran smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Then followed Yi Kuei, Lu Yunfei, and others as they left the arena through the side faculty passage. Shortly after the group departed backstage, the homeroom teachers began organizing students to exit in an orderly fashion. Outside the hall, students who had missed the class or were simply curious had been waiting for quite some time, eager to learn about the background of this instructor Lin Ran. Xingning was among them. Because the third-year combat area was too far from the venue, he hadn't been able to attend the class and could only wait at the entrance for news. Seeing students streaming out, he immediately rushed over and intercepted a younger student. "How was it, Junior? Is that instructor Lin Ran the real deal? What did he teach you?" Xingning maintained his usual gentle tone, smiling as he patted the junior's shoulder. The male student before him happened to be the one who had been called up to assist with the demonstration in class. Faced with the sudden appearance of this famous campus figure, the boy was momentarily stunned, then nodded excitedly. "Oh, Senior Sheng. So how was it?" Xingning asked again patiently, without rushing. The boy took a deep breath, quickly organized his thoughts, and recounted everything Lin Ran had taught from basic contract formations to the details of spiritual energy circuits, pouring out all the key points, including a detailed description of the two magical beasts Lin Ran had summoned on stage. Shadow Moon Phantom Hound. When this name came from the boy's mouth, Xingning's pupils visibly contracted. Indeed, the man truly possessed a ninth-tier magical beast. In comparison, his own golden silk dragon python, despite carrying dragon bloodline, seemed to pale in significance. That was the king among canine magical beasts, the apex of the pyramid. Even a true dragon-type magical beast might not guarantee victory against it. Having obtained the information he needed, Xingning nodded graciously in thanks before hurrying away with several classmates. Within half a day, news of Lin Ran's lecture exploded throughout the academy. A suspected mutated dream eater, plus the ninth-tier beast king, Shadow Moon Phantom Hound. While few had witnessed the former firsthand, the latter was legendary, and combined with Lin Ran's own unfathomable strength, his name spread throughout every teaching building and training ground in no time. While students and faculty of all grades buzzed about the new high-star instructor, Lin Ran himself had already packed up and prepared to leave campus. With his mission complete, staying longer seemed like a pure waste of time to him. "Leaving so soon? Won't you stay a bit longer? The other high-star instructors would like to meet you too." Dean Yi Kuei, hearing the news, hurried to block the doorway. "I still have matters to handle at the shop." Lin Ran's tone was casual, but he had already turned to leave. Having achieved his teaching objective, he preferred to invest the remaining time in magical beast cultivation. Moreover, today's lecture would surely create a storm throughout the academy, and his reputation would undoubtedly bring explosive customer traffic to his shop. A single substitute wouldn't be able to handle the influx. Hearing Lin Ran mention his cultivation shop, Yi Kuei's eyes lit up, immediately recalling the Nine Heavens Wind Demon Fruit and that mysterious single-pattern Earth Emperor pill he had purchased a few days ago. He quickly said, "All right then, but I happen to have a magical beast. I wonder if Instructor Lin could help cultivate it?" Money is absolutely no object. The beast he referred to was the wind-riding spirit crane that had broken through to the 8th tier just last night, completely transformed. If it could be further enhanced by Lin Ran's hands, its power would surely reach new heights, greatly boosting his confidence as dean. Lin Ran paused slightly, instantly seeing through Yi Kuei's calculation. If the wind-riding spirit crane hadn't already advanced, the dean would never be so eager. He shook his head and responded calmly, "I'm sorry, but currently I can only accept magical beasts below the 7th tier for cultivation." Although Lin Ran could potentially cultivate an 8th tier wind-riding spirit crane, he would never take on a job without absolute certainty. His words were firm and decisive, causing Yi Kuei's expectant gaze to dim instantly. It turned out that Lin Ran could only reliably cultivate exotic beasts below the 7th tier, meaning he couldn't take on high-tier contracts for now. A flicker of doubt crossed Yi Kuei's mind. Had Lin Ran not fully mastered his craft yet? But on second thought, given Lin Ran's young age, if he could casually cultivate high-tier exotic beasts, wouldn't that leave no room for other cultivators to make a living? With this realization, he felt relieved and even more certain given enough time. Lin Ran becoming a true cultivation master was just a matter of time. He sighed softly and smiled at Lin Ran. "All right then, when Teacher Lin can cultivate high-tier exotic beasts someday, please remember to notify me first. I'll be the first to make a reservation, so you must prioritize helping me." "No problem." Lin Ran laughed heartily and turned to leave. "Take care, Teacher Lin. Teacher Wang, please see him out." Yi Kuei quickly called out. Wang Chun hurried to catch up and escorted Lin Ran all the way to the teaching building entrance. Downstairs, his small electric scooter waited quietly by the roadside. Lin Ran mounted the vehicle, waved to Wang Chun, and rode out of the academy along the same route he had taken earlier. Near the school gate, several security guards spotted the familiar electric scooter from afar, but didn't approach to stop him. They had already memorized Lin Ran's face. Over an hour later, he finally rode back to his shop. This time, instead of parking outside, he pushed the scooter directly into a corner inside the store and plugged in the charging cable. After several hours of riding back and forth, the scooter's battery was nearly depleted. Looking at the blinking charging indicator, Lin Ran shook his head helplessly. I guess I shouldn't ride to classes anymore. Not only is the distance too far, but the academy has regulations, and since I'm part of the academy now, I can't set a bad example by breaking the rules. With that said, he immediately checked on the exotic beasts in his shop. The Dream Eater had exhausted its energy from frequent skill demonstrations today and had fallen into deep sleep after being teleported back, showing no signs of movement. The Demon Bone General Corpse remained in its cross-legged meditation pose, surrounded by dark energy, but the intermediate cultivation platform's effective period had expired, leaving the surface dimly lit. Lin Ran crouched down for a closer look. Its form had grown a few centimeters taller than yesterday, and the originally pale white skeleton had taken on a slightly blackish hue, though other changes were minimal. He took out the pet identification device for a scan. The data showed that the Demon Bone General Corpse had advanced to a third-tier upper-level growth form, gained several practical skills, and met the cultivation completion standards. Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction and immediately pulled out the phone number left by yesterday's female customer. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. Hello, I've finished cultivating your exotic beast. Is it convenient for you to come pick it up? So fast. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Came the woman's voice, filled with doubt. She seemed about to continue questioning when a familiar male voice squeezed into the conversation. It was Feng Hui, the previous customer. It's fine, I've witnessed Boss Lin's skills before. He's very capable, so don't worry. Feng Hui vouched for Lin Ran first. But this is way too fast. The woman still hesitated. It's really okay. Feng Hui simply took over the phone and said to Lin Ran, sorry about that, boss. We're currently on a mission and can't get away. Could you board it at your place for now? Or you could help with additional cultivation. Will cover all the costs. Alright then. But boarding fees are 1,000 per day, and feeding includes high-grade exotic beast food, Lin Ran reminded him. The system had provided this boarding service pricing long ago, but due to the high cost, no one had ever inquired about it, so he could only follow the established rates. That price. The woman paused, but eventually compromised. Fine, just help me board it for now. I'll settle whatever the total cost is later. After saying this, she hung up. Lin Ran felt helpless seeing her hang up so abruptly. He turned to the Demon Bone General and said, your master is temporarily unavailable, so you'll be staying with me for a few days. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get some good food. The Demon Bone General stared at him with its hollow eye sockets, seemingly understanding his words. Its bones creaked and rattled as it slowly rose from the cultivation platform and followed Lin Ran into the adjacent room. In the corner, a giant rock turtle was lazily sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing the little skeleton enter, it shuddered and immediately retracted its head and limbs into its thick rocky shell, leaving only the shell trembling slightly. Don't be afraid. I finally found you a companion, so you two need to get along well, Lin Ran said with a smile, gently stroking the giant rock turtle's hard shell to comfort it before turning around. The Demon Bone General found a corner to sit in and began by detaching its right leg. Like a focused craftsman, it grabbed a cloth from the table and meticulously cleaned the dust from every bone crevice before clicking it back into place with a snap. Then it proceeded to disassemble its left leg with identical movements. Holy crap, what impressive maintenance skills. Lin Ran watched with amusement, and even the timid giant rock turtle peeked out from its shell, revealing a face both horrified and curious. To him, these actions, though eerie, seemed perfectly normal. A skeleton-type beast's frame was like a set of detachable armor. As long as the core remained intact, it could reassemble at any time. This ability was no less impressive than ghost-type beasts that abandoned their physical forms for soul projection. One could always rebuild its body, while the other simply didn't need one. Each had its own formidable advantages. Because of this understanding, his initial aversion to the Demon Bone General faded considerably, and he even found the little skeleton somewhat endearing. Here, this is a left leg bone from a burning flame azure bowl. Though incomplete, it has decent energy content. Enjoy, he said, retrieving a bone fragment from the cabinet and offering it. The burning flame azure bowl had been around 6th tier cultivation level. He had killed it while exploring planar fragments with his Shadow Phantom Moonhound and world-destroying Thunder Tiger. The two fierce beasts had devoured every scrap of meat, leaving only the massive skeleton. Lin Ran had casually broken off several sections to bring back, specifically saving them as food for skeleton-type beasts. The moment the bone touched its hands, the ghostly flames in the Demon Bone General's eye sockets blazed brightly. It dropped its thumb-sized dagger and hoisted the thick leg bone nearly as large as itself onto its shoulder. After attempting to stuff it into its ribcage and failing, it scratched its empty skull in confusion, then simply sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the bone with both hands to absorb its energy. Black wisps seeped from the marrow, which it carefully drew into its body strand by strand. Lin Ran grabbed several stone-hard fruits for the giant rock turtle. Seeing both beasts settled, he headed for the door. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted an imposing armored vehicle parked at the courtyard entrance. The door opened, and a visitor slowly emerged. An armored vehicle? Could it be Han Qingyong? Lin Ran thought of the treasure hunting team he had ventured into the space-time rift with last time. His heart stirred, and he hurried out to greet the visitor. Looking up, he discovered that the visitor wasn't Han Qingyong after all, but Oh Chun. What brought him here today? Haha, Boss Lin, how have you been? Oh Chun called out cheerfully as soon as he walked through the door, his tone light and friendly. What brings you here today? Lin Ran asked with some surprise, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh Chun spread his hands with a smile. Last time you saved my life, Boss Lin. I've been wanting to repay you but haven't had the chance, so I thought I'd come support your business. Haha, well then what do you need? Lin Ran responded warmly, a smile crossing his face. Oh Chun strode around the shop casually on his long legs. The shelves were neatly stocked with bags of exotic beast food, each with prominent labels. Seeing the prices that were several times higher than those in the inner city, his mouth visibly twitched. Good grief, these prices. He didn't even recognize the names of many items, and with these price tags, probably few people could afford to buy anything. Everything cost several times more than in the inner city. An awkward smile appeared on Oh Chen's face as he cleared his throat. Boss Lin certainly has quite a collection of treasures here. But I mainly came today to tell you some good news, as a way to repay you for saving my life. Oh, Lin Ran noticed that the other man showed no intention of actually buying anything, and his expression darkened slightly. He cursed inwardly. So this is how people from the inner city are? They look wealthy but are actually incredibly stingy, and he claims he wants to repay me. Oh Chen's expression grew serious, with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. I've received some intelligence that there's a secret realm that's about to open soon. With Boss Lin's abilities, you've surely already registered for the Beast Tamer Alliance competition, right? The secret realm will appear just before the competition begins. It's like a gift from heaven. You could go in for training, or if you're lucky, obtain treasures or inheritances left by ancient masters. Perfect, isn't it? A secret realm? Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. Regarding secret realms, he had indeed only heard fragments. Essentially, they were special space-time rifts, but unlike common rifts, they were more dangerous inside and full of unknowns. Various rare treasures were said to be countless within them, and one might even obtain eggs of ancient powerful beasts or inheritances from great masters. But someone of his ordinary background had difficulty accessing core information and usually could only speculate from street rumors. What he could confirm was this: secret realms were extremely fragile, existed for short periods, and had limited capacity each time they opened. So once they appeared in the world, information was often immediately sealed, and only those with great power and noble status could obtain news first. Legend had it that only the champion of the Supreme Alliance competition was qualified to enter the Supreme Ruins, recognized as the planet's strongest secret realm, which had remained intact for many years. To prevent its collapse, the Alliance competition had no fixed schedule and could only restart after the ruins stabilized again. Tell me more details about this secret realm, Lin Ran said calmly. Although he wasn't necessarily planning to go, people naturally have curiosity, and there was no harm in hearing more information. Ochin was slightly taken aback. Previously, he had personally witnessed Lin Ran in the space-time rift, easily slaying Corpse King beasts and demon-eye beasts with just a Shadow Moon Phantom Hound. He had assumed the other man came from a reclusive great family or major faction, but unexpectedly, he seemed to know little about secret realms. His eyes flickered, uncertain whether Lin Ran was deliberately pretending ignorance to hide his identity, or if he genuinely didn't know. However, he didn't press Lin Ran for details. Instead, he cooperated and quietly explained, the secret realm that's opening this time happens to be located in the southern region of our blue star. As you know, once these kinds of secret realms appear, the news is usually immediately sealed off. Only those powerful figures with strong abilities and deep backgrounds are qualified to know about it, and ordinary people have no chance of getting in. People like us usually have to wait until they've finished looting everything, then go in to pick up whatever scraps are left. But this time is different. He lowered his voice and slowed his speech. I don't know if it's to coordinate with the Beast Tamer Alliance tournament, but the government officials in the southern region have actively released the information. Of course, they only notified those influential people in the south. As for what they're planning, nobody can say for sure. Maybe they just want to cultivate more newcomers to represent the south in competition, or perhaps they're hoping someone can win the tournament championship outright. In any case, we're benefiting from this situation. We can enter the secret realm at the same time as those truly powerful individuals, instead of having to wait until after they've made their selections. Everything is relatively fair this time. Lin Ran understood the Beast Tamer Alliance tournament was causing quite a stir. The Southern leadership's motives remained mysterious, but it was obvious that this tournament had enormous interests at stake behind it. Otherwise, no one would be willing to make a secret realm public. You came to find me today just because of this secret realm? Lin Ran's tone was flat. Of course. Ochin laughed heartily. To repay Boss Lin's kindness, you were the first person I thought of for this good opportunity. Pretty thoughtful of me, right? Who said we're good brothers? Just tell me definitely have other business coming here. Lin Ran saw right through Chin's little scheme. People don't visit without reason. It definitely wasn't just about repaying a favor. Chen was stunned and could only smile bitterly. Boss Lin is indeed perceptive. To be honest, secret realms always bring both fortune and danger. The more dangerous the place, the greater the treasures. Our team used connections to get a map of the secret realm, so we can be first to grab the good stuff. That's why I want to invite Boss Lin to come along treasure hunting. There are absolutely only benefits and no drawbacks. I truly want to repay you. You still need me? Don't you have a brother who's an 8-star beast tamer? Oh, how right? You shouldn't need me. Lin Ran immediately pressed further, clearly sensing that Chun hadn't finished speaking. Sigh, I really can't hide anything from you. Chen spread his hands helplessly. This secret realm is only open to beast tamers under 25 years old who meet the tournament eligibility requirements. Anyone over 25 can't enter. My brother is almost 30 this year. Only then did Lin Ran understand. Seeing Chen's sincere expression, he nodded. All right, I'll consider it. Consider it. Chen's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. Such an incredible opportunity, and he still needs to consider it? Anyone else would have agreed immediately, willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Chun smiled bitterly, inwardly called it be that Lin Ran's background was already so impressive that he looked down on ordinary secret realms. Well then, Boss Lin, please give it some serious thought. The secret realm should still have a few more days before it opens. Once it does, I'll contact you again. If you decide to join, I'll come pick you up right away. All right, thanks. Lin Ran nodded slightly. Before Chen left, he wandered around the shop casually for a few more rounds before waving goodbye. Once his figure completely disappeared from beyond the glass door, Lin Ran quickly pulled down the rolling shutter, slipped behind the counter, and opened his laptop. Various browsers Baidu, Sogu, Google. He tried them one by one, entering the same keywords, but was met only with the cold, unforgiving words, no relevant results, as if the entire internet had been sealed off by an invisible barrier. Ordinary people couldn't possibly catch even a whisper of this. The mouse paused for a moment. Then Lin Ran had a flash of inspiration. Although he was only a temporary treasure hunter, Han Qingyong had mentioned that his account privileges were identical to those of official team members. Perhaps he could dig up something through official channels. He immediately logged into the treasure hunting team's official website. As soon as he entered the verification code, the page automatically redirected to the Xuanzhong City Treasure Hunting Team subsite, where a prominent line of text in the bottom right corner caught his eye: secret realm. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly clicked on it. The new page detailed the latest intelligence on secret realms that had appeared in the southern region. 1. Unlike ordinary spacetime rifts, secret realms not only contain numerous exotic beasts, but may also feature ancient civilization ruins, meaning that ancient humans once lived within them. 2. Danger and opportunity coexist. Lucky individuals might bring back rare exotic beast eggs or legendary secret manuals, experiencing explosive growth in power overnight. The unlucky ones would remain there forever, becoming food for exotic beasts. 3. The excitement level far exceeds a grade rifts, which is precisely why countless powerful individuals flock to them. Scrolling down further, he discovered crucial additional information. This southern secret realm had briefly opened years ago. At that time, a few people had managed to venture inside and brought back visual documentation. The first photograph showed a massive, gloomy palace. Lightning continuously tore through the sky, and in the center of the palace stood a huge black iron throne with mysterious skeletal remains seated upon it, seemingly able to lock onto observers' gazes even through the screen. Behind the throne lay the true entrance to the secret realm, vast plaza. The plaza's edges were embedded with 108 small fragments, each corresponding to one of the 108 areas within the secret realm. Currently, only 47 fragments were illuminated, meaning exploration progress was less than half complete. Even so, explorers had already reaped rich rewards. Contract formations left by ancient beast tamers, incomparably sharp divine weapons, eggs of nearly extinct exotic beasts, pills of unknown composition, and specialized food for exotic beasts. Most enticingly, treasures from the secret realm didn't need to be surrendered to the government, they belonged entirely to the individual. Reading this, Lin Ran couldn't help but draw parallels between these 108 areas and the 108 planar fragments in his own system. The mechanics were the same, just with more abundant rewards. But upon further reflection, his excited gaze gradually dimmed. The treasures are plentiful, but the stakes are life and death. He muttered to himself while staring at the screen. The incomplete regional map in Chen's possession had limited usefulness. In comparison, paying 10 points to the system to directly enter safe and controllable planar fragments was obviously much more prudent. At least he wouldn't have to risk his life. After Lin Ran exited the southern region's secret realm, he browsed through the other 4 regional secret realms. These areas shared similar overall conditions with the southern region, except that certain key intelligence was marked with gray, insufficient permissions, labels by the system, leaving people uncertain whether this was due to inadequate level requirements or the Alliance's information blockade. Take the Sword Tomb in the eastern region as an example. Public records clearly documented that a divine weapon forged by an ancient master and a batch of well-preserved ancient human remains were unearthed there. This discovery once shocked the entire continent within just a few months. Almost all humanoid magical beasts began equipping themselves with weapons, and sword-carrying and blade-wielding beasts could be seen wandering the streets everywhere. Meanwhile, a few fortunate beast tamers who drew fragments of ancient cultivation techniques actually began self-cultivation. In later stages, these semi-cultivators could face off against same-tier magical beasts hidden with their refined physiques and flexible combat skills, and with divine weapons in hand, single combat against magical beasts became routine. However, all of this was merely yellowed records in a database for Lin Ran at present. After reviewing the materials, he felt that the so-called abandoned beasts, cultivate oneself, school was too rare to spark his interest for now. So he casually closed the webpage and rested his chin on the counter, lost in thought. As the clock pointed to afternoon, business in the shop was decent, with students continuously pushing through the door. Most had either requested leave or risked skipping classes. They had either personally attended Lin Ran's morning public lecture or learned through classmates' gossip that the newly arrived high-star instructor actually ran a magical beast breeding shop with quite a reputation, and even the Ice Snow Maiden beast that once shook the academy was his masterpiece. Initially, many students were skeptical about this mysterious instructor, but the morning class completely shattered their doubts. With the Beast Tamer Alliance competition's drums already beating, everyone became restless. Those feigning headaches, stomach aches, or even using that time of the month to skip class, every imaginable excuse was exhausted. Those who couldn't get leave simply climbed over walls to escape. Before Lin Ran left the academy, Yi Kuei indeed kept his promise, promoting extensively through the school broadcast and pushing the topic's popularity to its peak. Students flocked over despite potential teacher scolding, firstly hoping Lin Ran would help breed their magical beasts, and secondly wanting to strike while the iron was hot and build connections with him so they could cut in line for seats if he taught again. High-star instructor courses were as rare as phoenix feathers in the academy. Even if the content wasn't in one's major, classes remained packed. Take Lu Yunfei, formerly recognized as the strongest high-star instructor, whose classes were often impossible to get tickets for, with students queuing from dawn. Some wealthy students simply paid for seats, which even spawned a queue-standing side business that helped many ordinary students earn living expenses. The academy typically turned a blind eye to this while not encouraging it. They tacitly allowed it since these were voluntary transactions without coercion. With the Beast Tamer Alliance competition opening during this period, high-star instructor courses were rarely more frequent. Otherwise, many people couldn't secure spots in high-star instructor classes more than a few times per month. When these students arrived at the outer city and found Lin Ran's shop, they all looked surprised, but their excitement was unmistakable when they saw him sitting behind the counter. Just as the rumors said, Teacher Lin preferred quiet places and had deliberately opened his breeding shop in a secluded alley in the outer city. The wooden sign swayed gently in the wind, and the moss-covered stone steps at the end of the narrow lane completely shut out all the noise and bustle. Lin Ran looked up at these young faces and immediately stood to greet them. Recalling his initial visit to the academy for promotion and his agreement to serve as a high-star mentor for Yi Kuei, he secretly congratulated himself on making the right choice. Through these academy connections, he had easily earned hundreds of thousands in cash, which he converted into hundreds of points. His account now held 2,800 points and was approaching the 3,000 mark. With this thought, Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction and once again summoned the shop interface in his mind. It had been quite some time since he last accessed it, and he was curious whether new items had been added. A light screen appeared, displaying 5 items in sequence. 1. Battle Armor Lubricant 100 points. 2. Intermediate Beast Binding Lock 500 points. 3. Low-grade Spirit Gathering Pill 1,000 points. 4. Beast Frenzy 5,000 points. 5. Star Energy 50,000 points. Lin Ran scanned the list and noticed that the original low-grade Beast Binding Lock had disappeared, replaced by 2 new items. In the past, when points were scarce, he had never seriously examined the descriptions of these expensive items, but now he could finally study them carefully. He already knew the effects of the Battle Armor Lubricant by heart, so he skipped it and focused on the Intermediate Beast Binding Lock. The description was crystal clear, an upgraded version of the Beast Binding Lock that could capture beasts below the 8th tier. However, Lin Ran now noticed a crucial limitation: the Beast Binding Lock could only pull wild, uncontracted beasts into an independent space for temporary confinement. Whether a contract could ultimately be successfully signed still depended on the beast tamer's own charisma and taming skills. After all, this was a lifelong contract. If it relied solely on forceful suppression through a lock, there would be a high risk of losing control later or even facing backlash from the beast. Moreover, the confinement period was only 7 days. If the beast tamer couldn't subdue the creature within that time limit, the beast would automatically be transported back to its original location, and the capture would be deemed a failure. I thought it was guaranteed success, but it's just a temporary cage, Lin Ran muttered to himself, then couldn't help but feel a bit narcissistic. But with my charisma, it shouldn't be much of a problem, right? His gaze quickly moved to the third item, the low-grade spirit gathering pill. He had previously considered it too expensive to examine closely, but when he clicked on it now, he was stunned. Low-grade spirit gathering pill. Upon consumption, the beast tamer's level immediately increases by 1 grade, limited to 6th tier and below. Can only be consumed once every 7 days. Additionally, removes hidden ailments and health issues from the body. It can also remove hidden ailments? Lin Ran's heart leaped with joy. The unconditional level increase was already heaven-defying enough, but he hadn't expected it to have healing effects as well. If it could truly clear those partially blocked acupoints in his body, wouldn't the side effects from his star spiritual power awakening be completely resolved? Although he had previously used star spirit divine liquid to cleanse his entire meridian system, since it wasn't innate, key acupoints remained somewhat obstructed. This was precisely why his divine sense techniques had been slow to break through. At this thought, Lin Ran's eyes flashed with bright light. The low-grade spirit gathering pill suddenly became more tempting than ever before. At this thought, Lin Ran didn't hesitate in exchange for a low-grade spirit gathering pill. After completing this transaction, he turned his attention to the remaining 2 high-priced items on the exchange list. The point values that appeared line by line were frighteningly high, but he patiently read through all the descriptions from beginning to end. The first item was Beast Frenzy, an advanced version of the previous Rage skill that only unlocked when the shop reached level 2, belonging to the same beast tamer skill category as Divine Sense technique. The skill effect was extremely straightforward. It caused all allied beasts to enter a frenzied state for a full 30 minutes. During this half hour, the beasts would experience no fear, cowardice, or other negative emotions, would unconditionally execute the beast tamer's commands, and would see comprehensive increases in all attributes including strength, defense, and speed. Very few people on Blue Ocean Star could obtain this skill book, with the vast majority of beast tamers possessing only the inferior Rage version that lasted merely 10 minutes, with far weaker attribute enhancements compared to Beast Frenzy. The second item was Star Energy, priced at 50,000 points, with only a brief description. Can upgrade the Star Ring to gain nearly unlimited storage space similar to a space-time warehouse. These few dozen words conveyed an extremely high value. Lin Ran closed the panel and secretly made his decision. He would eventually obtain both items, especially Beast Frenzy. With it, combined with 5 types of beast enhancement buffs, any randomly selected pet could forcibly activate cross-level combat mode. In battles, what was truly terrifying was never the gap in actual strength, but when one's own beasts became intimidated before fighting even began due to fear, attribute disadvantages, or other factors, a typical example being plant type versus fire type. Beast Frenzy would solve this critical weakness at its root. Unfortunately, his current points were still insufficient. After exchanging for the low-grade spirit gathering pill, only 1,800 points remained in his account, far short of even the cheapest 5,000 point exchange tier. He could only gradually accumulate points, but the most urgent matter at hand was consuming the low-grade spirit gathering pill to break through his cultivation level. Lin Ran retrieved a palm-sized black lacquered wooden box. Upon opening the lid, a pale green medicinal fragrance instantly entered his nostrils, accompanied by a surge of dense star spiritual power that hit him like a tidal wave, immediately lifting his spirits. System, can I consume this low-grade spirit gathering pill directly? Yes. Just be careful not to choke, the system replied with its usual calm tone. Lin Ran awkwardly touched his nose, tilted his head back, and tossed the entire pill into his mouth. The pill slid down his throat and seemed to dissolve instantly upon reaching his stomach. A surge of intense star spiritual power rapidly spread along his meridians, filling his entire body within moments and interweaving with his existing star spiritual power. Within just a few breaths, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his face flushed bright red, and wisps of white vapor rose from his skin. His bones and acupoints felt as if they were being continuously struck, crackling and popping, while impurities were expelled through his sweat, which gradually turned black. Deep within his dantian, the originally palm-sized star power vortex rapidly expanded under the massive energy infusion, becoming more than twice its previous size. Lin Ran felt that if he cultivated with full force, his strengthened dantian vortex could attract all the stellar spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius. This meant that anyone cultivating within 100 meters of Lin Ran would experience a significant reduction in their cultivation speed. He further estimated that the closer the distance, the stronger the suppression. Within 50 meters, others would barely receive any stellar spiritual energy and would be unable to cultivate at all. Just as he was pondering this, Lin Ran suddenly let out a loud roar. Boom! An explosive wave burst forth like a cannonball, sending chairs and benches flying, while wood fragments scattered everywhere. His outer garments were torn to shreds by the force, leaving only his underwear hanging on his body. So refreshing. The sensation of having all his meridians completely opened made his entire body feel light and relaxed. Lin Ran clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch through the air. Crack! The stellar spiritual energy in the air was stirred, condensing into a pale blue fist aura that exploded thunderously in midair. After reaching 5-star beast tamer, divine sense techniques are indeed much stronger. Lin Ran gazed at the blue light particles scattered from the fist aura, his heart filled with excitement. Previously, his stellar spiritual energy could only manifest without any offensive power, but now it could actually cause real damage, meaning he could even fight low-level exotic beasts. No wonder some beast tamers simply abandoned their exotic beasts to focus on self-cultivation. Such power was truly tempting. He raised his hand in a grasping motion, and stellar spiritual energy actively gathered toward his palm, forming a pale blue longsword that lasted only a blink before crumbling into light fragments. I can actually manifest weapons. Far from being disappointed, Lin Ran was so excited that he tried again, with the same instant dissolution. It seems I'm still far from truly walking that path. He smiled bitterly, though at least it showed he had taken a crucial step forward. Once manifested stellar spiritual energy possessed offensive power, many beast tamers would specifically train in combat techniques while equipping themselves with divine weapons. After all, on Blue Ocean Star, aside from a very few ancient masters, virtually no one could maintain stellar spiritual energy in weapon form for extended periods. This also explained why so many people desperately explored secret realms, seeking the powerful techniques left behind by ancient beast tamers. In his excitement, he suddenly remembered he was wearing only underwear. No wonder passers-by had been staring at him with strange looks earlier. Lin Ran's face flushed red as he quickly darted into the nearby small room, rummaged through some clothes to hastily dress himself, and then cleaned up the scattered tables and chairs. After finishing, he returned to sit behind the counter. As evening approached and the sky gradually darkened, several more groups of students came in. Unfortunately, he hadn't received a single commission for nurturing exotic beasts all day, mostly just answering questions or selling beast food and materials. As an instructor, he still patiently answered their inquiries. After seeing off the last group of students, Lin Ran tallied the day's earnings, exactly 200,000. It had to be said that these students spent generously, not even blinking at the high prices for food and materials. Whether this was deliberate goodwill or simply because they weren't short on money, he couldn't tell. Lin Ran didn't mind either way. He converted all the cash into credits, glanced at the night sky, and left for home. As soon as he got home, the moment Lin Ran stepped through the door, he spotted an unfamiliar little girl in the living room and instinctively let out a startled cry. What's wrong? Are you that excited to see your cousin? Wang Qian looked up teasingly while holding a fruit platter. The little girl Wang Qian flashed Lin Ran a friendly smile before turning back to continue her conversation with Wang Qian, her laughter light and crisp. The morning's experience teaching at the academy had prepared Lin Ran mentally. Seeing his mother's calm demeanor and Wang Shiyan's normal behavior, it was clear she hadn't revealed what happened. Wang Qian set down the fruit platter and patted her apron. I'll go heat up your meal. Why don't you chat with your cousin for a bit? She's staying here for the weekend. Want to go out together tomorrow? Mom, I can do it myself. Lin Ran rushed into the kitchen, trying to avoid any awkwardness. You silly boy, your cousin finally comes to visit and you're leaving her out there alone. Wang Qian followed him into the kitchen, gently scolding. Why did cousin suddenly come? Lin Ran lowered his voice. She heard you're awakening your stellar power tomorrow and the day after. She was so curious she made a special trip to see you, Wang Qian explained. Lin Ran silently grumbled to himself. It's just awakening stellar power. Does the young lady of the Wang family really need to come personally? Isn't she here to confront me? Wang Qian urged him along. Don't just stand there, your food's on the table. Lin Ran sat at the dining table and wolfed down his meal, but remained restless, worried that Wang Shiyun might expose him at any moment. Soon he finished eating and headed to the living room. Wang Qian went into the kitchen to clear the dishes, leaving just him and Wang Shiyun on the sofa. Lin Ran stole a glance at her, only to meet her probing gaze directly. Both froze simultaneously. That look was definitely unusual. Lin Ran immediately understood. She definitely knew about what happened at the academy. She was just pretending to be clueless. Caught staring, Wang Shiyun quickly turned away, her heart racing and cheeks flushing slightly, though she tried to maintain her composure. She silently complained to herself, that super genius from the academy is actually my cousin? And he changed into that wrinkled tracksuit. Such terrible taste. Lin Ran had no idea about her internal criticism, only thinking, since she hasn't exposed me, she probably has her own concerns. If she really presses the issue, I'll just come clean. I am strong and I'm proud of it. What can she do about it? When Wang Qian finished cleaning up and came out, Lin Ran immediately stood up. Mom, cousin, I'm going upstairs. With that, he dashed up the stairs. Oh my, that boy is so inconsiderate. Shiyun, don't mind him, come have some fruit. Wang Qian laughed awkwardly as she offered the fruit platter. Wang Shiyun smiled and nodded, her fingertips touching a grape, but her peripheral vision couldn't help following Lin Ran's retreating figure. After returning to his room, Lin Ran finished washing up and was just about to lie down on the bed to begin his cultivation when he suddenly heard a series of gentle knocks at the door. Startled, Lin Ran quickly got up and went to open it. Wang Shiyun quietly stepped inside from the doorway. Her face appeared calm, but her gaze wandered restlessly, never daring to meet Lin Ran's eyes directly. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, though he had expected her to come. Actually being alone in a room with this cousin he had barely met before created an indescribably awkward atmosphere. The room was so quiet they could hear each other breathing. Wang Shiyun pretended to be casual as she paced around the small room, her eyes quickly scanning the desk, chairs, books, and spirit stones, as if searching for some clue. When she turned around and noticed Lin Ran watching her, she paused briefly before feigning composure. Don't you owe me an explanation about what happened at the academy today? She spoke first, breaking the silence. An explanation? Lin Ran asked with a smile. What exactly should I explain? You. Wang Shiyun's voice suddenly rose. Aunt just told me that you only awakened your star spirit power recently, just a few days ago, yet your strength is ridiculously powerful, and you even came to our academy as a high-star instructor. Don't you think you owe me a reasonable explanation for all this? Most importantly, where did that shadow phantom moonhound come from? Lin Ran maintained his gentle smile. Why should I explain? These are all my secrets. Wang Shiyun's questioning tone carried both pride and unwillingness. She was quite talented, having become a 3-star beast tamer at only her teens, combined with her father being an 8-star beast tamer in the military with considerable status in Xuanzhong City. She had always been confident. But today, she discovered that the cousin who had always been regarded as ordinary by the family possessed unimaginable power, even capable of controlling 9th-tier exotic beasts, which she found impossible to accept. Thinking of the formidable strength Lin Ran had displayed at the academy, and hearing his casual yet superior tone, Wang Shiyun's expression darkened. You definitely awakened long ago and have been deceiving us all along. Lin Ran didn't deny it, merely smiled. That expression radiating composure and confidence made Wang Shiyun's heart sink. Had indeed been hiding his true strength all along. She could accept him pretending to be ordinary, but she couldn't understand the origin of the shadow phantom moonhound. This kind of 9th-tier exotic beast was something that not just the Wang family, but no one in all of Xuanzhong City could easily obtain. I just want to know how you got that shadow phantom moonhound. She pressed through gritted teeth. Looking at his stubborn cousin before him, Lin Ran found her both endearing and troublesome, so he casually made up an excuse. It came through a fortuitous encounter. If you must know, let's just say I met a master who gave it to me. A master? Wang Shiyun repeated in a low voice, her expression showing sudden understanding. She thought of those mysterious reclusive experts with eccentric temperaments, yet world-shaking abilities. Lin Ran's low profile might indeed be at that master's instruction, and only such a being could bestow a shadow phantom moonhound. Though she had suspected as much, hearing Lin Ran personally confirm it still left her with incredibly complex feelings. Lin Ran watched Wang Shiyun's expression constantly changing, unsure of what she was thinking. After waiting for a while, he said, if there are no other questions, please go ahead. I still need to cultivate. Only then did Wang Shiyun snap back to reality. She gave him a meaningful look, pivoted gracefully on her heel, and left the room with crisp, decisive steps. The moment the door closed, Lin Ran let out a long breath. He had expected her to press him about the origin of the pill formula, but surprisingly, she had let it go. He couldn't help but feel secretly amazed. With a soft chuckle, he lay back down on his bed, slowly circulating his stellar spiritual power as the room fell into tranquil silence. Time slipped away quietly during his cultivation. The next morning, dawn had just broken. With the academy closed for the weekend, the streets were exceptionally quiet. Lin Ran finished washing up early and went downstairs, preparing to head to his shop. Only his mother, Wang Qian, sat at the dining table. He looked around but didn't see Wang Shiyun. Feeling puzzled, had his cousin returned home overnight? The next moment, he activated his stellar spiritual power and sensed the familiar aura in the upstairs room. His heart relaxing, she was just sleeping in. Thinking that weekends were rare opportunities to relax, he didn't dwell on it. He quickly finished his breakfast in a few bites, said goodbye to his mother, and rode off on his electric scooter. That child has no manners at all. Wang Qian shook her head in mock reproach, though she still smiled. Just as she turned to clear the dishes, footsteps echoed from above as Wang Shiyun energetically bounded downstairs. Shiyun, you're up to? Come have breakfast, and later your aunt will take you out for a stroll. Actually, Wang Shiyun had been fully dressed for some time, having hidden under her covers, quietly waiting for Lin Ran to leave. She had tossed and turned all night, unable to figure out who this reclusive master her cousin mentioned could be, so she had resolved to follow and investigate today. Aunt, I have something to do, so I'm heading out first. She grabbed a piece of bread from the table and rushed out the door with a wave. Oh my, slow down. What could be so urgent on a weekend? Wang Qian chased after her for a couple of steps, watching her niece disappear helplessly. At the street corner, a shared bicycle was quickly unlocked with a scan. Wang Shiyun mounted the bike, maintaining a safe distance while using the stellar's spiritual power gently pulsing in her wrist to sense Lin Ran's location. Fortunately, her cousin wasn't riding fast, so she could follow closely without being discovered. Oomph, let's see what you're really up to. Half an hour later, Lin Ran leisurely arrived at his shop entrance, immediately spotting a group of teenagers in their teens gathered at the door, all wearing academy uniforms. Among them were quite a few returning customers, with Chun Xian being the most conspicuous. There are so many students, he muttered in amazement. Though his heart couldn't hide his joy, it seemed his reputation had truly taken off. Boss Lin, you're finally here. A sharp-eyed student was the first to spot him, excitedly running over and even forgetting that he was still on his electric scooter. Boss Lin, do you remember me? I came to you for cultivation last time. Yes, last time you said there was no space, but this time you must help me cultivate. Lin Ran looked at the crowd and felt utterly helpless. He quickly hit the brakes and pushed his scooter to one side. This alley is already narrow enough to block it completely. Form a line and wait your turn, he said, raising his hand to signal them. Seeing his serious expression, the students immediately quieted down and obediently lined up against the wall in a long queue, clearing a path for him. Lin Ran locked his electric scooter by the entrance and nodded with satisfaction before pulling out his keys to open the door. The moment the rolling shutter began to rattle upward, the students at the front of the line jogged over and skillfully helped lift the door panel with remarkable coordination. Everyone stay in Lenino cutting. First come, first served, he instructed while scanning the crowd. About 20 people in total. A quick calculation told him that if they were all here for beast cultivation services, at 100,000 each, he'd be looking at several million in revenue. The thought instantly lifted his spirits. Since we have so many customers today, everyone needs to register first. Name, phone number, the exotic beast you want cultivated, and your own beast tamer level. We'll start with you, he said, pointing to the young man at the front of the line. Haha. Teacher, do you remember me? I came here before, but you were fully booked, the young man said with a bright smile. Lin Ran recalled the encounter the boy had indeed visited before. Back then, he could only operate through the cultivation platform, and his schedule was completely full, forcing him to politely decline. Right, you're early enough today. I'll definitely take care of your cultivation this time. Of course. I got here before 6, the young man Lu Heng said with raised eyebrows and a hint of pride in his voice. After leaving disappointed last time, he'd heard that Lin Ran had become a high-star instructor at the academy, which made him even more determined to secure a spot. So he'd come to wait at the crack of dawn. 6 o'clock? Lin Ran was secretly amazed. The people behind in line exchanged glances. They'd thought arriving at 7 was early enough, never imagining someone would beat the sunrise. Some muttered under their breath about needing to come even earlier next time. Lu Heng quickly filled out his information. After reviewing it, Lin Ran nodded. Looks good. Payment, please. Absolutely. Lu Heng immediately transferred 100,000 via his phone and casually waved his hand across a light screen. A 7th-tier bloodline Snow Peak Eagle appeared, flapping its icy feathers. Lin Ran led the Snow Peak Eagle into the adjacent room to settle it in, then returned to the entrance. Next, Chun Xian stepped forward with a smile. Boss Lin, Teacher Lin, do you remember me? Lin Ran had a vivid memory of this person, the forest giant deer, a typical support-type exotic beast that he'd already cultivated to upper 5th tier last time. Did you get the essence stabilizing pill? I did, so I came to see you right away. I'm hoping to use it to get a good ranking in the Beast Tamer Alliance tournament. Chun Xian nodded enthusiastically. No problem. Payment, please. Lin Ran smiled slightly. While support-type exotic beasts lacked combat power and couldn't possibly achieve good rankings in unknown matches at the Beast Tamer Alliance tournament, the tournament had one major advantage. It allowed team participation with group battle events. This was a blessing for many beast tamers who specialized in support-type creatures. As long as their team won the group battles, it would count toward their personal total score and improve their individual ranking. Chun Xian was already familiar with Lin Ran's shop procedures. He immediately smiled and pulled out his phone, transferring 100,000 yuan to Lin Ran, then swept his right hand to summon the forest giant deer. A silver-white portal, half a person's height, burst open beside the counter with emerald vine patterns coiling around it. The next second, the forest giant deer, adorned with moss markings, stepped through the portal. The moment its hooves touched the floor, it saw that face that made its heart tremble. Lin Ran. The giant deer's pupils contracted sharply, its legs went weak, and it hurriedly turned to dive back into the portal. But a beast tamer's command could not be disobeyed, and the portal snapped shut with a bang, trapping it outside. Watching the forest giant deer in such distress it nearly collapsed to its knees, Chun Xian gave an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. Please train it well, boss. Lin Ran merely glanced at it indifferently. The giant deer's pupils glowed an eerie green as it pleaded pitifully, but once payment was received, there were no refunds. Such were the rules. You should be familiar with this place by now. Go to the small hut by yourself. Lin Ran's mind stirred slightly, and a mental force wrapped in powerful astral energy pressed down hard. The forest giant deer was struck as if by lightning, its back muscles twitching as it looked desperately toward its master, tears sliding down its face. It hung its head low and dragged its heavy steps, slowly shuffling into the wooden hut in the corner. Go for it, little deer. We'll achieve great results together. Chen Xian waved excitedly at it. The giant deer only turned its head slightly to glare at him, its eyes clearly saying, "Foolish master, you've doomed me." Next, Lin Ran raised his hand to signal. A young man immediately jogged forward, looking even more excited than Chen Xian. "Teacher Lin, you remember me, right? I was the one you brought in for sparring practice yesterday." Lin Ran's gaze remained calm as he uttered just 2 words, "Register." The young man's name was Chen Fei. Noticing Lin Ran's lack of response, he felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly bent down to fill out his personal information on the form, then announced loudly, "Teacher Lin, my beast is a ghost-type nightmare beast." The portal opened once again. Gray mist swirled as a semi-transparent, ghostly beast floated out. It wore a bizarre clown mask with its mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin, tilting its neck and cackling eerily while its cold, wind-like gaze fixed intently on Lin Ran. 8th tier ghost type, quite interesting. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow slightly, but feeling somewhat unsettled by that clown face staring at him, he looked up and glared fiercely. Terrifying astral energy crashed down like a tsunami. The nightmare beast shrieked and whooshed behind Chen Fei, its entire spectral form trembling like a leaf. Chen Fei was stunned. If he remembered correctly, this was the nightmare beast's first time meeting Lin Ran. During yesterday's sparring session, he had used a different beast, yet it had fled like it had seen a ghost the moment it appeared. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the astral energy contained in that glare was indeed terrifying. Recalling how the forest giant deer had looked scared to tears earlier, he became even more convinced that Lin Ran's training methods were absolutely rigorous. Without strict discipline, how could the giant deer possess such fearsome power that it feared no fire-type beasts? With this thought, he pressed down on the nightmare beast's head, trying to keep his tone light. "Be good, don't be afraid. Teacher Lin won't hurt you, he'll definitely make you very powerful." The nightmare beast kept whimpering at Chen Fei, as if trying to convey something urgent, but unable to speak. It could only desperately pour its anxiety and terror into Chen Fei's mind. This mystical creature was naturally gifted at glimpsing fragments of others' memories earlier. Lin Ran had deliberately left his thoughts unguarded by astral power, playfully showing it certain scenes as if joking around, which had genuinely scared the nightmare beast out of its wits. Chen Fei didn't understand, assuming his contracted beast was simply frightened, and gently stroked its mane while softly comforting it. Seeing the nightmare beast still cowering behind its master and delaying the team's progress, Lin Ran looked up and gave it another sharp, meaningful glare. That gaze was like an invisible blade, making the nightmare beast tremble all over, despair filling its eyes as it obediently floated into the shop and followed Lin Ran into the adjacent room. Only then did Chen Fei breathe a sigh of relief, immediately scanning the QR code to transfer the fee to Lin Ran, then turned to smile apologetically at the classmates waiting in line behind him, repeatedly apologizing before stepping aside. Next came the 4th, 5th, and 6th students. Some brought returning mystical beasts they huddled together warily the moment they entered. Others brought contracted beasts that wagged their tails and flapped their wings excitedly upon seeing Lin Ran. The students in line wondered silently. Wasn't it rumored that Teacher Lin's training methods were extremely strict, terrifying all mystical beasts? How could some be so excited? Lin Ran noticed their confusion and smiled slightly. Those enthusiastic mystical beasts were the very ones that had previously experienced the gentle environment of the intermediate cultivation platform, hardly willing to miss another chance for a spa treatment. The first-time visitors were even more curious about the shop's setup, feeling the rich astral power fluctuations the moment they stepped into the cultivation room, their eyes lighting up as they sniffed around excitedly. Seeing their pets relaxed, the owners' hearts also settled. Teacher Lin truly lived up to his reputation. At that moment, under the shade of the large locust tree outside the shop, a slender figure stood on tiptoes. Peering over it was Wang Shiyun. She had originally intended just a casual glance, but was startled by the long queue at the entrance. Rubbing her eyes and double-checking the sign, Ran Pet House. It was indeed her cousin Lin Ran's shop. How did an ordinary cultivation shop suddenly become so popular? She wondered, noticing that everyone in line was from the academy, which reminded her of Lin Ran's lecture at the academy yesterday, making her speculate. Could it really be because of that one class? However, she was still unaware of Lin Ran's cultivation of the ice snow maiden beast and remained doubtful of his abilities. "Oh, isn't this Wang Shiyun?" Are you here to see Teacher Lin too? Someone suddenly greeted her, making Wang Shiyun's heart skip a beat, nearly crying out in surprise. She took a deep breath, coughed lightly, stepped out of the shadows, and said casually, "Just passing by to take a look. Why are you all crowded here?" The classmate said in surprise, "You don't know yet? This is Teacher Lin's cultivation shop." Both the department head and principal have said that Teacher Lin is a cultivation master who once cultivated an incredibly powerful ice snow maiden beast. You know Feng Ruodong, right? It's her mystical beast. A breeding master? Ice snow maiden beast? Wang Shiyun was stunned and asked in confusion, "Really? Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could it be fake?" Look at Chun Xian up front here for the second time. One classmate excitedly lowered his voice. His forest giant deer is clearly a plant type, yet it's completely immune to fire-type beasts. They say that's the result of Teacher Lin's breeding. Another classmate nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Many people in line are repeat customers. If it didn't work, they wouldn't bother making another trip. Wang Shiyun's heart pounded that beast was really bred by him. This meant her cousin Lin Ran wasn't just an 8-star beast tamer, but also a breeding master. Just how powerful was the hidden expert behind him? Her thoughts raced, and she even felt her hair standing on end. With both anxiety and curiosity, she quietly circled to the shop entrance and peered inside, wanting to see with her own eyes what this mysterious cousin was doing and whether there really was a master hidden in the shop. "Hey, isn't that first-year Wang Shiyan? Are you here to see Teacher Lin for breeding too?" The male student at the front of the line recognized her and enthusiastically stepped aside. "I'll give you my spot." Wang Shiyan quickly waved her hands and whispered, "No need." She then hurriedly ducked behind a nearby tree, afraid of being discovered by Lin Ran. Time flew by, and the originally winding queue was reduced by half in no time. Though people kept leaving the line, new students continued to join with the weekend free time and the Beast Tamer Alliance competition approaching. Almost the entire academy's students were rushing here. Standing in the tree's shade, Wang Shiyun stared at the shop's bustling scene, both amazed and excited. With so many customers every day, the daily earnings and resources must be astronomical. No wonder her cousin's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, even that 9th-tier beast might have been obtained this way. Thinking of this, she finally understood somewhat. At that moment, a familiar face appeared at the back of the queue. Feng Ruodong, who had placed third in the third-year assessment competition. Her arrival immediately ignited the atmosphere. Students who had been half doubtful saw Feng Ruodong personally queuing up, instantly dispelling their concerns and looking at Lin Ran with burning eyes, their anticipation written all over their faces. Actually, Feng Ruodong hadn't come for several days. With only 3-star strength herself, while her Ice Snow Maiden beast was already upper 4th tier, there was no need for continued breeding in the short term. The more realistic reason was lack of money. Not everyone at Xuanzhong Beast Academy was a rich kid. But today, upon arriving at the entrance, she was shocked by the long line before her. In just a few days, it had transformed from having few visitors to being packed with people. The change was absurd. Despite knowing about Lin Ran's various achievements these past days, she still felt like she was dreaming. Deep down, she was genuinely happy for Lin Ran, knowing that Teacher Lin's favorite thing was money. But this thought also sparked worry. With so many customers now, wouldn't he raise his prices? Last time, when business wasn't nearly this booming, he'd already charged 100,000. Now, wouldn't the prices skyrocket? The thought made her heart race with anxiety. She had finally scraped together 100,000, and with her recent cultivation breakthrough allowing her to barely reach 4-star beast tamer status, she'd rushed over to ask Lin Ran to help cultivate her Ice Snow Maiden beast. The Beast Tamer Alliance competition was just around the corner, and if Lin Ran suddenly hiked his prices, she'd never have time to save up more money. The moment she stepped into Lin Ran's shop, a commotion erupted through the crowd. "Is that Student Foam?" "It's her." "Student Foam, I have a spot here." "Over here too, Student Foam, come to my line." The male students waiting by the entrance eagerly raised their hands, afraid to miss this chance to curry favor with her, while even the female students in line couldn't help but shoot jealous, hostile glares her way. Feng Ruodong awkwardly surveyed her surroundings before strategically choosing to stand behind a male student who was closer to the front, politely whispering, "Thank you." The boy looked like he'd won the lottery, grinning from ear to ear as he bounced forward in line. Lin Ran quickly noticed the disturbance at the back of the queue and frowned, but upon seeing it was Feng Ruodong, he said nothing and continued collecting payments. "Boss Lino, Teacher Lin, I'm here to patronize your business again." Feng Ruodong smiled sweetly as she approached the counter. "Here to cultivate your Ice Snow Maiden beast? You've reached 4-star level." Lin Ran looked up. "Yes, I barely managed to break through." "Did you bring enough money?" "I did, it should be enough." She cautiously glanced at him. "Teacher Lin, the price is still the same as before, right?" "That's right." Hearing this, she finally exhaled in relief, her smile blooming like sunshine. "Teacher Lin, you're so kind for not raising the price. Before the competition, I'd like you to help me cultivate a few more exotic beasts. To participate in the Beast Tamer Alliance competition, relying on just one Ice Snow Maiden beast wouldn't be nearly enough. She trusted Lin Rant's abilities completely, could definitely create another powerful companion of equal caliber. Fine. Lin Ran responded coolly, pulling out his phone to indicate the transfer. He'd already practiced with the Ice Snow Maiden beast countless times on the cultivation platform, and this time he could use the planar fragments to help refine her beast's actual combat power, repaying the favor from when she first invited him into the academy. Feng Ruodong immediately transferred the 100,000, then activated her bracelet to summon her exotic beast. White light formed a portal, and a slender, icy figure emerged, the Ice Snow Maiden beast that all the students dreamed of owning. The watching students stared transfixed, their envy practically overflowing. The Ice Snow Maiden beast coolly surveyed her surroundings, but when her gaze fell on Lin Ran, her previously frosty expression suddenly melted into a gentle smile. Like she was returning to her own living room. She familiarly trotted into the cultivation chamber, chose a corner to sit in, and looked quite pleased. With the arrival of the Ice Snow Maiden beast, Lin Ran's shop now housed 10 magical beasts in total. With one cultivation platform reserved exclusively for the Dream Eater beast, only 2 remained available, meaning all other beasts would need to be cultivated using planar fragments. 3 beasts per group, with each planar fragment activation lasting 3 days, equivalent to 6 hours in reality, at a conversion rate of 1 day, equaling 2 hours mint. Each cycle would still consume considerable time. Lin Ran frowned as he calculated. Following the standard rotation process, managing just these 10 beasts would require constant juggling. He decided to spread out all the materials left by his students. Several higher-tier beasts only needed skill refinement, while those still in their juvenile stage could go directly into the cultivation platforms. Most of the remainder were stuck at the 3rd tier, they just needed assistance reaching the 4th tier. With this arrangement, the 3-day duration of the planar fragments seemed excessive. 1 day, or 2 hours, would suffice for each batch, leaving the remaining time wasted since the system couldn't terminate early. Fortunately, this wave brought substantial income. 10 beasts generated a full 1 million blue star coins, plus the recently sold beast ingredients and materials, totaling approximately 1.5 million in revenue, equivalent to 1,500 points. Glancing at the queue still snaking outside his shop, Lin Ran made a decisive choice. Take 4 more orders to reach 14 beasts. This way, excluding the 2 occupying cultivation platforms, the remaining 12 could all enter the planar fragments, exactly 4 groups, finished in 8 hours. Then he could call it a day. With his plan set, he looked up and called out, "Next." Feng Ruodong, who had been waiting by the counter hoping to chat with him, saw how frantically busy he was and quietly left. In the queue, a passing youth squeezed forward to Lin Ran, blinking curiously. "You cultivate magical beasts here?" He wasn't a student from Xuanzhong Magical Beast Academy, but from another academy in Xuanzhong City, drawn by curiosity at the long line outside. Lin Ran glanced up at him, his voice calm yet practiced. "This shop offers cultivation, boarding, rental, and sales of magical beasts, plus beast food, materials, and forging of beast armor. Which service interests you?" Hearing this comprehensive introduction, many students in the back exchanged glances, only now realizing Lin Ran's shop wasn't limited to cultivation. It offered a complete range of rental, sales, and armor services. "Teacher Lin, what kinds of beasts do you sell and rent? Are they like your Shadow Phantom Moon Hound Nymphier beasts?" A male student in the back couldn't help but call out loudly. At these words, every student's eyes lit up, all turning to stare at Lin Ran in unison. If he truly had 9th-tier beasts available, whether for purchase or rental, it would shake all of Xuanzhong City. After all, 9th-tier beasts were virtually impossible to find for sale on the market. If Lin Ran had them here, even just for rental, that would be incredible. Bringing such a beast to the Beast Tamer Alliance competition would be practically invincible. Lin Ran shot the male student an irritated look and said coolly, "9th-tier beasts are not available for sale or rental." The moment his words fell, the shop instantly fell silent. Behind the counter, the dim spirit stone lamp cast shadows across Lin Ran's somewhat cold expression. Top-tier bloodline beasts were something he would never rent out, let alone sell. Within the pet space in his sleeve, besides the well-known Shadow Phantom Moonhound, there was also a world-destroying Thunder Tiger that had never been revealed to anyone. Both were 9th-tier royal bloodlines of immeasurable value. Although he possessed supreme beast contracts that could summon them back instantly, even from thousands of miles away, releasing such high-level beasts carried the risk of permanent loss should any accident occur. He calculated in his mind. The truly suitable option for rental would be the Dream Eater beast that was nearly finished being cultivated, and for sales, the giant rock turtle currently napping in the shop would be a ready choice. After a brief silence, the queuing students showed disappointment on their faces, though they all understood. If 9th-tier beasts could truly be rented or sold at will, that would be absurd. Looking across the entire Xuanzhong City, there might not even be a few such beasts to be found, and once they left the shop, they would likely be seized immediately. When the boy who had asked the question heard his classmates behind him discussing the Shadow Phantom Moonhound, His heart jolted violently. The Shadow Phantom Moonhound was a ninth-tier beast king as an ordinary academy student. He found it hard to believe that such an inconspicuous little shop in the outer city could possess one. In his shock, he stood frozen in place, forgetting to speak. Seeing him remain silent for a long while, Lin Ran frowned slightly and said in an unhurried voice, "What service do you need? If not, please step aside and don't waste my time." The boy coughed lightly and snapped back to reality. Whether the Shadow Phantom Moonhound was real or fake aside, this shop was clearly doing booming business and might actually have some real skills. After pondering for a moment, he looked up and said, "I want beast cultivation." "That's possible." Lin Ran picked up his pen, ready to register. "What beast and what tier?" "Silver armored earth dragon, currently 4th tier," the boy blurted out. As soon as his words fell, the queue erupted in gasps. "It's actually a silver armored earth dragon. That's steel-type attribute with true dragon bloodline. He could probably rank on our academy's combat power list, right?" Everyone examined the boy, plainly dressed, looking only 16 or 17. Yet he could contract a 4th-tier true dragon? No wonder they suspected he was a hidden rich kid. Some whispered among themselves. Although the silver-armored earth dragon was only 8th-tier bloodline, if it mutated and advanced to the legendary golden-armored earth dragon, it would become a terrifying existence that could sweep through its peers. Hearing the words silver-armored earth dragon, a flash of delight crossed Lin Ran's eyes. Since opening his shop, this was the first time he had encountered a true dragon-type beast. Composing himself, he nodded and said, "No problem. As long as it's not 7th tier or above, I can cultivate it." In fact, since breaking through to 5-star beast tamer, he could completely refine 8th tier beasts with the help of plain fragments. But considering his main customer base was students, 7th tier and below was sufficient. The boy, however, was having doubts. Could only cultivate below 7th tier? Wouldn't that mean he couldn't handle high-level beasts? But looking at the massive crowd queuing around him, he found it even more puzzling since they were all top students from Xuanzhong Beast Academy. They couldn't all be collectively foolish. "All right, I'll give it a try first." He made up his mind and protected the contract card in his palm, though he still grumbled inwardly with unease. After all, it's just a small shop in the outer city. Surely he wouldn't dare steal my silver-armored earth dragon. "Pay up, 100,000, Lin Ran said. The young man's mouth twitched as he responded with skepticism. 100,000? That's so expensive. Can't you make it cheaper?" Hearing the other party's intention to bargain, Lin Ran frowned, and his tone instantly turned cold. "This shop doesn't negotiate prices. If you think it's too expensive, then leave." The young man looked back at the students waiting in line. All of them had paid readily, without a moment's hesitation. After weighing his options for a moment, he gritted his teeth secretly. If this really was a scam, he could always fight to get his money back. With this thought, he exhaled, "Fine." As soon as he finished speaking, his fingertips moved rapidly, and the transfer of 100,000 star coins was completed. With the transaction done, he swept his right hand, and a light portal suddenly opened. With a thunderous rumble, a silver-armored earth dragon stepped out from within. This juvenile beast was only about a meter long, covered entirely in silver armor with sword-like scales protruding from its spine, gleaming coldly. A single horn rose from its head, lacking the characteristic twin horns of pure-blood dragons. The only proof of its lineage was its thick, powerful dragon tail. Overall, it looked less like a dragon and more like a fierce rhinoceros clad in silver armor. The silver-armored earth dragon's regal aura spread outward, its silver vertical pupils scanning the crowd with cold majesty. With just one command from the young man, the sword-like scales on its back could become a deadly assault. The students in line turned pale and instinctively stepped back several paces. Though Xuanzhong Beast Academy was filled with talent, they knew their chances were slim if they had to face a dragon-type beast heathen. Lin Ran remained calm, even feeling somewhat disappointed as he thought, "It's not as imposing as I imagined, at best just a common dragon soldier." After receiving the payment, he walked straight toward the silver-armored earth dragon and waved his hand. "Little dragon, come with me." He intended to lead the beast into the small room nearby. The young man's heart tightened. He hadn't given the silver-armored earth dragon a ceasefire command yet, and this guy dared to approach? He was asking for death. He opened his mouth to warn, "Don't, it's dangerous." Before he could finish, the silver-armored earth dragon let out a low roar. Its silver pupils instantly turned blood red, and its tail swept violently, shattering the air and sending sand and stones flying. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. The fury of a 4th-tier juvenile beast was fiercer than expected, but far from enough to threaten a beast tamer who could manifest star spirit power with offensive capabilities. He didn't dodge, his feet remaining perfectly still. As the dragon's tail approached, a layer of light blue star spirit armor suddenly covered his body. Simultaneously, starlight gathered in his right hand as he casually caught the swinging tail and gave it a light shake. Boom! The silver-armored earth dragon was violently slammed to the ground, the thunderous impact echoing as dust flew everywhere. Its massive body collapsed at Lin Rant's feet, then was pinned down by a terrifying pressure, unable to move even an inch. Its previously blood-red eyes returned to silver, now filled with terror. It dared not move, its body trembling continuously. In the silver-armored Earth Dragon's eyes, Lin Rant's earlier strike wasn't enough to cause such a reaction. The key was an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Lin Rant's body, an aura it absolutely couldn't resist, one that completely crushed it at the bloodline level. This aura shattered its composure, leaving its entire body trembling uncontrollably. Dark yellow liquid with a pungent, foul smell suddenly seeped from the base of the silver-armored Earth Dragon's tail. It had been so frightened that it lost control of its bodily functions on the spot. This sudden change left the young man and all the students lined up behind him completely stunned. On the ground, the draconic beast curled into a ball, trembling so violently that dust flew everywhere, with urine and feces mixing into a puddle. Everyone stared wide-eyed, too shocked to speak. What's happening? A mighty king-level draconic beast, actually scared into wetting itself. It doesn't even dare lift its head? The students' discussions rose and fell, but no one dared approach even half a step. The silver-armored Earth Dragon, which had been ferociously attacking just moments ago, now lay motionless as if struck by lightning. Lin Ran also showed a hint of surprise, but instantly understood the system had intervened. The system had already indicated that in this shop, even if a ninth-tier beast tamer arrived in person, they couldn't harm him in the slightest and would be suppressed. The beast shop owner next door who had attempted a sneak attack had already been stripped of all cultivation by the system, becoming a cripple for life. This time, the silver-armored Earth Dragon had attacked Lin Ran with intense killing intent, and its soul was severely damaged by the system. Its current loss of bodily control was already the system showing mercy, otherwise, it would have become a cold corpse long ago. The young man looked at his beast in disbelief. He knew the silver-armored Earth Dragon's brutality all too well. Without his command, any creature that approached would be torn to shreds. This was why almost no beast shops dared to handle its training. Just like the Azure Dragon Crocodile that Lin Ran had previously taken on, both were notoriously vicious creatures. Moreover, the silver-armored Earth Dragon was of pure dragon lineage, not some mixed-blood hybrid. Yet this supremely arrogant creature was now sprawled on the ground, trembling and covered in its own urine. Through their contract bond, the dragon's extreme terror flooded into his mind, and even the young man himself was infected by this fear, involuntarily stepping back twice as chills ran down his spine. What exactly happened? His mind was filled with confusion. Although Lin Ran had previously displayed the materialized astral power of an 8-star beast tamer, he had only grabbed the tail and swung it once. Could that really have such intimidating power? Had he perhaps struck multiple times in that instant, too fast for the naked eye to catch? At this thought, the young man became even more incredulous. Lin Ran appeared to be around his own age, yet was already an 8-star beast tamer who could wield astral power to such a degree. What kind of existence was this? Could he be some ageless monster in disguise? The young man's thoughts weren't unreasonable. Everyone who had witnessed Lin Ran's true power would instinctively assume he was some deeply hidden old monster. At this moment, the many students behind them also snapped back to reality, looking toward Lin Ran with faces full of shock. Without summoning a beast, using only astral power, he forced a draconic creature to cower and lose control of its bodily functions. This is Teacher Lin's true strength. Whispered conversations spread through the group, filled with awe and amazement. How terrifying to achieve such feats at this age. What a prodigy. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Ran snapped back to reality. On the ground, the silver-armored Earth Dragon trembled like a sieve, its metallic scales scraping against the floor with a series of tiny scratching sounds. Lin Ran's mind stirred as he silently asked the system, "What should I do with this creature? Should I still take this job? This beast is fierce and difficult to tame, requiring discipline first. Since the customer has already paid, proceed as usual and continue with the training." The system's voice remained calm as ever. Receiving the reply, Lin Ran nodded slightly, his expression returning to its cold demeanor. He strode over to the silver-armored Earth Dragon, grabbed its thick tail with one hand, and with an effortless tug, dragged the nearly 1,000-pound dragon body across the ground, leaving a trail of dust as he pulled it into a side room of the shop's special chamber for housing customers' magical beasts, which already contained several other well-behaved fierce pets. The young man watched helplessly as his magical beast was dragged away, jumping anxiously on his tiptoes. Just as words reached his lips, he saw Lin Ran had already returned. Suppressing his nervousness, he asked repeatedly, "Boss, where did you take my magical beast?" Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, looking at the young man. "Didn't you want training? Of course it needs to be moved inside first. You don't expect me to train it right here in front of everyone, do you?" "Huh? Oh, all right." The young man was stunned for half a second before realizing that Lin Ran was actually willing to take the job. Recalling the earlier danger, the silver-armored earth dragon had nearly gone berserk and attacked, and if Lin Ran hadn't subdued it with a mere wave of his hand, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to apologize now. Thinking of this, the young man's gaze toward Lin Ran no longer held any trace of his initial disdain, replaced instead by genuine awe. Someone who could instantly defeat a dragon-type fierce creature with just a flick of his hand, without even summoning his own magical beast, was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. He took a deep breath and bowed 90 degrees. I'm sorry, boss. I was very rude earlier, and I apologize to you. Lin Ran smiled faintly, not taking offense. The young man had no malicious intent. His magical beast was simply too violent. If he had been deliberately causing trouble, the system would have suppressed him as well. No worries. I'll give your magical beast professional training later, so don't worry about the results. If you're still concerned, all these people behind you can vouch for me. He gestured toward the crowd of onlooking students. The young man finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly. Thank you so much, boss. If there's nothing else, just fill out the information and leave for now. Lin Ran casually handed over a registration jade slip. The young man quickly filled out the paperwork and stepped aside. Before leaving, he couldn't help but curiously peek toward the small room inside the shop and released his astral power to investigate. But it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, couldn't sense even the slightest trace. He wanted to go in personally but feared angering Lin Ran at this moment. The pet shop seemed almost like a dragon's den to him. The young man could only quietly retreat to the doorway, and before leaving, he looked up to firmly memorize the shop sign. Ran's pet house. Here was a boss so terrifyingly powerful it was beyond imagination. Wow, Teacher Lin, you were so cool. As soon as the young man left, the watching students erupted in excitement. That was a dragon-type magical beast. And you didn't even look at it properly, just a casual flick, and you made it submit. And it was so scared it didn't dare move. Teacher Lin, I admire you so much. They had originally thought Lin Ran's power came entirely from his 9th-tier magical beast, but now seeing it with their own eyes, they understood his personal strength was absolutely more terrifying. Looking at the puddle of waste left by the silver-armored earth dragon on the ground, despite the foul smell, none of that mattered anymore. At the same age, Lin Ran was powerful enough to suppress the silver-armored earth dragon with a mere gesture, without even blinking an eye, while those students didn't even dare to fight back and were all scared away. This gap left people with mixed feelings. Outside Lin Ran's shop, beneath a tree with lush branches and leaves, Wang Shiyun leaned against the trunk, secretly watching everything at the shop entrance through the gaps between the leaves. The towering airflow stirred up by the silver-armored earth dragon's tail sweep earlier had almost blocked out the sky, and her heart had pounded with fear at that moment. If that dragon tail had struck Lin Ran's slender frame, he would probably have met his maker instantly. But just as she was sweating bullets for Lin Ran, the plot took a dramatic turn. The mighty silver-armored earth dragon, a Dragon Clan magical beast, was actually scared into collapsing on the spot. Could this be Lin Ran's true strength? He really was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wang Shiyun's expression changed repeatedly, the shock in her heart taking a long time to settle. Without even summoning a magical beast, relying solely on his own manifested astral power to subdue the silver-armored earth dragon, just what level had Lin Ran cultivated to? Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, it was already noon. A long queue still stretched outside the shop door, but Lin Ran marked down the 20th magical beast in his ledger, originally planning to take only 14. He had now doubled that number. If he relied only on his clone to cultivate them in the plain fragments, it would be impossible to complete them all by tomorrow. He would have to get involved personally. He stood up and shouted to the dragon-like queue of students across from him. Sorry, today our shop's magical beast cultivation slots are full. Please come back tomorrow morning. What? No way. Teacher Lin, I've been waiting all morning. It's full already? Teacher Lin, please take a few more. We can pay extra. The students became agitated. Having waited so long only to hear the word full, when their turn was almost up, was hard for anyone to accept. Lin Ran spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. It's really full. I don't have the energy to cultivate anymore. With that, he turned and went into the shop, decisively closing the door. The students looked at each other in dismay, could only sigh and leave, secretly vowing as they walked away. Tomorrow they would come queue before dawn. Before long, the area outside the shop finally quieted down. Lin Ran sat by the counter, crossed his legs, gently tapping his foot, in an excellent mood. A total of 2.3 million blue star coins, which converts to 2,300 points. Awesome. He brought up the system shop interface and saw his point balance, full 4,300 points. His heart felt like fireworks were going off. With fame came the ability to earn points this quickly. In just one morning, he had earned several thousand points. That was over 2 million blue star coins. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous little cultivation shop in the outer city could have morning revenue exceeding the combined total of all competitors on the entire street? Getting rich was just around the corner. Joy aside, the money wasn't free. 20 magical beasts had to be fully cultivated before this income would truly be in the bag. According to his earlier plan, 3 at a time in the plain fragments, with cultivation time of about 1 to 2 days converted to reality, only 2 to 4 hours were needed. Excluding 2 juveniles that had to be cultivated on the in-store platforms, the remaining 18 would be 6 groups. Even if he and his clone worked simultaneously, it would take over 10 hours to complete everything. Lin Ran secretly felt grateful. Thank goodness for the clone, otherwise doing it all himself would really wear him out. With greater fame came more work, but also faster earnings. Lin Ran sighed once, then immediately threw himself into cultivating the magical beasts. Lin Ran walked into a small room nearby, which was filled with exotic beasts. Fortunately, the space was relatively spacious, and since these creatures were not very large, it didn't feel too cramped. Upon seeing the scene, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Why were his 2 ninth-tier beasts so large? If it weren't for the systems barrier, his little shop would have likely been destroyed by now. He glanced around, still feeling a bit uneasy, and let out a wry smile before starting to weave through the group of beasts. Finally, in a corner against the wall, he found the 2 young exotic beasts, an 8th-tier hurricane wolf and an 8th-tier poisonous vine. The 2 little ones had just been born and were wobbling as they walked, their soft claws and vines barely managing to stay upright on the wooden floor, ready to topple over at any moment. Looking at them, Lin Ran couldn't help but exclaim, "It's no wonder this city has the top beast academy. The students are truly extravagant. Just a first-year freshman, and they already have 8th-tier bloodlines." While he was impressed, he didn't waste any time and quickly picked up the 2 little beasts, placing them on the intermediate nurturing platform to start the nurturing process. He also added a day's worth of resources to the nurturing platform for the Dream Eater nearby, totaling 30 points. As the screens flickered, the 3 nurturing platforms began to operate simultaneously, and a light blue energy shield effectively isolated the commotion of the beasts. At that moment, the Ice Sky Snow beast, seeing that it wasn't included in the nurturing platform, anxiously tugged at Lin Ran's sleeve, its eager gaze seemingly begging him to take me along. "You're already so big. Why do you need to go on a nurturing platform? You'll come with me to the dimensional fragments later. That's where you'll thrive," Lin Ran said, gently rubbing its cold, jade-like cheek with a warm tone. The Ice Sky Snow beast was momentarily taken aback. Although it didn't fully understand, it sensed that Lin Ran was preparing a better arrangement for it, and its expression brightened with joy. It spun around and gracefully danced in the shop, its icy crystal feathers scattering delicate frost flowers with each movement. "All set, now to choose a dimension," Lin Ran said, pulling down the roller shutter to block the outside view. He then focused on the system interface, searching for available dimensional fragments. He first locked onto the Thunder Abyss fragment and selected the substitute option. Then, he quickly returned to the small room and chose 3 lightning-type exotic beasts all at the 3rd-tier level, with their previous owner being only a 3-star beast tamer, and swiftly signed temporary contracts with them. Objective: to enhance combat experience and skill proficiency, and to grasp 2 skills. If the dimension has an environment that can strengthen resistance, prioritize that. Once the command was issued, the substitute's hollow eyes instantly lit up with a silver glow as it led the 3 lightning-type beasts into the rift, disappearing into the dark space. After sending off this batch, Lin Ran began to operate personally. He brought the Ice Sky Snow beast, Forest Giant Deer, and Silver Armored Earth Dragon to the training area. The owners of these 3 beasts were all 4-star tamers. The Ice Sky Snow beast and Silver Armored Earth Dragon were currently at the 4th-tier level, and his goal was to push them to the 5th tier. The Forest Giant Deer was already at the 5th tier and had consumed a solidifying pill, so there was no need to worry about breakthroughs. He just needed to work on team coordination and practical combat, and if they could grasp a few more skills, that would be even better. Of course, if they could learn some good skills, that would be great too. After selecting his magical beasts, Lin Ran began choosing a dimensional fragment. After careful consideration, he settled on fragment number 25 from a brand new super dimension called the Frozen Rift. Over 90% of this Frozen Rift's territory was occupied by ice and water-type magical beasts, with creatures of other attributes nearly extinct. Lin Ran favored this location for 2 reasons. First, the Ice Snow Maiden beast was naturally suited to frigid environments. Second, although the Forest Giant Deer and Silver Armored Earth Dragon didn't match the elemental attributes, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be thrown into similar environments during future battles, so early adaptation to extreme cold wouldn't hurt. Connecting to Frozen Rift Dimensional Fragment number 25. Connection successful. The system's mechanical notification suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a spatial rift resembling a vertical eye tore open in midair, deep and dark. Without hesitation, Lin Ran called to his 3 magical beasts and stepped through. As their figures disappeared into the rift, an invisible barrier immediately rose outside the shop, sealing the rolling door completely shut. After the students dispersed, Wang Shiyun, whose curiosity had been suppressed for far too long, finally couldn't contain herself. She watched Lin Ran pull down the rolling door, bit her lower lip lightly, and tiptoed to the entrance, planning to secretly lift the door just as he had done. But strangely, no matter whether she used gentle force or brute strength, even channeling her astral power, the rolling door remained completely immobile, as if sealed by some kind of enchantment. "What's going on?" she muttered in bewildered whispers. Could there really be a hidden master inside? Did he cast this spell? After her attempts proved fruitless, she paced around the entrance several times before finally stomping away. "Humph, I don't believe you won't come out all day." Frozen Rift Dimensional Fragment number 25. The disorienting sensation of dimensional travel felt like his soul being extracted, and the next second Lin Ran had set foot on this fragment dimension. The world before his eyes was entirely white. Thick ice sealed the valleys, snow and wind raged everywhere, and forget green vegetation, even a hint of any other color was hard to find. Bitter cold struck his face, and he immediately circulated his astral power into physical form, creating a thin layer of armor on his body's surface that barely blocked the bone-piercing wind. The star map in his mind trembled lightly as 3 new temporary light points illuminated. The system had already established temporary contracts between him and the 3 magical beasts, and the creatures that had seemed somewhat distant before instantly became much more affectionate. Even the silver-armored earth dragon, who had been so frightened it nearly lost control of its bodily functions, recovered from its extreme terror, and though still timid, no longer collapsed on the ground. Lin Ran surveyed the condition of his 3 beasts. The Ice Snow Maiden beast was obviously in her element, with the cold air transforming into misty threads that continuously flowed into her body. She closed her eyes and spread her arms wide, her face full of bliss. The forest giant deer and silver-armored earth dragon fared much worse, suddenly plunged into this frigid environment with no time to adapt, their entire bodies shivering uncontrollably. The cold penetrated to their bones, and the silver-armored earth dragon was the first to give up, simply curling into a ball with its silver-white scales pressed tight against its skin for minimal warmth. The forest giant deer was even more dramatic, forced to release his support skill, Blazing Domain. Crimson flames suddenly erupted to envelop his body, finally dispelling some of the icy cold. The moment the flames rose, the silver-armored earth dragon immediately scurried over to the deer's side, taking advantage of the warmth. Seeing this, the Ice Snow Maiden beast curled her lip disdainfully and continued indulging in absorbing the cold currents. "Not bad. At least you have some intelligence, knowing to use Blazing Domain to resist the cold." Lin Ran nodded, quite satisfied with the forest giant deer's quick thinking. He looked up toward the distant snow and wind, giving a calm command. "Let's move once you've adapted." The 3 magical beasts offered no resistance, silently following behind Lin Ran. After a while, Lin Ran began to notice something was off about this dimensional fragment. He had been walking for so long without encountering a single exotic beast, and the place was truly barren, not a blade of grass or a single tree in sight, utterly desolate. On the vast grayish-brown earth, not even a grain of dust was stirred by the wind. The silence was broken only by the footsteps of Lin Ran and the 3 exotic beasts walking alongside him. As far as the eye could see, heaven and earth appeared to have been sliced flat by an invisible blade, devoid of any life. Lin Ran scratched his head and muttered with a bitter expression, "Damn, what's wrong with this dimensional fragment? There's absolutely nothing here. What a waste of points." The 3 exotic beasts tilted their heads to look at him, so he tried to encourage himself. "No, let's keep walking a bit more. Maybe there'll be some surprise." With that, he led them forward, his boots echoing crisply against the hard ground. Suddenly, a 7-colored light streaked across the distant horizon, and immediately afterward, a massive crystal palace rose from the ground, as if materializing out of thin air. The palace walls were crystal clear, refracting an icy blue radiance that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Ran's eyes lit up with wild joy, and he immediately called to the 3 exotic beasts to run frantically forward, kicking up dust in all directions. The closer they got, the more he could feel the bone-piercing cold wind howling from the palace's crevices, as if he were standing in an Arctic abyss. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Lin Ran would have almost believed it was just a mirage. Stepping through the palace gates, an ice-blue dome soared overhead, with walls surrounded by ethereal cold mist. In the very center stood a solitary throne, above which hung the skeletal remains of an unknown creature. The skeleton was silver-white throughout, yet faintly shimmered with 7-colored flame patterns, identical to the scene he had once seen in Secret Realm documentation photos on the treasure hunting team's official website. "What's going on here? A secret realm?" Lin Ran muttered in confusion. Driven by curiosity, he stepped forward and reached out to touch the skeleton. His fingertips passed right through. There was no substance, like a projection of light and shadow. Even more bizarre, the surrounding palace walls and floor were equally untouchable, all rippling like water. "System, what exactly is this place?" Lin Ran couldn't help but speak aloud. The system's voice immediately emerged. This is the fallen sight of the Lord of the Frozen Rift. It was extremely powerful in Lithia's seven-colored ice, silver phoenix. After death, it sealed its mighty energy within this palace, forming an inheritance ground. By passing 2 trials, one can awaken the slumbering soul of the seven-colored ice silver phoenix and obtain its supreme inheritance. The fallen sight of a seven-colored ice silver phoenix? My God! Lin Rant's eyes widened in shock. The seven-colored ice silver phoenix was on the same level as the legendary purple gold dragon god, far beyond the current classification system for exotic beasts. If one had to categorize it, it would be a super divine beast above divine beasts, practically equivalent to a deity. How could such an existence have fallen? A series of questions tumbled through his mind, but what caught his attention most was the word inheritance. You said this is an inheritance ground, but everything here is illusory. He frowned and pressed further. The system patiently explained. That's because the true inheritance ground exists in the real world, what you call a secret realm. This place is merely a construct I've created with divine power. While you cannot truly obtain the supreme inheritance, if you can pass the 2 trials within, you can still gain benefits, especially for your exotic beasts. As the information came together, Lin Ran suddenly understood. The illusion before him was a complete replica of the real secret realm's challenges. No wonder so many people risked their lives to fight for it. As for the widely circulated 108 fragments, it was likely part of those 2 trials. Didn't I choose to enter dimensional fragment number 25? How did I end up in an inheritance ground? Lin Ran asked. These inheritance sites appear randomly, and once you encounter one, it's permanently unlocked. However, entry isn't free, you need to pay 50 points each time. You can see this on the dimensional interface. The system explained. Lin Ran quickly summoned the system interface in his mind. The virtual display materialized, and sure enough, he spotted a new section labeled Ancient Inheritance Sites. 5 dim areas corresponded to the 5 major dimensions, with only the Frozen Rift Inheritance Site glowing faintly. Haha, so it's a hidden dungeon. Lin Ran chuckled softly, then pressed further. How do I unlock the second trial? Once you reach the throne, you'll see a crystal orb. The system replied. Channel your astral power into it to activate the inheritance site. Once activated, it remains permanently accessible and automatically tracks your progress on the second trial. As the words faded, Lin Ran circled behind the massive stone throne. In the cold light, a phoenix sculpture stood with wings spread as if ready to take flight, its intricate carvings so lifelike they seemed poised to soar through the air. Within the sculpture's open beak, a dim crystal orb hung, suspended. Taking a deep breath, he gathered astral power in his palm, leaped up, and struck the crystal orb with force. Instantly, the dullness vanished as brilliant light surged forth like a tidal wave. A phoenix soul formed of 7-colored flowing light materialized in the air, wings outstretched, radiating majestic presence. Do you wish to accept my inheritance trial? An ancient, resonant voice thundered through the great hall, its echoes reverberating endlessly. Phoenix bloodlines rivaled dragons in prestige, but were extraordinarily rare, virtually non-existent on Blue Ocean Star. Even as merely a remnant soul, its presence felt crushing as a mountain, especially since this was the legendary 7-colored ice silver phoenix. Lin Rant's heart surged with emotion, momentarily speechless. Seeing his silence, the phoenix soul spoke again. Since you do not refuse, let the trial begin. With those words, space violently trembled. The withered bones on the throne seemed to awaken, their overwhelming aura breaking through the dust. The ground cracked as a crystal tower rose from the earth, surrounded by layers of floating light. Immediately after, information branded itself into Lin Rant's consciousness. First trial Phoenix Tower, testing aptitude. The Phoenix Tower has 9 levels, each containing its own trial. Only by reaching the 9th level can you pass the first trial. Before the text faded, another message followed. To truly obtain the supreme inheritance of the 7-colored ice silver phoenix, you must complete the second trial. You must purify 108 phoenix feathers around the phoenix remains. Legend held that every phoenix possessed several feathers containing their essence, with greater numbers indicating stronger power. The 7-colored ice silver phoenix stood at the apex of phoenix magical beasts, possessing exactly 108 feathers in life. Upon its death, it sealed its mighty soul separately within these feathers. Each feather contained a vast internal realm, but all had been corrupted by foul energy, breeding bloodthirsty, savage beasts, or more precisely, emotionless demons that lived only for slaughter. The inheritor must venture into each phoenix feather, eliminate all demons, and completely purify the corrupt energy to pass the second trial. Of course, these realms didn't contain only vicious demons, hidden treasures awaited as well. Lucky inheritors could claim these as small rewards. After Lin Ran learned about the entire inheritance process, he suddenly understood that the 108 fragments he had seen in the photographs of the southern region's secret realm were actually trials for the inheritance. Then a question arose. Since 47 fragments had already been lit up, did that mean the demons in the corresponding areas had long been eliminated, leaving no chance for latecomers to participate in the assessment? Just as he was puzzling over this, the system's cold voice responded, impossible. Those people were only after the treasures within the fragments. They had no understanding of the true inheritance secrets. Purifying the fragments was merely the second trial, and they hadn't even participated in the first one yet. Once someone passed the first trial, all previously lit fragments would reset, opening only for the true candidate, while others would be permanently barred from entry. I see. Lin Ran nodded. The exotic beast that could leave behind such methods was practically divine. Understanding all this, he stopped overthinking. After all, this was just a fictional illusion. Even if he succeeded in the trials, he wouldn't obtain the real inheritance. However, the process was extremely important, as it would at least let him experience firsthand the difficulty of the inheritance. Let's go. He took a deep breath, gazing at the ice soul tower that pierced the clouds before him, planning to climb it first to explore the challenges. At the tower's base stood a heavy stone door, and he strode in with his 3 exotic beasts. The 3 beasts had been trembling with fear upon seeing the 7-colored ice silver phoenix's soul outside, and now entering the phoenix tower, they remained stiff as stone sculptures. Upon entering the tower, Lin Ran immediately felt an invisible pressure, as if an ancient fierce beast was silently watching, making his hair stand on end. This oppressive force often created illusions in people's minds, with the urge to turn and flee ready to explode at any moment. He frowned and signaled for the beasts to follow. Back in Thunder Abyss when fighting the half-dragon, he had experienced soul pressure far greater than this place, where the opponent's attacks could have instantly annihilated him. So in comparison, the pressure here was nothing to fear, and his expression remained relaxed. The exotic beasts weren't so fortunate. The ice snow maiden beast, due to its compatible attributes, suffered less from the cold pressure, but the forest giant deer and silver-armored earth dragon were in misery. The blazing fire domain was completely suppressed within the ice soul tower, and the silver-armored earth dragon's armor couldn't block the bone-piercing cold. The chill penetrated like invisible steel needles into their marrow, freezing the 2 beasts until their legs went weak and they could barely move. Just then, from the distant darkness, a phoenix radiating golden light suddenly appeared, spreading its wings and roaring furiously at Lin Ran with overwhelming momentum. The proud ice snow maiden beast beside Lin Ran was instantly terrified, its fur standing on end as it trembled and curled up with its small hands covering its head, desperately wishing it could find somewhere to hide. The forest giant deer fared even worse, its limbs giving out as it fainted on the spot. The silver-armored earth dragon, despite its draconic bloodline, still shuddered under the golden pressure and immediately curled itself into a silver iron ball, hiding tightly within the gaps of its armor, as if concealment alone could help it avoid the golden phoenix's gaze. Lin Ran glanced at the 3 magical beasts beside him, feeling utterly helpless at their reactions. The phoenix was clearly just an illusion, though it contained the supreme power of a phoenix. It posed no physical threat whatsoever. Yet these creatures were acting as if they were being stalked by a real phoenix, scared out of their wits. Just like hothouse flowers, he sighed, shaking his head. With a thought, he remembered this was an inheritance ground where he could summon another magical beast. Just as he was about to act, the system's cold warning voice immediately rang out. Warning, host. A maximum of 4 magical beasts may be summoned within the inheritance ground. Currently 3 are present, allowing for only 1 more summon. Fine. Lin Ran rubbed his nose, realizing he had momentarily forgotten the rules in his excitement. Normal beast tamers could only summon 3 at once. He could barely manage 1 more thanks to the system and his powerful spiritual consciousness, which was already his limit. After weighing his options, he decided to call forth the Dream Eater beast that was still sleeping on the cultivation platform. Though the Shadow Moonhound and world-destroying Thunder Tiger had 9th-tier bloodlines, they probably couldn't help against Phoenix power. The Dream Eater beast was different. Perhaps it could gain unexpected benefits under this pressure. He waved his right hand, tearing open a light portal. The Dream Eater beast from the cultivation platform was sucked away by the spatial rift with a whoosh and appeared at Lin Ran's feet in the blink of an eye. With 4 magical beasts present simultaneously, Lin Ran felt his spiritual sea shake violently and nearly lost his footing. He quickly took a deep breath to steady himself. 4 together is indeed too much of a strain. I'll be more careful in the future. The newly awakened Dream Eater beast let out a long yawn, its small head looking around in confusion. The next second, it spotted the majestic golden phoenix, its pupils contracting sharply. With a kick of its legs, it fell to the ground with a thud and fainted on the spot. All hothouse flowers. Let me see how I'll train you lot. Lin Ran took a deep breath and lightly kicked the Dream Eater beast's belly. The little creature snapped awake, but as soon as it looked up and met the phoenix's cold, piercing gaze, its neck tilted to one side, and it fainted again with another kick of its legs. Lin Ran rubbed his forehead and went to wake up the forest giant deer that had already collapsed. Just as the green patterns on its antlers began to glow, it fainted again without any suspense. Ugh, I refuse to believe I can't wake you two up. He put his hands on his hips and shouted, then began the cycle of kick-awake-faint. After 7 or 8 rounds, the forest giant deer could finally lift its head tremblingly without fainting. After another 3 or 4 rounds, the Dream Eater beast barely managed to hold on, though it only dared to keep its head down and didn't dare look at the phoenix again. Having dealt with these problem children, Lin Ran turned to handle the other two. The Ice Snow Maiden beast and silver-armored Earth Dragon were in slightly better condition. After he forcibly commanded them to look directly at the illusion several times, their resistance gradually improved. Finally, though both beasts remained listless, they could at least stand steady. Once everything was ready, Lin Ran immediately began channeling his astral power, activating 5 different beast enhancement buffs: strength amplification, speed amplification, defense amplification, and 2 others. 5 distinct rays of astral-powered, orange, yellow, green, and blue instantly manifested, precisely enveloping the 4 exotic beasts. Their auras ignited like wildfire, surging dramatically as their eyes became bloodshot. They roared menacingly at the golden phoenix illusion, radiating killing intent. Lin Ran nodded with satisfaction. The 5 buffs stacked together were enough to send the beasts into a temporary frenzy. Though it fell far short of the beast berserk skill available in the shop, it would suffice for now. With a calm expression, he led the 4 exotic beasts deeper into the Phoenix Tower. The moment the buffs wore off, the previously fierce creatures collapsed like deflated balloons, their auras utterly depleted. Pathetic creatures. Lin Ran shook his head, muttering with disappointment. Yet he still cast the buffs again and forcibly dragged them forward. A small staircase appeared at the end, and he stepped onto it without hesitation with his team. Entered the second floor. The moment he stepped in, Lin Ran sensed that the phoenix power surrounding them was several times more intense than on the first floor, as if he had plunged into viscous seawater. Simultaneously, the entire space was pitch black, with occasional distant phoenix cries and deep snoring echoing from the darkness, as though a powerful phoenix slumbered within. Is this trial simply about increasingly intense phoenix power? Lin Ran frowned slightly, finding it overly simple. The first floor had taken hardly any time to clear. He paid no mind to the phoenix cries and snoring, dismissing them as mere illusions, and focused on finding the entrance to the third floor. The only feature of this level was the endless darkness. The 4 exotic beasts trembled uncontrollably the moment they entered, overwhelmed by the more intense pressure despite bearing the enhancement buffs. Lin Ran concentrated his astral power in his eyes, tearing through the darkness in his vision. He spotted a dark phoenix illusion in the distance, breathing rhythmically, clearly undisturbed by their movements. Scanning the surroundings, he discovered stairs leading to the third floor in a concealed corner. Just as he prepared to lead the beasts upstairs, Lin Ran had a sudden inspiration. The darkness and phoenix pressure here would be perfect for training their courage. So he took only his own Dream Eater, leaving the 3 exotic beasts entrusted by his clients on the second floor to confront their fears in the darkness. A form of alternative cultivation. The staircase to the third floor wasn't long. He climbed step by step, and just as he emerged, a phoenix with brilliant blue feathers came soaring toward him. It wasn't large, less than a meter long, clearly a juvenile exotic beast. Lin Ran initially thought it was an illusion, but suddenly noticed the incredibly powerful fluctuations of stellar spirit energy around him. Moreover, the phoenix force in the surroundings didn't seem to have increased compared to the second floor, which immediately felt wrong. He quickly commanded his Dream Eater to begin combat. Desperate counterattack. He transmitted the command instantly through his thoughts. The reason he brought the Dream Eater was precisely for its talent skill that could double or even multiply its combat power several times over in critical moments. Desperate counterattack. Compared to the other 3 beasts that had already reached their limits on the second floor, this Dream Eater could advance another tier after activating its skill. Combined with the beast enhancement buff, it could temporarily ignore the suppression of the phoenix force. Upon receiving the command, the Dream Eater's eyes, previously filled with fear, suddenly turned sharp. Dark red energy surged across its entire body like a tide, instantly covering its black fur and dyeing its limbs and eye sockets dark red. As its aura soared, it let out a long howl toward the sky, leaped up, and immediately engaged in fierce combat with the phoenix hatchling materialized from stellar spirit energy. The third floor was clearly different from the illusory trials of the previous 2 floors. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, from this floor onward, the Phoenix Tower finally shows its true colors. The 2 beasts rolled and bit at each other, energy impacts scattered in all directions, and fire feathers crossed with dark red fist shadows in the air. Moments later, the Dream Eater leaped high, delivering a shattering fist to the Phoenix hatchling's forehead, causing the energy body to scatter in starlight. It landed and immediately returned to Lin Ran's side, still breathing heavily but maintaining its fighting spirit. Even as a juvenile, it possesses such combat power. The phoenix bloodline is truly among the apex of magical beasts. Lin ran silently admired, not lingering, and taking advantage of the Dream Eater still being in its desperate counterattack state, continued charging toward the fourth floor. Several hours later, Lin Ran emerged from the Phoenix Tower with all four of his beasts behind him. Looking back at the massive crystal tower, his eyes flickered with thought. The difficulty of this first trial clearly adjusts according to the challenger's strength. Starting from the third floor, each ascending level presented stronger Phoenix energy bodies for battle. With his current 8th tier Dream Eater, he ultimately stopped at the 7th floor. If it grew to the peak of upper 8th tier, it might reach the 8th floor. As for the 9th floor, Lin Ran speculated that the legendary 7-colored ice silver Phoenix energy body would likely appear there, and even with only partial power, it would be beyond what any non-nth tier beast could handle. After leaving the tower, he turned toward the nearby 108 Phoenix Feathers area. Since I'm here, I can't waste this opportunity. Although he hadn't completely passed the first trial, the rules didn't prohibit him from entering the Feather Zone. The same applied to the Southern Secret Realm in the real world. People didn't know about the first trial, but could still enter the fragment areas, just without receiving additional rewards. The system had just indicated that only by passing the first trial would the second trial activate. At that point, the secret realm would open exclusively for the challenger, and purifying each small area would yield a reward 108 rewards in total. Although this was a virtual place that didn't produce real treasures, it was equally filled with demons and magical beasts, making it an excellent breeding ground for beast cultivation. Though this was merely a virtual realm without any treasures or rewards, these small areas were likewise teeming with demons and magical beasts, making it an absolutely excellent training ground. Lin Ran nodded slightly and led the 4 mystical beasts to explore the Phoenix Feathers. The moment his fingertip touched the first feather, a surging force tore all 5 of them into it. The scenery before their eyes instantly shifted, shattered mountains and churning spiritual energy, on a scale comparable to the dimensional fragments he had once traversed. The difference was that this place harbored no gentle creatures, only attacking demons. Upon discovering intruders, they would charge forward with bloodshot eyes, fighting to the death without regard for their own lives. Lin Ran quickly realized that each phoenix feather projected an independent space. Some were shrouded in undead mist, with demonic beasts wandering everywhere. Others had rolling lava and towering flames, with fire-type beasts roaring in the molten streams. There wasn't even the slightest gap connecting the various spaces. Once purification was complete, the entire small world would close, directly ejecting them to the next Phoenix Feather. After discovering this pattern, Lin Ran was secretly delighted. This was practically a tailor-made training ground where he could select the most suitable battlefields based on his beast's attributes. Through the endless battles in the Phoenix Tower, a day in the Inheritance Ground quickly passed. Upon leaving the Frozen Rift Inheritance Ground, Lin Ran and his 4 beasts returned to the shop, with only 2 short hours having elapsed in the outside world. The Dream Eater reverted to its lazy demeanor after withdrawing its desperate counterattack, but the changes in the other 3 beasts were visible to the naked eye. The silver-armored Earth Dragon's body had surged from 1 meter to 2 meters, its scales gleaming with cold light under the illumination, and its eyes blazed with even fiercer intensity. The originally somewhat immature dragon's might now made the very air tremble faintly. In a mist-shrouded phoenix feather space, it had battled fiercely with a 6th-tier, superior mystic water dragon. That dragon retained only partial dragon bloodline, but completely outclassed the silver-armored earth dragon in level. At the critical moment, the silver-armored earth dragon suddenly unleashed a heaven-rending Dragon King's roar, actually stunning the mixed-blood dragon into unconsciousness. Lin Ran immediately understood. The phoenix power in the Phoenix Tower continuously pressured this pure-blooded dragon, and combined with the repeated provocations from Phoenix Phantoms, it caused the beast, which already inherited the Dragon Roar talent, to completely transform. Its Dragon Roar directly evolved into the Dragon King's Roar, and during combat, it broke through to 5th-tier superior in one leap. The Ice Snow Maiden beast benefited equally. The Phoenix power of the Phoenix Tower doubled her courage, while she continuously absorbed the extreme cold force into her body, causing all her Ice-type skills to leap up an entire tier. The Ice Emperor's Light, that she had comprehended but incompletely during the assessment competition, finally reached perfection after the Phoenix Tower's baptism. The powerful and complete Ice Emperor's Light caused the Ice Snow Maiden beast's combat power to soar. When facing beasts below her level, she could kill them instantly with a single strike. Even when encountering beasts above her level, as long as they were hit by this move, they were basically finished. Through this continuous slaughter of beasts, her level also broke through to 5th-tier superior. The remaining forest giant deer also underwent tremendous changes. Eventually, even in extremely cold regions, it could withstand the freezing temperatures without fear, with its ice resistance dramatically improved. Moreover, While in the Phoenix Tower, to reduce the oppressive force of the Phoenix power, it continuously used skills to enhance itself over and over again. Even knowing it was ineffective, it instinctively kept using them repeatedly, until eventually all of its support skills were strengthened, with the most obvious change being that their range doubled. After this series of intense training, the cultivation of the three magical beasts came to a temporary end. However, what truly satisfied Lin Ran was the dream eater that still appeared to be half asleep with squinting eyes, looking like it could doze off at any moment. It had fought its way from the third floor of the Phoenix Tower all the way to the top, its strength surging as if catalyzed, now reaching upper sixth rank. During this period, it continuously hunted magical beasts of the same rank in the Phoenix Feather region, causing its combat experience to skyrocket. Yet despite its level advancement, its body size remained around 1 meter. What Lin Ran found most incomprehensible was this stark contrast between appearance and strength. Only when activating desperate counterattack would the Dream Eater's aura suddenly turn violent, its courage doubling, becoming so ferocious it was shocking to behold. Facing 5th and 6th rank enemies, it never made unnecessary judgments, directly charging forward with punches, every move ruthless. Its fighting style could be summarized as brutal hand-to-hand combat. But once the skill was deactivated, the little creature would instantly return to its lazy expression, as if it could collapse and fall asleep at any moment. Meanwhile, the cultivation work of his substitute hadn't been neglected either. While Lin Ran was busy, the substitute had already completed the basic training of a new batch of magical beasts in bulk. Upon receiving this news, Lin Ran immediately arranged for him to take that batch of magical beasts to another plane fragment to continue their advanced training. Time quickly moved to evening as night fell. Lin Ran and his substitute worked in perfect coordination, finally completing all the beast cultivation procedures for the day. He immediately called each owner one by one, notifying them to come pick up your beasts tomorrow morning. Skeptical voices arose one after another on the phone, but Lin Ran didn't respond with a single word, patiently finishing the entire list. By the time he finished, it was already past 7 o'clock. He turned off all the lights in the shop, pulled down the rolling shutter, and pushed his electric scooter, preparing to head home. Not far from the shop entrance, at a street corner, a petite figure slowly emerged. It was Wang Shiyun. She had been staking out the area all day, wanting to see with her own eyes the hidden master that Lin Ran had mentioned. Finally, I've waited for you. She rushed to Lin Ran in a few steps, then immediately ducked into the shop, looking around. The shelves were filled with various magical beasts. The air carried a faint medicinal scent, but there was no sign of a second person. Wang Shiyun stood there, her face full of annoyance. She had endured several hours of sun and wind during the day, yet hadn't even caught a glimpse of that legendary master. What are you looking for, huh? Lin Ran leaned against the doorway, unable to help laughing at her expression. Didn't you say someone was guiding you? Where are they? Wang Shiyun puffed out her cheeks. The master isn't someone just anyone can meet. This single sentence infuriated her, yet she couldn't find grounds to argue back. Seeing her standing stiffly at the door, Lin Ran simply patted the back seat of his electric scooter. Come on, stop standing there like that. Let's go home for dinner. The night breeze carried a slight chill as the small electric scooter sped along. Lin Ran suddenly turned his head and asked, when are you planning to go home? Mind your own business. I'll leave once you let me meet that master. Wang Shiyun replied sullenly. Then you can keep waiting. Lin Ran laughed heartily, twisting the throttle to go even faster. Huh? How did you two come back together? Wang Qian, who came out to greet them, saw this scene and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. We ran into each other on the road. Lin Ran took off his helmet and walked straight into the kitchen to wash his hands. Seeing that the two were getting along fairly harmoniously, Wang Qian didn't probe further and turned to heat up the food. The dining room was warmly lit with the aroma of food filling the air. As soon as they sat down, Wang Shiyun couldn't help but glare at Lin Ran. Your shop's business is pretty good, isn't it? You always close this late. It's okay, just so-so. Lin Ran kept his head down, scooping rice, his voice flat. Wang Shiyun's mouth twitched. This was so-so? If she hadn't witnessed with her own eyes today the crowds of people competing and queuing up, she might have actually believed his nonsense. Bah! Wang Xia spat at Lin Ran. You must have made quite a bit of money today. Lin Ran didn't even lift his eyelids, his tone calm. Just a little, nothing much. This wasn't entirely false. All the blue star coins he'd earned today had already been converted into system points, leaving his pockets completely empty. Wang Shiyun, sitting nearby, nearly burst out laughing when she heard just a little. She recalled the crowds at the shop entrance during the day that had almost trampled the threshold, cursing inwardly. With such long lines, you only made a little? Don't you know to care about your aunt's health and buy her some supplements? Ungrateful brat. She clenched her jaw tightly, her chopsticks trembling slightly from the sudden force, yet her expression remained composed. Since you didn't earn much, it's the weekend tomorrow. I'll come help out at your shop. Lin Ran had long known this little shadow had been secretly observing him since daytime. but he was too lazy to call her out. He smiled faintly. Suit yourself. As the two were chatting animatedly, Wang Qian entered the dining room, carrying her bowl. Seeing this, Lin Ran pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Mom, there's 100,000 here, a token of my filial respect. After speaking, he raised an eyebrow at Wang Shiyun, as if showing off that he was indeed very filial. Wang Shiyun became even more irritated. Her hand slipped under the table and pinched Lin Ran's thigh hard, giving it a vicious twist. Lin Ran's face twitched, nearly crying out. Wang Qian's attention was entirely focused on the card, oblivious to the battle beneath the table. 100,000? Where did you get so much money? Lin Ran steadied his breathing. I've been saving up recently. That's too much. You just awakened your stellar power. There are many places you'll need to spend money. Keep it for yourself. Mom doesn't need it. She pushed the card back. Though she said she didn't want it, Wang Qian felt touched and emotional inside. After all these years, this brat finally knows to contribute money to the household. It's fine, I still have some left. Please take it. Lin Ran pushed the card back decisively. Seeing her son's determined attitude, Wang Qian accepted it, thinking to herself, the shop's business must really be booming. Humph. Wang Xia finished her meal in sullen silence, abruptly stood up and stormed upstairs, her thump, thump, thump footsteps echoing all the way to the second floor. In fact, the 100,000 Lin Ran had given was exactly the gratitude fees from recent customers, far from enough for shop expansion. Thinking about the money needed to upgrade the shop, he sighed inwardly. Looks like I'll need to find some part-time work. He wolfed down his meal in a few bites and quickly headed upstairs, slamming his door shut. Back in his room, he immediately asked the system, to upgrade to a level 3 shop, how much space is needed? What new functions would be available? The system replied, to upgrade to a level 3 shop, you must first complete the prerequisite task, craft a complete exotic beast armor set, and expand the shop area to over 2,000 square meters. Lin Ran was stunned after hearing this. Forging a complete set of exotic beast armor was manageable, but the requirement for a 2,000 square meter shop space was absolutely ridiculous. He quickly calculated in his mind. His two small shops, including the warehouse and front area, totaled just over 300 square meters. To expand to 2,000 square meters would require at least a 7-fold increase in space. The transfer fees alone for purchasing so many storefronts would cost tens of millions, not to mention the subsequent renovation costs. But right now, his glory points were running dangerously low, and his blue star coins were nearly depleted. Raising 18 million was definitely not something that could be solved with simple overtime work. Lin Ran stared at the ceiling, muttering under his breath. However, while this amount of money might be a lifelong challenge for ordinary people, it wasn't necessarily impossible for him. After all, he was a high-star instructor at Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy, and his exotic beasts were battle-tested veterans. With enough time and effort, there would always be a way. With this thought, he simply lay back on the bed, hands behind his head, and began seriously planning ways to make money. Expanding the shop operations would take too long, so that route was temporarily shelved. He needed to find alternative paths and leverage his strengths. Several schemes flashed through his mind: officially becoming a treasure hunter, making a fortune in the space-time rifts. He dismissed the idea as soon as it arose. The risks were too high, and one wrong move could mean never returning. As his thoughts churned, inspiration suddenly struck. He was a high-star instructor. Wasn't his greatest skill teaching? Exotic beast cultivation, combat command, skill coordination. These specialized courses could be taught with just a little time investment. Xuanzhong City was crawling with children wanting to enter Xuanzhong Exotic Beast Academy, but the academy was selective about both talent and background, with only a tiny fraction actually making it in. Failed applicants had to settle for ordinary academies, while some wealthy heirs, rejected due to insufficient aptitude, were willing to spend enormous sums on private tutoring just to give their children a veneer of prestigious school credentials. Having figured this out, he rolled out of bed and grabbed the holographic terminal from his desk, beginning to search online for tutoring information. Within minutes, various tutoring websites filled the screen, but the rates made him frown. Most charged by the hour at just over 1,000 per hour, with the minimum teacher requirement being only a 5-star beast tamer. It made sense. Middle-class families already struggled to afford tutors, so high-star instructor rates naturally wouldn't appear on such platforms. But for Lin Ran, such meager pay was simply a waste of time. Undeterred, he searched several professional sites, but still found no pleasant surprises. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration: the Treasure Hunter team's official website. The materials stored there were only accessible to internal members, with information quality far superior to ordinary websites. Without hesitation, he quickly accessed the Treasure Hunter team's official website, entered his personal key to log in, typed tutoring in the hidden directory, and activated the filter. Soon, a tutoring website that Lin Ran had never seen before appeared. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.